What do you want? Lil Red coldly looked at the indigo cloth venerable and her 8 god generals. Bai Qingyu was crippled now, so she looked nervous. The indigo cloth venerable was briefly surprised before she smiled. A cat that talks. You even seem pretty intelligent. Are you interested in becoming my pet? You becoming my pet seems more like it. You're nothing compared to my big brother. Lil Red snorted. Since Lil Red often stayed with Lil Purple, it naturally picked up Lil Purple's bad habits, such as asking someone to be their servant. Still thinking about your old master? I bet you don't know that Yi Qingtian was heavily injured in his fight with Xiao Jingyan, and he can't be bothered with you guys now. The indigo cloth venerable smiled. She had been watching Yi Qingtian and Xiao Jingyan fight in the dark with the 8 god generals. She wanted to come out after they were both heavily injured, but Yi Qingtian and Xiao Jingyan's strength far exceeded her expectations. Thus, she came up with the plan of capturing Bai Qingyu. With Bai Qingyu in her hands, Yi Qingtian could only listen obediently, no matter how strong he was. She wanted to know why Yi Qingtian came to the Myriad Graves Valley and his real identity. When Bai Qingyu heard that Yi Qingtian was heavily injured, she became nervous and asked, "What happened to Yi Qingtian?" "It doesn't matter if he's really injured or fake injured. As long as you're in my hands, he can only become obedient." The indigo cloth venerable smiled. Bai Qingyu squinted her pupils, her face becoming pale. She instantly figured out what the indigo cloth venerable was planning. Die! Lil Red's face became cold as it turned into a black streak of light, charging at the indigo cloth venerable. Its claws were razor sharp, even sharper than ordinary saint artifacts, and its claws were targeted at the indigo cloth venerable's heart. The indigo cloth venerable was surprised, and she began to move, leaving behind afterimages around her. When she landed on the ground, she discovered blood on her clothes. Her face instantly became cold, and she said, "What a powerful cat! You have given me a huge surprise." Despite being able to injure the indigo cloth venerable, Lil Red didn't look happy at all. The indigo cloth venerable only suffered superficial wounds, which she could easily recover from with her nirvana aura. But it would be harder for Lil Red to attack anymore. Lil Red didn't hesitate and dashed forth, charging at the god generals. When its claws came in contact with their Netherman Saint armor, they left behind sparks, but the armor was unscathed under its claws. Glory Saint artifacts like the Netherman Saint armor were too terrifyingly tough. The god generals then dashed forth, each throwing a punch to force Lil Red back. Lil Red had a fast speed, but it still took an attack head-on. The indigo cloth venerable smiled upon seeing this. "You're really bold. My 8 god generals can even fight against a quasi-saint at the Azure origin phase if they join forces. Let's go." Lil Red retreated and grabbed onto Bai Qingyu before fleeing. Even at its strongest state, Lil Red only had a 40% chance of beating the 8 god generals, which wasn't including the indigo cloth venerable. The indigo cloth venerable was clearly more mysterious and powerful. "Haha! Do you think you can leave? Chase after them." The indigo cloth venerable smiled, calmly ordering the 8 god generals to chase after Lil Red and Bai Qingyu. In a forest far away, Xiao Jingyan stood on a tree, watching the indigo cloth venerable and 8 god generals. His face became sinister, with murderous intent flashing on his face. He furiously clenched his fist. "Wang Mayan, so you've really fooled me." He now knew that the indigo cloth venerable and 8 god generals were happily watching as he fought Yi Qingtian, waiting for them to be heavily injured. After a brief pondering, Xiao Jing decided not to appear. Since these people felt he was heavily injured and couldn't deal with Yi Qingtian, he would just sit and watch. Xiao Jingyan had already recovered from his injuries. After fighting Yi Qingtian, Xiao Jingyan briefly pondered and felt it best not to clash with Yi Qingtian head-on. Lin Yun felt that Xiao Jingyan was tough to deal with, and Xiao Jingyan felt the same way. Yi Qingtian was only at the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage, but Yi Qingtian's sword techniques could heavily injure Xiao Jingyan if he weren't careful. With a rough analysis, he instantly figured out that Yi Qingtian still had trump cards. It was easy to defeat Yi Qingtian, but it was practically impossible to kill him. Yi Qingtian had too many trump cards, and he could leave any time. That's why Xiao Jingyan wanted to strike Yi Qingtian's weaknesses and tried to look for Bai Qingyu. But Bai Qingyu was first found by the indigo cloth venerable instead. I'll be watching the show this time, Xiao Jingyan smiled. 1.5 years passed within the Three Lives realm, and Lin Yun was enveloped by his nirvana aura, which formed into a vivid-looking heavenly dragon and a divine phoenix that coiled around him. As nirvana aura poured into Lin Yun's body, cracks appeared within the Three Lives realm. In the end, the Three Lives realm crumbled, and Lin Yun appeared in reality with the Three Lives fruit in his hand becoming dim. I can't use this Three Lives fruit anymore, but it has helped me greatly. Lin Yun relied on the Three Lives fruit to reach his current cultivation from the profound death stage. Others thought he relied on the Saint origin to become so powerful, but it was actually the Three Lives fruit. But now, the Three Lives fruit has fulfilled its duty. It had only been a few months since Lin Yun joined the Heavenly Tao sect, and he went from the profound death stage to the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage. That's right, relying on the resources given to him by the Serene Dust Great Saint, Lin Yun reached the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage using 1.5 years in the Three Lives realm. His strength would undergo a significant boost with each breakthrough, and his Nirvana aura reached 350,000 strands. It had increased more than a fold, thanks to the Saint Dragon Pellet and 8th grade True Dragon Saint Liquid, which had been completely refined within his body. The Serene Dust Great Saint was too good to him and practically treated him like a son, providing him with all sorts of resources. 8th grade True Dragon Saint Liquid was formed using the blood of lesser dragons, and Lin Yun was given an entire bowl to drink like soup. Not to mention the Serene Dust Great Saint even had to watch Lin Yun drink it before leaving. 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage. If I reach the 8th transformation, my Nirvana aura will probably reach 500,000. Lin Yun muttered with his eyes squinted. The last 3 transformations of the Nirvana stage were important, and each breakthrough would greatly boost his strength. But it's a pity I still can't refine the 3 strands of azure flames. Lin Yun looked at the 3 strands of flames condensed of sword intent. The phenomenon they created enveloped half the Heavenly Tao sect when it appeared. Lin Yun closed his eyes and let his Nirvana aura fill his body. He was digesting and stabilizing his current cultivation. For hours later, Lin Yun opened his eyes and flicked his finger, unleashing a dragon roar. His azure dragon intent had fused with his Nirvana aura, forming a massive azure dragon made up of Nirvana aura, charging forth and destroying dozens of trees in front of him. This brought a smile to Lin Yun's face because the trees in the Myriad Graves Valley were even tougher than Saint Physique's. He suddenly drew his sword and unleashed a dazzling sword ray. Sword of the beginning! In the path of the sword ray, even space had collapsed, distorting the surrounding space. The nearly towering trees and rocks on the ground were all swept into the distorted space. A brief moment later, they were spat out from the distorted space into small pieces. This was because Lin Yun had improved in the sword technique that he created. Let me see how you'll dodge my sword this time. Lin Yun gritted his teeth. He managed to land a hit with the sword technique on Xiao Jingyan, but the latter relied on his demon spirit's physique to avoid his vitals. Xiao Jingyan even mocked him for it, and Lin Yun naturally clearly remembered it. Lin Yun spent most of his time perfecting this sword technique within the Three Lives realm, aside from cultivating, and that was to take revenge. His sword technique wasn't as simple as compressing the surrounding space. Lin Yun's path as a swordsman was to keep surpassing himself. At the same time, Lin Yun now had an idea of how to develop this sword technique. He could go with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, animals, and even a civilization. At that time, the intent within his sword would be brought to a height that no one could reach. This is my path as a swordsman. The divine firefly sword might be strong, but the sword ancestor created it. It doesn't belong to me alone. Lin Yun's gaze was firm, and he was confident he could one day surpass the sword ancestor with the sword of the beginning. Time to look for Lil Red. Lil Purple's voice resounded from the Iris secret realm. Yeah. Lin Yun nodded. Just when Lil Purple was going to point out a direction for Lin Yun, a crimson firework exploded in the sky 1,000 miles away. When the firework bloomed, it became a dark lotus that soon disappeared. It's Bai Qingyu. She's in danger. Lin Yun instantly recognized it as the rescue signal of the Nether Orchid Courtyard's Saint Disciple. It might be a trap, Lil Purple commented. She didn't have a good impression of Bai Qingyu. The indigo cloth venerable stood on a grave dump in a green forest, looking at the fireworks in the sky. Not far away, Lil Red was kept in a metal cage with the 8 god generals watching. Lil Red tried to escape with Bai Qingyu, but they were ultimately caught. After all, the 8 god generals could fight a quasi-saint at the Azure Origin phase if they joined forces. Lil Red could easily leave if wanted to, but it stayed behind on purpose after recalling what Lin Yun said. As for Bai Qingyu, she was locked up in a demon-locking cage that was refined by the Blood Moon sect. According to the Indigo Cloth Venerable, not even a quasi-saint could break it open. The Indigo Cloth Venerable released the rescue signal to lure Yi Qingtian over. "Oh, kitty. How long do you think it will take Yi Qingtian to come?" The Indigo Cloth Venerable smiled. "You want my big brother to come that much? You have no idea how much deep trouble you're in. You can still survive if you let me go right now. My big brother isn't someone you can provoke with your strength," Lil Red said. The Indigo Cloth Venerable smiled. "What a sharp tongue you have, and I'll lock the 3 of you together later. Let me see if you still dare to say that then." When she finished, she unleashed an attack at Lil Red, causing it to scream out from the pain. "You wait. I'll tear you into pieces when I get out." Lil Red cursed. "You still want to get out? I'll only let you out when you decide to become my pet." The Indigo Cloth Venerable smiled. Her hands gently formed into lightning ropes, making Lil Red scream in pain. On the other hand, Bai Qingyu was powerlessly in the cage. When she saw this scene, she begged, "It's only a cat. There's no need to torture it in this manner." The Indigo Cloth Venerable stopped and smiled. "Haha, it's not an ordinary cat. Even the 8 god generals nearly lost to it, and I nearly lost my life. The cat is much stronger than you, the Bai clan's young missy. But I'll spare it for now if you listen to me." Bai Qingyu gritted her teeth. Her face was pale and she was weak. Her dragon pulses were damaged, and she was injured when they tried to escape. So she was extremely weak. "Don't die here because I still have use for your life," the Indigo Cloth Venerable said. Suddenly, the faces of the 8 god generals changed because they could hear some commotion. The Indigo Cloth Venerable grabbed Bai Qingyu and leaped on a tree before smiling. Yi Qingtian really came. The 8 god generals quickly prepared, standing beneath the tree, and activated the Netherman's Saint armor. As crimson flames ignited from their armors, their aura became terrifying, like 8 statues. Not long later, Yi Qingtian appeared before their eyes. "Yi Qingtian, you're really slow. I would have lost my patience if you didn't come soon." The Indigo Cloth Venerable smiled. Lin Yun raised his head and frowned. "I have no feud with your Blood Moon sect. Let her go, and I can consider this never happened. That's for me to decide. Tell me your true objective in the Myriad Graves Valley and your identity." The Indigo Cloth Venerable smiled. Lin Yun's face sank because he thought Xiao Jingyan would be the one capturing Bai Qingyu. He never expected it to be the Blood Moon sect. A cold, murderous intent flashed within his pupils, and he said, "I advise you to let her go. This is my last warning and your last chance." The Indigo Cloth Venerable smiled. "Yi Qingtian, do you really think you're a figure? Even those in the top 30 on the king ranking don't dare to be so cocky before me. Do you think that I'm a god general? Is that so?" Lin Yun raised his head and activated the Flower Burial Sword, unleashing an arc. It was too fast, and it disappeared with a flash before piercing through the heart of a god general. The Netherman Saint armor wasn't able to block his attack at all. As blood gushed out from the mouth of the god general, his face became pale, and he lowered his head to look at his chest with shock. How is this possible?" That god general collapsed on the ground. The Netherman Saint armor's damage was slowly recovering, but he was already dead. This instantly shocked the Indigo Cloth Venerable and the remaining god generals, looking at Yi Qingtian with disbelief. The Netherman Saint armor wasn't only tough, it contained the power of all the past god generals. It was a special Glory Saint artifact, and even Saint Realm experts wouldn't dare to face them head-on when 3,000 god generals reigned the Kunlun realm. But they didn't know that even if the Netherman Saint armor was strong, it couldn't be compared to the Flower Burial Sword. The Flower Burial Sword was a Glory Saint artifact, and it was connected to him, so it wasn't tough to pierce through other Glory Saint artifacts. Lin Yun reached out, and the Flower Burial Sword returned to his hand. He said, "Release them. I have no time to waste with you." The Indigo Cloth Venerable was briefly shocked before she grabbed by Qingyu's neck and smiled. "Yi Qingtian, you don't feel any heartache for such a beauty? You already saved her twice. I don't believe that you dare to watch her die just like that in my hands. Kneel before me." Lin Yun shook his head and said, "It looks like you still don't know your current situation. I'm not asking you to release he, but giving you a path." When he waved his hand, the Flower Burial Sword flew out. "Stop him!" The Indigo Cloth Venerable's face changed, wanting to snap by Qingyu's neck. As the Flower Burial Sword danced, the remaining 7 god generals were stopped. At the same time, Lin Yun came behind the Indigo Cloth Venerable without anyone knowing it, and thrust his fingers at the Indigo Cloth Venerable's forehead. This instantly made the Indigo Cloth Venerable panic, and she released her grip on Bai Qingyu. She didn't want to die with Bai Qingyu, so she quickly retreated, wanting to put distance between her and Yi Qingtian. Lin Yun had no expression as he dragged Bai Qingyu into his embrace before grabbing the Indigo Cloth Venerable by her shoulder. All the nirvana aura within his body poured out from his pores, forming a heavenly dragon and a divine phoenix around him that made him look like a deity. When Lin Yun grabbed the Indigo Cloth Venerable's shoulder, she was horrified to discover that she couldn't break free and couldn't figure out how Yi Qingtian became so strong. It had just been a few days, so he could now suppress her with his cultivation? This was too unbelievable. When they fought, the Indigo Cloth Venerable discovered she couldn't resist Yi Qingtian. Bai Qingyu's face was sickly red in Lin Yun's embrace. This was because her body was too weak. Her injuries had recovered a little with the help of Saint Pellets, but she was further injured when Lil Red was trying to escape with her, and she couldn't muster any strength because of her dragon pulses. "Kneel!" The Indigo Cloth Venerable still wanted to struggle, but a powerful force pressed down on her shoulder. The Indigo Cloth Venerable was forced down on her knees. With a hint of reluctance in her pupils, she soon made a decision. Her body became soft, as though she had no bones. When Lin Yun reached out to grab her, he only grabbed onto a piece of clothing. The Indigo Cloth Venerable was naked while standing in the demon-locking cage. She casually took out a robe to wear it and smiled. "Yi Qingtian, you could have just told me if you wanted me to strip. There's no need to be so troublesome." The 7 god generals retreated, making the Indigo Cloth Venerable feel safe. Lin Yun reached out and grabbed the Flower Burial Sword. Glancing at Lil Red in the cage, he said, "Lil Red, stop playing around." Lil Red grinned and reached out with its paws. As crimson lightning enveloped its body, a colossal ancient Dracope appeared, causing the demon-locking cage to burst apart, and the Indigo Cloth Venerable was sent flying away with a palm. The Indigo Cloth Venerable clashed against a towering tree, blood dripping down her lips. Her hair was disheveled, and the 7 god generals quickly came forth, nervously protecting the Indigo Cloth Venerable. "Yi Qingtian, I am probably going to die. You're really good to me, and no one has treated me so well besides my elder sister." Bai Qingyu's face was pale as she said softly, "I really regret it. I should have listened to you. I am sorry. The Blood Moon sect is more useless than I've imagined." Xiao Jingyan walked out from the dark along with the remaining experts of the various clans. When the Indigo Cloth Venerable saw Xiao Jingyan, her eyes lit up. She said, "Xiao Jingyan, kill Yi Qingtian. The Holy Maiden will remember your help." "Do I need her to remember my help? Behave yourself. I'll deal with you later," Xiao Jingyan said. The Indigo Cloth Venerable casually smiled. "As long as you kill Yi Qingtian, you can do whatever you want with me." As the Nirvana aura gushed out from Xiao Jingyan's body, He was enveloped by the demonic radiance that made him look sinister. He brought 10-odd remaining Nirvana stage experts with him, soaring to the sky, charging at Yi Qingtian. Go at him together. Kill him to take revenge for Yi Qinghong and Zhang Kuei. Lin Yun's heart was calm while facing them. He took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the flower burial sword, before swinging it. A dazzling sword ray fell before Lin Yun, which looked like the first gleam of light in the world. You want to use the same move again? Xiao Jingyan's pupils flashed with disdain when he saw Yi Qingtian using the sword of the beginning. When the sword ray bloomed, Xiao Jingyan and the experts that came with him wanted to retreat. However, they realized they couldn't leave, even if they wanted to, and they were dragged into the sword ray with the surrounding space being distorted. When they were spat out from the distorted space, they collapsed onto the ground. Aside from Xiao Jingyan, everyone else was dead and was torn into pieces. Even Xiao Jingyan had lost an arm and was covered in blood. His wounds even went as deep as his bones. How is this possible? Xiao Jingyan trembled in fear. The indigo cloth venerable was also shocked when she saw this scene and couldn't believe what she saw. Yi Qingtian only used one sword to inflict heavy injuries on Xiao Jingyan and killed 10-odd Nirvana stage experts. Quickly execute, sacrifice. The indigo cloth venerable panicked. The 7 god generals immediately sat down and began reciting from their lips, their auras declining. Sacred flames ignite my body and free me from pain with death. Blood moon, I'm willing to use my blood to honor my ancestors. At the same time, Xiao Jingyan also opened up the vertical eye on his forehead and brought out his demon spirit's physique. As his bones wriggled, his body swelled up, and the vertical eye looked even more terrifying. The 7 god generals were enveloped in flames as they joined Xiao Jingyan, slowly approaching Yi Qingtian. Lin Yun placed Bai Qingyu down and said, "Sleep for now. I'll save you after killing them all." Lin Yun held onto the flower burial sword and looked at the approaching Xiao Jingyan and the god generals. These people should all be killed, so he dashed forth, wanting to make a bloodbath with these people. He soared to the sky and circulated the flower burial sword, charging at the 7 god generals. He suddenly appeared within the 7 of them, circulating the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon, and unleashed his sword intent, killing the god generals with a sword each. It didn't take long for the ground to be covered in corpses. But Lin Yun frowned because Xiao Jingyan dashed over when he killed all the god generals. Xiao Jingyan grabbed this opportunity and had no intentions of concealing his strength. He immediately brought out his constellation, bringing out half of the stale water sword's power with his demon spirit's physique. The power of this sword reached a height that he would be afraid of, not to mention he resorted to a sneak attack. He didn't believe that he couldn't inflict heavy injuries on Yi Qingtian in this manner. Lin Yun suddenly turned around and swung his sword, knocking the stale water sword away and plunging it into an ancient tree. At the same time, Xiao Jingyan threw out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying by the sword intent. Astral sword intent. Xiao Jingyan was shocked, looking at Yi Qingtian. He was completely dumbfounded when he saw Yi Qingtian's forehead shining like stars, and his sword intent reached an unbelievable height. When the massive sword intent was released, Xiao Jingyan was quickly sent flying away. Xiao Jingyan was shocked because even if Yi Qingtian made a breakthrough, it made no sense for him to be so powerful. Who the hell are you? Xiao Jingyan felt afraid for the first time as he trembled. Lin Yun held onto the flower burial sword with blood dripping down his sword. He said, "I'm flower burial. Someone who buries flowers and people alike." Xiao Jingyan widened his mouth with his pupils narrowing. Even the indigo cloth venerable was dumbfounded, wondering if she had heard Lin Yun incorrectly. "I'm flower burial. Someone who buries flowers and people alike." Those words and flower burial's name had long spread throughout the Kunlun realm, and everyone knew what that meant. If someone else said that, Xiao Jingyan and the indigo cloth venerable naturally wouldn't care about that and would even sneer at the person who said that. But it was a different case for Yi Qingtian. After all, Yi Qingtian killed 10-odd experts at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage with one sword and killed the 7 god generals in a split second. Not to mention Yi Qingtian even executed the astral sword intent. In the entire Kunlun realm, there weren't many people with such a talent in sword Dao. So when Yi Qingtian said those words, they instantly realized who he was. To possess such a powerful talent in sword Dao, who else was he if he wasn't Flower Burial? Lin Yun also couldn't be bothered to act anymore. The divine tortoise transformation dissipated and restored his true appearance with a single thought. This was a handsome face with exquisite features. The purple mark on his forehead gave him a hint of devilish temperament. Flower Burial, the indigo cloth venerable exclaimed, and her face became uncertain. She immediately turned around, not daring to stay here for another second. She had to report this to the heavenly Holy Maiden, or the Holy Maiden would suffer when facing Lin Yun. Lin Yun only glanced at her, before simply ignoring her. Xiao Jingyan also ignored the indigo cloth venerable, and his gaze was fixed on Lin Yun. He had no opportunity to escape at all. So what if you're Flower Burial? I can still kill you if I want. I'm from the noble demon spirit clan. After losing the Stalemater sword, Xiao Jingyan was much weaker, even with his demon spirit's physique. But he was still strong and confident in his strength. Xiao Jingyan suddenly stood up, his vertical eye filled with demonic radiance, and his nails became sharp. His clothes burst apart with demonic runes covering his body, and his severed arm was restored. Relying on his terrifying recovering ability, Xiao Jingyan charged Lin Yun. When Lin Yun saw that Xiao Jingyan wanted to fight with his life on the line, he charged toward him. Could be troublesome if Xiao Jingyan wanted to flee, and he might even be forced to bring out the Sovereign Saint artifact. But Xiao Jingyan was simply courting death since he wanted to charge at him. A good opportunity. Xiao Jingyan rejoiced when he saw that Lin Yun had no intentions of dodging. Lin Yun probably had no idea about how powerful the demon spirit's physique was. As long as he could get close, he could exhaust Lin Yun by fighting with his life on the line, and it was futile even if Lin Yun possessed the astral sword intent. But his smile froze the next moment as a silver radiance bloomed from Lin Yun's chest. His azure dragon sword heart spread out, and the radius of 100 feet was enveloped in the silver radiance. Xiao Jingyan didn't know what had happened. When Lin Yun released his sword heart, Xiao Jingyan looked at Lin Yun with shock because it felt like he was facing a saint. His movements were slow, and he was 10 meters away from Lin Yun. He could easily cross this distance with a step, but his movements were slow. Before he could find a way to resolve the azure dragon sword heart, Lin Yun divided himself into 12 afterimages, with each afterimage swinging out a sword directed at Xiao Jingyan's forehead. That was the divine firefly sword Myriad Swords Unite. As Xiao Jingyan's forehead caved in, black demonic blood seeped out from his forehead, and he was sent flying away. The outcome of the battle was determined in the blink of an eye. If Xiao Jingyan still had the stale water sword, he could naturally exchange dozens or up to 100 moves. He could leave whenever he wanted, even when Lin Yun brought out the astral sword intent and azure dragon sword heart. But with his vitals struck by Lin Yun, he would die even if he had 9 lives. This is impossible. How can you be so strong? Xiao Jingyan panicked with his face changing. This was the first time he felt so close to death, and he suddenly ducked to the side by instinct when he sensed danger. When he touched his neck, his back was covered in a cold sweat because he would lose his head if he was slightly slower. But that wasn't all. As Lin Yun charged again with his astral sword intent, he relied on the azure dragon's sword heart to suppress Xiao Jingyan while endlessly unleashing his attacks. Xiao Jingyan could feel that he was enveloped in sword rays and couldn't resist. He could only try his best to dodge the incoming attacks. 3 moves later, Xiao Jingyan's head was sent flying away with his headless corpse falling to the ground before his head was stuck in a tree. But even so, Xiao Jingyan was still alive and said, "As expected of Flower Burial, you truly deserve your reputation. But even so, you can't kill me." When he was finished, fine cracks appeared on his head as the vertical eye grew even brighter. His head was like a container that sealed him, and his main body was the vertical eye on his forehead. "You talk a lot." Lin Yun squinted his eyes, and the Flower Burial sword flew out, stabbing Xiao Jingyan's forehead and pinning him to the ground. But even if Xiao Jingyan was bleeding from his 7 orifices, he was still laughing, Ha ha ha! How can someone like you possibly understand the greatness of the Demon Spirit clan? Even if you can stab through our spirit origin, I can still revive after 10 to 100 years. At that time, what can you do to me? Xiao Jingyan laughed manically. His head was sinister, but it still contained powerful vitality. Still trying to be stubborn? Since I dare to reveal my identity, I naturally have the confidence to kill you. I have 3 ways of making you suffer worse than death. But scum like you is better off dead. Lin Yun circulated the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. As nether energy circulated within his body, he began to form seals, and the nether energy between heaven and earth formed into ancient shackles with countless natal runes engraved on them. Nether shackles. Xiao Jingyan widened his pupils and exclaimed in horror. No! You can't do that. Lin Yun, you can't do this. Ark! The shackles pierced Xiao Jingyan's forehead, causing the latter to scream out in fear. Why? The blue dragon has long abandoned the Kunlun realm, so why are you people still resisting? Why? Xiao Jingyan's heart was filled with despair. The nether shackles were one of the banes of demon spirits in the darkest era, and it was a seal more terrifying than death. If a silver-eyed demon spirit was sealed, not even their soul could dissipate, and that was worse than death. Sweat began to appear on Lin Yun's forehead. It was more exhausting to execute the nether shackles than he had imagined. But he could now deal with Xiao Jingyan by relying on this restriction. Lin Yun took out the Thunder Demon subduing beads and poured his Nirvana aura into them. Whenever he waved the Thunder Demon subduing beads, Xiao Jingyan would let out a scream with black miasma leaking out from his forehead, which the flower burial sword stabbed. In just 10 breaths, Xiao Jingyan's head lost its vitality. But Lin Yun still summoned the black tortoise chains to wrap around the head, with 9-colored sacred flames blazing on the chains. As sacred flames spread out, the shriveled head opened its eyes. Xiao Jingyan screamed, Lin Yun, I curse you. I curse you to suffer worse than death. Just wait. One fine day, my demon spirit clan will descend into the Kunlun realm, and this day won't be far away. At that time, your friends and lovers will be enslaved by us. You people will be kept as livestock. The blue dragon has left, so why aren't you guys submitting to us? When the sacred flames poured in, the head was reduced to ashes, and the demonic eye disappeared. After recalling the black tortoise chains, Lin Yun grabbed the flower burial sword and sighed. The demon spirit clan is really hard to kill. If it was just inflicting heavy injuries, it wasn't tough. But the difficulty of killing them was great. Otherwise, why do you think they could wreak havoc in the Kunlun realm for 100,000 years? Lil Purple said. I once saw the demon spirits hunt on the demon refining tree like dogs at the ancient White Dragon Palace, where I got the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella from, Lin Yun said. That should be before the blue dragon left, Lil Purple said. Blue dragon? Is she referring to the blue dragon ancestral god? Everyone waited for him in the ancient battle, but the blue dragon ancestral god was nowhere to be seen. Lin Yun suddenly thought of Yu Haoyan, whom he killed back on the heavenly path. Yu Haoyan should have a demon spirit's soul within his body. If demon spirits were that tough to kill, doesn't that mean that Yu Haoyan was the strongest opponent Lin Yun faced before arriving in the Kunlun realm, and he had never encountered such a troublesome opponent amongst those of the same generation in the Kunlun realm. What are you thinking about? Lil Purple asked. Nothing much. Lin Yun shook his head. Even if Yu Haoyan was still alive, Lin Yun wouldn't mind killing him again if Yu Haoyan dared to appear before him. But Yu Haoyan should be dead because Lin Yun witnessed his vitality disappearing, and he didn't have a demonic eye on his forehead. Time to resolve someone else. Lin Yun's body flickered and disappeared. An hour later, Lin Yun caught up with the indigo cloth venerable. He left a strand of sword intent within the indigo cloth venerable's body, so Lin Yun could easily find her no matter how she tried to escape. Indigo cloth venerable's existence was no different from a flame in the darkness in the Myriad Graves Valley. When the indigo cloth venerable saw Lin Yun, she felt despair but wasn't surprised. She had already guessed something when Lin Yun let her leave. It was just as she had expected. She begged, Lin Yun, spare my life. I'm willing to swear that I won't disclose your identity. Do you think that I'll believe you? Lin Yun said. I will take you as my lord and become your slave. I'll do whatever you tell me. The indigo cloth venerable went down on her knees and even intentionally showed her lofty figure. She smiled. I'm willing to serve you. Lin Yun coldly looked at the indigo cloth venerable without changing his face. This instantly made the indigo cloth venerable anxious as she said, Let me go. The holy maiden said that if you're willing to let me go, she'll tell you the secret of the solar lunar divine rune. It's related to Bai Shuang's life and death. Lin Yun was surprised, and his face changed when he heard that. Seeing that Lin Yun caught the bait, the indigo cloth venerable rejoiced. The holy maiden said to disclose this when her life was in danger, and it could ensure her safety. Flower Burial is really someone who cherishes relationships. I'm grateful for not killing me. The indigo cloth venerable smiled, and she slowly retreated. But her smile soon froze when she saw Lin Yun sheathing his sword. She began to wonder when he drew it. The indigo cloth venerable rubbed her neck. As blood gushed out, her head was sent flying away. Didn't the holy maiden say it could save my life? So why? Her pupils were wide open as she started dying an uncontented death. I hate people using women to threaten me the most, Lin Yun said indifferently. The indigo cloth venerable had violated his taboo, and she was too naive to think she could live. After incinerating the indigo cloth venerable, Lin Yun restored Yi Qingtian's appearance. When he returned, Bai Qingyu woke up and saw that Lin Yun had retrieved the stale water sword from the tree and handed it back to her. Lin Yun had suffered greatly under that sword, and Xiao Jingyan wouldn't have been so terrifying if it wasn't for the help of this sword. Yi Qingtian, thank you for retrieving this sword given to me by my elder sister. She'll be heartbroken if I lose it. Bai Qingyu received the stale water sword. She was nervous and didn't dare to look Yi Qingtian in the eyes. Xiao Jingyan and the rest are dead? They're dead. Don't move. Let me examine your injuries. Lin Yun circulated his nirvana aura before sending it into Bai Qingyu's body. He then exclaimed in shock, Bai Qingyu, how did your injuries become so severe? He finally realized that Bai Qingyu wasn't fooling around when she said she was dying. Her dragon pulses were almost destroyed. Even with the help of Saint Pellets, they could only temporarily suppress her injuries. Dragon pulses were the core of Nirvana stage experts and were even more important than their meridians. Lin Yun also suffered injuries to his dragon pulses in the past, and he was practically reduced to a cripple. He could only rely on his music Dao and physique to last through that tough period, and it wasn't easy for him to restore his dragon pulses. Bai Qingyu didn't have two saint physiques like him, so she might not be able to repair her dragon pulses even with the help of the heavenly snow lotus. Bai Qingyu's emotions collapsed upon hearing that, and she cried out, Yi Qingtian, I'm sorry. I'm too useless and have caused trouble for you instead. Now, I'm even a burden to you. Ha! At least you have some self-awareness. Lil Red invited Lil Purple out of the Iris secret realm. Who are you? Bai Qingyu asked, still sobbing. She's Lord Phoenix, Lil Red said. Bai Qingyu's eyes lit up when she heard Lil Red's words. The Lord Phoenix was beautiful, but she looked like a little girl. Her injuries? Lin Yun turned to look at Lil Purple. Nothing serious. If I didn't make a mistake, she also has a natal saint physique. She didn't cultivate properly, so it hasn't awakened. But her potential isn't weak, Lil Purple said. Lin Yun already had a speculation. If she had no potential, she wouldn't have such a powerful cultivation at such a young age. My elder sister possesses the natal Yang Saint physique, while I possess the natal Yin Saint physique. But my talent can't be compared to my elder sister, and I also dislike cultivating. That's why my saint physique hasn't been awakened. Bai Qingyu said softly with her head lowered. That's not necessarily true, Lil Purple said in a playful tone. MHM? Bai Qingyu looked at Lil Purple in puzzlement, but Lil Purple didn't say much about it. Her injuries aren't as serious as yours were, and it's not hard to recover from them, Lil Purple said. Refining the heavenly snow lotus without a divine dragon bone will be more troublesome. She needs to bathe in the heavenly snow elixir while you refine the snow lotus heart with your divine dragon bone and inject it into her. I still have some snow lotus heart. But what do you mean by me refining it and injecting it into her? Lin Yun asked in puzzlement. Are you stupid? Feed it to her, obviously. Lil Purple said. What? Bai Qingyu's face blushed as she lowered her head. Is that really necessary? Lin Yun frowned. He wasn't too willing to do that. Well, I can't do anything about that. She didn't awaken her saint physique, nor does she have a divine dragon bone. So she can only be a cripple now. At that time, her elder sister will surely kill you, Lil Purple said. Yi Qingtian, I believe that you're a good person. I don't wish to be a cripple. I've done many wrong things, so allow me to repay you, Bai Qingyu said, raising her head. Who would want to become a cripple if they could choose? Not to mention she was a genius in the past. Don't regret it, Lin Yun said, recalling his past experience. Bai Qingyu heaved a breath of relief. She wasn't afraid and even had a little anticipation. Not long later, Lil Purple set up a bath for them and poured the heavenly snow elixir she had refined into it. Lin Yun noticed that Lil Purple secretly cut her hand and dripped a few droplets of blood into the bath. When they both entered, their palms were connected as Lin Yun swallowed the snow lotus heart before pouring the blue dragon bone's aura into Bai Qingyu's body. Half an incense later, Lin Yun gathered the refined snow lotus heart in his mouth. He said, Open your mouth. Bai Qingyu mustered her courage and opened her mouth. The snow lotus heart then entered her body and melted the moment it entered her mouth. Throughout this process, Bai Qingyu's eyes were closed and didn't dare to look at Yi Qingtian. While Lin Yun examined Bai Qingyu, he had to admit that she was beautiful. Her temperament was entirely different from Bai Shuang's. She wasn't aloof and elegant like Bai Shuang, but there was a hint of liveliness. She was also a beauty, but their temperaments were entirely different. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Yun circulated the blue dragon bone. As blue radiance shone out from him, it instantly enveloped Bai Qingyu. In just one night, Bai Qingyu had recovered a small portion of her dragon pulses, and she could barely circulate her nirvana aura to treat her injuries. Lin Yun left the bath and a white mist came out from his body as the water evaporated. 3 days later, Bai Qingyu had completely refined the snow lotus heart. Not only did she recover from her injuries, but she even took a step further. Bai Qingyu, it's time for you to leave, Lin Yun said. I have to leave? Bai Qingyu felt terrible, and she held onto the stale water sword tightly. Senior brother, I won't hold you down. But she immediately regretted it the moment she said that. She initially wanted revenge for her elder sister and followed Yi Qingtian into the Myriad Graves Valley. But after they interacted, she realized that she misunderstood him. After that, she did nothing but cause trouble for Yi Qingtian and nearly became a cripple. Now that she had recovered, it was time for her to leave. But for some reason, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. She thought that their relationship had improved after experiencing so much together. Bai Qingyu said, Yi Qingtian, let me follow and help you. But Lin Yun shook his head and replied, Even I might die during what I'll do next. Are you sure you can help me? Bai Qingyu was disappointed when she heard that, and she said, Senior brother, I understand. Lin Yun nodded. I'll get Lil Red to send you back. There shouldn't be any dangers along the way. Bai Qingyu didn't refuse that offer and asked, Senior brother, are they really dead? All dead, Lin Yun said. The indigo cloth venerable is also dead? Bai Qingyu asked. Her as well. Why are you asking about her? Lin Yun asked curiously. I can't believe you'd kill such a beauty like her, Bai Qingyu muttered. Even if she's beautiful, I won't hold back since she threatened me. Not to mention she's not as beautiful as you or your sister, Lin Yun said indifferently. Really? If I was not Bai Shuang's younger sister, would you save me? Bai Qingyu asked happily. But Lin Yun maintained his silence and said nothing. Bai Qingyu's smile disappeared, and she lowered her head. All right, I understand. Let her follow you. Since we're going to look for the Adumbra flower, she might be able to help us, Lil Purple said. Bai Qingyu widened her pupils and firmly said, Yi Qingtian, believe me that I can help you. Lin Yun pondered for a long time before he ultimately nodded. It was mainly because the Myriad Graves Valley was too dangerous, and not even Lil Red could protect her if they ran into danger. Hee, you're not allowed to take your words back. Then, Bai Qingyu said excitedly. It didn't take long for them to reach the depths of the Myriad Graves Valley. This entire region was enveloped in a crimson mist, and there were a lot of tombs. Lin Yun circulated the Azure Dragon Sword Heart and sensed the dangers here. His Azure Dragon Sword Heart had reached a high stage, and he could sense the dangers. So it was convenient to avoid unnecessary trouble. How is it? Lil Purple asked. It's weird. The depths of the Myriad Graves Valley is dangerous, and yet I can sense so much hostility with my sword heart, Lin Yun said. Sword intent is the bane of all evil. The blood crows are manifestations of sin, so they probably detected your presence, Lil Purple said. Let me take a look at the situation first. Lin Yun flew to the sky and circulated the divine dragon eyes, piercing through the crimson mist, capturing everything within a few thousand miles. There are a lot of blood crows in the depths of the Myriad Graves Valley, and there are thousands of blood crows within 3,000 miles. Many of them are comparable to the top 30 of the king ranking. What he saw was only the tip of the iceberg, and ordinary cultivators wouldn't even know how they died if they stepped in there. Even if Xiao Jingyan and the Indigo Cloth Venerable joined hands together, they definitely wouldn't dare to intrude on the Crimson Mist. But with Lin Yun's current cultivation, in addition to the Astral Sword Intent and Azure Dragon Sword Heart, he could try it. He also had Lil Purple and Lil Red helping him, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to ensure his own safety. He turned to Lil Purple and asked, Are you sure the Adumbra flower is here? It's here, but I don't know where it is exactly. I can only sense the approximate location, Lil Purple said. Lin Yun wasn't too bothered because he could train himself here even if he couldn't find the Adumbra flower. Sins formed blood crows, gradually forming into a tribe within the Myriad Graves Valley. After killing the blood crows, their sins would be left behind. Those sins weren't beneficial to cultivation but could be used to temper one's martial intent. However, the effects weren't that great, not to mention the process was dangerous. But it was better than nothing. Many people came to the Myriad Graves Valley to train. Most were here to temper their martial intent. None of them considered retrieving the Adumbra flower because it couldn't be found and it was dangerous. As a result, many cultivators would die within the Myriad Graves Valley every year. After a brief pondering, Lin Yun led the party into the Myriad Graves Valley. They came to a dark region with a towering tree that covered the sky, and the surrounding air was filled with a horrifying miasma. With a glance, Lin Yun found several blood crows and said, I'll deal with the strongest one. I'll leave the rest to you, are you fine with that? Don't worry about it. I can handle the blood crows, Bai Qingyu said. She was actually afraid, but her mentality had slowly changed after experiencing so much, especially with the Indigo Cloth Venerable. It made her realize how nasty one could be. She could only be at the other party's mercy if she wasn't strong enough. At that time, she wouldn't be able to die even if he wanted to, and she didn't want to experience that again. Furthermore, she wanted to prove that she wasn't useless. Lin Yun nodded and flew towards a blood crow on the tree branch. This was a blood crow who had cultivated for 1,000 years, and it was 30 feet tall with a golden luster on its crimson wings. The blood crow was sensitive to threats, and it had detected Lin Yun before he got 100 meters close to it. A swordsman, the blood crow looked down at Lin Yun from the tree branch. It has been a long time since a swordsman came here to die. Your flesh is tempting. If I devour you, I might be able to reach the quasi-saint realm. The blood crow was cocky and spread its wings apart with 7 to 8 crimson streaks flying towards Lin Yun like spears. Lin Yun activated his 2 saint physiques and threw a punch, destroying those crimson spears. The blood crow was stronger than Xiao Jingyan and the Indigo Cloth Venerable in terms of cultivation, and it was comparable to a quasi-saint at the first stage of the Azure Origin phase. Then again, the blood crows didn't know any martial techniques or possess saint aura. After shattering the crimson spears, Lin Yun threw a punch forth. His punch was terrifying, containing a powerful dragon aura that was accompanied by a thunderstorm. This punch could easily kill an ordinary cultivator at the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage. When it fell on the blood crow, it made the blood crow let out a snort, suffering no injuries. Human cultivator, you better get lost now, or you'll die when the king of my clan arrives. The blood crow threatened. What a powerful defense! Lin Yun was inwardly shocked, and it appeared that he could only draw his sword now. When the blood crow was done speaking, Lin Yun drew his sword, activating the glory spirits and bringing out his astral sword intent. The blood crow uttered a horrified scream and tried its best to avoid it, but it still lost to the wind. The blood crow was immediately terrified, and it began to beg for mercy. Please spare me! Lin Yun was briefly stunned before swinging another sword, taking the life of the blood crow. When the blood crow's corpse fell to the ground, a crimson aura was emitted, which Lin Yun devoured. He could instantly sense a blazing energy on his forehead that made him tremble from the piercing pain. At the same time, terrifying illusions began to appear before his eyes before wisps of crimson radiance were released from his forehead in the form of a mist. It's really effective. Lin Yun discovered that his astral sword intent had gotten stronger under the tempering of sin. The process was dangerous, and he would run amok if he wasn't careful. I'm lucky that I practiced sword intent, which is the bane of sins. As long as I can last through it, I'll definitely be able to benefit. Lin Yun decided to hunt 1,000 blood crows. This was because it wasn't easy to make a breakthrough in martial intent through normal means, and most of his breakthroughs were because of luck. His current accomplishment was thanks to the heavenly cloud fruits. By the time it was night, Lin Yun already slaughtered all the blood crows within a radius of 1,000 miles. 36 died in his hands amongst the blood crows that reached 1,000 years old, and he practically used 1 to 2 swords to resolve them. When dawn came, Lin Yun continued deep into the Myriad Graves Valley. He ran into a blood crow king who had lived for over 3,000 years, the overlord in the Myriad Graves Valley. Human swordsman, your journey has come to an end. This is the home of my clan, not your playground. The blood crow king glared at Lin Yun. Just one night, Lin Yun slaughtered all the blood crows within a radius of 1,000 miles, causing a great commotion within the blood crow tribe. There were 3 blood crows that were reaching 1,000 years beside the blood crow king, along with hundreds of blood crows at the Nirvana stage. Tell me the clues of the Adumbra flower, and I'll leave, Lin Yun said. I don't know any Adumbra flower, the blood crow king roared. Since I gave you a chance and you don't want to leave, don't blame me for being ruthless. The blood crow king's strength was comparable to a quasi-saint at the 2nd stage of the Azure origin phase. The difference might only be between 1st stage and 2nd stage, but the difference was huge because a quasi-saint at the 2nd stage of the Azure origin phase could easily defeat 10 at the 1st stage. Whenever there were rumors of someone in the top 10 of the king ranking defeating a quasi-saint, most of the quasi-saints they defeated were barely at the 1st stage of the Azure origin phase. There weren't many who defeated those at the 1st stage. They could only flee for their lives if they ran into those at the 2nd stage. But it was a pity that the Blood Crow King didn't grasp Saint Aura. The reason why it was so powerful was because it was old. So Lin Yun had a chance against the Blood Crow King. The Blood Crows charged over, wanting to take advantage of their powerful physiques. When they spat out crimson flames, they were filled with sin and could make anyone struck by it feel worse than death. A pair of wings appeared behind Lin Yun, and his speed increased, easily dodging the crimson flames. Several dodges later, Lin Yun suddenly drew his sword, activating the glory spirit and his azure sword intent. His movements were smooth, and he didn't go easy on the blood crows, taking every chance. He severed the wing of a 1,000-year blood crow before adding another sword and severing its neck. Sword demon! Sword demon! The 2 remaining 1,000-year blood crows trembled in fear and retreated to the Blood Crow King. Bai Qingyu was speechless when she saw this, and she muttered, "Why do I feel like the blood crows are really pitiful?" When Lin Yun drew his sword, he began slaughtering blood crows, which made Bai Qingyu feel afraid like a little dog. Didn't everyone say that the blood crows were extremely dangerous? Humph. It's just a mere swordsman. Our clan has lasted for over 10,000 years, and it's not something someone like him can deal with. I'll suppress this demon today. The Blood Crow King flapped its wings and disappeared. When it reappeared, its wings sliced through the air towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun took several steps back before raising the flower burial sword to block the incoming attack, causing sparks when the sword collided with the wings. But the Blood Crow King didn't let him go so easily, dashing forth and swinging its wings like blades, forcing Lin Yun to take 10-odd steps back. Humph, you're nothing impressive after all. The Blood Crow King became confident after seeing that its wings could handle Lin Yun's sword head-on. The other blood crows cried out in excitement, and their morale rose. Finally, a decent opponent. I believe your sins should be optimistic. Lin Yun looked at the Blood Crow King with fighting spirits and a hint of greed blazing within his pupils. This made the Blood Crow King's heart nervous, and it actually felt a hint of fear from Lin Yun as though it had become Lin Yun's prey. The Blood Crow King became furious and charged at Lin Yun, pushing its speed to the limit. It didn't know any martial techniques nor martial intent, but it lived for 3,000 years. Its cultivation had reached a terrifying height. In addition to its powerful physical talent and fighting instincts, it was still powerful. After Lin Yun clashed with it head-on several times, his arm felt numb, blood dripping from his palm. He no longer dared to belittle the Blood Crow King and changed his fighting style, unleashing his golden crow wings and using his speed to handle the Blood Crow King. But the Blood Crow King wasn't weaker than Lin Yun in regards to speed. It might not know any martial intents, but its body was constructed for talent and knew how to use its advantage well. Lin Yun couldn't obtain any benefits as they clashed and even suffered a small loss. The demon is injured. All hail the king. Kill this demon and take revenge for our clan. We have to tear him apart. His corpse must be a lot more delicious than other cultivators. Kill! The blood crows became excited. They were simple-minded, having already decided how to split Lin Yun's body up before the battle had even concluded. How troublesome! Lin Yun hovered in the air and squinted his pupils, looking at the Blood Crow King's wings. Its wings were sharp, emitting a silver metallic luster that was tougher than ordinary Myriad Rune Saint artifacts. He had to get rid of the Blood Crow King's wings. The Blood Crow's weakness was its wings. The moment its wings were injured, it would be crippled. Lin Yun noticed that the Blood Crow King, aside from the silver portion, had concealed its wings well. Hehe. Demon, what else do you have? Go on and release them. I'll make you kneel today. The Blood Crow King happily flapped its wings. Lin Yun already had an idea and smiled. We're just getting started. No need to be anxious. Lin Yun flicked his finger, and the flower burial sword flew out, turning into a streak of light. The Blood Crow King dodged before using its wings to knock the flower burial sword away. Seeing this, Lin Yun snorted and raised his hands, circulating the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. When the petals flew out, they soon formed into a wall of nether flowers. The scene of blooming nether flowers was shocking, and it became a dark screen that spread a terrifying sword aura. Sword rays flew out as Lin Yun began flicking his fingers. Flicking Divine Finger! Densely packed swords flew out like a waterfall, forcing the Blood Crow King to retreat. At the same time, the flower burial returned and tangled with the Blood Crow King by using the Divine Firefly Sword technique. In just a brief moment, the flower burial sword left behind countless wounds on the Blood Crow King, with blood oozing out. This instantly placed the Blood Crow King in a pathetic state. Please spare my life. I won't eat you anymore, and I'll leave immediately. The Blood Crow King could still continue to fight, but it began begging for mercy when it saw it was in a disadvantageous position. Too late. Lin Yun waved his hand and recalled the flower burial sword. He activated the glory spirits, thrusting his sword into the Blood Crow King's neck with the withered tree coming to life technique. You demon! The Blood Crow King screamed while gathering energy in its wings before it died. When the Blood Crow King was decapitated, Lin Yun was knocked back with the dragon runes on his body breaking apart. The nirvana aura around him was dissipating like fireworks as he slammed against a tree with blood dripping down his lips. What horrifying explosive power! Lin Yun coughed and fell to the ground, landing on one knee, and his face becoming pale. He had underestimated the blood crows. Even if they weren't intelligent or proficient in martial techniques, they had a strong cultivation. So even Lin Yun was nearly severed into two despite possessing two saint physiques. The demon is injured. Kill him. The blood crows flocked over when they saw that Lin Yun was kneeling on the ground. You guys are courting death. Bai Qingyu and Lil Red dashed over, one using the stale-water sword and the other using its claws, easily beating the blood crows back. Lil Red even let out a roar, taking the ancient Dracope form and swinging its staff, starting a massacre. Humph! Do you crows think that I'm invisible? Lil Red roared, scaring the remaining blood crows into trembling with fear before they fled for their lives. Leave this place first, Lin Yun said as he picked up a silver bead from the ground. The Blood Crow King's sins actually condensed into a bead when it died, proving that it was precious. Yi Qingtian, I'll bring you with me. Bai Qingyu came over, wanting to carry Lin Yun on her back, but her face instantly became red when she grabbed his arm. She could barely support Lin Yun. How heavy! Seeing this, Lin Yun sighed and carried her on his shoulder. He yelled at Lil Red before he quickly escaped. He might have been in a dangerous position if he ran into another Blood Crow King in his current state. 5 Blood Crow Kings appeared a few minutes later, bringing tens of thousands of blood crows, covering half of the forest. These Blood Crow Kings' wing bones were silver, not just the edge of their wings. What a pity for Evil Crane King to die just like that. Such a young king, but he was too reckless. A Blood Crow King sighed. Unbelievable. That demon is simply the bane of our clan. He showed the momentum to slaughter our entire race alone. But that demon actually didn't touch the Evil Crane King's corpse. What a waste of such a delicacy. A Blood Crow King said in disdain. Let's split up the Evil Crane King's corpse first before chasing after that demon. Agreed. The 5 Blood Crow Kings began to split the Evil Crane King's corpse, swallowing it down. Kill the demon and take revenge for the Evil Crane King. Thousands of blood crows began to search the entire myriad grave valley. But Lin Yun's group was prepared. Lil Purple had set up a spiritual array, which they used to hide from them. The spiritual arrays were special. None of the blood crows detected them when they flew past. They were sensitive to vitality, but they couldn't detect them. Wow! I heard that blood crows are sensitive to vitality, and not even an ant could escape their senses. Bai Qingyu praised. Lil Purple maintained her composure and said, How can mere blood crows deal with my spiritual array? Not even a saint can detect us. Lord Phoenix is really impressive, Bai Qingyu said with reverence in her pupils. This is nothing. Hee. As they talked, Lin Yun focused on treating his injuries and held onto the bead in his hand. His sword intent greatly improved in this period, exceeding his expectation. The sins left behind by Blood Crow Kings were great nourishment, and even his cultivation became more refined. When Lin Yun refined the bead, he opened his eyes with surprise. The astral in his forehead was blazing wildly with a powerful sword intent emitted out. His sword sea had expanded by 1/3, and his astral sword intent filled his body. This was too unbelievable that the bead actually increased his sword intent by 1/3. His sword sea reached over 1,000 foot, and it was pure without any impurities. The entire sea was condensed with sword intent, and the destructive power was 100 times stronger than magma. If I bring out my astral sword intent now, I should be able to reach the top 10 on the king ranking with the Azure Dragon Sword Heart. Lin Yun smiled, and he was filled with confidence. You've recovered? Lil Purple asked. Where's the Adumbra flower? Any clues? Lin Yun nodded. I can only confirm that it's in the Crimson Mist Forest, but I don't know the exact location. We have to rely on this lass instead, Lil Purple said, looking at Bai Qingyu, who was also refining the sins. Bai Qingyu had also grown throughout this period and could refine the sins to strengthen her martial intent. She had been working hard throughout this period. I thought you're joking. So it turns out that we really have to rely on her, Lin Yun asked in a surprised tone. If her natal Saint physique can awaken, I'll have 30% confidence in finding the Adumbra flower, Lil Purple said. That low? Lin Yun asked in surprise. What do you think? The Adumbra flower is a legendary flower that can save someone from death. It's equivalent to another life and more precious than the divine blood fruit. As for the divine blood fruit, it can't be compared to it, Lil Purple said. Why haven't I heard of it then? Lin Yun asked, and he could feel his heart beating wildly. It's only a legend, and no one has seen it before. It's too mysterious, Lil Purple said, scratching his head. Help me find it. Lin Yun held onto Lil Purple's hands emotionally. Let go of me. You're hurting me, Lil Purple said unhappily. Lin Yun came to his senses and released his grip on Lil Purple. He asked, Empress, you can do it, right? Lil Purple was shocked by Lin Yun's being so emotional, which was rare. Even if she had a habit of boasting, she had no confidence in her tone. I can. It's just an Adumbra flower. But what? Lin Yun asked nervously. There's a divine array beneath our feet, more terrifying than the myriad demon peak. The Adumbra flower is nothing compared to the person who set up the divine array. If we touched his array, the consequences would be unimaginable, Lil Purple said. Lin Yun took a deep breath to calm down. He noticed that he was a little too emotional earlier. When he heard of the Adumbra flower, the first thought that came to his mind was that he could save his master with it. If it was effective, it was nothing, even if his master's lifespan was ending. Without knowing, he clenched his right fist together and said, Just give it a try. I'll go out and deal with those blood crows. We might be able to find clues from them, Lin Yun said with determination. There were too many blood crows, and they were the overlord of the Crimson Mist Forest. Other races were either chased out or enslaved by them, so no one dared to provoke the Blood Crow tribe. But Lin Yun wasn't afraid. He could just launch a sneak attack on them, taking them down slowly. Even if he couldn't find any clues of the Adumbra flower from them, he could refine their sins to strengthen his sword intent. So he wouldn't make a loss either way. At night, he began to launch his assault, mainly targeting thousand-year blood crows. At his full strength, the blood crows were heavily injured with a sword before adding another sword to resolve them easily. 3 days later, Lin Yun had hunted hundreds of thousand-year blood crows, strengthening his astral sword intent. He could sense a terrifying aura in the crimson mist when he turned in a certain direction. That was the Blood Crow tribe's nest where top-tiered Blood Crow kings could be found. If he wasn't careful, he might lose his life. He simply killed a blood crow, emptying its insides and covering himself. He planned to look at the nest and see how strong they were, seeing if he could find an opportunity to hunt a blood crow king along the way. As he flew with a blood crow beside, that blood crow asked, Brother, have you heard that the 5 kings are discussing hunting the white-clothed demon? We will definitely succeed this time. Oh, okay, Lin Yun replied casually. Brother, what did you eat yesterday? Did you eat any humans? Let me tell you about it. Humans are really delicious. But it's a pity I can't leave because the kings ordered us to search for the white-clothed demon. Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me that you're intimidated by that demon. Aren't you embarrassed? Let me tell you about it. That demon is over 100 foot tall, and he can devour a blood crow with a mouth. I heard he ate hundreds of blood crows in the past few days. Lin Yun was speechless because he came across such a talkative blood crow. He used his hands to control the wings to avoid this blood crow. But the blood crow followed behind him in excitement. Brother, your legs are really special. They're like human legs. The blood crow chuckled as it looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun could do nothing about it, and slaughtered that blood crow with a sword. When he entered the nest, there were over 100,000 blood crows, which made his scalps numb. Among them, 5 kings rested on an altar, emitting a terrifying aura. Relying on the blood crow's disguise, Lin Yun concealed his aura with the divine tortoise transformation and slowly approached them. The Blood Crow tribe was flocking with blood crows, and the mist in the sky was due to the density of their ominous auras, making the blood crows look like an entire army in these plains. The thought of clashing with the blood crows head-on never crossed Lin Yun's mind, and it was no different from courting death. But he could use his intelligence instead. While being disguised as a blood crow, he wouldn't attract anyone's attention as long as he was careful. This was because there were too many blood crows here. When Lin Yun got close, 10 miles from the tribe's core, he stopped and examined the 5 blood crow kings. Lin Yun was fearful of the blood crow kings, especially since these 5 blood crow kings were a lot more terrifying than the blood crow king he faced in the past. Their wings were stronger, and their wing bones were silver with engraved runes. This was equivalent to an unrefined saint artifact and wasn't weaker than glory saint artifacts. Lin Yun wasn't stupid enough to face 5 enemies by himself. That demon is too ruthless and shameless. A swordsman like him actually resorted to sneak attacks. If this continues, all of the 1,000-year blood crows will be butchered by him. A few blood crows furiously roared. God knows where that demon went. We've searched for a few days and yet we still can't find him anywhere. We can only hide here now to be safe. A 1,000-year blood crow reluctantly said. Lin Yun finally understood why the surrounding 1,000-year blood crows were decreasing. Turned out that they were hiding here. I want to eat humans. Human flesh is too tempting. Isn't that obvious? Their blood is more delicious than wine. But we can't go anywhere because of that demon. It's a pity he's too smart and unwilling to step into this place. Otherwise, he would be dead. Lin Yun's ears twitched when he heard that, and he asked, "Won't we be trapped here if that demon comes in? You must be new here. There's a yin-yang bloodlust array, so that demon will only die if he comes in." "That's right. We have 5 kings here, and any of them can easily butcher him. We're only afraid that the demon won't come in," a crooked-mouthed blood crow said cockily. Lin Yun glanced at him and noticed that these 2 were blood crows who had reached 1,000 years and could be considered elites of the blood crow tribe. Lin Yun began to wonder what the yin-yang bloodlust array was. But it should be related to the crimson mist, and Lin Yun had long noticed it was weird. "What's the yin-yang bloodlust array? Is it that strong?" Lin Yun asked. "Hee. It's naturally invincible." The crooked-mouthed blood crow laughed. "All 5 kings are required to activate the array. The moment the array is activated, even quasi-saints will be killed, not to mention that demon." The blood crow beside that crooked-mouthed blood crow exclaimed in shock, and this only made the crooked-mouthed blood crow even more smug. "Who created this array?" Lin Yun asked. "Our ancestor. This array is powerful even in the outside world. After all, our ancestor has lived for over 10,000 years, the crooked-mouthed blood crow said. "If it was not for the fact that the ancestor can't leave, even 100 of that demon wouldn't be able to do anything to us." Right then, the head of the blood crow, which Lin Yun used as a shell, exploded, and Lin Yun was sent flying away. "What's going on?" The surrounding blood crows exclaimed in shock, and they panicked. "Not good. It's the white-clothed demon." The crooked-mouthed blood crow quickly ran away in fright. But Lin Yun had long set his sights on him, and the crooked-mouthed blood crow clashed with Lin Yun head-on when it turned around. Lin Yun drew the flower burial sword, slicing that crooked-mouthed blood crow into 2. He didn't remain there for long after that and executed the divine sun-chasing art. The golden crow wings unfolded behind him, like a bright sun under the crimson clouds. "It's that demon. The demon is here. Quick, run for your lives." Lin Yun's appearance flustered the surrounding blood crows, and they began to scatter about. "Hee, you're here at the right time. Battle Shift King. You stay behind while we go after him." A blood crow king quickly chased after Lin Yun with 3 blood crow kings behind him. They were strong and turned into 4 blood streaks, tearing apart the sky and disappearing. The Battle Shift King released its aura and coldly said, "Calm down, for kings have gone to chase after him, and that demon will undoubtedly die." The surrounding blood crows calmed down after sensing the Battle Shift King's aura. On the altar, the Battle Shift King rested and looked majestic. The 4 Blood Crow Kings were all at the Azure Origin phase of the Quasi-Saint realm, and their full speed was much faster than Lin Yun's. They were aerial beasts and grasped the powerful wind intent at birth, even if they weren't proficient in martial techniques. What powerful sword intent! Over there! Lin Yun's sword ray was dazzling, containing a powerful aura. He's dead for sure, this time, the Blood Crow King leading the party said in excitement. It had a feeling that it could make a breakthrough if it devoured Lin Yun. Quick! Chase after him! The other Blood Crow Kings were also excited and increased their speed. 15 minutes later, they finally caught up to Lin Yun. But only a sword was hovering above a stone ahead, and Lin Yun was nowhere to be seen. Shit! We fell for his trap. The Blood Crow King leading the party came to his senses and cursed. Silver Gale King, what's the matter? The other Blood Crow Kings asked. He lured us away on purpose. The Battle Shift King is in danger. The demon must have gone back, the Silver Gale King said. But he's really careless to leave behind his sword. He thought I wouldn't recognize this sword as a Glory Saint artifact. Without this sword, that demon's strength will drop greatly. The 4th brother will stay behind while we return and help the 5th brother to kill that demon. The other Blood Crow Kings came to their senses after hearing what the Silver Gale King said. The Silver Gale King led the 2 other Blood Crow Kings back, flying even faster than before. Humph! We'll return. Where's that demon? When the 3 Blood Crow Kings returned to the altar, they were confused upon seeing the Battle Shift King resting on it. What demon? Didn't you guys go to chase after him? Where's the 4th brother? The Battle Shift King asked in confusion. What? The Silver Gale King roared. We fell for his trap. That demon's target must be the 4th brother. We don't have time to talk and must return quickly. Just like that, the 3 Blood Crow Kings furiously rushed back. But when they returned, the Blood Crow King left behind was nowhere to be seen. There was also no traces of battle in the surroundings. The 3 Blood Crow Kings gathered around the flower burial sword once more. We fell for his trap yet again. The 4th brother must have returned to help us. That demon is too cunning. 3rd brother, you stay behind and remember not to touch this sword, the Silver Gale King said. This is a Glory Saint artifact, and that demon can't give up this sword. If he returns for it, don't fight him. Just hold him off from afar. Okay, big brother, leave it to me. With that, the 2 Blood Crow Kings returned once more. But the moment they left, the flower burial sword suddenly flew a few hundred meters away. This naturally made the Blood Crow King who was left behind curious and chased after the sword. It remembered what the Silver Gale King said not to lose that sword. Without him knowing it, he was lured 100 meters away and entered the depths of the forest. 4th brother, the Blood Crow King exclaimed when it saw the 1st Blood Crow King that was left behind hanging on a tree, dead. When its attention was diverted, 9 black serpents flew out from the forest and bit into it. Not good. The Blood Crow King tried to struggle, but it was too late. The black tortoise chains dragged the Blood Crow King into the forest, where Lin Yun held onto the flower burial sword, activating the glory spirits and releasing his astral sword intent. The Blood Crow King couldn't dodge, and its head flew off before it could even comprehend what was happening. A bead fell out from its corpse, which Lin Yun stowed. With that, he obtained 2 more beads. Time to go back. Lin Yun let go of the flower burial sword to bait the other Blood Crow Kings while absorbing the bead. Not only could the bead temper his martial intent, but the energy contained within it was similar to a beast's core, and refining it could strengthen his cultivation. He was initially at the beginning of 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage, but he now reached close to the pinnacle. When the Silver Gale King returned with the 2nd brother, it was discovered that the 3rd brother was also missing, naturally making him anxious. Thus, it could only leave the 2nd brother behind and return. It was sure that Lin Yun was going after the Battlement Shift King this time. But when it returned, it saw the Battlement Shift King curiously looking over. The Battlement Shift King asked, Silver Gale King, where's the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th brother? You haven't seen them? The Silver Gale King exclaimed. No. Haven't they been with you? They must be in trouble. I'll go with you this time. The Battle Shift King could sense that something wasn't right. You can't. We can't afford to lose our home, and someone has to be here, the Silver Gale King said. I'll go this time, the Battle Shift King suggested. No, you have to deal with it using intelligence. This is a series of traps. The Silver Gale King didn't want to explain much, and he could only blame it on the demon for being too cunning. Thus, it could only return in a hurry. But this time, it never came back. 15 minutes later, a bright sun appeared on the horizon as Lin Yun returned. The Battle Shift King opened its eyes and asked in shock, Where are my 4 brothers? Long gone. Lin Yun smiled. Then he dashed forth. He would be in trouble if he faced all 5 Blood Crow Kings at once. But dealing with them one at a time wasn't an issue. The Blood Crow Kings might be strong, but they weren't intelligent. Lin Yun didn't take long to kill the last remaining Blood Crow King, and the surrounding Blood Crows fled for their lives. While Lin Yun stowed the Golden Crow wings back into his body, he killed a few thousand-year Blood Crows before leaping onto the altar. An entirely different scene appeared before him, and crimson runes formed into an array before him. The array nodes were all beads containing sins. There were hundreds of those beads, at least. At the core of the array there was even a golden bead. Lin Yun knew that this must be the Yin-Yang Bloodlust array. 10 odd elite Blood Crows were guarding this place, and they charged over the moment they saw Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't go easy on them, releasing his Azure Dragon Sword Heart, Astral Sword Intent, the Glory Spirits in the Flower Burial Sword, and the Nirvana Aura within his body. His Astral Sword Intent tore apart the clouds, with the Azure Dragon Sword Heart releasing a dazzling silver radiance. He didn't hold back and slaughtered all the elite Blood Crows before waving his hand and stowing all of the beads. How heavy! Lin Yun could feel the density of the golden bead when he held onto it. But he soon smiled because he knew he had obtained a treasure. When he took a sniff, his brows locked together because he could sense dense death energy. The Myriad Graves Valley might be filled with graves, but the valley was brimming with vitality, giving birth to countless demonic beasts. Not to mention there were all sorts of rare flowers containing baleful energy, demonic energy, spiritual energy, and even saint energy. But there wasn't any death energy because life force would soon assimilate them. Where did the death energy come from? Lin Yun sheathed his sword and followed the direction of the death energy. The more he walked, the darker the surroundings became until he couldn't see his fingers. He could only rely on the divine dragon eyes to barely see the surroundings, and the death energy within the surroundings was also dense. An hour later, Lin Yun stopped and saw dim lights ahead of him. He came to a small hill that gave off a weak crimson radiance, and he couldn't help taking a deep breath when he saw the scenery before him. This place was covered with bones. He couldn't help wondering how many people have died here. Although he had killed many people as a swordsman, this scene before him shocked him, and the death energy didn't come from the bones. The bones here dated from half a month to 1,000 years ago. Over there, Lin Yun raised his head and locked onto the source of the death energy, spotting a small hill at the far end of his vision. This place was weird, and he could smell the evil in the air. Even with the divine dragon eyes, he was having difficulty seeing, but the Azure Dragon Sword Heart warned him of the dangers. It warned him that the danger was greater than the 5 Blood Crow Kings. Lin Yun didn't hesitate to head over. Even if it were not for the Adumbra flower, he had to take a look for all the human cultivators who have died here. He could finally see it clearly when he flew in the air and got 1,000 meters close to the hill. It wasn't a mountain, but a huge grave. A figure was seated on the grave, and a layer of blood bones enveloped that figure. On the surface of the blood bones, there were golden runes with a baleful aura being emitted from them. Despite having a humanoid figure, Lin Yun could sense the aura of a blood crow. This person should be the Blood Crow ancestor. Suddenly, Lin Yun opened his mouth with disbelief because the Blood Crow ancestor gave off strands of azure saint aura. The Blood Crow ancestor had stepped onto the saint path. But this wasn't what shocked Lin Yun the most. The Blood Crow ancestor opened its eyes, looking at Lin Yun with its golden pupils. I'm surprised that you're here so quickly. You must be the demon the livestock outside have been mentioning, right? To have such strength at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage, you must be a saint disciple, right? Which holy land did you come from? Surprisingly, the Blood Crow ancestor seemed to know about the outside world, and it managed to see through Lin Yun's origin with a glance. The Blood Crow ancestor seemed different from the other Blood Crows. Hee, you seem surprised? The Blood Crow ancestor asked in a playful tone. You're actually using graves to cultivate. You're really not afraid of death, Lin Yun said. In terms of danger, the Myriad Graves Valley was bizarre and insignificant in the God Burial Mountain range. So many cultivators would train themselves here, and their lives wouldn't be in danger if they didn't go deep into the Myriad Graves Valley. But there was a taboo in the Myriad Graves Valley, that was to touch the graves here. Anyone who touched the graves would die, and they might even face something worse than death. The Blood Crow ancestor said in disdain, If I don't touch the graves, how will I step into the saint path? Do you want me to remain as a Blood Crow for the rest of my life? Those who couldn't step onto the path of a saint are ants. You killed these people? Lin Yun already intended to retreat because he sensed that the Blood Crow ancestor was horrifying. Haha, that's for sure. I have to eat a human every month, which is the best delicacy. I'll eat later as well. The Blood Crow ancestor looked down at Lin Yun with disdain, but he wasn't hurrying to kill him. Have you seen the Adumbra flower? Lin Yun asked. A cunning light flashed across the pupils of the Blood Crow ancestor, and it smiled. I've stayed here for over 10,000 years, and I've naturally seen it before. If you can provide something more tempting than your flesh, I don't mind giving you some clues. The Blood Crow ancestor was trying to probe if Lin Yun had companions. After all, it had seen countless betrayals throughout its long lifespan. Is a natal Een Saint physique enough? Lin Yun asked. Crimson flames blazed within the Blood Crow ancestor's pupils. It suppressed its excitement and said, If what you say is true, it's naturally enough. Come with me then, Lin Yun said. Hee. You bring him here. The Blood Crow ancestor licked its lips. How can I trust you? Lin Yun asked. You don't have to worry about that. Even if I tell you where the Adumbra flower is, you can't obtain it. But I can give you other benefits. The Adumbra flower has a lot of secrets. The Blood Crow ancestor smiled. Okay, I'll be right back. Lin Yun briefly hesitated, before appearing to have believed the Blood Crow ancestor. When he turned around, a crimson figure appeared behind him without any signs. The Blood Crow ancestor appeared behind Lin Yun with its sharp claws reaching forth. This attack was fast and ruthless. One could see how vicious the Blood Crow ancestor was. But the Blood Crow ancestor didn't notice that Lin Yun was holding onto an umbrella when he turned around. It was the Sovereign Saint artifact, the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. The Blood Crow ancestor's accumulated attack was like an erupting volcano, unleashing his attack when Lin Yun turned around. But Lin Yun was already warned of the Blood Crow ancestor's attack with the Azure Dragon Sword Heart. He never expected that the Blood Crow ancestor would be so fast. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun raised the Sovereign Saint artifact in his hand without thinking. The clash produced a loud explosion with an Azure Saint radiance enveloping their entire region, with fine cracks appearing within the surrounding space, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that rippled out. The umbrella in Lin Yun's hand pierced through the Blood Crow ancestor's palm, causing the Blood Crow ancestor to scream before he was sent flying away. As for Lin Yun, he took 3 steps back, but he didn't feel good. How dare you fool me? The Blood Crow ancestor roared, grabbing onto his wrist. Likewise, you're not bad yourself. Lin Yun held onto the umbrella and looked at the Blood Crow ancestor. The Blood Crow ancestor had already refined Saint Aura, so he wouldn't have any advantage, even with his Astral Sword Intent and Glory Saint artifact. It would have been dangerous if he fought with the Blood Crow ancestor. He could land 100 strikes, which might not kill the Blood Crow ancestor. But the Blood Crow ancestor only needed 1 attack to inflict heavy injuries on him. Lin Yun had already experienced the power of Saint Aura, and it wasn't something his Nirvana aura could confront. He could only rely on the Sovereign Saint artifact and see if he could find an opportunity. But the effect wasn't as great as he had imagined. He only managed to pierce through the Blood Crow ancestor's palm, and this was because he didn't have much time. The Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella had 3 seals, and he was so hurried that he didn't even undo the first seal. The true power of the Sovereign Saint physique had yet to be fully released. Your umbrella is powerful enough to pierce through my saint aura. The Blood Crow ancestor looked at the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella with a dark face. This is a Sovereign Saint artifact. Let's not mention Saint Aura. It can even pierce through your head, Lin Yun said. Ha ha ha? The Blood Crow ancestor laughed and said in disdain, do you think I'm the same as the garbage outside? Let's not mention a brat like you can't possess a Sovereign Saint artifact. Even if it's a genuine Sovereign Saint artifact, how much power can you exert? Why don't you come and give it a try then? Lin Yun provoked. This instantly made the Blood Crow ancestor suspicious, and they faced off just like that. A brief moment later, the Blood Crow ancestor smiled. Boy, don't you want to know the clues of the Adumbra flower? Old dog, aren't you interested in the natal Saint physique? Lin Yun sneered. It looks like we both lack trust. How about this, we'll each take 3 steps back and pretend that nothing had happened. I'll wait for you to bring the natal Saint physique over before telling you the clues of the Adumbra flower. The Blood Crow ancestor awkwardly smiled. Fine with me, Lin Yun replied. Good. I'll take 1 step back first to show my sincerity. The Blood Crow ancestor smiled and stepped back, retreating 10-odd meters back. It didn't take long for Lin Yun and the Blood Crow ancestor to take 3 steps back, but neither one turned around. Time for you to show your sincerity. You can turn around, and I'll turn around, the Blood Crow ancestor said. Ha! Lin Yun sneered. Can't we have some trust between people? The Blood Crow ancestor asked. You're not a person, Lin Yun replied. The Blood Crow ancestor grinned. You're not a good person either. That's because all the good people have gone into your stomach, Lin Yun said mockingly, pointing at the bones on the ground. The Blood Crow ancestor wasn't furious when he heard that and said, All right, we'll both count to 3 and turn around together. Okay. Lin Yun agreed, and he softly muttered something. As a swordsman, you can't lie. That's for sure. The Blood Crow ancestor was satisfied upon hearing that. After counting to 3, he began to turn around but stopped halfway, wanting to turn back. He spread his arms apart and laughed. Ha ha ha! Boy, you fell for it. But when he turned around, a dragon roar echoed as Lin Yun undid the first seal on the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella, thrusting the umbrella at the Blood Crow ancestor's heart. The umbrella easily tore apart the Saint aura around the Blood Crow ancestor, causing cracks on his bone surface. As the Blood Crow ancestor threw out a mouthful of blood, he roared, You lied! You didn't turn around. I didn't lie. I said, Okay my ass. Lin Yun dashed out as the Golden Crow wings appeared behind him, unleashing another attack with the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella, landing on the Blood Crow ancestor's back. After being struck by the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella 6 times, the Blood Crow ancestor finally stopped retreating and began to retaliate. But Lin Yun pushed his divine sun-chasing art to the limit, leaving behind afterimages in the air. 10 moves later, the Blood Crow ancestor took an attack from the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella head-on, and released an attack at Lin Yun's heart. Lin Yun was already prepared for it. He poured the 2 types of dragon runes into the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella and undone the second seal. As an Azure Dragon let out a roar, the aura of a Sovereign Saint artifact swept out, and the Blood Crow ancestor was dumbfounded. Before the Blood Crow ancestor could retreat, Lin Yun thrust the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella, blowing apart the Blood Crow ancestor's arm. The Blood Crow ancestor was sent flying away, throwing out a mouthful of blood as it roared. It's really a Sovereign Saint artifact. No wonder I noticed that there's something unusual about you. I never lie. Lin Yun ignored the Blood Crow ancestor and raised the umbrella, pouring more dragon runes into the umbrella. As a terrifying aura swept out, the 3rd seal was undone. A cold light flashed through Lin Yun's pupils because he intended to inflict heavy injuries on the Blood Crow ancestor with this strike. When the umbrella was opened, Lin Yun's face changed because it felt like a black fog, and he couldn't sense the existence of the Azure Dragon constellation. He exclaimed, "What's going on? I'll spare you for now. I'll return tomorrow." Lin Yun's voice echoed. The Blood Crow ancestor gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, you shameless brat. If you dare to come tomorrow, I'll make sure you don't go back." The Blood Crow ancestor furiously returned to the grave to treat his injuries. He couldn't remember when was the last time he suffered so badly. When Lin Yun kept the Azure Dragon's Sun-Moon umbrella, he breathed a sigh of relief. He killed 5 Blood Crow kings, obtained over 100 beads and a golden bead that seemed extremely precious on this trip. But Lin Yun didn't feel complacent because of it. The Blood Crow kings were strong but couldn't use their entire strength. So there was nothing to be proud of about killing them. The Blood Crow ancestor was the problem, but he wasn't in a hurry and could slowly grind him down. He would force the clues about the Adumbra flower out from the Blood Crow ancestor sooner or later. As for why the Azure Dragon's Sun-Moon umbrella couldn't summon the Azure Dragon constellation, Lin Yun felt it was related to the God Burial mountain range. There was a seal around the God Burial mountain range, and he still couldn't bypass it with his current strength. When he returned to the spiritual array set up by Lil Purple, Lin Yun consumed a profound wither pellet to treat his injuries. He actually didn't suffer any serious injuries. This was because he was on guard and didn't allow any saint aura to enter his body. So it didn't take long for him to recover from his injuries. With so many beads, it should be enough for me to reach the pinnacle 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage. Lin Yun now possessed 300,000 strands of Nirvana aura, but it was still lacking when compared to the top 10 on the king ranking. After all, they were all at the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage, and were all elites amongst the elites. But Lin Yun wasn't afraid since his foundation wasn't weaker than any of them. He had 2 sword sutras, and could even use the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron in a critical moment. So as long as he had enough Nirvana aura, he could face them, even if he was at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage. Let's increase the Nirvana aura to 400,000 strands and try to reach 3,000 feet in my sword sea. Lin Yun closed his eyes and began to absorb the beads. The beads were much better to absorb than the sins from Blood Crow's corpses. It wasn't painful, and the tempering effects were 10 times better. Lin Yun guessed that it must be because the Blood Crow kings had refined them before, and there weren't any impurities in the beads. It didn't take long for a heavenly dragon and divine phoenix to coil around him. He also gave off a crimson aura, with the surrounding air trembling like countless saint swords around him. Half a day later, Bai Qingyu was done refining and looked at Yi Qingtian with curiosity. But she was deeply shocked within her heart. It's unimaginable that Yi Qingtian's sword intent is so powerful. My martial intent isn't weak. I also have a powerful cultivation. But for some reason, I'm weak like paper compared to him, and he can easily stab me with one sword when he opens his eyes. Bai Qingyu wasn't a fool. She was the princess of the Bai clan, and she had seen many geniuses before. She had even interacted with geniuses like the Daoyang Holy Sun. They were powerful but never made her feel the way Yi Qingtian made her feel. Yi Qingtian was only at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage, but he was so strong it was as though he could even pierce through the sky if he became furious. There was a mist around him that she couldn't see through. But recalling their experiences together, she couldn't help feeling a little weird. She now realized it didn't sound bad if Yi Qingtian became her brother-in-law. But her sister had refused him, and he must have been heartbroken when he was rejected by her elder sister. Right? Bai Qingyu couldn't help feeling heartache for Yi Qingtian. She wondered if she would refuse if she was the one Yi Qingtian fell for. If she rejected him, Yi Qingtian would be too pitiful. But if she was still a child, if she got together with Yi Qingtian, Bai Qingyu slowly became distracted, her face red, and she felt complicated. When she peeked at Yi Qingtian, her face couldn't help blushing. She had to admit that Yi Qingtian was pretty handsome. Bai Qingyu, what are you thinking about? A voice resounded beside her. Bai Qingyu came to her senses and saw Lil Purple beside her. looking at her weirdly. This instantly made her feel awkward, and she quickly lowered her head, fearing that Lil Purple might see through her thoughts. She softly replied, "I'm wondering why Yi Qingtian's sword intent is so powerful." "That's nothing. I only taught him casually. I haven't seriously taught him yet," Lil Purple said calmly. "What?" Bai Qingyu exclaimed. "He's your disciple? Disciple?" "He's only my servant," Lil Purple said in disdain. "Are you serious about that? What do you think? Why do you think he can change so much in just 1 year? And who helped you treat your injuries?" Bai Qingyu was dumbfounded. She never expected that Lil Purple was so strong. "There's no need to envy him. Your potential is stronger than him, and I still need a maid. If you're willing to become my maid, not only can I help you awaken your natal Yin Saint physique, I can help you transform into the divine phoenix physique," Lil Purple said proudly. Bai Qingyu's heart began to beat violently when she heard that. The divine phoenix physique was a divine physique, but she couldn't help feeling complicated about becoming a maid. "What's the matter? Are you unwilling? In my prime, many people queued to become my servant, and I didn't even bat an eye at them. I'd kill all the men and leave half of the women behind. They must be tested for 3 years before becoming my maid," Lil Purple said. "See him? He's only a servant and now a genius within the heavenly Tao sect." Bai Qingyu began to wonder if she should really consider it. Right then, Lil Purple held her head, her face adorably crunching together. She yelled, "Ouch, that hurts." When Bai Qingyu saw this scene, she couldn't help smiling. "Stop boasting." It was Lin Yun who had finished refining 10-odd beads. "When did I boast?" Lil Purple argued. "Who's your servant? Who helped you tie your braids? It looks like you really need a beating," Lin Yun smiled. Lil Purple held onto her braids and softly said, "I'm just casually talking about it." Bai Qingyu couldn't help feeling envious when she saw this scene. This was how Bai Shuang taught her a lesson when they were young. Lin Yun looked at Bai Qingyu and asked, "When can she awaken her natal Yin Saint physique?" "In about 40 days. She can awaken it after refining my saint blood," Lil Purple said honestly. "No need to hurry. I have to go out for a moment." Bai Qingyu wanted to say something, but Lin Yun already left before she could open her mouth. He was returning to the plains. His strength would improve with every trip. He was treating the Blood Crow ancestor as his training partner. Half a month later, Lin Yun retrieved the golden bead. He had already refined all the ordinary beads, with his cultivation reaching the pinnacle of the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage. He hovered in the air and released his Nirvana aura. The amount of Nirvana aura strands had reached over 500,000 strands, and his cultivation was unbelievably deep. If he continued, he might even reach 1,000,000 strands of Nirvana aura upon reaching the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage. Aside from that, Lin Yun's sword sea had reached 3,000 feet. The star in his sword sea was roughly the size of a disc, and he wasn't far from reaching the greater mastery of the astral sword intent. Lin Yun took out the flower burial sword, and it streaked across the sky, splitting a 1,000-year blood crow that was 1,000 miles away in half. This naturally shocked Lin Yun, and he recalled how Jian Jingtian saved him from 1,000 miles away while in the fleeting cloud sect. Manipulating the sword within 1,000 miles. I'm slowly catching up to senior brother now. But his senior brother was a special example. Jian Jingtian had grasped the astral sword intent at the Dragon Pulse realm, and his sword intent was as dazzling as the sun. He was at the Dragon Pulse realm for 18 years, and his Dragon Pulses had accumulated to 100 feet. He had immediately reached the Heavenly King realm when he made a breakthrough. The Heavenly King realm was invincible beneath the Saint realm. The Heavenly King realm was above the Quasi-Saint realm and beneath the Saint realm. This was a special realm that wasn't easy to reach because it was dangerous. Most importantly, it's even harder for a Heavenly King to become a saint than Quasi-Saints. It has been a long time since we met. I wonder how high senior brother has reached. Lin Yun summoned the flower burial sword back with a wave. He was slowly catching up with Jian Jingtian's footsteps, and he didn't need to look at Jian Jingtian with his head raised like in the past. Even so, Lin Yun was filled with respect for Zhen Jingtian. After all, he might not have been able to stay in the Dragon Pulse realm for 18 years like Zhen Jingtian. After sheathing his sword, Lin Yun was prepared to leave. But this time, Bai Qingyu mustered her courage and stood before Lin Yun. "Big brother Yi, bring me with you. I have already awakened the natal Yin Saint physique, so bring me. I believe that I can help you." Lin Yun was shocked and couldn't help looking at Bai Qingyu in a new light. Lil Purple said she would need 40-odd days, but Bai Qingyu shrank that to half a month. It appears that she had been working hard for the past 15 days. "We're worried about you because you've been going by yourself. I worked hard for the past 15 days because I wanted to help you." Bai Qingyu's facial expression was serious. Lin Yun looked at Lil Purple, who tugged her arms together and said, "Seeing that she has some talent, I have accepted her as my maid. She has now grasped her natal Yin Saint physique." Lin Yun frowned, and he asked, "Who allowed you to accept her?" But Lil Purple merely snorted and said nothing. Bai Qingyu felt a warmth in her heart. She grabbed Lin Yun's hand and smiled. "Big brother Yi, Master is just joking around with you. She has accepted me as her disciple, not a maid. Master treats me well, and she never ordered me around." Lin Yun smiled and heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Although Bai Qingyu wasn't too reliable, her nature wasn't bad, and her temperament was more like a child. Taking her in as a maid wasn't appropriate, but a disciple was more acceptable. He turned to Lil Purple, who turned her head away with a snort. Her intentions were clear. She wanted him to apologize, or she wouldn't talk to him. Lin Yun smiled before turning to Bai Qingyu. "Let's go." "But master, your master's head doesn't feel good. She'll be fine after a while," Lin Yun said, grabbing Bai Qingyu and leaving. It was time to deal with the Blood Crow ancestor, since he was more or less done with his training. Seeing this, Lil Purple stomped her foot on the ground. "You scumbag! Don't even dream about snatching my disciple. Lil Red, catch up to them." Lil Purple and Lil Red left the spiritual array, turning into two streaks of light that chased after Lin Yun. The Blood Crow ancestor was focused on treating its injuries. His arm had grown back out. The surface of his body was covered in crimson bones with golden runes engraved on the bones, and the toughness was even stronger than saint artifacts. Ordinary saint artifacts wouldn't be able to leave a mark on it. Not to mention that the Blood Crow ancestor had a powerful recovery ability and was a lot stronger than a human cultivator's saint physique. But the bones covering the surface of his body were covered in cracks with blood seeping out. Sword intent was lingering on the wounds, and he would be in pain whenever he moved. Even if he had a powerful recovery ability, he couldn't eliminate the astral sword intent within the wounds. Whenever he recovered his injuries, the sword intent would erupt and increase his injuries. The Blood Crow ancestor used his saint aura to expel the sword intent, but the effects weren't good. He wasn't proficient in martial techniques, and this meant he didn't have a cultivation technique. Thus, his usage of his saint aura was rather crude. Right then, two figures appeared. When the Blood Crow ancestor opened his eyes and saw the two people, rage blazed within his pupils. He got up, pointed at Lin Yun, and roared, "You despicable rat! Do you really think that I can't do anything to you?" He was furious because Lin Yun had been coming over every few days, taking out the umbrella and leaving whenever he couldn't hold on any longer. Whenever Lin Yun came, he would be stronger, and the astral sword intent that Lin Yun left within his body would increase. After a few fights, the Blood Crow ancestor finally realized that Lin Yun was using him as a sparring partner. He couldn't even sleep well during this period, not to mention cultivate. Bai Qingyu was trembling in fear and didn't dare to speak. She had no idea what Lin Yun had done in the past few days for the Blood Crow ancestor to be so furious. "Here's the natal Yin Saint physique that you need. I've brought her to you," Lin Yun said. The Blood Crow ancestor squinted his pupils, stepping forward and appearing 10 meters away from Lin Yun. When he got close, the baleful aura and quasi-saint's aura he gave off made Bai Qingyu tremble. The Blood Crow ancestor was excited when he saw Bai Qingyu, but he became cautious and asked, "It's really the natal Yin Saint physique. You're that good-hearted." He had fought Lin Yun several times, and knew how cunning Lin Yun was. Lin Yun merely replied with a smile. Hee hee, at least you kept your promise this time. I'm a man of my word. And I'll tell you the clues of the Adumbra flower. The blood crow ancestor smiled and wanted to reach out to Bai Qingyu. This scared Bai Qingyu into closing her eyes, and her legs began to tremble. But Lin Yun responded faster and held onto the blood crow ancestor's wrist. He said, "You're only allowed to look at her. No touching." The blood crow ancestor became furious and glared at Lin Yun. "You fooled me." "No, I'm here to kill you," Lin Yun said indifferently. As dragon runes began to pour into his hand became similar to a dragon's claw while firmly grasping the blood crow ancestor's wrist. The blood crow ancestor tried to struggle free, but it was shocked to discover that it couldn't break free from Lin Yun's grasp. Lin Yun was giving off a dragon aura, which made the blood crow ancestor feel like he was facing a genuine divine dragon, not a human. The blood crow ancestor sneered, "Ha ha ha. Did you really think that I didn't let you grab me on purpose?" When he was done speaking, he grabbed Lin Yun's wrist before gathering his saint aura into his other hand, wanting to execute a palm at Lin Yun. But the moment he moved, this entire land of bones was brightly lit by a sword ray, and the flower burial sword traveled from 1,000 miles away, targeting the blood crow ancestor's back with astral sword intent. "Let go!" The blood crow ancestor's face changed, and he roared, "Otherwise, we'll both die together." "Don't be so sure about that," Lin Yun said. Blooming nether orchid. Nether orchids bloomed as Bai Qingyu, terrified a moment ago, opened her eyes. There wasn't a hint of fear in her pupils. Rather, her pupils were filled with calm, decisiveness, and resolution. It was as though she had changed into an entirely different person. When the nether orchids bloomed, Bai Qingyu drew out the stale water sword. The blood crow ancestor's arm was severed as blood splashed, and Lin Yun threw the broken arm away. After he dodged the incoming attack, he reached out with his 5 fingers, grabbing onto the flower burial sword that had pierced the blood crow ancestor's heart before launching his attack with an even faster speed. 12 afterimages flew out from him, surrounding the blood crow ancestor, each swinging a sword. Each sword would leave a hole in the blood crow ancestor's body, making the latter scream out in pain, his vision blurred by the afterimages. Myriad swords unite. The afterimages overlapped, and Lin Yun swung a sword, drawing a circle in the air. As blood gushed out from the blood crow ancestor's neck, he looked at Lin Yun with horror. He muttered, "This is impossible. I clearly have the saint aura to protect myself." He couldn't figure out how this young man became so strong in just 10 odd days. Regardless of this guy's cultivation or sword intent, the improvements had shocked him. If it was in the past, the young man couldn't have inflicted any injuries on him. But the young man managed to accomplish it, which was unimaginable. He didn't hesitate to turn into a crimson streak of light, flying back to the grave. But he slammed against a wall and was sent a few hundred meters back. When the blood crow ancestor raised his head, he saw a giant ancient Dracope in his path. Dracope? Before the blood crow ancestor could respond, the ancient Dracope sent him flying with a slap. His eyes instantly reddened, and the blood crow ancestor finally lost his temper. Sins began to appear within his golden pupils as a black miasma with a horrifyingly baleful energy swept out from him as his strength rose. "All of you will die." The blood crow ancestor's body began to wriggle, and the aura he gave off grew increasingly terrifying. "None of us will die today," Lin Yun said. A silver beam descended from the sky as Lil Purple's palm fell on the blood crow ancestor's forehead when the latter was about to perform some sort of secret technique. Lil Purple looked prideful as the crimson and golden runes on her forehead began to glow. With a crack, the blood crow ancestor's connection to the grave had been severed, and the blood crow ancestor's body began to shrivel like a popped balloon. It didn't take long for the blood crow ancestor's body to become bony, and his saint aura had disappeared. The blood crow ancestor looked at Lil Purple with horror because his saint path was severed with a palm. He asked, "Who the hell are you? Why is my quasi-saint realm cultivation gone?" Listen well. I'm the Divine Phoenix Clan's supreme heavenly slaughter empress of 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earths. Lil Purple hovered in the air as her silver hair draped down with the runes shining on her forehead. That was sick. Bai Qingyu's eyes shone with splendor as she looked at Lil Purple. The Blood Crow ancestor was left dumbfounded when he heard Lil Purple's introduction. He tried to look around and discovered he had nowhere to run. Most importantly, his cultivation at the quasi-saint realm was gone, which put him in despair. He looked at Lil Purple with a resentful gaze before he roared, "Don't even think about getting any information about the Adumbra flower out of me. A small bird like you dares to act with such cockiness in front of me? Do you believe that I don't have 100 ways to make you speak?" Lil Purple replied in disdain. "I won't say anything even if you kill me," the Blood Crow ancestor said coldly. He wasn't even afraid of death now, so what would he have to be afraid of? Still trying to be stubborn? I'll let you experience it, then. Lil Purple turned to look at Lin Yun and said, "Treat his injuries." Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he came forth, circulating the blue dragon bone and injecting the energy from the divine dragon bone into the Blood Crow ancestor's body. But when the energy was injected into his body, the sins in his body began to react violently and rampaged within his body, causing the Blood Crow ancestor to scream out in pain. He didn't even last 15 minutes before begging, "Please forgive me. I'll speak. Just spare me." After the Blood Crow ancestor was done speaking, Lil Purple said, "Give him another treatment and see if he's lying this time." The Blood Crow ancestor squinted his eyes and quickly said, "I'll speak. I'll speak. I lied earlier. Just don't come near me." But Lin Yun ignored the Blood Crow ancestor's pleas for mercy and gave him another treatment. After that, the Blood Crow ancestor finally behaved himself and shared everything he knew about the Adumbra flower. It turned out that there was a primordial altar within this forest, and the Adumbra flower was on it. But it was a secret realm. Only the Blood Crows knew where it was. "Kill me?" the Blood Crow ancestor said, begging to die. "Big Brother Yi, let me do it." Bai Qingyu spoke out just when Lin Yun was about to make a move. When Lin Yun saw the determination within her eyes, he nodded and took a few steps back. Bai Qingyu had changed a lot. She had played along by using herself as bait. If it were in the past, Bai Qingyu would definitely be terrified to the point that she couldn't even hold her sword. But she did it this time, and she did it beautifully. Bai Qingyu cut the Blood Crow ancestor in half with her stale water sword without hesitation, and the Blood Crow ancestor's body began to crumble into ashes, leaving behind a golden bead. When Lin Yun reached for the golden bead, Bai Qingyu fell to the ground, her face pale. Lil Purple asked, "Disciple, what's wrong with you?" "Master, I'm fine." Bai Qingyu was helped back to her feet, and she smiled. She then looked at Lin Yun and asked, "Big Brother Yi, do cultivators really have to kill?" This was her first time killing someone. It was common for her to bully others as the princess of the Bai clan, but she had never taken another life before. "We can't be soft-heated in the path of cultivation. If killings cannot be avoided, let blood and bones forge a path to the peak," Lin Yun casually said, having passed that phase. He hovered in the air as his sword intent began to burn the surrounding bones, paying homage to the dead. While looking at the flames and Lin Yun, Bai Qingyu was shocked by this scene. Once the flames grew stronger, the group went out. "Here, you can have it." Lin Yun handed the golden bead to Bai Qingyu, and he continued, "I already have one, so you can have this." He didn't allow Bai Qingyu to question him, and his attitude made the latter feel somewhat uncomfortable. But Bai Qingyu still accepted the golden bead with a flushed face. She sneaked a peek at Yi Qingtian and was happy that Yi Qingtian was concerned about her. But this scene made Lil Purple plant her arms at her waist and looked at Lin Yun unhappily. "Big Brother Yi, are we going to the altar now?" Bai Qingyu asked. "There's no need to hurry. I want to refine the bead first and see if I can reach the 8th transformation of the Nirvana stage. As for you, try to reach the pinnacle 8th transformation of the Nirvana stage," Lin Yun said. "Okay." Bai Qingyu nodded and looked at Yi Qingtian with reverence. What happened earlier was still a huge blow to her, to kill a quasi-saint demonic beast. She didn't know how she did that. Perhaps it was her trust in Xianxia, or perhaps she had a reason not to lose that enabled her to make the right decision in the critical moment. In the treehouse outside the God Burial Mountain range, many cultivators were discussing the recent fight of the divine blood flower. 6 holy lands and hundreds of cultivators, but I didn't expect the heavenly Tao sect to obtain the divine blood flower. The profound maiden of the heavenly Tao sect is strong enough to block 9 Ming cult experts and the heavenly flame sect by herself, as expected of the serene dust great saint's disciple. But Nangong Fai is the unexpected one. He's truly worthy of ranking 9th on the king ranking, seizing the divine blood flower amidst the chaos and charging out. The king ranking will have to be rearranged after this battle. The blue dragon record will soon appear, and the geniuses on the king ranking seem much stronger. The surrounding discussions were focused on the divine blood flower. The divine blood flower was rare, and it could replace the divine blood fruit to a certain extent. It was a treasure that saints would dream of obtaining. The top 50 on the king ranking were practically all drawn over by the divine blood flower, and those who witnessed the battle were shocked. Hee, senior brother Nangong, everyone is praising you. Wang Mayan smiled while sitting at a table on the second floor of the inn, while pouring wine for a purple-clothed youth. Aside from them were Xianxia, Wang Yu, Chun Zhong, and the other heavenly Tao sect saint disciples. The nearby seats also had heavenly Tao sect saint disciples. Nangong Fai, whom everyone was talking about, was a handsome youth, and he was a saint's disciple of the heavenly Yin Palace, ranked 9th on the king ranking. Xianxia quietly drank her wine by the side while Chun Zhong and Wang Yu were on the alert. This was because the experts of the 5 other holy lands were outside the inn. Nangong Fai pushed Wang Mayan away and said, "Mayan, there are men from other holy lands here, and it's inappropriate for us to drink." "That's right. Let's just wait for the sect's saint elders to come and fetch us," Wang Yu said. He was cautious, nervous, and uneasy. Seizing the divine blood flower was an important matter, and delivering it back to the sect was another. To a certain degree, delivering it back to the sect was more dangerous. Wang Yu even suspected that the other Holy Land's saint disciples purposely allowed the heavenly Tao sect to seize the divine blood flower. Wang Mayan smiled. "What do we have to be afraid of with senior brother Nangong here? They're nothing. Senior brother, come have a drink." Wang Mayan leaned over. This immediately placed Nangong Fai in a difficult position, and he could only take a drink. Seeing this, Wang Mayan raised her head and poured another cup for him. "Senior brother is really impressive. Come and have another drink." Her voice was bewitching, attracting the gazes of other cultivators. Many demonic cultivators even had lust burning within their pupils. "That woman is really bewitching. I really want to have some fun with her. Haha, that woman isn't a person someone like you can provoke. She's the heavenly in holy maiden. She's the heavenly in holy maiden? Her cultivation doesn't seem impressive. She's only at the 4th transformation of the nirvana stage." The surrounding cultivators whispered, but their gazes never shifted away from Wang Mayan. Nangong Fai's caution was lowered after drinking wine and hearing Wang Mayan's flattering. This made him feel a little floated, which made Wang Yu and Chun Zhong shake their heads. "Profound maiden Miao Yin. Shouldn't you give senior brother Nangong a toast since he saved you?" Wang Mayan turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia's face changed, and her pupils flashed with displeasure. Even if Nangong Fai didn't help her, she was confident about getting away, so she didn't need Nangong Fai to save her at all. Wang Yu quickly said, "Mayan, this place isn't safe, so stay low-profiled." But Wang Mayan didn't seem concerned, and she smiled. "Who here doesn't know that we've obtained the divine blood flower? Not to mention senior brother Nangong is here with us. So why do we have to be afraid? Everyone here is a mere clown, and senior brother Nangong can easily squash them to death with a finger." Nangong Fai smiled when he heard that and drank another cup of wine. The surrounding cultivators were unhappy, but they could do nothing about it because Nangong Fai was ranked 9th on the king ranking. Clowns? Since when have the heavenly Tao sect's disciples been so bloated? A cold voice resounded. The voice came from the surroundings, and no one could tell who said it. "Who is it?" Nangong Fai roared, putting the cup down. "Me!" A voice resounded. When everyone turned their heads over, they saw a black-clothed youth looking at the Heavenly Tao sex party. Upon seeing this person, everyone became nervous, with their faces changed, including the Heavenly Tao sex party. Nangong Fai was also shocked, with a hint of fear in his pupils. "Nangong Fai, weren't you really cocky earlier? Come down, then. I'm sitting here, so let me see how you'll kill me." The black-clothed youth patted his palm on the table. His roar made everyone's hearts tremble, and they quickly held their chests. Nangong Fai's face also became ugly when he heard what the black-clothed youth said. The black-clothed youth's temperament made everyone nervous, and no one dared to speak. Some didn't know who the black-clothed youth was nor why he dared to disrespect the Heavenly Tao sect. But their faces changed when they saw his appearance, and they didn't dare raise their voices. This was because the black-clothed youth was Xianxia, ranked first on the king ranking. The faces of the Heavenly Tao sect's saint disciples changed as they nervously drew their weapons. The corner of Nangong Fai's lips twitched, and his face became dark. He no longer had his earlier prideful appearance in front of Xianxia. "I heard that Xianxia is so strong that even quasi-saints can't do anything to him. He's also famed for being ruthless. Anyone who catches his attention will die." Nangong Fai was a little too cocky earlier. He might be 9th on the king ranking, but there is a huge difference between him and Xianxia. Xianxia is clearly here for the divine blood flower, so it doesn't matter if Nangong Fai was cocky or not. Discussions resounded within the treehouse as everyone began to ponder. They felt that there might be changes to the owner of the divine blood flower. Wang Yu was the first who came to his senses. He looked at the surroundings, and the surrounding saint disciples immediately understood his intentions. They couldn't let Nangong Fai fight Xianxia like that, so they had to probe Xianxia's strength first. "So what if you're Xianxia? You're in no position to act with such impudence in front of my Heavenly Tao sect." For saint disciples flew out, charging at the black-clothed man. They weren't saints' disciples but saint disciples who reached the 9th transformation of the nirvana stage and could be considered geniuses within the Eastern Desolation. They wanted to probe Xianxia's strength after seeing that Nangong Fai was placed in a difficult position. "Is there no one else in the Heavenly Tao sect? Just the few of you want to probe my strength." Xianxia didn't move from the table but simply pushed his palm forth. Lightning gathered within his palm, forming four purple vipers that charged forth. The vipers easily pierced the nirvana aura around the 4 disciples and bit a huge chunk of flesh off of them. When the 4 disciples fell to the ground, they screamed in pain. But it didn't end there. The vipers had quickly dashed forth, going after those saint disciples. The entire hall instantly fell silent, with everyone scared silly by this scene. Xianxia was the first to come to her senses and made a move. 4 ribbons flew out and brought the 4 disciples back. When they were brought back, she saw that the 4 disciples were covered in blood. Their wounds were so deep that their bones and internal organs could be seen, creating a frightful scene. "Let me take a look at them." Wang Yu quickly stepped forth, since he possessed the life intent. He quickly examined their wounds while the other cultivators within the treehouse were dumbfounded. "Holy shit! What grade is his lightning intent? Those 4 vipers have become crystallized. Just how terrifying is his attainment in lightning? This isn't just lightning intent. This is too bizarre because those vipers looked vivid. I heard that Xianxia once received an opportunity and an ancient inheritance." Everyone was scared silly by Xianxia's strength, and they knew those 4 disciples would die if Xianxia didn't hold back. "Nangong Fai, weren't you cocky earlier? Come on down." Xianxia smiled. At that moment, Nangong Fai had completely sobered up, and he knew this wasn't the moment to fight since the other Holy Land's men were watching. He had to stabilize Xianxia and protect the divine blood flower. "Who do you think you are, wanting Nangong Fai to deal with you? I can easily deal with you." Wang Mayan looked furious as she charged forth with her sword. Junior sister Mayan. Nan Gongfei became anxious when he saw this scene. Jin Xuanyi wasn't a pushover, and Wang Mayan was too impulsive. The four vipers dashed forth, two coiling themselves around Wang Mayan to immobilize her. The vipers were like coils that nearly deformed her bones, and Wang Mayan even had difficulty breathing. Looking at Nan Gongfei in pain, she said, "Senior brother, save me." The two remaining vipers were on either side of her, wanting to take a bite out of her. When he saw this scene, Nan Gongfei lost his composure and dashed forth. He was strong and easily severed the two vipers into two with a chop, making everyone's eyes light up. But before he could save Wang Mayan, a palm landed on his chest, and he was sent flying away like a cannonball, smashing all the tables in his path to pieces. Senior brother Nangong. Everyone's faces changed. When Wang Yu stepped forth to examine Nan Gongfei's wounds, he saw that Nan Gongfei, all of his ribs were broken, and even his heart was damaged. He had fainted with his life force gradually being sapped from him. This immediately made Wang Yu panic as he quickly circulated the life intent to pull Nan Gongfei back from the brink of death. But this was the best he could do. If Nan Gongfei wanted to fully recover, it would take at least 6 months. Meanwhile, Xianxia fell into deep thoughts because she sensed something wasn't right. She knew how strong Nan Gongfei was. Even if he couldn't rival Jin Xuanyi, he shouldn't lose so easily. But his heart was unstable because he was in a hurry to save Wang Mayan earlier, and Jin Xuanyi seemed to have expected that Nan Gongfei would charge forth. Nan Gongfei had lost consciousness, and Wang Mayan was in Jin Xuanyi's hands. With that, the Heavenly Tao sect was at the mercy of Jin Xuanyi. Xianxia maintained her composure and said, "Jin Xuanyi, what do you want? Wang Mayan is a descendant of the Wang clan and our Heavenly Tao sect's holy maiden. If you touch her, no one can save you." Jin Xuanyi calmly drank his wine and smiled. "Isn't she fine? Don't worry about it. I naturally know who can be touched and who can't since I'm still alive despite being so cocky. Isn't that trash still alive as well?" Xianxia immediately guessed Jin Xuanyi's intentions, and her face sank. "All right, we're all smart people and I didn't come for that trash. Who has the divine blood flower? Hand it over and I'll leave. Otherwise," Jin Xuanyi smiled lecherously, "I can only bring the heavenly in holy maiden with me. Speaking of which, I haven't tasted a holy maiden before." "You bastard! Put the holy maiden down." The Heavenly Tao sect's saint disciples were furious, but none dared to step forth. After all, they had just witnessed what happened to Nan Gongfei. "Don't bother struggling. The more you struggle, the tighter they'll wrap around you." Jin Xuanyi waved his hand and controlled the vipers to bring Wang Mayan over. "Let her go," Xianxia said. Jin Xuanyi smiled, waving his hand, and the vipers returned to his body. When Wang Mayan fell to the ground, a ribbon wrapped around her waist and pulled her over. Jin Xuanyi merely smiled and drank his wine as he looked at Xianxia. "Take it." Xianxia gritted her teeth and handed the divine blood flower over. This was a dazzling crimson flower, emitting a bewitching radiance that instantly captivated everyone. Jin Xuanyi swiftly stowed the divine blood flower and smiled. As expected of the profound maiden Miaoyin, "Ha ha ha!" Jin Xuanyi laughed and left after gulping down the wine in his cup. But Xianxia hovered in the air with purple ribbons around her. She coldly said, "I only said I'd hand the divine blood flower over to you, but I didn't say that I permitted you to leave. You want to stop me?" Jin Xuanyi squinted his pupils. He casually smiled. "Truth be told, I don't wish to fight you because your master's notorious name is even more frightening than the Heavenly Tao sect. Senior sister Miao Yin, don't fight him," Wang Yu said. "There's something weird about him, and you're probably not his opponent." Wang Mayan said with lingering fear, her face pale. At this moment, several powerful auras swept out from the treehouse inn. There were rumbling lightning, phoenix cries, saint runes, and various phenomena. This was because the leaders of the 5 holy lands stood up and locked onto Jin Xuanyi. At this moment, everyone discovered that the 6 holy lands had long gathered here. So even without Jin Xuanyi, it wouldn't be easy for the Heavenly Tao sect's party to leave. Jean Xuani, you want to leave with the divine blood flower? Aren't you looking down on us, the 6 holy lands? Even if you're first on the king ranking, who gave you the confidence to do so? We have long informed our sects, and it won't take long for our sect's saint elders to come and fetch us. Even if you can leave the treehouse in, you won't be able to leave the god burial woods. Cold voices emerged. They were all ranked in the top 10 of the king ranking. But Jean Xuani had a fearless smile. What's the matter? Don't tell me the 6 holy lands have fallen, so you guys must join forces. I don't believe that Saint Realm experts would make a move against a junior like me. Even if I die, the reputation of those Saint Realm experts could become foul. Jean Xuani was fearless and arrogant. He was fearless as he faced the 6 holy lands, and this made everyone shocked. You can try and leave the treehouse in then, a saint disciple said, looking at Jean Xuani. Even if they had to gang up on Jean Xuani, they wouldn't allow him to leave with the divine blood flower. Jean Xuani's face became dark, as if he was scheming something. He mocked. I never expected that the holy lands would fall this far. I'm determined to obtain the divine blood flower. I'll stay in the 6 holy city for a month and give the divine blood flower to whoever can defeat me at the 6 holy arena. Don't tell me the 6 holy lands fear me, Jean Xuani. Ha ha ha. I'll be going now, so let me see who dares to launch a sneak attack on me. As Jean Xuani laughed, he picked up a jar of wine and openly left the treehouse in. The 6 holy lands were shocked by him, but no one dared to make a move against Jean Xuani. Chase after him and see if he's going to the 6 holy city. The faces of the 5 holy lands disciples changed, and quickly chased after Jean Xuani. A long time later, an uproar burst out from the treehouse inn. As expected of Jean Xuani, he's really strong. It doesn't matter if he's strong, but no one can beat him in demeanor. None of the 6 holy lands dared to let out a fart before him. Haha, there's a show to watch now. Jean Xuani deserves his reputation to be ranked first on the king ranking. I don't think Jean Xuani's objective is the divine blood flower. He was probably waiting for this moment instead of entering the quasi-saint realm. He wanted to use the 6 holy lands' geniuses to nurture his invincible demeanor. He is determined to appear on the Blue Dragon record when he enters the quasi-saint realm. That's most probably the case. Jean Xuani is really as strong as rumored to suppress the 6 holy lands. The faces of cultivators within the treehouse turned red with excitement. Jean Xuani's performance today made all the wandering cultivators look up to him. After all, the 6 holy lands disciples were well known for their strengths and could easily suppress wandering cultivators like them. This was also why they didn't dare to say a word when Wang Mayan mocked them earlier. But Jean Xuani easily suppressed the 6 holy lands, playing with them in his hands. Not to mention he was cocky and arrogant. Senior Sister Xianxia, what should we do now? Chun Zhong asked with his face ugly. The Heavenly Tao sect definitely suffered the most grievances during this incident than the rest of the 6 holy lands. They were prideful as disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect, but they suffered a huge blow today. Xianxia's face was changing because everything happened too quickly. She could feel that something wasn't right, but she couldn't tell where the problem was, and she also didn't know what to do now. I'm not his opponent with my current cultivation, even if I fight him in the arena. We won't be able to get the divine blood flower back, Xianxia calmly analyzed. Not to mention senior brother Nangong is injured. Everyone fell into silence because what Xianxia said was the truth. Jean Xuani was too strong, and he was too unfathomable. They really couldn't find a word to describe Jean Xuani. I know someone who can seize the divine blood flower back. Wang Mayan suddenly spoke up. Who is it? Everyone quickly turned to look at Wang Mayan, including Xianxia. Yi Qingtian. He's currently within the Myriad Graves Valley, Wang Mayan said seriously. Everyone was initially filled with anticipation, waiting for Wang Mayan's answer. But when they heard what he said, their faces sank. Yi Qingtian was truly formidable, but he was only at the 5th transformation of the Nirvana stage. None of them thought he could make it into the top 100th on the king ranking. He might be able to suppress Jean Xuani in another 2 years. After all, he was a genius swordsman, and his strength would drastically transform when his cultivation increased. So no one underestimated him. But they didn't think he could win a fight against Jin Xuani in his current cultivation. Forget about it. If Yi Qingtian is killed by Jin Xuani, Martial Uncle Dragon Origin will probably go crazy. Not to mention he doesn't have a good reputation, and everyone would probably mock us if he went on the arena. Yeah, the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden left because of him, and who doesn't know that he's... Upon mentioning Yi Qingtian, the surrounding saint disciples immediately had a huge opinion against him. His cultivation is too low, and it's not appropriate for him to get involved in this matter. Xianxia rejected. But what if he finds the Adumbra flower? Wang Mayan asked. Everyone was briefly stunned. They didn't know why Wang Mayan was so concerned about Yi Qingtian. We can't give up as long as there's an opportunity. I'm the cause of this matter, so I'll look for him in the Myriad Graves Valley. We're acquaintances, and I believe he'll help me. Wang Mayan had guilt on her face as she pushed everyone away and disappeared. Wang Yu was shocked when he saw Wang Mayan leave so quickly. Wasn't she injured? Why could she leave so easily? Xianxia's face also changed because she felt something was wrong with Wang Mayan. Within the treehouse inn, Xianxia's face changed, looking at Wang Mayan, who left with guilt. This matter today had taken twists and turns, and it was now related to Yi Qingtian, who had nothing to do with it. This instantly made Xianxia wonder what Wang Mayan was planning. Xianxia already noticed Wang Mayan's abnormal behavior, but everything had happened too quickly. Most importantly, she still had no idea what Wang Mayan was trying to do. Bring Nangong Fai to the Six Holy City first to have his injuries examined and find a way to treat him. Xianxia recollected her thoughts and dealt with the immediate matter first. Nangong Fai's heart was damaged, and his life was still hanging by a thread, despite Wang Yu stabilizing his injuries. Isn't it a little dangerous for the heavenly Holy Maiden to go to the Myriad Graves Valley alone? Wang Yu asked. He was hinting if they should get someone to follow Wang Mayan and see what she was trying to do. Why? Are you confident about catching up with her? And you're confident you'll be fine even after catching up? Xianxia said. It definitely wasn't a good idea to send someone after Wang Mayan now. If they had someone chase after Wang Mayan, it would be an issue if they could protect themselves. So it was suitable to let Wang Mayan go by herself. But Nangong Fai was injured, and Xianxia became the leader of the Heavenly Dao Sex Party. Within Myriad Graves Valley, Lin Yun was sitting on a high platform with his hands on his knees, forming a different seal. A golden bead was hovering before his chest with a crimson radiance shining from the bead, enveloping his sword sea. A heavenly dragon and divine phoenix were coiling around him with starlight shining on his forehead. The golden bead is truly extraordinary. It's 10 times stronger than the other beads, and the sins are more refined. There aren't any side effects at all. Lin Yun was almost done refining the golden bead and was only half a step from reaching the pinnacle of the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage. As for his sword sea, it had reached a terrifying size that made him feel unbelievable. The massive sword sea reached 6,000 feet, and the star had grown from the size of a pellet to a disc. But looking from afar, their proportions didn't change and they still looked the same. It's just that it looked even more dazzling, like a genuine star. Lin Yun's sword intent had improved, and he wasn't far from reaching greater mastery. More accurately speaking, he needed a quantitative transformation. Reaching the 8th transformation of the Nirvana stage was harder than he had imagined, and his saint physiques suffered a continuous impact. He kept being injured and recovered. Lin Yun was bearing the intense pain but didn't give up. He bore the pain and didn't dare to be careless. As time passed, blood began to ooze out from his pores. The blood would dry up in the morning, and there would be new wounds at night with blood flowing out. The blood had spread to a few feet in radius without him knowing it. When Bai Qingyu opened her eyes and saw this scene, she was shocked and couldn't help feeling heartache for Yi Qingtian. She finally knew why Yi Qingtian was so strong. Just his will was something no one could bear, and she could feel her scalp going numb. She never imagined that cultivating would be so painful. It turned out that Yi Qingtian was no genius, He had been bearing the pain while walking forth. Master, isn't Big Brother Yi a little too harsh on himself? Bai Qingyu asked. Lil Purple sighed. This is nothing. In terms of aptitude, he can't be compared to you. You have to understand that he wasn't born with a saint physique but acquired it later. You can't imagine what he has suffered after coming so far. What? Bai Qingyu was shocked. She came from a prestigious clan, and one had to be at least at the 9th grade spiritual physique at the bare minimum. Even saint physiques weren't particularly rare in the clans. Ancient saint clans had inheritances and resources. They could help their disciples acquire saint physiques, and only those with natal saint physiques were considered geniuses. She possessed the natal saint physique but didn't think much about it, and this was life. You generally wouldn't cherish something you already have, but you have no idea that others might not be able to obtain it even if they spend 10 to 20 years. She never expected that Yi Qingtian didn't even possess a spiritual physique. Such aptitude was pitiful even in a branch clan, not to mention the main clan. It's really not easy for Big Brother Yi, Bai Qingyu said respectfully. He's already used to it, Lil Purple said. Is that so? Bai Qingyu muttered, and she sat down. She now knew why Yi Qingtian was so strong, and she had to work hard, or he would shake her off. 5 days later, fine cracks appeared on the golden bead before Lin Yun. When the bead exploded, Lin Yun threw out a mouthful of blood, his face becoming pale, and the surrounding phenomena shattered. Lin Yun took a deep breath, raising his right hand before slowly pressing his hand down. The sword intent and nirvana aura that rampaged within his body began to slow down. But his body was still trembling, with fine cracks on his internal organs and 10 dragon pulses. As he breathed out, he was pretty calm but muttered in pity, I failed. The nirvana stage had 9 transformations, and the difficulty of each transformation would increase, especially the last 3 transformations. The difficulties had reached an exaggerated height. Lin Yun already expected it and wasn't expecting to succeed in one attempt. The golden bead was too powerful, which gave him strong confidence, but he still failed. He recollected himself and examined his injuries. His injuries might seem terrifying, but they weren't fatal and left no hidden injuries behind. This was good news because many people would be heavily injured or have hidden injuries that remained when they failed in their breakthrough. Although Lin Yun had failed, he also benefited greatly from it. His saint aura reached 600,000 strands, and his foundation deepened. Then again, this also meant his next breakthrough would be tougher. Bai Qingyu and Lil Purple quickly came over, looking at Lin Yun with worried gazes. Bai Qingyu nervously asked, Big Brother Yi, are you alright? When she was done, she began to search her interspatial pouch, causing Lin Yun and Lil Purple to look at her curiously. I found it! Bai Qingyu rejoiced as she took out a saint pellet. This is the revert origin pellet. My grandfather gave it to me and instructed me to use it if I failed to make a breakthrough. But I didn't have an opportunity to use it. The revert origin pellet could treat all sorts of injuries if someone failed in making a breakthrough at the nirvana stage, reverting their physical condition to before they attempted to make a breakthrough. This was a rare and bizarre saint pellet. Lin Yun took it and swallowed it without any concern. The pellet was like a pebble thrown into the lake as flames spread throughout his body. He began to emit saint radiance, and he was recovering rapidly. By the time Lin Yun reopened his eyes, he had recovered from his injuries. Not only that, his physique and cultivation had been further refined, and this was the same as undergoing a small-scale nirvana. This is really bizarre. Lin Yun was shocked and raised his head. Thank you for your saint pellet. It's good that you're all right now. Bai Qingyu smiled. She was satisfied when Yi Qingtian thanked her. Let's have a drink to celebrate. Lin Yun took out the wine previously given to him by Bai Qingyu. What are we celebrating? Bai Qingyu asked. Lin Yun smiled. Congratulations on reaching the pinnacle 9th transformation of the nirvana stage. Bai Qingyu's promotion was smoother than his. It might not be a breakthrough, but it wasn't easy to take that step. She only needed the right opportunity to make a breakthrough in the quasi-saint realm. It was another question to see if she could succeed. Okay. Bai Qingyu nodded. Lin Yun smiled and poured a cup for everyone. including Lil Red. Several cups later, Bai Qingyu asked, Big Brother Yi, Master told me that your aptitude isn't even a spiritual physique. Is that true? More or less. Lin Yun nodded. He wasn't born with the spiritual physique. The reason why he had a spiritual physique was thanks to Su Xiao's 7-orifice exquisite pellet. This is too unbelievable, Bai Qingyu said. Lin Yun merely smiled as he placed the cup down and smiled. Talent can only determine how fast you can go, but it doesn't determine how far you can go. You must rely on your hard work and willingness to see how far you can go. Furthermore, defying the heavens is what swordsmen should do, and it has nothing to do with aptitude. That was a swordsman. Your journey to defy heaven will become even more dangerous if you have a stronger talent. As a breeze blew past, everyone calmed down. Lin Yun said, Let's head to the ancient altar when we're done drinking. It's time for us to search for the Adumbra flower. Okay, Bai Qingyu said in excitement. The four of them were excited to see what the legendary Adumbra flower looked like. Someone's coming. It's an acquaintance? Lil Purple said before she carried Lil Red and disappeared into the Iris secret realm. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw a purple figure before them. Senior Sister Wang. Bai Qingyu first rejoiced before she was shocked. This person who came was the heavenly holy maiden Wang Mayan. The latter hovered in the air and eluded charm throughout her figure. Since Wang Mayan had a fairly good relationship with Bai Qingyu, she smiled at the latter before looking at Lin Yun. Yi Qingtan, how are you faring in finding the Adumbra flower? I believe it has nothing to do with you, Lin Yun smiled. Seeing this, Wang Mayan could only turn to look at Bai Qingyu. If it were in the past, Bai Qingyu would have disclosed everything. But she had become smart and smiled. Senior Sister Wang, what are you doing in the Myriad Graves Valley? Didn't you say you're going after the divine blood flower? Wang Mayan was surprised by that reply. She was surprised that Bai Qingyu actually had brains for once. But Wang Mayan didn't dwell on it for long. Not to mention she didn't think Yi Qingtian could find the Adumbra flower. It was practically impossible. She turned to look at Yi Qingtian and knew that he must have gotten stronger by at least one-fold during this period. He probably used the Adumbra flower as a disguise to search for another opportunity, and he had already found it. After she landed on a rock, she gently tapped her foot on it and appeared before the two of them. As expected of Yi Qingtian, the outside world is already collapsing, and yet you've gotten so close to the Bai clan's princess? Wang Mayan smiled. Bai Qingyu blushed and quickly changed the topic. Senior Sister Mayan, why are you here? Wang Mayan smiled and said, I'm here for Yi Qingtian. Don't stay in the Myriad Graves Valley any longer. We need your help. Otherwise, the Serene Dust Great Saint's disciple might get killed. Lin Yun's heart sank and released his murderous intent. Although he disguised it well, it was noticed by Wang Mayan. The powerful murderous intent that he gave off naturally surprised Wang Mayan. She didn't expect Yi Qingtian to be so concerned about the profound maiden Zenin. She had no change on her face as she secretly took a few steps back and got close to Bai Qingyu. What happened? Bai Qingyu asked nervously. Wang Mayan smiled and shared what happened at the Treehouse Inn. However, she hid her performance at the inn. As she spoke, she examined Yi Qingtian's expression and noticed no changes, which left her briefly stunned. Nangong Fai is dead? Lin Yun asked. No, but his foundation is practically crippled. This is the outcome of Jin Shuani not holding back, Wang Mayan said. How is this possible? Bai Qingyu was surprised. Senior brother Nangong is strong and a direct disciple of a saint sovereign. He can make a breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm anytime he wanted. So, how can he possibly be defeated with a palm? If that's really the case, doesn't it mean that Jin Shuani is a little too terrifying? This is why he's confident to set up an arena to challenge the 6 holy lands. If you don't show up anytime soon, profound maiden Zenin can only go up alone. After all, she was the one who gave him the divine blood flower, Wang Mayan said. Jin Shuani isn't a fool and won't be foolish enough to clash with the 6 holy lands head-on. He won't dare to do anything to profound maiden Zenin. After all, the Serene Dust Great Saint isn't a pushover. Lin Yun said. Yi Qingtian, I never expected you to be so heartless. You've cultivated under the serene dust great saint for some time, so you should be friends with profound maidens and Yin, Wang Mayan coldly said. Lin Yun was calm as he glanced into the distance and said, You're the heavenly Tao sect's holy maiden. You did not go to find a solution after losing the divine blood flower, but left to look for me, someone who's only at the 7th transformation of the nirvana stage. What are you plotting? Others don't know, but I know you can compete with the top 10 on the king ranking. Wang Mayan smiled. Lin Yun merely replied with a smile. Bai Qingyu also noticed something wasn't right between Yi Qingtian and Wang Mayan, and her expression became weird. Lin Yun took 2 steps and asked, Did you learn about that from Indigo Cloth Venerable? Junior brother Yi must be joking. I have already told you what I needed to say, so it's up to you whether you want to come or not. Wang Mayan smiled. Holy maiden, why leave so quickly since you're here? Lin Yun suddenly made a move and reached out to grab Wang Mayan. He took several steps earlier and was already in the perfect spot to make a move. Wang Mayan squinted her pupils and was shocked, but she didn't panic as she moved closer to Bai Qingyu. This made Lin Yun frown, but he could only give up. When Wang Mayan circled Bai Qingyu, she instantly appeared 1,000 meters away. She said in a heartbroken tone, Yi Qingtan, you're really ruthless. Have you forgotten about all of the time we spent together? You even called me baby, and yet you want to kill me now. I only wanted to probe your strength. As expected, your means are breathtaking despite not having a high cultivation. With you around, the Heavenly Tao sect will definitely be able to take the divine blood flower back, Lin Yun said. Wang Mayan squinted her pupils and gritted her teeth. Yi Qingtian, you're really humble, and this is unlike you. Yi Qingtian could easily kill Xiao Jingyan and Indigo Cloth Venerable, but he still pretended to be weak. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered to waste time with her and said, You better leave before I change my mind about killing you. But Wang Mayan didn't seem bothered by what he said and smiled. Yi Qingtian, you will definitely go there. I understand you well. I'll wait for you at 6 Holy City a month from now. When she was done speaking, she gradually disappeared before Lin Yun and Bai Qingyu. Why didn't you force her to remain here? Lil Purple said furiously when she came out of the Iris secret realm. She's not alone, Lin Yun said. Not only that, he failed to see through her strength, not to mention Bai Qingyu was around. So he had his hands tied up. That woman is really despicable. She's clearly trying to get you to fight Jean Xuani, Lil Purple furiously said. How did she know that I was here? Lin Yun asked. Bai Qingyu had guilt on her face, before she said while taking out a jade jewel, That's because of me. She's worried for my safety and gave me this jade jewel, so that she can find me no matter where I go. Lin Yun instantly understood what was going on as he received the jade jewel. Wang Mayan was also probably the one behind why Bai Qingyu came after him. Bai Qingyu was pampered and impulsive, which made her easy to manipulate. But Wang Mayan probably didn't expect Bai Qingyu to become close to Lin Yun instead. Now that he thought about it, Wang Mayan was a real schemer. Is senior sister Wang really a bad person? Bai Qingyu asked softly. Lin Yun didn't reply to that question because he didn't like to determine someone with the terms good or bad. He explained. She was the one who sent Xiao Jingyan and Indigo Cloth Venerable. Even Jean Xuani might be related to her. Bai Qingyu could feel a chill down her spine when she heard that and was filled with regrets. She was best friends with Wang Mayan, but Xiao Jingyan wanted to kill her. Her face became pale, and she asked, How can she be like that? How can the Heavenly Tao sect accept her? Lin Yun didn't reply because he had already seen through what kind of person Wang Mayan was. The Heavenly Tao sect might seem like the strongest of the 6 holy lands, but it was already on the brink of collapsing. Someone must have detected Wang Mayan's secrets, but they could do nothing to her with the Wang clan status within the Heavenly Tao sect. Are we really going to let her go like that? Lil Purple asked. There's no need to hurry. It's still not the time to fall out with her. She's too cautious, and there's something weird with her strength, Lin Yun said. He roughly speculated that Wang Mayan was the Divine Blood Moon's holy maiden or even divine maiden, and her objective within the Heavenly Tao sect was to search for the solar-lunar divine rune. As for why, he had no idea about that, so he might even become her enemy. But he could do nothing because the Heavenly Tao sect was even more complicated than the Sword sect. So he decided to hand this matter to the Dragon Origin Great Saint and the Serene Dust Great Saint. It was inappropriate for him to get involved in this matter. Don't worry about her for now. The utmost importance is to find the Adumbra flower, Lin Yun said. Big Brother Yi. I'm sorry, Bai Qingyu said softly. What are you talking about? You're also a victim. Not to mention we still have to rely on your help to find the Adumbra flower. Lin Yun smiled. We will definitely find it, Bai Qingyu said. She was determined to find the Adumbra flower for Yi Qingtian, no matter what. Lin Yun hovered in the sky and confirmed that Wang Mayan had left before making a move. He reached out to capture a 1,000-year blood crow to use as their mount and headed for the secret realm. The journey was smooth. Lin Yun then knocked the blood crow out before entering the secret realm. The secret realm was a flourishing celestial world, and Lin Yun instantly noticed the ancient altar. The altar was massive and looked like a tall mountain that had been sliced off. Beneath the altar, there was a grassland decorated with various bizarre flowers. He could even see ancient trees that were emitting a faint saint radiance and understood that they were extraordinary with a glance. It's really beautiful, Bai Qingyu exclaimed. Lin Yun was also captivated by the scenery, which was a drastic comparison with the outside world. He soared to the sky with Bai Qingyu and headed to the altar. Let's go and take a look at the altar. Wang Mayan stopped after she bolted a few thousand miles away. This was because Yi Qingtian made her feel afraid. For a brief moment, she really sensed the murderous intent coming from Yi Qingtian. If she wasn't careful, Yi Qingtian would probably make a move against her without hesitation. Not many people could be so heartless. Even if someone wanted to kill her, they would be fooled by her appearance. But to encounter such a ruthless person, she couldn't help becoming fond of Yi Qingtian. A bizarre smile rose on Wang Mayan's lips. It seemed like her intuition was right. Yi Qingtian was the greatest variable within the Heavenly Tao sect, but she had underestimated him. Bai Qingyu's betrayal, the death of Xiao Jingyan, and Indigo Cloth Venerable. She initially thought that even if those two couldn't fight Yi Qingtian, it shouldn't be an issue for them to stay alive. They would probably know Yi Qingtian's secrets if they were still alive. Right at this moment, a figure appeared before Wang Mayan. This person was ranked first on the king ranking, Jin Xuani. Jin Xuani smiled. That is the person you want me to deal with? I can kill him easily. The two were acquaintances. Wang Mayan no longer looked as fragile as she was at the treehouse inn, and Jin Xuani was respectful to her. When did I say that I wanted to kill him? Wang Mayan revealed a charming smile. She licked her lips, making her look even more bewitching in Jin Xuani's eyes. She continued, I don't hate him. On the contrary, I'm rather fond of him. If you run into him in the arena, spare him, Wang Mayan said. If he's really the same person that I think he is, it'll be interesting then. You want to subdue him? Jin Xuani caressed Wang Mayan's hair as he asked in an intoxicated tone. What's the matter? You're jealous. Wang Mayan smiled. I don't get jealous of a dead person. I'll kill him in the arena if he dares to show up. If he doesn't come, I'll kill him outside the God Burial Mountain range. Jin Xuani smiled. Where's the divine blood flower? Wang Mayan asked. Over here. Jin Xuani took out the divine blood flower and gave it to Wang Mayan. When Wang Mayan took the divine blood flower, excitement blazed within her pupils. Before she handed it back to Jin Xuani, go to 6 Holy City and let the arena guard it. Jin Xuani nodded, before they both left that place. Lin Yun and Bai Qingyu came to the severed mountain within the secret realm, and the primordial altar was at the center. There were many tiny vines on the altar, emitting gorgeous Tao rhythms. That's the celestial vine. That's a rare divine wood. And there's one here, Lil Purple exclaimed in surprise. The ground was covered with bizarre flowers and towering trees, brimming with vitality. Master, I can feel something calling me. It's coming from the altar, Bai Qingyu said nervously. Lil Purple stared at the altar and said, "Let's wait. According to the Blood Crow ancestor, the Adumbra flower will show itself upon seeing the natal Een Saint physique. The altar isn't something good, so don't be in such a hurry to head over." Bai Qingyu nodded while looking nervous, with excitement filling her pupils. Lil Purple, how can the Adumbra flower bring someone back to life? Lin Yun asked. Lil Purple knew that Lin Yun was concerned about this, so she explained, "It's only a legend, and I've only heard of it. But the process might be different compared to what you think." "What do you mean?" "It's impossible to revive someone who's already dead. If someone obtained the Adumbra flower seed when he or she was still alive, the Adumbra flower would bloom at that person's death, bringing him or her back to life," Lil Purple explained. "You better not hold much hope in it. If it's in the core of the divine array, it's best not to touch it. You can just let flower burial absorb some of its floral fragrance." Lin Yun took a deep breath and said, "When the Southern Emperor wanted to rescue his wife, he spent half of his life doing it. I understand what you mean because bringing someone back from death is too unreal." "Master, Big Brother Yi, there's something there," Bai Qingyu said. The moment she said that, the entire place began to tremble as cracks spread across the ground and bizarre flowers flew to the sky. The tremors didn't last long, and had swiftly calmed down. But the celestial vine began to fall off, and the actual appearance of the altar appeared with a powerful saint radiance shining from it. "It's really here," Lil Purple exclaimed. But unlike their expectations, the altar only gave off a weak radiance, even after they had waited for a long time. The Adumbra flower was nowhere to be seen. "The movements are slow, and there are many golden runes around the altar," Bai Qingyu said. "Those are the divine runes," Lil Purple said. The three waited, watching as the celestial vine fell off and melted when it landed on the ground. This made Lin Yun feel pity, and he began to make a move with his hands changing. His mental energy formed into two hands that spread out. This was the heavenly silkworm hands technique that Lil Purple taught him, and he used it to pull the celestial vine over. As Lin Yun's hands began to change, the celestial vine formed into a crown, placed it on Lil Purple's head, and injected dragon aura into it through the blue dragon bone. This made the celestial vine bloom, and it looked even more beautiful. "Bells and whistles," Lil Purple said with her lips pouted. "It's beautiful. Big Brother Yi, I also want one," Bai Qingyu said enviously, with her pupils shining brightly. "Not free. Ask your master to make one for you. She was the one who taught me the heavenly silkworm hands." Lin Yun smiled. "Master, look at him," Bai Qingyu said in a coquettish manner to Lil Purple. "Scumbag, make one for my disciple or I'll be angry," Lil Purple said. Hearing that, Lin Yun smiled and did another one for Bai Qingyu. Bai Qingyu looked tender to begin with. When she wore the celestial vine crown, this added a hint of ethereal air around her. This made her face blush as she happily held onto the crown. She said, "Thank you, Big Brother Yi. It's coming." The three could sense a brimming life force coming from the altar, and fine saint rain fell from the sky. As the rain fell, it made the flowers on the ground look even more gorgeous and gave off a faint fog. Right then, Lil Red turned into a shadow and came forth, saying, "Big Brother, many blood crows are coming in, and there are a few blood crow kings. Let's go to the altar." Not long after they went to the altar, a crimson cloud gathered over with 9 crimson lights shining down from the sky. They gave off a terrifying aura, and their wings gave off a silver radiance. The 9 of them were blood crow kings. Bai Qingyu sat on the ground and closed her eyes. After arriving at the altar, she could feel a deeper connection between her natal Een Saint physique and the Adumbra flower. As saint radiance shone from her body, it made her look even more gorgeous, and Lin Yun couldn't help taking a few more glances at her. Lin Yun said, "You two protect Bai Qingyu. I'll deal with the blood crows. Be careful. Don't worry. There were only 9 blood crow kings, and Lin Yun wasn't afraid of them." "Demon, how dare you kill our ancestor and try to occupy our sacred ground?" A blood crow king fiercely looked at Lin Yun. "Cut the crap and come." Lin Yun said, holding onto his sword. Kill him. A Blood Crow King gave the order and dashed over, swinging its crimson wings. Lin Yun stood on the altar and fought the Blood Crow King with the flower burial sword. His sword techniques became profound when he executed the divine firefly sword technique, especially after being empowered with astral sword intent. This only made the phenomena that he created even more massive. Outside, the altar was covered with sword rays, enveloping the entire area. It didn't take long for the Blood Crow Kings to have their flesh sliced off and they were only left with bones. Demon, you're pushing it. This was a great humiliation to the Blood Crow Kings, and this was no different from being shaved bald. Get lost if you guys don't want to die. You guys aren't my opponent, Lin Yun said. There were too many Blood Crows. It would be troublesome if they all came at him together. Let's attack the demon together. The Blood Crow Kings flocked over, charging at Lin Yun together. At the same time, many Blood Crows also dove down from the sky. We can't let him leave. We must kill him today, no matter what. Take revenge for our ancestor. The Blood Crows flocked over with their baleful energy gathering over. Lin Yun no longer held back and released his Azure Dragon Sword Heart, and the silver radiance he gave off enveloped the entire altar. As he executed the divine firefly sword technique, afterimages covered the entire altar before clashing head-on with the 9 Blood Crows. Lil Purple and Lil Red also made their moves, killing the Blood Crows who got close to Bai Qingyu. But there were too many. The entire Blood Crow tribe within the Myriad Graves Valley was here. Since the 9 Blood Crow Kings have joined hands, Lin Yun couldn't find the opportunity to kill them. The Azure Dragon Sword Heart wasn't a genuine sword domain and could only intimidate the 9 Blood Crow Kings. He couldn't stop there at all. An hour later, there was a loophole in the silver radiance, and the 9 Blood Crow Kings caught this opportunity to charge into the altar. Not good. Lil Purple's face changed because there were too many Blood Crows, and they would be swarmed if this continued. I'll lure them away. Lin Yun fought a Blood Crow King back, then had the Golden Crow wings unfold behind him. But just when he was about to leave, a sword ray flashed on the altar, beheading the 9 Blood Crow Kings. When Lin Yun turned around, wanting to see who made that move, he couldn't see anyone else. This familiar aura. Is it him? Lil Purple muttered with doubt filling her pupils. Who did you see? Lin Yun asked. The sword ray came from nowhere and beheaded the 9 Blood Crow Kings. This was terrifying because not even someone at the Azure Origin phase could accomplish it so easily. Even if someone at the Indigo Origin phase could accomplish it, they could only accomplish it by using their full strength. The Blood Crow Kings weren't ordinary demonic beasts at the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage. In terms of cultivation, they were even more terrifying than some quasi-saints. They were only restricted and couldn't step onto the saint path. I didn't notice anything, Lil Purple said. Kill. The demon is too much. Kill him. With the death of the Blood Crow Kings, the Blood Crows were briefly shocked before they went insane. After all, how could they accept it when Lin Yun had nearly butchered all of the Blood Crow Kings? When Lin Yun saw this scene, he turned his gaze back to the Blood Crow tribe and said, Protect Bai Qingyu. There were too many of them. If all of them charged over at once, even a quasi-saint would be killed by them. But fortunately, the Blood Crows weren't intelligent. So Lin Yun didn't panic and said, You stay here. I'll lure these Blood Crows away. Okay. Lil Purple nodded. As a radiance shone from her forehead, a murderous intent flashed across Lin Yun's pupils, and he released his astral sword intent. He was enveloped in sword rays that formed into a light pillar that appeared to be ready to tear the sky apart. Kill! Lin Yun immediately filled his entire body with Nirvana aura and empowered his sword with astral sword intent. When he swung his sword, a terrifying scene occurred. A sword ray pierced through space 500 meters away and formed a terrifying spatial vortex. As countless Blood Crows flocked over, blood and flesh began to rain down from the vortex. All the Blood Crows within 1,000 meters were decimated as the ground became covered in blood. There were at least a few hundred Blood Crows who have died from this attack. This scene naturally made the rest of the Blood Crows to look at Lin Yun in horror because this guy wasn't just a demon in their eyes, but a fiend god. When he swung his sword, Lin Yun stomped his foot on the altar and flew away. The blood crows were briefly stunned before they immediately chased after Lin Yun. With that, the crisis around the altar was immediately resolved. Although there were some leftovers, they were quickly dealt with by Lil Purple and Lil Red before they could even get close. As for Lin Yun, he relied on the golden crow wings to lead the blood crows around by their nose. He purposely released his astral sword intent so that he would stand out, ensuring that the blood crows would see him wherever he was. That sword from earlier had exhausted his nirvana aura and sword intent. So Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to kill them but relied on the golden crow wings' speed to lure them away. When he recovered from his exhaustion, he suddenly sped to the border of the secret realm, pulling away from the blood crows with a few dozen miles between them. He repeated what he did, pouring his astral sword intent into the flower burial sword with his aura restrained within his body. Go! Lin Yun waved his hand. The flower burial sword hovered in the air and flew forth, releasing a massive sword ray that was a few hundred feet long. Lin Yun spread his arms and hid within an ancient tree. 15 minutes later, the blood crows chased after the flower burial sword with boiling murderous intent. Kill that demon and take revenge for our ancestor and kings. That demon has escaped. We can't let him escape. Chase after him. Chase after him. He must be running out of strength. After seeing the blood crows leave, Lin Yun smiled on a tree branch, watching the blood crows chase after him. He had to admit that the blood crow's intelligence was really low. It actually worked. He turned into a streak of light and returned to the altar. When he returned, Lil Purple asked in a surprised tone, "You killed all the blood crows? There are tens of thousands of them. How could I possibly kill them all? I lured them away with my sword. How's junior sister Bai?" Lin Yun smiled. Bai Qingyu was basking in saint radiance with her eyes closed. She slowly gave off an ancient aura that suppressed his astral sword intent. The aura was mysterious, and he didn't know if it was because of the natal Een Saint physique or the Adumbra flower. "This is weird," Lil Purple said. "Adumbra flower seems to have connected with her mentality, and they're fusing together." Lin Yun's face changed because he quickly sensed that something was unusual. He asked, "Are they fusing, or is she being devoured?" "I'm not sure," Lil Purple said. "I've never encountered this situation before. After all, the Adumbra flower is a legend in ancient times. We have to go now." Lin Yun made a decision after a brief pondering. If the Adumbra flower had intelligence, Bai Qingyu would be devoured if they fused. At that time, wouldn't Bai Qingyu become a sacrificial item for the Adumbra flower? Although Lin Yun needed the Adumbra flower, he didn't want to exchange it for Bai Qingyu's life. As she's not willing, Lil Purple hesitated. "Big brother Yi, let me give it a try." Bai Qingyu opened her eyes and said, "After the Adumbra flower is refined, it will leave behind a seed. It's too risky, and I can't take the bet." Lin Yun didn't like how this was going and stepped forth, wanting to grab Bai Qingyu by her shoulder. But the moment he came in contact with Bai Qingyu, he was sent flying away and threw out a mouthful of blood. A powerful pressure swept out from the altar, catching Lil Purple and Lil Red by surprise, sending them flying away. A floral fragrance came from the altar, and a light yellow flower appeared, emitting a saint radiance and aura. Lin Yun, Lil Purple, and Lil Red felt at ease when the floral fragrance blew onto them. Lin Yun's injuries were swiftly recovered, and the fragrance was nourishing his body. Looking at the flower, Lin Yun muttered, "The Adumbra flower." The flower bloomed and enveloped Bai Qingyu within it. "Damn it!" Lin Yun patted his forehead with regret filling his pupils. With a wave of his hand, a sovereign saint artifact appeared. He resisted the saint aura as he charged at the altar. The celestial vine that had previously fused into the ground appeared, and it was like a whip with a saint radiance lashing at Lin Yun. "How dare you!" Lil Purple roared as the divine runes on her forehead bloomed. A short blade appeared in her hand as she blocked the vines. The surrounding air began to tremble as the blade clashed with the vines. Lin Yun took this opportunity to land on the altar with the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella in his hand. Bai Qingyu's eyes were closed. She had isolated her senses from the outside world. This lass. Lin Yun couldn't help feeling heartache while looking at Bai Qingyu. The floral fragrance on the altar was so dense that it formed into a golden mist. As Lin Yun walked in the mist, he looked at the Adumbra flower. Please stop and let me leave with her. Isn't she the sacrifice that you brought here? A voice came from the Adumbra flower. Seeing that the Adumbra flower was intelligent, Lin Yun instantly became alerted and replied, No, she's not. Then why are you here? The Adumbra flower asked. Lin Yun opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. He was naturally here for the Adumbra flower. Seeing this, the Adumbra flower instantly guessed why Lin Yun was here and replied, You can leave. I'm not evil and won't devour her if the sacrifice isn't willing to fuse with me. When the fusion ends, I will leave behind a seed, and I can give it to you. Lin Yun turned to look at Bai Qingyu and couldn't help feeling heartache for her. He tightened his grip on the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella and firmly said, I'm sorry, but I refuse. Refuse? Do you know who you're talking to? The Adumbra flower replied teasingly. As the Adumbra flower raised its voice, a sacred aura swept out. You're talking with a deity. A deity? Lin Yun couldn't think much about it, and opened the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella before he roared, Flower burial! The aura from the Adumbra flower sent Lin Yun flying away, and the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella almost flew from his hand. But the flower burial sword flew over and stabbed the Adumbra flower. Golden liquid splashed out from the Adumbra flower like blood. But just when the flower burial sword was about to make a move, a few vines flew over and wrapped around the sword. The sky in the secret realm suddenly became dark, with a horrifying aura spreading out as though a deity had become enraged, causing cracks to appear within this secret realm. Even time seemed to have stopped. Lil Purple and Lin Yun were immobilized under this terrifying aura and couldn't move. I grant you death. A calm voice came from the Adumbra flower, containing torrential rage as lightning formed into a huge descending palm. The palm had a golden divine rune engraved on it, and cracks began to spread out on the ground as it descended. It looked as though this huge palm was suppressing this entire secret realm. That's enough. A voice resounded, and an old man appeared beneath the towering tree not too far away. The old man pointed with his finger, and time seemed to have been rewinded as the lightning palm disappeared from the sky. The Adumbra flower also began to close into a bud. It's really you. Before Lin Yun could recover from his shock, Lil Purple flew into a rage when she saw the old man. This was the famous Iris Sword Saint who slew a deity while being at the Saint Realm in ancient times, and he was also the one who sealed her for 100,000 years. When the Adumbra flower shrunk back, the fusing process was disrupted. On the other hand, Lin Yun was shocked when he turned back because he recognized the old man. He exclaimed, Iris Sword Saint. It made no sense to him why the Iris Sword Saint was here. Could the Iris Sword Saint still be alive, just as Lil Purple said? Where's my main body? Return it to me. Unlike Lin Yun's doubts, Lil Purple was furious and charged at the Iris Sword Saint. But the Iris Sword Saint calmly fended off Lil Purple's attacks and gently pushed her away after a few moves. He smiled. It looks like he treated you pretty well to recreate your body for you. Humph! Lil Purple roared. Cut the crap! Where's my main body? And why did you seal me for 100,000 years? You're the one who asked me to do it back then, the Iris Sword Saint said. What? Lil Purple was shocked. She said, This is impossible unless I'm crazy. It looks like you've forgotten many things, the Iris Sword Saint said. It's better this way. Lil Purple was stunned when she heard that. As for the location of your main body, you can easily recall it if you think about it, so there's no need to ask me about it. If you want, I can help you undo your seal now, the Iris Sword Saint said. Strictly speaking, Lil Purple was still sealed as the Sword Box's artifact spirit, and her cultivation was restricted by the Sword Box's owner, Lin Yun. Lin Yun was stunned when he heard that and wondered if Lil Purple would leave. No way. You're a nasty old man, and you must have tricked me in the past, Lil Purple said in disdain. When Lin Yun heard that, he couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief. Young lad, we meet again. You've not let me down by coming so far. The Iris Sword Saint smiled. I thought you were dead. Lin Yun smiled awkwardly. You can also understand it that way. After all, I was already dead when we last met, the Iris Sword Saint said. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts and understood that the Iris Sword Saint he bet back then should be a clone of his or a fragment of his soul. He turned to look at Bai Qingyu and asked, Will my friend be all right? She'll be fine, and this can be considered her opportunity, the Iris Sword Saint said. Old man, you're the one who set up this divine array, right? Lil Purple asked. No, the Iris Sword Saint said. I knew it. You're incapable of setting up an array. Lil Purple snorted. The Iris Sword Saint merely smiled when he heard that. He said, No harm in telling you about it. That Lord left behind this divine array, and this soul fragment of mine is to watch this array for him. Lin Yun was briefly stunned when he heard that because the Lord mentioned should be referring to the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. Him? Lil Purple exclaimed. Why would he spend such a huge effort? This array isn't a seal and doesn't seem to protect anything. So why did he set up this array? The Iris Sword Saint sighed. This array is called the Nirvana Array. That Lord felt guilty to the people buried here and wanted to use this array to help them obtain a wisp of opportunity. Lil Purple was shocked when she heard that, and she said in a trembling tone, How is that possible? How can there be two similar flowers? Even if it came to life, would it still be the same person he knew? The Iris Sword Saint simply shook his head because he also couldn't reply to that question. He understood how tough it was to resurrect someone from the dead since he had grasped Nirvana Tao. But he had to do something. I believe he'll be gratified if one of them can obtain the opportunity, the Iris Sword Saint said. He then looked at Lin Yun and asked, Right. Why are you here, in the first place? I'm here to bump luck and see if I can grasp Nirvana Tao, Lin Yun said. The Iris Sword Saint smiled when he heard that and shook his head. Don't bite more than you can chew. Even if you're at the pinnacle of the Saint Path, it's not easy to comprehend Nirvana Tao. Not to mention, the Iris Sword Saint briefly paused and looked at Lin Yun. You might be my successor, but that doesn't mean you're compatible with Nirvana Tao. Lin Yun couldn't help feeling disappointed when he heard that. Seeing this, the Iris Sword Saint smiled. I left behind a Nirvana imprint within the Iris secret realm, and it should still be there. If your cultivation reaches a compatible height, you can try comprehending it. But you don't have to force yourself because I can see that you've taken a path for yourself. It's still weak now, but a path belongs to you. Your sword can also accomplish everything that the Nirvana Tao can accomplish. Lin Yun was surprised when he heard that and could feel his blood boiling. After all, this was praise from the Iris Sword Saint, which couldn't help making him feel a little complacent. Lil Purple snorted. Don't try and fool him. I don't buy it. Teach him something else if you're unwilling to teach him Nirvana Tao. My disciple has obtained an opportunity, so don't even think about dismissing him so easily. When he heard that, Lin Yun came to his senses and sent a grateful look at Lil Purple. This made the Iris Sword Saint smile helplessly before he looked at Lil Purple. You're still as rude as before. I'm only a soul fragment, and there's nothing much I can do. Please give me guidance, Senior, Lin Yun said after receiving Lil Purple's enlightenment. Even if this was a soul fragment, that didn't mean he couldn't obtain any benefits, and he might not get another chance if he missed this opportunity. After all, the Iris Sword Saint wasn't willing to show himself based on all the signs shown. All right, the Iris Sword Saint sighed. Your Tao is still too weak, so I'll help you comprehend your Tao through Nirvana. As for how much you can benefit from it, you can only depend on yourself. Humph, that's more like it, Lil Purple said. The Iris Sword Saint smiled. This fragment soul of mine won't be able to last long. Stop acting. This is a fragment of your soul. Your main body is still alive, right? Speaking of which, where did your main body go? Are you dead? Or are you alive? Lil Purple asked. He can sense my existence, but I can't sense him. This is only a soul fragment, and I might not know as much as you do." The Iris Sword Saint smiled. "You plotted so much that you fell for your own plots," Lil Purple said furiously. But the Iris Sword Saint merely smiled and looked at Lin Yun. "Young lad, go to sleep." When Iris Sword Saint said that, Lin Yun's consciousness began to blur before he could respond, and he fell asleep. Within his dreams, he could hear a voice echoing within his mind. Nirvana exists in the world. Yin and Yang complement each other. Sun and moon alternates. The 4 seasons change. Senior. Lin Yun tried his best to open his eyes and saw a blurred old man practicing his sword from afar. As the old man practiced his sword, he was reciting scriptures. No matter how Lin Yun tried, he couldn't see the old man's appearance. But he could guess that this old man must be the Iris Sword Saint. This space was profound and existed between dreams and reality. The Iris Sword Saint's figure looked even more massive than heaven and earth. Even the voice was distorted. Lin Yun discovered that he couldn't clearly see through the Iris Sword Saint's moves, and it was hard to understand what the Iris Sword Saint was saying. As he continued to observe, time gradually passed. Lin Yun didn't know if a day or a year had passed, but he felt he understood something. The Iris Sword Saint was using this method to tell him the Tao and the origin of Tao. There was space, time, and nirvana. Space and time existed everywhere, and the same went for nirvana. The Iris Sword Saint continued to practice his sword, and his movements were filled with profundity. Every sword looked as though it was born for heaven and earth. This is the Nirvana sword. To comprehend Nirvana Tao, you must grasp the Nirvana imprint. The Nirvana imprint can be found everywhere, the Iris Sword Saint said as he strode his footsteps, releasing sword rays from his sword. Lin Yun widened his eyes but couldn't comprehend it. He could only see clues of it, and this sword technique was terrifying to contain the Tao of heaven and earth. This made Lin Yun feel like his soul was about to explode, and he couldn't describe this feeling. It was no wonder why the Iris Sword Saint laughed at him previously. He wasn't even an infant before the Nirvana Tao. In the end, he was still too weak. But even so, he could use this opportunity to perfect the sword of the beginning. With a thought, a sword appeared in his hand, and he began mimicking the Iris Sword Saint's footsteps, executing the sword of the beginning. Lin Yun followed behind the Iris Sword Saint. He didn't know how many times he had practiced it, but a month had passed without him knowing it. He fused the essence of Nirvana Tao into the sword of the beginning, and the sword of the beginning was slowly being perfected. At the same time, Lin Yun could feel that his attainment in sword Tao had gotten much stronger. But the sword of the beginning still didn't contain the intent of the Nirvana sword, and Lin Yun could feel that something was lacking. His sword could be tracked, while the Iris Sword Saints looked profound. Weird. Why do I feel that the sword of the beginning's power has weakened? Lin Yun grew increasingly baffled within his dream. This is your dream, not mine. You should try and forget about me, forget Nirvana, forget space, and forget time. You only need to remember for a moment. The Iris Sword Saint's voice echoed. A moment? Lin Yun muttered to himself, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Nirvana might be strong, but it was something that the Iris Sword Saint had left behind. He only had to remember a moment because many things could happen in a moment. I see. My Tao lies in beginning. Since that's the case, I don't have to think much about it. Sword of the beginning. The moment's glory, radiance, and nirvana. Even that moment can be used as a sword. Lin Yun rejoiced because he had finally come to an entire conclusion with the sword of the beginning, and he was swiftly perfecting this sword technique. The first sword form, I'll call it the light of the beginning. As for the second sword form, I'll call it the glory of the beginning. As for the third sword form, boundless of the beginning? No, I can't name it in this order. Lin Yun's eyes grew brighter as he became fully submerged within his sword Tao. The Iris Sword Saint's figure and voice were still around, but he paid no attention to it and had neglected the Iris Sword Saint's existence. Lin Yun was asleep in the outside world, but his facial expression was rich. He would rejoice for a moment or have his brows locked together. Under the ancient tree, Lil Purple and the Iris Sword Saint stood together. Lil Purple said, I have forgotten about many things, but I still remember something clearly. I won't forget it even after 100,000 years. I remembered that we were waiting for someone, and that person promised he'd return. But he didn't show up even when the Kunlun realm was about to be lost and the heavenly Tao was about to collapse. Even so, he was nowhere to be found. Lil Purple looked at the Iris Sword Saint and asked, "You're his successor, so you must know something about it. Even if you're a soul fragment, you must know something." "I'm only a soul fragment, so I don't know much." The Iris Sword Saint bitterly smiled. "Cut the crap," Lil Purple retorted. "I'm not that brat who'll treat you like a senior. Do you think I'm a fool? You already know the answer, don't you? You just don't wish to think about it," the Iris Sword Saint said. "I don't know," Lil Purple said seriously. "I don't know either, but it's not hard to analyze. Since he didn't come, he's either tied up or—" The Iris Sword Saint sighed. Lil Purple's face changed when she heard that, and her body trembled. She wasn't willing to think of the second possibility. "Or he's dead." Lil Purple was briefly stunned before she firmly said, "I don't believe it. The ancestral deity will definitely come back." The Iris Sword Saint merely smiled when he heard that. "Why did you give him the Iris Sword box? Do you know his secret?" Lil Purple asked, looking at the Iris Sword Saint. "Because someone asked me to hand it to him. I can see some of his secrets but don't know the exact information. Perhaps only he can find the secret himself," the Iris Sword Saint said. "I'm only a soul fragment, so there's no need to make things difficult. You can ask the person who asked me to hand it to him one day. Perhaps he'll know more about it." Lil Purple looked at the Iris Sword Saint and felt that the latter was hiding something from her. But she couldn't refute what the Iris Sword Saint said. After all, the clone couldn't probe the main body's secrets. Not to mention 100,000 years have passed. So the soul fragment naturally didn't know where the Iris Sword Saint went or who he met throughout the years. On the other hand, the Iris Sword Saint's main body could know what the clone experienced with a single thought. So Lil Purple couldn't help feeling unhappy when she heard that. She knew that the Iris Sword Saint must be up to something, but he didn't share everything he knew. "What did you teach him?" Lil Purple asked, seeing the changes in Lin Yun's facial expressions. "A sword technique, the Nirvana sword," the Iris Sword Saint said. "What?" Lil Purple was shocked. The Nirvana sword was Iris Sword Saint's unique sword technique, and Lin Yun couldn't practice it with his current cultivation. Not to mention Lin Yun knew nothing about Nirvana Dao. She said, "Isn't that a little too much? After all, it's still too early for him to learn it. Don't belittle him. He has already come in contact with the gates to Nirvana, but he called it the beginning and knew nothing about it." The Iris Sword Saint smiled. "I know that. He created a sword technique, calling it the Sword of the Beginning. It might be powerful, but it isn't complete, especially when the phenomena becomes blurred." Lil Purple briefly paused before she continued. "Since that's the case, why didn't you tell him about it?" The Iris Sword Saint shook his head and said, "I can't. That's because Nirvana Dao is different in everyone's hands, and our comprehensions are also different. I used the Nirvana sword to aid him to see his Dao and sword." Lil Purple's expression was solemn. When she heard that Lin Yun had come in contact with the gates of Nirvana, she was happy and worried. This was because if Lin Yun became the successor to Nirvana Dao, it would make him an open target. But she soon began to suspect this was another trap from the Iris Sword Saint. She asked, "The ancestral deity must have predicted that he wouldn't be able to return since he asked you to give him the Iris Sword box. Perhaps. There's no need to probe me. Just see if he can figure it out." The Iris Sword Saint smiled. Lin Yun was wielding a sword in his dream as he began comprehending the beginning. Through this period, Lin Yun figured out that the Sword of the Beginning had to manifest a phenomenon, the beginning of the world and from nothing to everything. The Sword of the Beginning had to deduce the entire process, and he had roughly come in contact with his Tao. Sword of the Beginning, Light of the Beginning. Phenomena appeared behind Lin Yun. It was a massive primal chaos being split apart, and Lin Yun had sensed it before swinging his sword. He unleashed a massive sword ray, Light of the Beginning. This sword ray was powerful and could even cut through a void that was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. That's really the case. Lin Yun rejoiced as he discovered that he didn't seem restricted by his cultivation and broke through many bottlenecks. Second sword form, boundless of the beginning. This time, the world was opened as mountains, rivers, grasses, and trees appeared. In the path of the sword ray, a towering mountain appeared as rivers covered the entire ground. An entire world was born, and everything seemed so tiny before it. Third sword form, glory of the beginning. The phenomenon changed as a sun and moon appeared when Lin Yun divided himself into two and swung his sword. As the sword rays intertwined, the sun and moon were born. Fourth sword form, eternity of the beginning. When the entire world was created, various life forms began to appear, followed by a civilization. This sword meant the undying flames of civilization. Fifth sword form, darkness of the beginning. The civilization disappeared with the sun and moon falling, and the heavenly Tao collapsed. Sixth sword form, Lin Yun fell into deep thought and briefly paused before he continued. Nirvana of the beginning. Wait, why nirvana? Lin Yun was shocked after he said that and stopped. The 6 sword forms were a complete sword technique corresponding to the 6 concepts. But if he took one out individually, each sword could be further divided into 10-odd sword techniques that could be individually or linked together. But Lin Yun called out nirvana in the last sword, and he immediately noticed that something wasn't right. You finally realized it? The Iris Sword Saint's voice resounded, and his figure became clear as he appeared before Lin Yun. Senior. Lin Yun stepped forth and cupped his fists together. He knew this was a great opportunity given to him by the Iris Sword Saint. He could comprehend within his dream and wouldn't have to be restricted by his cultivation, so he could comprehend however he liked. If he was in the outside world, it would be tough for him to create the phenomena of a world being born. Even if he succeeded, it wouldn't be as grand as it was now. Do you have any questions? The Iris Sword Saint asked with a smile. Yeah, Lin Yun replied, and he continued. I clearly forgot about nirvana, time, space, and the nirvana sword that you executed. But when I comprehended the last sword, nirvana appeared. Is this my own Tao, or did Senior give it to me? This question was important to him because his confidence in the 5 sword forms would collapse if it didn't belong to him. After all, he strongly believed that the 5 sword forms belonged to him. But it returned to nirvana in the 6th sword form for some reason. You don't have to doubt yourself. It belongs to you because the beginning is also nirvana. The Iris Sword Saint smiled. A nirvana has also started when you saw that ray with heaven and earth being born. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard that. The nirvana imprint is everywhere. It doesn't belong to me, so I can't give it to you as I want. The Iris Sword Saint smiled as he nodded. Everyone will comprehend nirvana differently, so I can only help you to comprehend yours. Lin Yun finally understood what Iris Sword Saint said, and he asked, so that means I can also grasp the nirvana Tao? But the Iris Sword Saint shook his head and smiled. Strictly speaking, that's inaccurate. Nirvana Tao is massive, and nirvana imprint is everywhere. Everyone is insignificant before nirvana, and one can't grasp it. You can only comprehend and obtain the rights to use it. Lin Yun fell into deep thought. He roughly understood it now. The nirvana Tao was an ocean, and you could only borrow the power of the ocean to create waves, since it was impossible to grasp the entire ocean. He asked again, Senior, I once heard that space was the rule while time was the king. Space Tao is powerful, but time is stronger and more profound than space. So which is stronger? Nirvana or time? Since Lin Yun had the opportunity to comprehend nirvana Tao, he naturally wanted to make a comparison. The Iris Sword Saint was briefly stunned before he shook his head and wore a playful smile as though time couldn't catch his eyes or he was laughing at Lin Yun. Or maybe a little of both, instantly placing Lin Yun in an awkward position. The Iris Sword Saint asked, Who told you that? From the books, Lin Yun replied honestly. That's not entirely false. They're both part of the 12 sovereign Taos and stronger than other Taos. But they're hard to comprehend, especially time Tao. But the two could be found, and perhaps it might not be as profound as you think. The Iris Sword Saint smiled. One must know that the 9 eternal Taos are above the 12 sovereign Taos. Lin Yun was baffled when he heard that, and he had a feeling it could only be discussed by those who stepped into the Saint realm. But that didn't affect Lin Yun's curiosity. He asked, "Senior, you've yet to answer my question." "Brat, your question is childish. Space and time Taos are strong, but that doesn't mean they're invincible. You don't have to dwell on which one is stronger." The Iris Sword Saint smiled. "They're just 2 Saint Taos, and their power depends on the cultivator." Lin Yun rubbed his nose and asked, "What if they really have to be ranked?" The Iris Sword Saint turned to look at Lin Yun and smiled. "Nirvana can grasp time and space, but they can't reverse nirvana. Space is the rule while time is the king, but they're all illusions beneath nirvana Tao. Space and time Taos are only sovereign Taos, while nirvana Tao was an eternal Tao." Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he heard that. Although he didn't really understand what that meant, he now knew which one was stronger. "But everything is nothing before fate," the Iris Sword Saint sighed. "If you have to rank them, fate is the strongest." "All right, let's not dwell on that anymore. It's time for you to wake up." When he woke up, Lin Yun returned to reality and rubbed his head. It felt as though a long time had passed, and it also felt like a dream. In his dream, he perfected the sword of the beginning. When he raised his head, he saw Lil Purple giving him a smile while standing beside the Iris Sword Saint. As he sobered up, he instantly knew it wasn't a dream. He quickly stabbed the flower burial sword into the altar to absorb the floral fragrance coming from the Adumber flower, wanting to upgrade it to a 2-spirit glory saint artifact. When he began practicing the sword technique for his dream, the sword of the beginning that he could easily execute became difficult. After all, he became stuck after reaching the 5th sword form in his dream. But it was taxing for him even to perform the 1st sword form in reality. The dream was real, and all the comprehension was engraved deep within his mind. He just had to get familiar with them and grasp them slowly. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye before Lin Yun successfully performed Light of the Beginning with his fingers. When he executed it, a ray of light appeared, with the entire world becoming dark, including the radiance from the Adumbra flower. "I finally succeeded, or I might have really taken it as a dream." Lin Yun smiled, his forehead covered in sweat. He finally reached the lesser mastery of the 1st sword form and was satisfied with the power. This was because the other sword techniques couldn't fully excavate the power of astral sword intent, but he could accomplish it with Sword of the Beginning. The divine Firefly sword might be strong, but too many people know about it. On the other hand, the Sword of the Beginning is unique to me. Lin Yun rejoiced, and his gaze was firm. He was even more confident in his path as a sword god. 10 days later, the Flower Burial Sword was successfully upgraded to a 2-spirit Glory Saint artifact. Aside from Glorimetal Spirit, there was a Glorywood Spirit within the Flower Burial Sword. This naturally excited Lin Yun because he could imagine how powerful it had become by using Bai Qingyu's Stalewater Sword as an example. But this also meant it was time for him to leave this place. "Senior, can I ask you one last question?" Lin Yun asked, carrying the sword box and raising his head. "I'm only a soul fragment, so don't stump me with your question." The Iris Sword Saint smiled. "It's not a tough question." Lin Yun smiled. "Go on," the Iris Sword Saint said. Lin Yun pointed at the sword box he was carrying and asked, "What kind of sword is this sword box meant for?" Lin Yun looked at the Iris Sword Saint with flames blazing within his pupils. The Iris Sword Saint helplessly smiled. "Your question is really not tough. Senior, is it not convenient to disclose?" Lin Yun asked. "That's not it. It's because even I have no idea about the sword that's supposed to be in the sword box," the Iris Sword Saint said. "How is that possible?" Lin Yun was shocked. "The sword box was named after you, so how can you not know about it?" "Who told you that my name is Iris?" the Iris Sword Saint asked with a smile. Lin Yun was stunned, and he soon realized what was going on. Iris Sword Saint was his title, like his nickname, Flower Burial. "Is it something only known to your main body?" Lin Yun asked, but he still wasn't willing to give up. The Iris Sword Saint shook his head and said, I can't be sure about others, but I'm sure that even my main body doesn't know much about this sword box. Then again, that was before I was reborn. It has been 100,000 years, and I'm unsure if my reincarnation has found the answer. Lin Yun couldn't help feeling disappointed when he heard that. He felt that the sword box might be related to the broken sword within his body. Seeing this, the Iris Sword Saint asked, I'm not lying to you. He turned to Lil Purple and said, Lass, you probably still remember it. You're the one who previously controlled the Iris secret realm, the extreme wind, sinful fire, myriad lightning, freezing chill, solar lunar, samsara, and nirvana. Yeah. You also didn't see that sword when the 7 divine runes were in the Iris secret realm. Lil Purple nodded. I've never seen that sword before. Can it be the Emperor's sword? Lin Yun asked. Shaking his head, the Iris Sword Saint said, I don't think so. The Emperor's sword is one of the 10 divine artifacts within the Kunlun realm, which can be used to slay deities. But the existence of the Iris sword box is earlier than that. If I've guessed correctly, this sword box should have been given to you by the ancestral deity. After all, you're his successor, Lil Purple said. Yeah. The Iris Sword Saint nodded. Lin Yun squinted his pupils. He was shocked when he looked at the Iris Sword Saint. Although he had his guesses, hearing it from the Iris Sword Saint was shocking. So the sword box I'm carrying was forged by that ancestral deity? Lin Yun suddenly felt that the sword box had become heavy. You can take it that way? The Iris Sword Saint smiled. Does that mean I'm also his successor? Lin Yun suddenly became nervous because he heard from Lil Purple that the ancestral deity was ranked first within the Kunlun realm. No. You can only be considered my successor. The Iris Sword Saint smiled. Senior. When will my friend wake up? Lin Yun smiled after a brief hesitation, and he pointed at Bai Qingyu. Bai Qingyu was wearing the celestial vine crown and was asleep on the altar. Wake up. The Iris Sword Saint smiled, waving his hand. Bai Qingyu then woke up and her pupils became clear. She seemed able to step into the quasi-saint realm anytime she wanted, and her aura was more refined. She clearly obtained a great benefit from the Adumbra flower. Lin Yun couldn't help smiling when he saw this scene, and he couldn't help feeling that Bai Qingyu was really fortunate. She could probably make a breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm when she returned, and her foundation was stronger than many people in the same generation. When Bai Qingyu woke up, she saw Lin Yun coming over. She quickly examined his condition and asked, Big Brother Yi, have you obtained the Adumbra flower? Senior, I'll be taking my leave now. But you can't possibly let me leave empty-handed, right? Lin Yun smiled. When he heard that, the Iris Sword Saint couldn't help wearing a helpless smile. He said, I'm only a soul fragment, so why are you making it tough for me? I'm not making it tough on you, Lin Yun replied. You can't bring the seed with you, but it's fine for you to leave with a few petals. The Iris Sword Saint was generous and flicked his finger. The petals scattered on the altar began to gather together and absorbed all the saint rain on the ground. When flames ignited on the altar, those flames contained the essence of the divine runes underground. Tribulation lightning didn't take long to descend, and the floral fragrance also became even more refined under the temperament of lightning. Everything is like dream bubbles, and dreams are like thunder. The sound of scriptures being recited came from the surroundings as a sacred radiance shone. Under the empowerment of the scriptures, the petals gave off a powerful golden radiance while being basked in sacred light. Seeing this, Lin Yun was amazed because this was alchemy. But the Iris Sword Saint's alchemy was too shocking. Bai Qingyu was also shocked while looking at the Iris Sword Saint. She felt that even Saint Lords might not be comparable to this man before her. Right then, a phoenix cry echoed as Lil Purple hovered in the air, her hair growing out and becoming silver. Snowflakes fluttered, and Lil Purple suddenly flicked her finger. The crimson and golden runes on her forehead bloomed, and a droplet of blood flew out from her finger, fusing into the pellet. When she was done, she became exhausted and fell from the sky. Lin Yun had quickly come forth to catch her. What is he doing? Lin Yun asked. Lil Purple's face was pale and she said, "He's refining the samsara nirvana pellet. It might not be able to bring someone back to life like the Adumbra flower seed, but it could save the life of someone who failed their emperor tribulation. It might even allow the consumer to attempt another breakthrough to the emperor realm." Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that, and he now knew how shocking the Iris Sword Saint's action was. He watched as the Iris Sword Saint pointed his finger, and the pellet revolved. Lin Yun was shocked that the pellet was in a new world with space isolated from the outside world. Space and time above the altar collapsed, and the pellet looked like it had traveled through time as it revolved. One circulation was a year, and 1,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yun was dazed when he saw this and muttered to himself, "This is nirvana? Even a deity might not be comparable to the Iris Sword Saint." When the pellet released a powerful golden radiance, 2 types of runes, black and white, were engraved on the pellet's surface. "Here, take a bottle out." The Iris Sword Saint received the jade bottle with a smile and used Iris Saint seal to seal the entire bottle. With that, only 2 people in the entire world could undo the seal, Lin Yun and Lil Purple. Lin Yun immediately went down on one knee and said, "Lin Yun thanks Senior on behalf of my master." But surprisingly, the Iris Sword Saint shook his head and smiled. "You will have your tribulation in the future. If you can't make it through, you might lose everything. This pellet is yours, but you can decide who you want to give it to." "Senior, didn't you say you can't see the future?" Lin Yun asked. The Iris Sword Saint stroked his beard and smiled. "I can't see through fate, but I can see some karma." Lil Purple's cheeks trembled as she looked at the Iris Sword Saint with a pale face. She said, "I'll keep the samsara nirvana pellet for you." "I'll do it." Lin Yun shook his head, wanting to reach out to receive the jade bottle. But Lil Purple was one step ahead and snatched the jade bottle. She fiercely looked at Lin Yun. "I said, I'll keep it for you." Lin Yun was stunned when he looked at Lil Purple. He didn't know why Lil Purple was suddenly so generous. "Okay." Lin Yun had no choice but to take a step back. Lil Purple bit her lips with tears welling up in her pupil. She furiously said, "What's okay about it? Do you think you're the only one with feelings and will feel heartache for others? Who will feel heartache for you, then? So I'll keep it for you. It contains my divine blood, so don't dream about touching it." Lil Purple entered the Iris secret realm with the jade bottle. Bai Qingyu kept silent, having no idea why her master became so furious. "Senior, swordsmen must undergo various tribulations, and no one can avoid it. Will I not be able to make it through that tribulation?" Lin Yun asked. "Nothing is absolute. As long as fate doesn't appear, karma is king. It's hard to sever karma with the sword in your hand." The Iris Sword Saint smiled. Lin Yun took a deep breath and cupped his fists together. He said, "No matter what, I'm grateful for what you've done for me, Senior." The Iris Sword Saint smiled. "It doesn't matter. I'm only a soul fragment and should do something to help. That lass is petty and can't contain too many people within her heart. So don't take it to heart. But if you enter her heart, she'll do anything to save you, even if she has to pay the price of her life." Lin Yun's face changed, and he asked, "Senior, did you see something?" "I can't say anything." The Iris Sword Saint sighed and waved his hand for them to leave. After Lin Yun and Bai Qingyu left, the Iris Sword Saint's soul fragment dissipated like fireworks. When he completely disappeared, the Adumbra flower bloomed once more and entered the altar. "Is Master all right?" Bai Qingyu asked. "Let her sleep for a while," Lin Yun said. Lil Purple had fallen asleep within the Iris secret realm, and Lin Yun didn't want to bother her. "Are we going to Six Holy City?" "Yeah." Lin Yun nodded. He actually wanted to cultivate here, but a month had passed, and he couldn't stay any longer. After they left the Iris secret realm, they were shocked by what they saw. A blood ocean had stretched out to a few thousand miles. There was a temporary altar on the ocean and 9 blood crow kings. The leader of the 9 blood crow kings was an elderly one. Its wings had turned golden, which stood out amongst the other blood crow kings with only silver wings. Floating on the blood ocean were piles of corpses belonging to blood crows. Demon, you're finally out. The golden-winged Blood Crow King looked at Lin Yun, gritting its teeth. Lin Yun looked around, and his face became grave. The Blood Crow tribe had taken everything out just to intercept him here, and the aura coming from the golden-winged Blood Crow King wasn't any weaker than the Blood Crow ancestor. This Blood Crow King didn't step into the saint path by relying on the graves. I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, I don't mind butchering the entire Blood Crow tribe, Lin Yun said as he released a powerful sword intent. The sword intent he gave off made tens of thousands of Blood Crows tremble in fear as they retreated. But the golden-winged Blood Crow King sneered, "You can leave, but that last beside you has to stay behind." Since they couldn't agree, Lin Yun didn't want to waste his saliva and came to the altar. Aside from the golden-winged Blood Crow King, the other Blood Crow Kings were shocked and stepped back. After all, Lin Yun was too shocking to charge onto the altar. "What are you trying to do?" a Blood Crow King asked in a trembling voice. "You want to kill the 9 of us by yourself?" "I'm not alone." Lin Yun drew his sword, releasing a sword vibration that made the sky change. He wasn't alone because he still had the flower burial sword. This caught the Blood Crow Kings by surprise before one of them had been severed into 2. Lin Yun only used one sword to slay a silver-winged Blood Crow King, and this naturally shocked the other Blood Crow Kings because the demon had become stronger than before. "You're courting death." The golden-winged Blood Crow King was furious. It had been watching Lin Yun and swung its claws when it saw Lin Yun drawing his sword. Before its claws landed on Lin Yun, a powerful impact clashed against Lin Yun's chest, causing the dragon runes on his body to shatter. "Kill him." The 7 remaining silver-winged Blood Crow Kings came to their senses and charged forth. With that, the altar became enveloped by bloodlust. While facing the surrounding attacks, Lin Yun's sword intent was suppressed, and he couldn't unleash it. This was why Lin Yun couldn't fight all 9 of them previously. His sword intent would be greatly restricted if they surrounded him. But it was different now. The flower burial sword flew out from his hand, blocking the incoming attacks of the 7 silver-winged Blood Crow Kings. On the other hand, Lin Yun circulated his Nirvana aura and pushed his hands forth. His Nirvana aura fused with his Azure Dragon intent, summoning thunderstorms while gathering lightning. When the thunderstorms gathered, they formed into a dazzling energy sphere that clashed with the golden-winged Blood Crow King's claws. The clash made the altar tremble, with cracks spreading on the ground. The golden-winged Blood Crow King was charred by the lightning, with lightning flickering on its body. How is this possible? The golden-winged Blood Crow King was shocked because Lin Yun held his front well. This Blood Crow King is really strong. It is no wonder why it is comparable to quasi-saints. I'm fortunate that the Blood Crows aren't proficient in martial techniques and Saint Aura. Lin Yun didn't obtain any benefits in their fight either. He quickly circulated the blue dragon bone to dissolve the baleful energy that was left within his body. "Set up the formation," the golden-winged Blood Crow King roared. "Set up the formation and kill him." For silver-winged Blood Crow Kings took several steps back and took their positions. When black beams shot out from them, the blood ocean down below began to boil as a powerful pressure suppressed Lin Yun. A white pillar shot out from the golden-winged Blood Crow King, and all the radiance from the blood ocean gathered onto it. As its bones began to wriggle, it took a humanoid form like the Blood Crow ancestor. But the surface of its body was covered in a golden bone frame with some Blood Crow's traits left on its head. The Inyang Bloodlust Array. Lin Yun instantly recognized that this was the spiritual array that the Blood Crows couldn't set up before. "Demon, don't even think of escaping, even if you're strong." The humanoid gold-winged Blood Crow King sensed its power and gave Lin Yun a sneer. He was confident that he could suppress Lin Yun. Lin Yun circulated the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon, mobilizing his body's Nirvana aura. As he clashed with the golden-winged Blood Crow King, neither of them held back, and each attack contained a powerful might. He must be forcibly holding his front. After 10-odd movies, the golden-winged Blood Crow King's face was ugly, but it still suppressed Lin Yun, waiting for him to be exhausted. Right then, the golden-winged Blood Crow King sensed two different auras circulating within Lin Yun's body. Before the heavenly dragon, divine phoenix, and black flower petals flew out from his hand. But before he could understand what was going on, Lin Yun threw his punch forth. This made the golden-winged Blood Crow King throw out a mouthful of blood with shock written on its face. This was because Lin Yun's nirvana aura had suddenly multiplied by twofold. Lin Yun exhaled, and the dragon phoenix whirled, annihilating cauldron rose within his violet palace. When the golden-winged Blood Crow King was sent flying, Lin Yun poured his nirvana aura into his palm. A vortex of thunderstorms also appeared as the black tortoise chains became activated and flew towards the golden-winged Blood Crow King. On the other hand, the flower burial sword held the 7 Blood Crow Kings down. This gave Lin Yun an opportunity as the black tortoise chains dug into the golden-winged Blood Crow King, and he even injected the sacred flames into the chains. With a gentle tug, that Blood Crow King was dragged over and took a head-on attack from Lin Yun. The golden-winged Blood Crow King couldn't respond in time and was blown into pieces under that attack. With a nick in the Yin-Yang Bloodlust array, the pressure on Lin Yun was suddenly elevated. "Arf!" The golden-winged Blood Crow King furiously screamed because Lin Yun was too cunning. The golden-winged Blood Crow King went insane and wanted to put his life on the line. "I'll kill you, no matter what." "Sword!" Lin Yun waved his hand and summoned the flower burial sword back before swinging it, unleashing the sword of the beginning's first sword form, Light of the Beginning. The phenomenon it created looked like primal chaos being split apart, and it was the first gleam of light in the world. The light only shone for a moment before it disappeared. Blood splashed shortly after as the golden-winged Blood Crow King's head fell. What a fast sword! Lin Yun was shocked by the power of his attack. Time and space cannot be seen and was illusory beneath nirvana, especially time. Only those who reached the saint realm could sense some changes in time. But the nirvana Tao was stronger than the space and time Taos. His attack was so fast that he couldn't control, and he would take lives when he drew his sword. But this sword also had a huge flaw because it required a powerful sword intent to execute it. If the golden-winged Blood Crow King didn't go insane, there was a high chance that it could protect itself. But if his attack failed to take his opponent's life, his sword aura would collapse and reveal a fatal flaw. Light of the Beginning, Boundless of the Beginning, Glory of the Beginning, Eternity of the Beginning, Darkness of the Beginning, and Nirvana of the Beginning. Just the first sword form was already so powerful. Lin Yun's gaze flickered, and he began to ponder about the power of that sword. If I rely on this sword form, I might be able to slay quasi-saints. The 7 Blood Crow Kings were in deep shock as he became lost on deep thought. They still couldn't process the death of the golden-winged Blood Crow King. When they came to their senses, Lin Yun dashed forth. Right then, the altar began to violently tremble. This was because Lil Red took the ancient Dracope form and charged over, facing the flock of blood crows, creating a hole in the altar. The tremors made the 7 Blood Crow Kings stagger, and a flaw appeared in their attacks. Myriad swords unite. Lin Yun dashed forth with his flower burial sword, unleashing afterimages that formed a circle. A wound appeared on the chest of the 7 Blood Crow Kings, and the astral sword intent in the attack began to destroy their bodies from the inside. As the flower burial sword trembled, Lin Yun looked at the reflection in the mirror. The 7 Blood Crow Kings were heavily injured and wanted to escape. But Lin Yun swung his sword down. Die! He activated the 2 glory spirits within the flower burial sword, and his sword intent gathered to form a pillar of light. When he swung his sword, the space before him was severed into 2. Shortly after, the 7 blood crows exploded. Lin Yun shook his sword, flung the blood from his sword. Everything happened as though what happened earlier was unreal. When Bai Qingyu raised her head, she saw Lin Yun, who stood on the damaged altar with a gentle blowing breeze. This left her dumbfounded, and she could feel her scalp becoming numb. The stale water sword was also a two-spirit glory saint artifact, but the stale water sword was nothing in her hands. The huge difference naturally made her feel ashamed. Bai Qingyu, where did you get the confidence to make trouble for Big Brother in the Heavenly Tao sect? Lil Red shrunk back to its cat form as it began to clean up the battlefield. There was a golden bead and 8 silver beads when it reappeared before Lin Yun. Lil Red chuckled. "Here, big brother." Lin Yun couldn't help smiling when he saw this scene because Lil Red was still the same as before, always the fastest when cleaning up the battlefield. Lin Yun was still amazed by the power of the flower burial sword before stowing the beads. But he left the golden bead behind, which Lil Red grinned and kept it. "Big brother Yi, you can now attempt to reach the 8th transformation again." Bai Qingyu rushed over. "I heard that Jin Xuani is strong, and those who have fought him before have died. I have just failed, and I'm not in a hurry," Lin Yun said after briefly pondering. He didn't have much time left and was afraid something would happen if he was late. He could tell that Wang Mian wasn't concerned about the life and death of Xianxia, and this made him worried. "Let's go," Lin Yun called out before they rushed to Six Holy City. Over the past month, a heated discussion revolving around the divine blood flower existed. Due to an ancient seal around the God Burial Mountain range, no one above the quasi-saint realm could enter. Everyone felt that the divine blood flower would go to the 6 holy lands no matter how they competed, and that was initially the case. The heavenly Dao sect's Nangong Phi managed to seize the divine blood flower, and the other holy lands could only wait for Saint Realm experts to arrive to compete with the heavenly Dao sect again. But Jin Xuani's arrival surprised everyone, and he seized the divine blood flower from Nangong Phi. Ultimately, he welcomed everyone to challenge him for the divine blood flower. When the news got out, everyone was curious as to why Jin Xuani wanted to do this. After all, he was ranked first on the king ranking for 2 years and purposely didn't enter the quasi-saint realm. This made everyone speculate that Jin Xuani was waiting for the Blue Dragon record to appear. Jin Xuani wanted to use this opportunity to defeat the 6 Holy Lands experts and step into the quasi-saint realm with an invincible demeanor. This was what Jin Xuani was planning, but many people wanted to use this opportunity to defeat him. If they could defeat Jin Xuani, they could obtain the divine blood flower and even obtain the glory Jin Xuani had accumulated from being on the king ranking for the past 2 years. Glory might be invisible, but it truly existed. Six Holy City was a majestic city that existed since ancient times. It was a dragon city forged by the Dragon Gate but later became desolate during the Golden Era. The 6 Holy Lands now took over to manage the city, and it was the safest place within the God Burial Mountain range. The city had multiple arenas where many cultivators often fought, with at least 10,000 people watching their battles. The biggest arena was the Stormwind Arena, also known as the 6 Holy Stormwind Arena. Half a month ago, the tickets in the arena were all gone, and the price of one ticket went as high as 100,000 Nirvana pellets. Today was the day Jin Xuani would accept the challengers, and the arena was filled with people. The 6 Holy Lands occupied the spots closest to the arena. I remember that Jin Xuani wasn't that high-profiled in the past. So why is he suddenly standing out? Purple-clothed man said. His name was Chu Duan, ranked 6th on the king ranking. He was a genius demonic cultivator from the Black Mountain with deep and unfathomable strength. A gray-clothed youth beside him named Li Yanxian smiled. "Brother Chu, you've been in seclusion for too long. There are rumors that the Blue Dragon record will appear, and all the geniuses Taihin the Kunlun realm will gather at that time. No one can leave their name on it if they aren't quasi-saints, and Jin Xuani is ambitious. He wants to use the 6 Holy Lands geniuses as a stepping stone, wanting to seize all of their glory. The Blue Dragon record is going to appear?" Chu Duan was shocked. He said, "I've heard rumors about it in the past, but I've been in seclusion to refine the Black Lotus sacred flame. It looks like I've ended my seclusion at the right time." Chu Duan was excited, with flames blazing within his pupils. After all, the Blue Dragon record was a divine artifact that represented the re-emergence of the Golden Era. There were legends that it had countless geniuses recorded on it, and geniuses would compete amongst themselves whenever it appeared. The Black Lotus Sacred Flame? You really obtained the Black Lotus Sacred Flame? Li Yanxian exclaimed. "I obtained it long ago and have spent 2 years refining it. I have achieved the Black Lotus Saint physique now with 10 dragon pulses. The sacred flame has tempered my entire body, Chu Duan smiled. There were legends that the Black Mountain had an emperor flame passed down from ancient times and had been burning on the Black Lotus. One could only obtain a sacred flame seed from the emperor flame after going through several tests and putting their lives on the line. Not only did Chu Duan make it through the tests, but he even survived. Thus, he had spent the last 2 years obtaining the Black Lotus Saint physique. "You're here for Jin Xuani," Li Yanxian exclaimed. Chu Duan was conceited and asked with a smile. "I can't? Only he's allowed to use the 6 Holy Lands geniuses as stepping stones, and I can't? I'm not the only one with this intention. I might have feared Jin Xuani in the past, but not anymore." Li Yanxian smiled and said, "The 6 Holy Lands must have their confidence to agree with Jin Xuani. They're probably not afraid of him." Chu Duan threw a glance at the 6 Holy Lands. He had a rough impression of the one leading the party for the 6 Holy Lands. It looks like those who came aren't weak. Wu Jun of the Divine Phoenix Sect, Zhang Xiling of the Ming Cult, Chen Daoyuan of the Heavenly Flame Sect, Zhang Qiu of the Myriad Lightning Sect, and Gu Yunfei of the Divine Dao Pavilion. All of them can make it into the top 10 on the king ranking. Chu Duan didn't look down on those from the 6 Holy Lands, especially the Divine Phoenix Sect and Divine Dao Pavilion. "Who's that woman from the Heavenly Dao Sect? She wants to replace Nangong Fai?" Chu Duan curiously asked. "That's the Serene Dust Great Saint's disciple, and she had reached the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage not long ago. But she's lacking, and her life will probably be in danger if she fights Jin Xuani," Li Yanxian said. "There is a huge gap between the Heavenly Dao Sect's generation. Aside from the Dao Yang Holy Sun, don't they have any other geniuses?" Chu Duan smiled. "They do. I heard that they recently acquired a genius swordsman named Yi Qingtian. His sword technique is formidable, and he's also a genius in music Dao. Even young Master Wushuang was defeated by him," Li Yanxian replied. "Never heard of him before." Chu Duan shook his head and said, "His reputation is probably fake. Who dares claim to be a genius swordsman before Brother Li? I remember you've long grasped the firmament sword intent, right?" Li Yanxian had pride reflected in his pupils when he heard that, and he smiled. "That was a long time ago. I have reached the quasi-astral sword intent now." Chu Duan dropped his smile and replied, "As expected of Li Yanxian, ranked 7th on the king ranking. It looks like you've made huge progress like me. Who doesn't want to be on the Blue Dragon ranking? If we can step on Jin Xuani, we'll be able to seize all the glory he has accumulated on the king ranking." Li Yanxian smiled. "You can have fun thinking about it, ha ha ha." Chu Duan laughed, and he flew to the arena. At the Stormwind Arena, Jin Xuani was resting with his eyes closed. He opened his eyes and looked ahead when he sensed a baleful aura. "Jin Xuani, you said anyone from the 6 Holy Lands can challenge you. I wonder if someone from the Black Mountain can also challenge you." Chu Duan smiled. "Chu Duan," Jin Xuani called out after pondering for a moment. "It has been 2 years since we last met, and I'm glad you didn't forget me." Chu Duan smiled with a hint of pride in him. A commotion rose from the surroundings because no one expected someone to step forth to challenge Jin Xuani before the 6 Holy Lands. "The saint's disciple of the Black Mountain. I heard he obtained the Black Lotus Sacred Flame 2 years ago, but everyone thought he was incinerated to death by the Sacred Flame because he hadn't shown himself for the past 2 years. How is it possible for him to be dead? He's probably trying to obtain the Black Lotus Saint physique so that his journey in the quasi-saint realm can be smoother. He has probably achieved it, and I bet there's a great show to watch now." The Black Mountain was influential within the Eastern Desolation. 7 great saints established the Black Mountain on the demonic path. Their foundation might be inferior to the 6 Holy Lands, but their reputation wasn't any weaker, especially in the past millennium. The surrounding atmosphere became high, and it was pretty exciting to see Chu Duan fighting Jin Xuani. "That works as well," Jin Xuani casually said as he stood up. "It won't waste much time anyways. Anyone can challenge me since I dare to set up an arena." The two began to fight in the Stormwind Arena. They didn't take long to exchange over a few hundred moves. They were evenly matched in this battle, and it was exciting. Even with a barrier enveloping the arena, everyone could feel the horrifying aura when they fought. Black Lotus Sacred Flame. Chu Duan didn't want to drag the battle any longer. As a black lotus appeared within his pupils, black lotuses ignited around him. When the sacred flames ignited, Chu Duan activated the Black Lotus Saint physique with his shirt ripping apart, revealing the black runes on his body. He was also giving off an ancient and powerful aura. Seeing this, Jin Xuanyi raised his brow and muttered, "It's actually the Black Lotus Saint physique." Regardless of natal saint physiques or acquired saint physiques, they were divided into different levels. Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Saint physique would improve along with his Azure Dragon Saint art, which was the same as his Blue Dragon Saint physique. Bai Qingyu's natal Yin Saint physique wasn't awakened. Even if it had awakened, she would have barely achieved lesser mastery. The Black Lotus Saint physique was unique because it would be impressive if one could barely reach lesser mastery before the quasi-saint realm. Chu Duan was impressive since he could reach greater mastery before entering the quasi-saint realm. The Holy Land's geniuses were surprised. They knew why Chu Duan had the confidence to challenge Jin Xuanyi before them. Chu Duan hovered in the air, then stepped on a black lotus, and smiled. "You're a lot stronger than 2 years ago. You would have been able to maintain first on the king ranking if you didn't run into me, but what a pity." "A pity what?" Jin Xuanyi shook his head and smiled. "You think you're invincible with the Black Lotus Saint physique? Chu Duan, you're too ignorant." Jin Xuanyi's gaze became cold, with a mysterious mark blooming on his forehead and giving off an ancient aura. The next moment, lightning bolts flew out from his body, forming into lightning pythons. The 9 lightning pythons looked like they were alive, and he even released a terrifying aura, not to mention the lightning pythons even had a horn on their heads. They might be lightning pythons, but they were more like lightning lesser dragons. When Jin Xuanyi began forming seals with his hands, the lightning lesser dragons dashed forth. "Humph!" Chu Duan snorted. The Black Lotus Sacred Flame gathered in his palm, forming a fist that flew forth. With just one punch, cracks began to appear on the lightning lesser dragons. The power of the Black Lotus Saint physique was terrifying, and the 9 lightning lesser dragons were knocked flying away when Chu Duan charged forth. With a few flickers, he appeared before Jin Xuanyi. Undoubtedly, it wouldn't feel great if Jin Xuanyi took the punch head-on. There might even be a possibility that he would die on the spot. Jin Xuanyi calmly took a step back, causing Chu Duan's attack to miss. But cracking sounds still echoed because space was shattered by Chu Duan's Black Lotus Saint physique. After stepping back, Jin Xuanyi took this opportunity to point his finger at Chu Duan's chest. This instantly made Chu Duan's face change because he didn't dare take this finger head-on, even with the Black Lotus Saint physique. Chu Duan quickly dodged the finger and clashed with Jin Xuanyi once more. Their fight was ferocious, and one side would be heavily injured if they weren't careful. Heavenly Incineration Sacred Flame. Chu Duan became furious, seeing that he couldn't injure Jin Xuanyi. His palms faced the sky like he was lifting the sky with his hands. A huge crack appeared in the sky as black lotuses appeared, with sacred flames blazing at the heart of the lotuses. Countless black flames began to rain down, wanting to envelop Jin Xuanyi. But Jin Xuanyi merely smiled and waved his hands, unleashing lightning bolts from his fingers. The lightning bolt compressed into a light beam with runes engraved on it, clearing a path under the sacred flames. Black Lotus Sacred Hand. Chu Duan roared, and a black lotus descended from the sky. The magma on the ground formed into a demonic palm that flew over towards Jin Xuanyi. "Great timing!" Jin Xuanyi laughed. He spread his arms apart and flew backwards before his hands joined together. The lightning lesser dragons formed a pagoda and enveloped him within it. When he took Chu Duan's attack head-on, cracks began to spread out on the pagoda, with black fragments falling. "Damn it!" Chu Duan locked his brows together. As he clenched his fists, cracking sounds echoed from his body as the black runes began to shine. He wanted to fight Jin Xuanyi, but the latter avoided a head-on fight. All the spectators became nervous as they watched the battle. Amongst the Heavenly Dao Sex faction, Nangong Fai said, "Jin Xuanyi is really terrifying. Not only does he have a terrifying attainment in lightning, but there aren't any flaws in his speed and physique. Even Chu Duan's Black Lotus Saint physique can't obtain any advantage, and Jin Xuanyi probably still has trump cards left. Nan Gongfei couldn't help taking a peek at profound maiden Zenin in concern. This was because if Jin Xuanyi won and challenged the Heavenly Dao sect, she would have no choice but to accept the challenge. Haha, let's stop it here. Jin Xuanyi suddenly laughed. He was done probing Chu Duan's strength. As the lightning lesser dragons crumbled, they gathered and were forcibly mended together by an ancient aura. That aura came from Jin Xuanyi's forehead. When the full power was unleashed, everyone could sense a pressure crushing down on them. Black Lotus Saint Bone. Chu Duan also felt the pressure, but he pushed his palms forth. The black lotuses coiled around his body and formed into a 10-foot bone frame. The bone frame was enveloped in black flames like an ancient giant, wielding a whip on the left and a sword on the right. At the same time, Jin Xuanyi was also done. The black fragments formed into an ancient beast that was enveloped in lightning and flames. Before everyone could look at the beast, the two powers clashed together. Chu Duan threw out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away as the bone frame shattered. His face was pale as he fell to the ground. He stared at Jin Xuanyi. This is impossible. How can the celestial body formed by Black Lotus Saint Bone possibly be broken by someone beneath the quasi-saint realm? The black fragments returned to Jin Xuanyi's body as the mark disappeared from his forehead. He said, I bet you didn't see it clearly earlier. The beast earlier was a lightning Qilin. You would be dead by now if you didn't have the Black Lotus Saint physique. Lightning Qilin. Everyone, including the 6 Holy Lands geniuses, was shocked. Qilins were primordial divine beasts. So did that mean Jin Xuanyi had obtained the lightning Qilin's inheritance? What kind of luck was that? They now knew why he was ranked first on the king ranking. Glory might be invisible, but Jin Xuanyi's glory was too great. Get lost. Jin Xuanyi threw Chu Duan out of the arena with a wave. He raised his head and smiled. Now that the clown is gone, it's time for me to move on to the main dish. Which one of the 6 holy lands wants to come first? Chu Duan threw out a mouthful of blood upon hearing that he was called a clown. He went into seclusion for 2 years and became Jin Xuanyi's stepping stone. The faces of everyone from the 6 holy lands changed, but no one said anything about it. Jin Xuanyi smiled. Since no one is willing to come forth, why don't I take a pick? Anyhow, it doesn't matter who comes first or last. He swept his gaze at the Heavenly Dao sex party and fixated it on Xianxia. He smiled. Profound holy maiden. Since you wanted to fight me back in the treehouse inn, why don't I start with you? Of course, you can also admit defeat. Xianxia calmly replied, I underestimated you at the treehouse inn, and I'm probably not your enemy, but I'll give you a fight since you want to fight. Saints' disciples from the Heavenly Dao sect can lose, but we won't admit defeat before a fight. Her response made many people look at her in a new light and acknowledged that she was the serene dust great saint's disciple. Jin Xuanyi squinted his pupils and smiled. The serene dust great saint can't say anything even if you die in the arena, so you have to think it through. Jin Xuanyi, why don't you try and touch her? A cold voice echoed. It was Lin Yun who arrived in time. Aside from the sweat on his forehead, since he was donned a white robe, he looked elegant. He immediately rushed over after he was done in the Myriad Graves Valley without a rest. This was why he looked a little exhausted. But Lin Yun's backbone was straight as he said, If you want to bully her, you'll have to ask my sword. Yi Qingtian's appearance caused an uproar in the surroundings. After all, he had defeated young Master Wushuang and had an ambiguous relationship with the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. Many people had heard of his name and knew that a talented swordsman had appeared within the Heavenly Dao sect. But not many people took him too seriously. Xianxia was surprised that Yi Qingtian really showed up, and she couldn't help turning to look at Wang Mayan. Wang Mayan smiled in response. She wasn't surprised by Yi Qingtian's arrival and smiled. Junior brother Yi, I knew that you'd come because of senior sister and the Heavenly Dao sect's reputation. I have to thank Holy Maiden for telling me about it, Lin Yun said deeply. You're welcome. Wang Mayan smiled. Others would only take it as if they had a good relationship, but they didn't know the deeper meaning of their words. Xianxian said nothing, but Jin Xuanyi was practically invincible amongst the same generation based on the strength he displayed so far. Jin Xuanyi's strength was deep and unfathomable. He was a lot stronger than Nangong Fai. But even so, Nangong Fai couldn't even force Jin Xuanyi to bring out his trump cards, and everyone only knew that he had received the Lightning Qilin's inheritance. Furthermore, Jin Xuanyi was also famed for being ruthless. Xianxian was confident that she might be able to protect herself against Jin Xuanyi. But it was another question with Yi Qingtian. But Xianxian shook her head and said, I was the one who lost the divine blood flower. Let me handle this battle. Even if I lose, you can win for me in the future. In the future? Lin Yun continued, it's just one Jin Xuanyi, and I don't have to wait long to deal with him. So you can feel assured, senior sister. I've obtained so many benefits from the serene dust great saint. So allow me to repay her. Wang Mayan rolled her eyes and looked at an old man before she said, Elder Shifeng, Yi Qingtian obtained great benefits in the Myriad Graves Valley. With him around, I'm confident we can regain the divine blood flower. When Lin Yun turned his gaze over, he noticed there was a quasi-saint elder within the party. But this made him curious about how a quasi-saint could be in the God Burial Mountain range. But he soon found the reason. It was forbidden for quasi-saints to enter the God Burial Mountain range, but that wouldn't stop someone at the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage from making a breakthrough. With the Holy Land's means, they could dispatch many older generation saint disciples into the God Burial Mountain range, and one could surely make a breakthrough. When Lin Yun swept his gaze around, he noticed the other Holy Lands had quasi-saints around. But Shifeng didn't care much and asked, Yi Qingtian, are you really confident in seizing the divine blood flower back? Yeah. Lin Yun knew it was hard to convince Xianxian, but he could convince this quasi-saint. Shifeng's face changed, but he kept his silence. Since they were determined to lose, he would rather let Yi Qingtian enter the arena rather than Xianxian. After all, the serene dust great saint would come after him if anything happened to Xianxian. But he didn't have that concern with Yi Qingtian. After all, Yi Qingtian's reputation was ruined within the Heavenly Tao sect, not to mention he was the one who wanted to go to the arena on behalf of Xianxian. Shifeng soon decided and turned to look at Yi Qingtian. Yi Qingtian, you can enter the arena. I have heard of your name. Many people say you only know how to show off in the sect. So this is a perfect opportunity for you to prove yourself. Wang Yu and Chen Zhong widened their mouths and were dumbfounded. There was such a saying within the sect, and many saint disciples were unhappy with Yi Qingtian. But it was too much for Yi Qingtian to prove himself against Jin Xuanyi. Thank you for your trust, elder. Lin Yun glanced at Shifeng before entering the arena. Yi Qingtian. Xianxian called out to him with a hint of rage within her pupils. She didn't like how this was going. She might seem optimistic, but she was a prideful person and a thorny rose. When she decided on something, she didn't like someone changing it. Lin Yun turned around and smiled. Can you call me junior brother? Senior sister once said that you only have one junior brother, who faced the entire world for you. I also have a senior sister, and she's actually standing right before me. Xianxian was stunned when she heard that, and her eyes blurred. Lin Yun turned around and went to the arena, just like when he faced the whole world back then. Since ancient times, love has always been unforgettable. Yi Qingtian, you're really slow. If we had fought, you would have died 100 times. Jin Xuanyi said in disdain. He didn't place Yi Qingtian in his eyes at all. He was a genius who received the Qilin's inheritance, not to mention a golden era was arriving soon. Thus, Jin Xuanyi couldn't be bothered to conceal himself any longer. You'll know later if my sword is slow, Lin Yun smiled. Jin Xuanyi wasn't bothered by what Yi Qingtian said. He summoned a sword and looked at Lin Yun. You're not worthy of making me draw my sword, but I heard you're a genius swordsman within the Heavenly Tao sect. So I'll face you with my sword. Let me see how shameless the Heavenly Tao sect is to claim you're a genius swordsman. Shifeng's face sank when he heard that. and he regretted letting Yi Qingtian enter the arena. If Yi Qingtian terribly lost or begged for mercy, the heavenly Tao sect would be greatly humiliated. The other Holy Lands couldn't help laughing when they heard that. They only treated Yi Qingtian as a joke, and no one took him seriously. This is a great opportunity to see how capable this genius swordsman is. The one who spoke was Zhou, a quasi-saint from the Ming cult. The Ming cult had a terrible relationship with the heavenly Tao sect, so they naturally stood out to mock the heavenly Tao sect. Standing beside him was a hooded old man, looking unfathomable and eerie. This person is a lecher who peeked at the holy maiden showering. He was expelled from the heavenly Tao sect, so I don't know where he got the face to return. Ming cult's Zhang Yiling poured oil onto the flame, exposing Yi Qingtian's deeds within the heavenly Tao sect. Hearing that, Shi Feng's face became red, but he didn't dare to say a word. Ha ha ha! Zhang Xiling and Zhou laughed, causing the other Holy Lands to chatter. On the stage, Jin Xuanyi had already started his fight with Lin Yun. Yi Qingtian, let me show you what a swordsman is today. Jin Xuanyi flicked his finger, and the saint's sword in his hand flew out like a lightning bolt. His sword streaked across the horizon and disappeared before everyone. This surprised Lin Yun because Jin Xuanyi was manipulating his sword from afar, which meant Jin Xuanyi was stronger than most swordsmen within the heavenly Tao sect. Then again, Jin Xuanyi was nothing compared to him. With a single thought, the flower burial sword also flew out. He too was manipulating his sword from afar. As sparks flew, the two swords began to clash amongst themselves. When the two swords trembled, Lin Yun divided his sword into two and unleashed countless sword rays from his body. A sword aura storm flew out, and it dashed forth like a dragon when Lin Yun flicked his finger, wanting to devour Jin Xuanyi like a dragon. Not bad. Jin Xuanyi immediately analyzed that Lin Yun's attainment in the sword was much higher than his. Come back. Jin Xuanyi smiled and reached out to grab the saint's sword. As he circulated all the nirvana aura within his body, he swung his sword forth, pouring all of his cultivation into the sword and created a massive sword aura. This is only an appetizer. Jin Xuanyi dashed forth to suppress Lin Yun, but a sword ray flew out from the flower burial sword. It was like a crescent moon that was aiming for Jin Xuanyi's chest. What a pitiful trick. Jin Xuanyi had no change on his face, wanting to knock Lin Yun's sword away. But the flower burial sword suddenly stopped, and Jin Xuanyi's sword missed. After Jin Xuanyi was done raising his sword, the flower burial sword stabbed forth with an even faster speed, targeting Jin Xuanyi's chest. Radiant moon heart. Lin Yun stood in the same spot as he pushed his palm forth, with the divine firefly sword technique's sword aura empowering the flower burial sword. It was like a giant descending from the sky, grabbing the flower burial sword. The flower burial sword easily tore apart Jin Xuanyi's nirvana aura and reached him. This forced Jin Xuanyi to retreat before thrusting his sword forth and facing the flower burial sword head-on. Two sword auras exploded from Jin Xuanyi and Lin Yun as their sword intents caused the entire arena to tremble. Under the two massive powers, the arena began to shake, and it would fall apart if Saint Runes didn't empower it. Jin Xuanyi took a deep breath and circulated his nirvana aura. He relied on his powerful cultivation to knock the flower burial sword away before swinging his sword. The flower burial sword was knocked away like a ball, making Jin Xuanyi heave a breath of relief. He quickly stepped forth, wanting to use this opportunity to end the battle. But the flower burial sword suddenly flew forth, splitting into 12 afterimages as it dashed again. Each sword left behind an afterimage that formed a halo, enveloping Jin Xuanyi. How is this possible? Jin Xuanyi was shocked. He couldn't believe anyone could reach such a height in manipulating the sword. He tried his best to dodge, but 3 swords still attacked him. As Jin Xuanyi took several steps back to stabilize himself, he exclaimed in shock, "Myriad swords unite. You can execute myriad swords unite with sword manipulation." Lin Yun waved his sword and grabbed the flower burial sword. "How far have you reached in your sword attainment?" Jin Xuanyi asked. "That's a secret," Lin Yun replied. It was a pity earlier because he had the opportunity to inflict heavy injuries on Jin Xuanyi. But Jin Xuani's movement technique was too powerful, and it wasn't at all inferior to his divine sun-chasing art. Jin Xuani could instantly change his direction and even left behind fluctuations in the surrounding air when he moved. So Jin Xuani had managed to avoid all the attacks targeted at his vitals. Jin Xuani and Yi Qingtian only briefly fought, leaving everyone dumbfounded. No one thought Yi Qingtian could obtain the advantage in his fight with Jin Xuani. This scene was too unbelievable for them, and they now knew why Yi Qingtian was called a genius swordsman within the Heavenly Tao sect. Most importantly, Yi Qingtian didn't move a single step throughout the fight. Although Jin Xuani managed to avoid all the attacks targeted at his vitals, he still suffered some wounds on his body, especially his face. This scene shocked everyone present. They all knew how strong Jin Xuani was as first on the king ranking. Even Chu Duan, who grasped the Black Lotus sacred flame, was defeated by him. When they fought, Chu Duan couldn't even touch the corner of Jin Xuani's clothes. Who would have imagined Yi Qingtian to be so strong? Yi Qingtian relied on his sword techniques alone to inflict injuries on Jin Xuani. What a profound sword technique! His attainment in the sword was a little unbelievable, and it's enough to complement his disadvantage in his cultivation. Only someone like him can be called a swordsman. Everyone was emotional, and they could feel their blood boiling. Everyone from the Heavenly Tao sect heaved a sigh of relief, especially Xianxia. Wang Mayan held onto her chin and smiled. Didn't I say that Yi Qingtian isn't weak? He obtained a great benefit within the Myriad Graves Valley. He's actually so strong. Wang Yu and Chun Zhong were stumped because they believed that Yi Qingtian was only slightly stronger than them, so it was unbelievable for Yi Qingtian to surpass them by so much in just 2 months. Amongst the group, Li Yanxian exclaimed, as expected of a genius swordsman, Jin Xuani can't defeat him with sword Dao. But Chu Duan, who was defeated by Jin Xuani, unhappily said, his sword technique is impressive, but he's too tender. Jin Xuani is strong in his overall strength, and he has no weaknesses. Not to mention he even received the Lightning Qilin's inheritance. Li Yanxian nodded. That's right. Jin Xuani has the Lightning Qilin's inheritance. He's simply invincible, based on his cultivation and attainment in Lightning Dao. In the arena, Jin Xuani became cautious and said, as expected of a genius swordsman, I have underestimated you, and you're now qualified to fight me. You're not bad, but you're still lacking as a top-tiered expert. You have no odds against me, Lin Yun honestly replied. Jin Xuani's face sank when he heard that. He only tried to be courteous, but Yi Qingtian treated it seriously and mocked him instead. As the mark bloomed on his forehead, an ancient aura swept out from Jin Xuani, and his body swelled. Who's a top-tiered expert then? You? You better admit defeat quickly. Jin Xuani's clothes blew apart, revealing his upper body that drew an exclamation. His upper body was covered in runes, and his pupils became purple. The transformation to his hands was even more terrifying as they had turned black and emitted a metallic luster. As horrifying lightning exploded from him, Jin Xuani gave off an ancient Qilin aura that caused the arena to tremble. Yi Qingtian, come and have a taste of my Qilin arms. Jin Xuani disappeared, leaving behind lightning on the spot. Lin Yun had no change on his face as he stabbed his sword forth. But Jin Xuani wasn't afraid as he used his hands to clamp onto Lin Yun's sword. The sword began to vibrate as lightning spread across the sword to Lin Yun, which felt stinging. You're too slow. Jin Xuani smiled, but Lin Yun merely trembled and drew his sword back. As they fought, their speed became so fast that no one could keep up with them. Each of their collisions would produce a metallic collision, and everyone could faintly see Jin Xuani blocking Yi Qingtian's sword with his arms, which made their faces change. Even if the Lightning Qilin was only a branch and not the genuine Qilin, it still made their scalps numb. Ha ha ha! Do you think you can injure me? Yi Qingtian, take my punch. Jin Xuani laughed. He took an attack with his body before throwing his punch forth. His punch was accompanied by a Qilin roar, with an ancient Qilin appearing behind him. Lin Yun held onto his sword and raised it horizontally before him to block the attack. Lin Yun was knocked 100 meters away as the sword bent from the immense power. It has just begun. Jin Xuanyi revealed a brutal smile and disappeared before Lin Yun. Gathering all his power, Jin Xuanyi punched forth, and thunderclouds enveloped the arena. Too slow, too slow, too slow. Jin Xuanyi laughed as he ducked around and mocked Lin Yun's speed. With that, he had firmly grasped the situation in the arena. Lin Yun only used his divine firefly sword to defend against Jin Xuanyi's strong attacks. Whenever he threw his punch forth, it was further empowered by the Qilin runes on his body. 10 odd moves later, a huge clash occurred in the arena as Jin Xuanyi's punch clashed with the flower burial sword. When Lin Yun clashed with Jin Xuanyi, an azure dragon appeared behind him, while a lightning Qilin appeared behind Jin Xuanyi. Time to end this. Jin Xuanyi grinned and grabbed Lin Yun's sword with his right hand. His hand was like the hand of a Qilin, firmly grabbing onto the flower burial sword. Everything is nothing before absolute strength. Not to mention you're really slow. Jin Xuanyi's eyes flashed coldly, and his laughter spread across the arena. He began accumulating strength in his left hand while grabbing the flower burial sword. The Qilin runes on his body began to blaze. As he poured them into his left hand, the power in his fist grew even stronger. Lin Yun held his front against Jin Xuanyi, relying on his sword. Not even a quasi-saint would feel good taking an attack from Jin Xuanyi head-on, and Yi Qingtian would be doomed if he lost his sword. His cultivation was only at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage, and he would be dead if he took Jin Xuanyi's punch head-on. He's doomed. Chu Duan clenched his fists together and looked nervous. He had fought with Jin Xuanyi before and knew how powerful Jin Xuanyi was. Even his Black Lotus Saint physique could barely take a head-on attack from him. Most importantly, Yi Qingtian was a swordsman. A swordsman without his sword was the same as a tiger without teeth. Although Jin Xuanyi might be shameless, this was the best way to deal with a swordsman. Lin Yun tried to struggle free from Jin Xuanyi's grasp, but he couldn't draw his sword back. What else do you have? Jin Xuanyi sneered. Lin Yun was decisive in letting go of his sword and taking a few steps back. Ha ha ha! There's no way for you to run now. Jin Xuanyi laughed. It was all within his expectation that Yi Qingtian could only throw his sword away. It was satisfying to force a swordsman to give up his sword. If a swordsman didn't have a sword, would he still have his sword aura? Jin Xuanyi roared, releasing his Qilin aura, wanting to restrict Lin Yun. But he was surprised when he saw Yi Qingtian charging forth with an even faster speed after taking 2 steps back. Lin Yun used his fingers as a sword and targeted Jin Xuanyi's chest. This forced Jin Xuanyi to release the flower burial sword and take 2 steps back. At the same time, Jin Xuanyi took this opportunity to throw his punch forth, and the accumulated power formed a lightning vortex that wanted to devour Lin Yun. After reaching out to grab the flower burial sword, Lin Yun gathered his sword aura and swung his sword around, slicing the lightning vortex into 2. At the same time, he spread his arms apart and landed on the ground. Qilin, God Annihilation Vortex. Jin Xuanyi roared and unleashed an even more powerful vortex. When the vortex appeared, the arena began to tremble to the point that it seemed like it would collapse the next moment. This was the complete God Annihilation Vortex, and it was more terrifying than executing it with one hand. The moment Jin Xuanyi unleashed his attack, the faces of everyone on the king ranking changed. Light of the beginning. Lin Yun roared and swung his sword. No one could keep track of his sword and only saw a blur. When the light clashed with the black vortex, Jin Xuanyi took a step back. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Yi Qingtian, your sword is really slow. Jin Xuanyi smiled. He had detected the danger earlier and had avoided it ahead of time. You're already dead. Lin Yun landed on the ground and sheathed his sword. Jin Xuanyi still had no idea what was happening. But then he suddenly squinted his pupils as a line circled around his neck. A blinding sword ray gushed out from his neck the next moment. The light made everyone's eyes sting, but none shifted their gazes away because the scene was too shocking. As sword rays and blood gushed out, Jin Xuanyi's head flew away, his head rolling on the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. Like that, a headless corpse stood in the arena, blood gushing from its neck. The thunderclouds dissipated, signifying a legendary genius's death. The surroundings fell into silence. Even Chu Duan and Li Yanxian kept silent, with their scalps feeling numb. They were like the others, with their gazes focused on Yi Qingtian. A brief moment later, Li Yanxian came to his senses and looked at Chu Duan with horror. He tremblingly asked, Did you see that sword earlier?" Chu Duan was at a loss because he couldn't accept what was happening before his eyes. Jin Xuani, who was like a god earlier, was killed just like that with one sword? Jin Xuani was invincible within his eyes, which was why Chu Duan couldn't accept Jin Xuani's death. "No, I didn't manage to see that sword," Chu Duan said in a trembling tone after coming to his senses. He only saw a ray of light and couldn't see Yi Qingtian's sword at all. Only Jin Xuani managed to see Yi Qingtian's sword, but he was already dead. When Jin Xuani's headless corpse collapsed, his heavy arms caused a cloud of dust to rise from the arena. Everyone came to their senses when they heard the huge thud, and only one person was standing in the arena. At this moment, everyone finally believed that Jin Xuani was dead. Just like that, a legendary figure who was determined to shine during the Golden Era, someone who was rumored to have killed a quasi-saint that was at the Azure Origin phase, had died in the hands of Yi Qingtian, the genius swordsman of the Heavenly Dao sect. How is this possible? Wang Mayan couldn't help exclaiming with her face changed. Others might not know, but she knew that Jin Xuani had indeed killed a quasi-saint before. Although that quasi-saint was only in the Azure Origin phase, a quasi-saint with Saint Aura was invincible when compared to cultivators at the Nirvana stage. Furthermore, Jin Xuani had many means that he had yet to use, and yet he died just like that. This was why no one could accept what they were seeing. They were expecting a tough battle, even if Yi Qingtian managed to win. "Holy Maiden, what do you mean by that?" Xianxia turned to look at Wang Mayan with an ugly expression. Everyone else from the Heavenly Dao sect also turned to look at Wang Mayan. Wang Mayan immediately came to her senses and awkwardly smiled. "Although I've guessed that Yi Qingtian could win, I didn't expect him to win the fight so easily." Everyone finally understood what Wang Mayan said. They actually shared the same thoughts as well. They didn't expect Yi Qingtian to be so strong. Elder Shifeng sighed. "Same goes for me. This battle is like a dream." But he soon smiled excitedly. "But since Yi Qingtian killed Jin Xuani, not only did we retrieve the divine blood flower, but the Heavenly Dao sect's reputation will also rise along with him. Yi Qingtian is now ranked first on the king ranking." He initially thought it foolish to let Yi Qingtian fight Jin Xuani, but the outcome was a huge surprise. "I'm afraid it won't be that easy," Xianxia calmly said. "So we still have to depend on him in the end." 18 years ago, Jian Jingtian was known as One Sword Jingtian. But from today onwards, senior brother Yi will be known as One Sword Qingtian. "Ha ha ha," Wang Yu laughed. "One Sword Qingtian?" The Ming cult's Zhang Xiling sneered beside the quasi-saint, Zhou Yang. He said, "Yi Qingtian, let me ask you, what is the name of that sword?" "Light of the Beginning," Lin Yun replied from the arena as he looked at Zhang Xiling. "Light of the Beginning, a sword so fast that it leaves no traces behind. It's truly worthy of this name." Zhang Xiling sighed, but his tone suddenly changed. He said, "But you're only lucky. You cannot be compared to Jin Xuani in regards to cultivation, foundation, or opportunities. The Qilin lineage has 4 major inheritances: lightning, fire, wind, and water. Jin Xuani obtained the lightning Qilin's inheritance. Not only did he fuse the power of Qilin into his arms, but also his feet. He also refined a Qilin core and used it to kill a quasi-saint at the Azure Origin phase." Zhang Xiling's words made everyone come to their senses because that was the case. "What are you trying to say?" Lin Yun asked. "Am I not clear enough?" Jin Xuani didn't use his full strength out of concern for the 5 other holy lands. Zhang Xiling said, "You're only lucky that you managed to kill him and merely took advantage of him. If you two fought again, you'd probably not be able to take a single attack from him." "I see. So you're trying to say that I've actually lost the battle?" Lin Yun asked. "Not exactly. You did win, but your win isn't righteous. So don't really think that you're ranked first on the king ranking and can be called one-sword Qing Tian. Zhang Xiling replied. The other Holy Land's geniuses all agreed with what Zhang Xiling said. Zhang Xiling had said what was in their hearts. If Jin Xuanyi wasn't fearful of them, Yi Qingtian probably wouldn't even last a move under Jin Xuanyi. Seeing that Yi Qingtian fell silent, Zhang Xiling said in disdain, "What's the matter? Are you unconvinced? Do you want me to reveal everything behind your sword earlier?" "I'm all ears," Lin Yun replied. "It looks like you won't give up. Since it's a sword technique, there must be traces left behind. You might be able to fool others, but you can't fool me. I have a sword myself. Why don't you experience it?" Zhang Xiling smiled as his right hand fell onto his sword, releasing a dazzling radiance when he drew it. Everyone saw two intertwining sword marks left on the arena when everything settled down. The arena was fortified by Saint runes, thus making it tougher than ordinary stone. But the cut left on the arena was clean, so one could imagine how sharp Zhang Xiling's attacks were. The two sword marks reached as far as 100 feet and were only 1 inch away from Yi Qingtian. This made everyone take in a cold breath as they looked at Zhang Xiling with their faces changed. The Ming cult's quasi-saint, Zhou Yang, turned to look at Shi Feng and smiled. "Brother Shi, don't make a declaration so quickly. It's still uncertain who will obtain the divine blood flower and be first on the king ranking." Shi Feng's face was ashen when he heard that. "What do you think?" Zhang Xiling gave Yi Qingtian a provocative gaze, and he said, "Your sword might be fast, but you're just trying to fool the eyes using light. Your sword can be traced." Everyone finally understood what was going on after hearing Zhang Xiling's words, because that really seemed like the case. So when they looked at Yi Qingtian again, the solemnness in their pupils disappeared. "Others can't see through your sword and found it powerful, but you can't fool my eyes," Zhang Xiling pridefully said. He continued, "That's one. As for the second point, you're too slow even if your sword is powerful, regardless of your attacking speed or movement technique. This is why you tried to numb Jin Xuanyi into approaching you, and your attainment in the sword isn't as high as everyone thinks." Lin Yun didn't say a word and merely looked at Zhang Xiling. "That seems to make some sense?" Zhang Xiling managed to see through Yi Qingtian's sword with a gaze. "Should I say as expected of Ming cult's geniuses? Ha ha ha. I already said it's impossible for a legendary figure like Jin Xuanyi to die so easily. It's a pity that he died before he could fully unleash his strength. Yi Qingtian is really low to use such a scheme." Everyone around the arena began to discuss amongst themselves, and even Chu Duan nodded. Zhang Xiling's words made more sense that way. After all, Jin Xuanyi was invincible on the king ranking, and so Yi Qingtian merely took advantage of the fact that Jin Xuanyi couldn't unleash his full strength. Everyone acknowledged that Jin Xuanyi was stronger. That Yi Qingtian is really shrewd. "Even I was fooled by him," Chu Duan said softly. "I have a feeling something isn't right." Li Yanxian muttered to himself. He could feel that Yi Qingtian's sword wasn't just fast but was accompanied by the phenomenon of the world being established. But the entire process of a world being born was disrupted by nirvana, and it disappeared when you wanted to take a clear look at it. That light was different from the light Zhang Xiling displayed. Li Yanxian couldn't describe it properly, but it felt like a firefly's light being compared to the light from the sun and moon. "What's wrong with it? I'll be going if no one is going on the stage." Chu Duan was excited to go on the stage and prove himself. Lin Yun looked at Zhang Xiling from the arena and asked, "Are you done?" "There's no need to hurry. There's still one last pointer. You only unleashed one sword, but I unleashed two. If you can't touch me, you won't have the opportunity to draw your sword." Zhang Xiling smiled. "Why don't you come up then?" Lin Yun waved his hand. Zhang Xiling mocked, "I don't think that's good. After all, no one's safety isn't ensured in the arena. And you're a genius swordsman from the heavenly Dao sect. It will be a pity if you die on the stage." "It doesn't matter. Since you spent the effort to waste so much saliva by talking, I can give you this opportunity," Lin Yun said. He turned around and continued, "If anyone has any opinions about my victory, you can also come to the arena to challenge me." For figures stood up. one each from the Divine Phoenix Mountain, Heavenly Flame Sect, Myriad Lightning Sect, and Divine Tao Pavilion, with fighting spirits blazing within their pupils. But Zhang Xiling flew out before any of them and went to the arena. "Let us determine this match with one sword," Lin Yun said. Zhang Xiling sneered before his gaze became sharp. "I share the same thoughts as well." When Yi Qingtian and Zhang Xiling stood in confrontation, Zhang Xiling was the first to draw his sword, while Yi Qingtian's sword was still in the scabbard. Everyone from the Ming cult saw this scene and couldn't help becoming excited. Zhang Xiling is really strong. As he said, Yi Qingtian cannot draw his sword. Chu Duan sighed. In the arena, Lin Yun said, "Don't shake your head." Zhang Xiling sheathed his sword with disdain reflected within his pupils. He didn't put what Yi Qingtian said in his heart. After sheathing his sword, Zhang Xiling smiled and said, "Yi Qingtian, you're already dead." Zhang Xiling said it so easily with a hint of a smile. His act of shaking his head was also natural, and this scene left everyone present dumbfounded, with their faces becoming white and their souls trembling from what they saw. Many people covered their mouths with their eyes wide open. Chu Duan, agitated to go on the stage, fell to the ground, his heart throbbing violently. He clutched his chest with his heart pumping violently. Li Yanxian already had a speculation, but his cheeks trembled when he saw his scene, and he could feel his legs going soft. What's going on? Zhang Xiling's vision suddenly expanded when he saw this scene, and his body became light. It felt as though he was flying, and he could see everyone from the Ming cult having horror on their faces. When he finally saw a headless body, he wanted to smile and tell his companions not to be afraid, because Yi Qingtian was already dead. But his smile soon froze because that headless body was holding onto his familiar saint sword. As he bumped gazes with Yi Qingtian said, "I already told you not to shake your head since it'll fall." After Lin Yun spoke, Zhang Xiling's head rolled on the ground like a ball. This scene was shocking, and many people couldn't even see what just happened. They didn't even see the ray of light from Yi Qingtian's sword and only saw Zhang Xiling shaking his head by habit in the arena. It was fine if he didn't shake his head, but his head fell when he shook. This scene naturally left everyone present deeply shocked. After all, Zhang Xiling's head suddenly rolled on the ground as he spoke, and no one could see how he died. The faces of the 4 geniuses from the 6 Holy Lands were ugly, before they sat back down, pretending as if nothing had happened and saw nothing. "Yi Qingtian, how dare you!" A thunderous roar echoed around the arena as the face of the Ming cult's Zhou became ugly. The man wearing a black hood beside him flew into the arena and made a move, ripping apart the black cloak on him with an azure saint aura spreading out. A quasi-saint? Everyone was shocked. Their faces changed. "You're courting death." Shifeng was furious when he saw this scene and wanted to charge into the arena. But Zhou was clearly prepared as he flew over to the Heavenly Tao Sex party, his hand falling on Shifeng's shoulder. "Ha ha! Shifeng, where do you think you're going?" Zhou said coldly. "Don't spoil the rules. Get lost." Shifeng couldn't be bothered to waste saliva with Zhou and pushed his hand forth. Yi Qingtian had proven himself a genius swordsman, and he could imagine how furious the sect would be if Yi Qingtian died here. "How dare you bring 2 quasi-saints with you? Your Ming cult is really despicable," Shifeng roared. "The Eastern Desolation no longer belongs to your Heavenly Tao sect." Then again, no one said quasi-saints aren't allowed to go into the arena. Zhou sneered. When Zhou and Shifeng faced off, a powerful saint aura swept out after 3 moves, and everyone was sent flying away. There was nothing others could do in a fight between 2 quasi-saints. Suddenly, an exclamation resounded that piqued everyone's curiosity. Even the other quasi-saints couldn't be bothered to watch the battle between 2 quasi-saints and turned their attention to the arena with shock on their faces. They couldn't believe that this was real. "Elder Shifeng," Wang Yu said in a trembling tone. "Senior brother Yi, what's the matter?" Shifeng asked anxiously, hoping that Yi Qingtian could hold on longer. Wang Yu said in disbelief, "Senior brother Yi doesn't seem any weaker than that quasi-saint." "What?" Shi Feng was stumped. He couldn't be bothered with Zhou and quickly turned his attention to the arena. When he looked at the fight on the stage, he was left dumbfounded and couldn't believe that this was real. The fight in the arena far exceeded Shi Feng's expectations. In his view, a quasi-saint at the Azure Origin phase could easily suppress Yi Qingtian, who was at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage. This was because one would step onto the saint path after reaching the quasi-saint realm. Saint Aura was on a completely different level than Nirvana Aura. Even if quasi-saints didn't grasp any Saint Dao, they could easily use Saint Aura to kill geniuses at the Nirvana stage. To geniuses, it was common to kill those with higher cultivation than them. Their opponents might have an advantage in their cultivation, but the geniuses were blessed with cultivation techniques, talent, aptitude, and inheritance. So wandering cultivators couldn't be compared to them. But the saint path was on an entirely different level. So it was practically impossible for geniuses within the top 10 of the king ranking to kill them. On the contrary, it was easy for quasi-saints to slay geniuses like them. Jin Xuanyi was so famous because he had killed a quasi-saint at the Azure Origin phase. This was also why Shi Feng lost his temper when he saw a quasi-saint enter the arena. Shi Feng was afraid that Yi Qingtian would be killed without being able to pose resistance. But the battle taking place in the arena had left him dumbfounded. In the arena, Lin Yun calmly faced his opponent with the divine Firefly sword, fully unleashing the power of his sword technique that left everyone dumbfounded. It was as though Yi Qingtian was experienced in fighting quasi-saints, and he wouldn't allow his opponent to sneak an attack on him with Saint Aura. On the contrary, Lin Yun relied on his profound sword techniques to calmly face his opponent, drawing multiple circles in the arena. Lin Yun alternated between the Dawn Radiance, Sunset Radiance, and Myriad Swords Unite before returning to the Firefly Radiance. His opponent's Saint Aura was powerful, and the shockwave of his attacks left cracks on the arena. But he couldn't even touch Lin Yun no matter how he tried. Lin Yun would draw circles and prevent Saint Aura from coming close to him, and the Saint Aura would dissipate and land on the arena instead. The quasi-saint wanted to forcibly break through Yi Qingtian's attacks. He gathered the Saint Aura into his palm, wanting to shatter Lin Yun's sword aura. But fireflies bloomed from the circles in the arena. The fireflies might be weak, but they could link together and look alive. When the fireflies bloomed, they resisted the corrosion of the quasi-saint's Saint Aura. The quasi-saint failed to forcibly break through Lin Yun's attacks, and Lin Yun even took this opportunity to attack. Lin Yun soared to the sky, leaving behind afterimages while leaving multiple wounds on the quasi-saint. Blood splashed on the stage, but they didn't belong to Yi Qingtian but the quasi-saint. No one expected this scene, regardless of the 6 Holy Lands geniuses or those from the king ranking. How is this possible? Chu Duan collapsed with low spirits. He said, I went into seclusion for 2 years, but the world is changing too quickly. How is he a genius swordsman in the past 500 years with that strength? Li Yanxian also gulped down a mouthful of saliva and weakly said, I doubt a genius of his caliber will appear in the next 500 years. This is unbelievable. Ever since Jian Jingtian appeared, there hasn't been a genius of a millennium in the Eastern Desolation. But it's a pity. A pity what? Chu Duan asked. Li Yanxian bitterly smiled when he heard that. What else? A pity that this genius wasn't me. 18 years ago, when Jian Jingtian's name spread throughout the Eastern Desolation, he suppressed the 6 Holy Lands alone, and no geniuses from the 6 Holy Lands could raise their heads. He was even famous within the Divine Dragon Empire, but it was a pity that he disappeared like a comet. Since then, Eastern Desolation's geniuses have gone into a dark time. Even if there were genius swordsmen, no one dared to claim to be a genius comparable to Jian Jingtian. Li Yanxian was a swordsman ranked within the top 10 on the king ranking, so he could tell that Yi Qingtian had relied on his sword techniques to suppress that quasi-saint, using tricks to resolve brute strength. Li Yanxian also knew the divine firefly sword technique but had barely reached lesser mastery. However, Yi Qingtian's version was 10 times stronger than his, which was too unbelievable. This was probably the genuine divine firefly sword. The light of the firefly could even compete with moonlight, as the sword ancestor said back then. Who dared to claim that they could fight a quasi-saint with a cultivation at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage? This should be what a swordsman looks like. Although Li Yanxian couldn't go to the arena, he looked forward to reaching Yi Qingtian's height one day. "Junior brother, come down first," Zhuang said with an ugly expression when he saw this scene while fending off Shifeng. He noticed something wasn't right, and his junior brother's mentality was messed up. If the fight continued, his junior brother might even be in danger, which was why he yelled out, "He's just a brat." Sun-moon radiance. The quasi-saint in the arena furiously roared. He didn't heed what Zhuang said, but suddenly retreated to a few hundred meters away before executing the ultimate attack of the Ming cult. A sun and moon rose to the sky, forming an ancient Ming word, enveloping the entire arena. "Go and die!" The quasi-saint roared with his face becoming distorted, controlling the suppressive Ming word. Lin Yun raised his head and knew he couldn't avoid this attack. He used the Blood Crow ancestor to temper himself back in the Myriad Graves Valley and knew how to face Saint Aura. He once suffered from Saint Aura but wanted to face it head-on this time. The flower burial sword sensed his thoughts and trembled with fighting spirit. This brought Lin Yun a smile, and he had nothing to ask for to have such a sword to accompany him. "You know me well." He recalled the heavenly Jade Sword Saint's words within the Nether Orchid courtyard. "Can't Radiant's lineage lose once?" Lin Yun calmly stood in the arena, looking at the descending ancient Ming word. His smile disappeared, and he had an answer to that question now. The Radiant's lineage will never lose. Lin Yun took a deep breath before taking a step forth. When he stepped forth, he divided into 12 afterimages, each afterimage swinging out a sword. The afterimages lingered, looking like fireflies from afar. But the fireflies soon changed into a bright moon as the afterimages formed a circle. As he stepped forth, the afterimages returned to him, and the phenomena formed into a firefly's light that flew out along with his thrust. The other firefly's light reflected Lin Yun's figure, and they flew into his body. When Lin Yun thrust his sword, the entire arena began to tremble as Lin Yun executed the myriad swords unite. The sword stabbed at the flaw of the Ming word, and the word was like a balloon that popped with Saint Aura gushing out. Blood also dripped down from Lin Yun's lips, and he was forced to step 100 meters back. But he had excitement on his face because he had succeeded. The myriad swords unite managed to block an attack from a quasi-saint, which felt great. If the heavenly Jade Sword Saint saw this scene, she would definitely feel gratified. How is this possible? The quasi-saint was shocked as he looked at Yi Qingtian with disbelief. "I don't believe that I can't kill you." The quasi-saint had a hint of insanity within his pupils, with his saint aura boiling. His saint aura formed into an azure energy sphere when he pushed his hands forth, giving off a feeling like a volcano. The entire arena fell into silence when they saw this scene, and they couldn't help taking a deep breath with their faces changed. They knew that the quasi-saint had brought out his full strength. It was unbelievable that someone at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage could force a quasi-saint to bring out his true strength. From this move, the quasi-saint was filled with flaws because he had poured all of his strength into this attack and couldn't be bothered about anything else. A violent gale swept the arena as the quasi-saint's aura spread out. This instantly made everyone nervous while looking at the stage because the quasi-saint was too shameless. There was no way Yi Qingtian could deal with this attack. He had no choice but to forfeit. "Wait, he still has a sword," Li Yanxian muttered. He wasn't the only one because everyone thought about it as well. But they were curious if Yi Qingtian could unleash his attack while facing a life-and-death crisis. After all, it was a quasi-saint that he was facing, and he would die if his attack failed. But Lin Yun didn't hesitate to execute the light of the beginning. But under the quasi-saint's aura, the light of the beginning was slowed this time, enabling everyone to see this sword clearly. They could see primal chaos being split, with the first glimmer of light appearing. The energy sphere formed by the Azure Saint aura was severed into two. The quasi-saint managed to avoid Yi Qingtian's sword in time but suffered a horrifying wound to his chest. But he was fortunate that his head was still on his neck. "Yi Qingtian, what else do you have?" The quasi-saint sneered. He was injured, but he was happily laughing. He finally forced Yi Qingtian to bring out that sword. But even that sword couldn't threaten him, and it was time for him to deal with Yi Qingtian now. He had to teach Yi Qingtian a lesson that quasi-saints couldn't be humiliated. "Don't you know that I'm a swordsman?" Lin Yun asked. "So what if you're a swordsman?" The quasi-saint sneered, feeling confident in this battle. Lin Yun raised his head and said, "As a swordsman, the battle won't end if our blood still flows. We also won't admit defeat. And who told you I have no more trump cards?" "MHM?" The quasi-saint became suspicious as he noticed Yi Qingtian's forehead shining brightly with a powerful sword intent spreading out. When Lin Yun brought out his astral sword intent, fine cracks appeared on the quasi-saint's aura. Lin Yun's sword ray formed a pillar that broke through the clouds. But Lin Yun didn't give him the opportunity to be shocked and stabbed forth with his sword. The quasi-saint had quickly retreated, but his face was covered in horror when Yi Qingtian brought out his astral sword intent. After all, not even a saint could grasp the astral sword intent, and it would be weird if he could dodge Yi Qingtian's attack at such a close distance. With that, Lin Yun's sword instantly pierced through his chest. "Stop!" The quasi-saint had blood dripping from his lips as he held onto the flower burial sword, looking at Yi Qingtian. But Lin Yun ignored the quasi-saint with his astral sword intent blazing. He injected his astral sword intent into the quasi-saint's body, wreaking havoc within the latter's body. The quasi-saint was shocked and discovered he couldn't stop the astral sword intent from flowing into his body. "I'm a quasi-saint of the Ming cult. You can't kill me," the quasi-saint said reluctantly. "Haven't you heard a saying before?" Lin Yun raised his voice and continued. "A man has to be firm in his decision, even if he has to mend the heavens. Quasi-saints couldn't be killed? He would show everyone how he killed a quasi-saint today." Lin Yun stabbed his sword forth as the quasi-saint's body blew apart under the ignition of astral sword intent and was blown into pieces. Everyone in the arena fell silent when Yi Qingtian unleashed his astral sword intent, and they were deeply shocked. But shortly after, Yi Qingtian's sword pierced through the quasi-saint with his sword intent shining, and the quasi-saint's body blew apart. Jin Xuani and Zhang Xiling were headed, and their corpses were left behind. But the quasi-saint died without a complete corpse left behind. Everyone was briefly shocked for a moment before cheers echoed with disbelief filling everyone's pupils. How is this possible?" Zhou Yang's face became pale, looking at the terrible death of his junior brother. Shifeng said, "If your Ming cult doesn't explain this matter, our Heavenly Tao sect won't let you guys off so easily." Zhou Yang's face was terrifyingly ugly, and he no longer had the smugness on his face. His face was pale, with his lips trembling. Due to the special circumstances of the God Burial mountain range, it was troublesome to nurture a quasi-saint, and Zhou Yang would have to take huge responsibility for a quasi-saint's death. "Come on, then. You think the Ming cult is afraid of you guys?" Zhou Yang didn't want to stay here for another second, so he immediately left after saying that. As for all the geniuses on the king ranking who were present, their eyes became dim, and their pupils were filled with helplessness. The commotion caused by Jin Xuani was huge, and many geniuses on the king ranking were present, wanting to challenge him in the arena. They were confident when they came but couldn't muster the courage to fight when they looked at Yi Qingtian in the arena. They even had a hint of fear within their pupils when they looked at Yi Qingtian. Initially, everyone didn't believe that Jin Xuani used his full strength, and that Yi Qingtian merely took the opportunity to kill Jin Xuani. Yi Qingtian declared that anyone could challenge him if his strength didn't convince them, but no one dared to go to the arena after Zhang Xiling and the quasi-saint's death. Astral sword intent. It's no wonder why he's so strong, Chu Duan said weakly. Li Yanxian's face was pale, and he felt powerless. As a swordsman, he knew better than Chu Duan how strong the astral sword intent was. Li Yanxian might have reached quasi-astral sword intent, but he wasn't confident of taking that half-step out, even if he reached the Saint Realm. Since Yi Qingtian possessed astral sword intent, it now made sense why he could slay an Azure Origin phase quasi-saint with his cultivation at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage. "Brother Li, what do you think of him?" Chu Duan asked. Li Yanxian fell silent and said, "He's invincible." Chu Duan was speechless when he heard that. Lin Yun briefly stayed in the arena until the host gave the divine blood flower to him after seeing that no one wanted to come into the arena. Since Six Holy City had a powerful background, even Jin Xuani did not dare to fool them with a fake divine blood flower. He dared to hand the real divine blood flower over because of the confidence in his strength. But it was a pity that he had overestimated himself. With that, the new champion of the king ranking appeared. No one dared to suspect Yi Qingtian's strength any longer, and this meant Yi Qingtian had become first and was the unrivaled king on the king ranking. Anyone could foresee that it wouldn't take long for Yi Qingtian's name to spread throughout the Eastern Desolation. Big Brother Yi succeeded. You killed Jin Xuani and retrieved the divine blood flower. When we return to the heavenly Dao sect, you will surely receive a heavy reward for it. Bai Qingyu came forth and welcomed Lin Yun with excitement. Xian Yan, Wang Mian, Wang Yu, Chen Zhong, and the other geniuses of the heavenly Dao sect also stepped forth to cup their fists together. After all, Yi Qingtian had become first on the king ranking. It would make him famous within the Eastern Desolation, and Yi Qingtian could also obtain a decent amount of glory. Wang Mian smiled. See what I said? I believed that Yi Qingtian could win. After all, he's an unprecedented genius swordsman of the heavenly Dao sect. Wang Yu smiled. I didn't believe it in the past, but I'm convinced now. Everyone stepped forth to congratulate and flatter Yi Qingtian. On the other hand, Nangong Fai was filled with emotions, and he looked at Yi Qingtian with a complicated gaze. Yi Qingtian was a nobody a year ago, but he forged such a reputation for himself in just half a month. This was simply too unbelievable. Lin Yun and Xian Yan exchanged a gaze before his gaze fell onto Wang Mian, wanting to detect the slightest change on her face. Hee. Junior brother Yi, why are you looking at me? You're making me feel embarrassed. Wang Mian smiled charmingly. Junior sister Wang, you're really good-hearted, Lin Yun said. Wang Mian smiled. That's for sure. I understand you're the best within the heavenly Dao sect. If you're willing, I'll let junior brother see how good-hearted I am. Seeing the smile on Wang Mian's face, Lin Yun could only admit that she had hidden herself really deeply. Let's not talk about that for now and deliver the divine blood flower back to the sect, Shifeng said. Lin Yun nodded and gave the divine blood flower to Xian Yan to keep. The divine blood flower would naturally go to the sect, so Lin Yun wasn't interested. At night, the Heavenly Dao Sect's group stayed within the Heavenly Dao Sect's branch. The Six Holy City was massive, and the city was a safe zone within the God Burial Mountain range. There was an altar at the city's heart with a stone monument reaching 1,000 feet, and the branches of the six holy lands were built around it. At this moment, Lin Yun was in Xian Yan's room. He fell into deep thoughts with the candle's light reflected on his face. The light from the candle outlined Xian Yan's exquisite features and made her stand out even more. Xian Yan smiled. Yi Qingtian, it has been 15 minutes since you came to my room. Stop beating around the bush. What do you want to say? Lin Yun finally came to a decision and raised his head. I do have something to tell senior sister, and it's something important. Hearing what he said, Xian Yan was briefly stunned before she smiled. What's the matter? It's related to Wang Mian, Lin Yun said. A hint of disappointment flashed across Xian Yan's pupils when she heard that. This was because she had a familiar feeling coming from Yi Qingtian, especially what Yi Qingtian said before going to the arena. This familiar figure existed from her first meeting with Yi Qingtian. Although she had her speculation, she didn't dare to confirm it, fearing that she would be greatly disappointed. So she thought Yi Qingtian would speak up by coming to her room tonight. Thus, she was disappointed that Yi Qingtian spoke about Wang Mian instead. As expected of you, Yi Qingtian, I have long heard that you have an ambiguous relationship with the heavenly and holy maiden, and it looks like the rumors are true. Xian Yan smiled, keeping the disappointment in her heart. Lin Yun took a deep breath and said, I'm practically confident that Wang Mian is in cahoots with the Blood Moon sect. She might even be Blood Moon sect's holy maiden or divine maiden. The Blood Moon sect's divine maiden would be promoted from the competition amongst holy maidens. The moment the divine maiden appears, The remaining holy maidens would become the divine maidens' maids. What do you mean by that? Xianxia's smile disappeared, and she continued, this is a serious accusation, and you need to provide evidence for that. Lin Yun didn't hesitate to share what he experienced within the Myriad Graves Valley with Xianxian. What? Xianxian exclaimed. You killed Yi Qinghong, Zhang Kuei, and Xiao Jingyan? Lin Yun nodded and even shared with Xianxian about the indigo cloth venerable. Then again, he naturally wouldn't say that Xiao Jingyan was a demon spirit. This information was too dangerous, and it wasn't convenient for him to share it with Xianxian. This is unbelievable. Xianxian was in disbelief when she heard that. Senior sister, you don't believe me? Lin Yun asked. I believe you, Xianxian said without any hesitation. Then, Lin Yun said. But he was disrupted by Xianxian before he could even finish what he wanted to say. Xianxian said, but you don't have any evidence of that, not to mention you killed everyone. Even if the indigo cloth venerable was real, Wang Mayan can say you're accusing her. Lin Yun naturally understood what Xianxian said, and he nodded. This is why I'm here to discuss it with you. Xianxian fell into deep thoughts before she asked, something isn't right. Why is she doing all this? If she wants to be unfavorable to you, she can just let Jin Shuani kill you. So there's no need for Jin Shuani to set up an arena and make it known to everyone. I plan to ask her about that, Lin Yun said. You want to ask her about it? Xianxian immediately guessed what Lin Yun was planning. Lin Yun nodded and replied, I plan to capture her tonight and ask her about it. The God Burial Mountain range doesn't allow any quasi-saints to enter, so this is the perfect opportunity. After all, one wouldn't know if Wang Mayan would have quasi-saint bodyguards once she leaves the God Burial Mountain range or even Saint Realm experts. How do you want me to help you? Xianxian asked. I need you to go with me if she accuses me of anything. I'll have you as a witness at that time, Lin Yun said. He continued, if possible, I also need senior sister to prevent her from escaping. Lin Yun was enough to deal with Wang Mayan but needed Xianxian's help to ensure success. All right, Xianxian nodded. She continued, I have long noticed that there's something wrong with her. She was suddenly captured in the treehouse inn and forced me to hand the divine blood flower over. After that, she took the initiative to go to the Myriad Graves Valley to look for you, which was weird. Xianxian had already sensed something was wrong with Wang Mayan, but Wang Mayan was the heavenly and holy maiden and princess of the Wang clan, so no one would suspect she was someone from the Blood Moon sect. When are we going to make a move? Now. Okay. Lin Yun and Xianxian were decisive people, and they immediately made a move when they came to a decision, both heading towards Wang Mayan's room. Senior sister, I'll go in, so you can just wait for me outside, Lin Yun said. He felt that Wang Mayan had hidden her true self rather deeply, and she didn't seem that simple despite her cultivation at the fourth transformation of the Nirvana stage. It would be terrible if Xianxian was injured when they fought. Just call me if you need help. Xianxian nodded without hesitation. Yi Qingtian was now first on the king ranking, and not even an Azure Origin Phase quasi-saint could be his opponent. There was no need for her to be concerned about his safety. Yi Qingtian, you previously told me that you have a senior sister. Can you tell me more about her? Xianxian ultimately couldn't hold herself from asking this just when Yi Qingtian was about to enter the room. Senior sister, why are you suddenly asking about her? Lin Yun asked. Regardless if you think you've done something wrong, your senior sister will always forgive you. Have you seen an elder sister blaming her younger brother before? Xianxian smiled with a wink. Lin Yun was briefly stunned when he heard that, then entered the room. But when he took 2 steps forth, the door closed by itself. Lin Yun examined the room and saw Wang Mayan holding onto her chin, reading a book. She had an indolent expression with her exquisite facial features reflected by the light. Yi Qingtian, I have been waiting for you? Wang Mayan smiled. We should talk, Lin Yun said with murderous intent flashing across his pupils and his sword intent spread out. Astral sword intent. You have really surprised me and ruined all of my plans. Wang Mayan sighed. So, it's really you. Lin Yun's pupils flashed with unconcealable murderous intent. Wang Mayan pitifully said, Yi Qing Tian, you want to kill me when we had such a beautiful past together? There are really no good men in the world. What are you planning? If you're honest with me, I can consider letting you go, Lin Yun said. Wang Mayan sneered. You'll let me go? But I have no intention of letting you go. Do you want to kill me? Let's talk about it if you can catch me. If you can catch me, I can fulfill your request. As chimes resounded, a red cloth flew out from Wang Mayan with a wave of her hand, destroying the restriction of sword intent and disappearing into the darkness. The door was opened right at this moment, and Xianxia asked with a frown when she saw the hole in the roof. She said, It might be a trap. Senior sister, you stay here. I'll go and take a look. Lin Yun's face was cold because leaving such a threat like Wang Mayan around was too dangerous. The God Burial Mountain Range was the perfect opportunity to kill her. This was because once Wang Mayan leaves the God Burial Mountain Range, finding another opportunity to kill her would be tough. Lin Yun soared to the sky after he was done speaking. Wang Mayan was fast, and he could only see her blurred figure in the darkness. Her speed wasn't compatible with her cultivation at the 4th transformation of the Nirvana stage, and Lin Yun had to use his full strength to keep up with her. If Wang Mayan was a little faster, Lin Yun would have to bring out the golden crow wings if he wanted to catch up with her. She didn't leave the city. Lin Yun was baffled because he thought Wang Mayan wanted to flee the city, and an ambush might be waiting for him outside the city. But Wang Mayan was heading to the center of the city instead. 15 minutes later, Wang Mayan landed on a stone pillar. This was the altar within Six Holy City, with a stone monument erected on the plaza. The stone monument was filled with obscure scriptures. The plaza was massive but desolated with a thick layer of dust that had been there for a long time, and the scriptures on the stone monument were no longer readable. Lin Yun landed not far from the stone monument, looking at Wang Mayan with doubts within his pupils. Wang Mayan stared at the stone monument and said, Yi Qing Tian, do you know what this monument is? Hearing what Wang Mayan said, Lin Yun turned to look at the erected monument. There was a legend that this was a deity-sealing monument with an actual deity sealed within it. That was the information Lin Yun read from some books before coming to the God Burial Mountain Range. He knew that Six Holy City was an ancient dragon city. It was destroyed in ancient times and was repaired before being occupied by the Six Holy Lands. Wang Mayan didn't wait for Lin Yun's response and muttered, This is a deity-sealing monument. But the scriptures disappeared when the city was destroyed during ancient times, and deities no longer existed. The Southern Emperor personally fixed this monument 3,000 years ago and wrote the scriptures. The entire seal around the God Burial Mountain Range comes from this stone monument, and no saints can enter even after 3,000 years. Lin Yun had no changes on his face and said, There's no point telling me about this. He already decided to kill Wang Mayan and wouldn't let her go because of some secrets. Wang Mayan turned around and smiled. Of course, I wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity if I was in your position. She circled the monument before sitting on the stone pillar. Her facial features were outlined under the moonlight as she continued. But you can't kill me because the astral sword intent isn't invincible. You seem very confident in yourself, Lin Yun said. Wang Mayan smiled. There aren't only friends and enemies in the world. The reason why we have come this far is because we have no trust between us. If you're willing to tell me why you're searching for the Solar Lunar Divine Rune, I can tell you why I'm looking for it. Perhaps we can use another method. Lin Yun held onto the sword and wasted no words with Wang Mayan. Filling his body with nirvana aura, Lin Yun's astral sword intent exploded as he coldly looked at Wang Mayan. Wang Mayan maintained her smile as a mysterious crimson moon appeared within her pupils. As an ancient aura rampaged within her body, she instantly became deep and unfathomable. It looks like your secrets aren't as simple as the Blood Moon sect, Lin Yun said. You can give it a try. I have more secrets than you think. Wang Mayan smiled. No one could see anything on her face. Lin Yun drew his sword and his sword intent swept out. He didn't hold back in releasing his astral sword intent. When he released his sword intent, A starry sky appeared behind him with stars being faintly visible, and his sword rays enveloped Wang Mayan. Wang Mayan calmly swung two red cloths that clashed with the incoming sword rays. But Lin Yun left behind an afterimage, and his sword ray enveloped Wang Mayan. But Wang Mayan didn't move. The red cloth was like an impenetrable fortress that was protecting her. How is this possible? Lin Yun was surprised because Wang Mayan actually managed to resist his astral sword intent, which was too unbelievable, not to mention Wang Mayan was only at the 4th transformation of the Nirvana stage. Yi Qingtian, is this all you have? Wang Mayan smiled. Seeing this, the star within Lin Yun's sword sea began to blaze with his astral sword intent fully unleashed. The red cloths were knocked away as Lin Yun dashed forth with the flower burial sword targeting Wang Mayan's forehead. There were no changes to Wang Mayan's smile as she disappeared, leaving ripples in the surrounding space whenever she moved. She was using a bizarre movement technique, and Lin Yun couldn't lock onto her due to her movement technique. The surroundings were filled with Wang Mayan's figures as a powerful charm was released from her. Lin Yun's azure dragon's sword heart throbbed as he restored his clarity and stabbed forth with the flower burial sword, breaking through the fluctuation in the surrounding space. As cracking sounds echoed, space was like glass that shattered apart, and the chaotic space was returned to the right track. This surprised Wang Mayan because she couldn't avoid it in time. Her hand became jade white before she clamped onto the flower burial sword. An ancient seal was blooming at the back of her hand, and her hand was emitting a jade-white radiance. Lin Yun stretched his hand forth and was shocked to discover that his sword couldn't move. It was as though a strange power was restraining it. But what surprised Lin Yun even more was that Wang Mayan could see his sword's trajectory, which was unbelievable. Wang Mayan smiled. This is a secret technique of the Dragon Gate, the Spirit Jade Finger. It's an ancient technique, and no sword techniques can break through it. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered to argue with Wang Mayan and released his sword before appearing behind her. As his hands joined together, a powerful dragon aura swept out from him as he formed the sovereign dragon seal. In the blink of an eye, 7 colors shone from his palm as he executed the complete sovereign dragon seal. This shocked Wang Mayan, forcing her to let go of the flower burial sword and turned around. The red cloths had quickly gathered together. When the sovereign dragon seal clashed with the red cloths, they produced a huge commotion before the red cloths collapsed with Wang Mayan flying away. Light of the beginning. Lin Yun grabbed the flower burial sword and swung it. Almighty heavens! Wang Mayan had fear reflected in her pupils with her hands clasped together. She seemed to have become a deity at this moment and was more prestigious than heaven. The collision of their attacks caused a huge flash of light before Lin Yun and Wang Mayan were sent flying away, landing on a stone pillar each. Lin Yun held onto the flower burial sword and said, "With this move alone, you're stronger than Jin Xuani. The rumors are true. You possess the sun-moon divine physique." Wang Mayan formed a seal before she was surrounded by light. An ancient crimson moon seal bloomed within her pupils that cleansed the charm she was giving off, adding a layer of divinity to her. Shaking her head, Wang Mayan said, "I still can't fully use the power of the sun-moon divine physique. You just refuse to admit that the astral sword intent isn't invincible." Lin Yun's face changed. He didn't admire Wang Mayan. He didn't like those scheming behind his back. But he would show his respect for his enemy as long as they showed enough strength. Wang Mayan was the former because she had always been scheming. With your strength, you didn't have to rely on Xiao Jingyan and Jin Xuani. If you had come to the Myriad Graves Valley, it's uncertain who would have died, Lin Yun said. This was the doubt he had. Since Xian Yen could think about it, Lin Yun could also naturally think about it. We spent such good times together in the past, so how could I bear killing you? I just want you to return to my side. Wang Mayan smiled. I'm not Yi Qingtian, Lin Yun said. It doesn't matter who you are because you have caught my attention. If you're willing to return, I will treat you well. Wang Mayan smiled. As a chess piece? Someone like you has no heart at all. Lin Yun sneered. Wang Mayan wasn't furious when she heard that. She smiled. Are you jealous? You're different from Xiao Jingyan and Jin Xuani. They're only flies, but you have my love. I told you that the astral sword intent isn't invincible. Ever since the sword sect declined, the overall strength of swordsmen within the Eastern Desolation has plummeted. The current sacred ground for swordsmen is Skysalit City, the Hidden Sword Manor, and the Divine Dragon Sword Pavilion, the rising stars of the Sword League. Lin Yun raised his head and asked, "What are you trying to say?" "I want to say that I can give you anything, more than what the Heavenly Tao sect can give you," Wang Mayan said. "You're not able to last long, right?" Lin Yun asked. Wang Mayan's face changed when she heard that. Before she could reply, Lin Yun suddenly moved and the flower burial sword flew out with a flick. The two glory spirits within the flower burial sword were activated and the red cloth was knocked back. Lin Yun shook his arms while activating the Azure Dragon Sword Heart, releasing a silver sword radiance that looked like a domain, isolating Wang Mayan from the outside world. As the crimson moon within Wang Mayan's pupils disappeared, the aura she gave off immediately plummeted, and she threw out a mouthful of blood, her face becoming pale. She immediately felt suffocating when the astral sword intent came crashing down on her. "I've been wondering why you brought me here, and I finally understand now. You can't use the power of the Sun-Moon Divine Physique, so you wanted to use the power beneath the deity sealing monument," Lin Yun said, looking at Wang Mayan. It was as he had expected. When the Azure Dragon Sword Heart isolated her from the outside world, Wang Mayan's power immediately disappeared, and she couldn't even stand up against him with her cultivation at the fourth transformation of the Nirvana stage. Wang Mayan's face changed, and was no longer as calm as before. While coldly looking at Lin Yun, she said, "It looks like I have underestimated you. You don't have to look at me that way. The game has just begun. I told you not to fall into my hands, since I have plenty of ways to deal with you." Lin Yun recalled how he was tricked by Wang Mayan when he just came to the Heavenly Tao sect. When he went to the Myriad Graves Valley, he faced a tough opponent like Xiao Jingyan. So it was time for him to settle the old and new scores with her. When Lin Yun grabbed her shoulder, Wang Mayan immediately felt something wasn't right. She asked in a trembling tone, What are you trying to do?" Lin Yun tucked and ripped Wang Mayan's clothes, leaving behind a thin cloth that enveloped her voluptuous figure. This made Wang Mayan briefly stunned before she smiled. "Yi Qingtian, is this what you want? You could have just told me about it. There's no need for such trouble. I can give it to you any time you want." But Lin Yun merely smiled and stepped forth, grabbing Wang Mayan's wrist. Wang Mayan's hands covered her chest, but Lin Yun realized she was struggling. This immediately confirmed Lin Yun's speculation that Wang Mayan was putting on an act. Wang Mayan's face became pale as she tremblingly said, "Yi Qingtian, are you serious? Weren't you cocky earlier? Didn't you say that I can do anything I want as long as I can catch up to you? Why are you unwilling now?" Lin Yun smiled. Wang Mayan was furious, and she struggled. "Let me go. You're committing baptism against a deity." Lin Yun was surprised when he heard that. This confirmed that Wang Mayan was the Blood Moon sect's divine maiden. "Scream all you want because no one can hear you." Lin Yun slowly separated Wang Mayan's arm from her chest with brute force. This place was deserted for a long time, not to mention Wang Mayan was within his domain. So her voice couldn't spread out no matter how she screamed. As Lin Yun slowly separated Wang Mayan's arm, more of Wang Mayan's body was revealed, and this made Wang Mayan's face paler. She was really frightened this time. When Wang Mayan's right arm was pulled away, leaving her with only her left hand to cover her body, her face became pale. She was finally afraid at this moment, with her lips trembling. "Yi Qingtian, the thought of taking your life has never crossed my mind," Wang Mayan roared. "Should I thank you for that, then? I would have died in Xiao Jingyan's hands if I wasn't this strong. So how do you want me to thank you?" Lin Yun burst into laughter. "Humph, don't take it too far and force me. Otherwise, it won't end well for you," Wang Mayan roared. "I know," Lin Yun replied. "You know?" Wang Mayan was surprised because she noticed Yi Qingtian wasn't surprised by what she said. "There's a seal within your body. If you disregard your safety, I will also have to pay a price. But you can try it and bet whether I have more trump cards." Wang Mayan squinted her pupils and was really afraid now because she knew that Yi Qingtian wouldn't hesitate to move when he found the opportunity. As Lin Yun exerted more force with his right hand, Wang Mayan's arm was pulled away, completely displaying her body before Lin Yun. "Aren't you a swordsman? How can you do something like this?" Wang Mayan said in a trembling tone. "That's because you don't understand me." Lin Yun grabbed her last remaining clothes, scaring Wang Mayan into despair. When she felt Lin Yun's tug, Wang Mayan panicked. But after Wang Mayan screamed, she noticed Lin Yun had retreated, and her clothes weren't ripped off. While she felt uneasy, a large cloak enveloped her as Yi Qingtian's voice resounded. "So you can also be afraid. You've been acting all along. I'm curious about this beautiful past you had with Yi Qingtian." When Wang Mayan raised her head and saw that Yi Qingtian was looking at her with a playful gaze, she was furious because there was nothing more shameful than this moment. She roared with an ancient blood moon blazing within her pupils. "Yi Qingtian, don't be smug. You can try it and see the consequences of provoking me. You don't have to scare me. If you could use the sealed power within your body, you would have used it long ago," Lin Yun said. Wang Mayan's face changed, and she asked, "You could have killed me if you wanted to. So what do you want?" "That's simple. I need you to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao that you won't do anything to harm by Shuqing and profound maiden Miao Yin within the heavenly Tao sect, and that you won't provoke me in the future," Lin Yun said. "I can make the oath, but you're also not allowed to provoke me," Wang Mayan said. "That will have to depend on your performance," Lin Yun replied. "Don't take it too far," Wang Mayan roared. But the moment she was done, black tortoise chains flew out from Yi Qingtian and she became tied up by the 9 chains. Wang Mayan was lifted into the air by the chains and couldn't move, no matter how she struggled. "Yi Qingtian, what are you trying to do?" The chains hurt as they dug into her skin, and blood appeared on her body. "Teaching you a lesson. You don't have the right to talk back now," Lin Yun replied. As dazzling lightning lit up on the chains, this made Wang Mayan scream out in pain. "Yi Qingtian, I'll remember this." Wang Mayan glared at Yi Qingtian, wanting to devour him. "This is nothing compared to what you did. You don't want to experience what Zhang Yu experienced, right?" Lin Yun asked. Wang Mayan's face changed, and she gritted her teeth. "Okay, I promise you." "Make the oath then," Lin Yun said. The heavenly oath was terrifying, and no one dared to go against it within the Kunlun realm. It was even more terrifying than Jian Jingtian's oath. When Wang Mayan made the oath, Lin Yun removed the black tortoise chains and Wang Mayan collapsed onto the ground. "Can you let me leave now?" Wang Mayan sent a resentful look at Lin Yun. "There's no need to hurry." A silver azure dragon flew out from his sword heart and dragged Wang Mayan into the air. As Lin Yun's hands began to change, he formed an ancient seal with nether energy gathering in his palm. The nether flower's petals soon formed into chains that dug into Wang Mayan's forehead, the nether shackles. "What have you done?" Wang Mayan fearfully rubbed her forehead. "A small trick. It won't do anything to you if you behave well. But if you dare to make a move, I'll take your life even if heaven doesn't." Lin Yun coldly looked at Wang Mayan. Wang Mayan slowly got up from the ground with an ugly face, and she gritted her teeth. "Yi Qingtian, this isn't over." "That's right. You can come at me if you want, but just don't regret it." Lin Yun smiled. Wang Mayan became even more furious upon seeing Yi Qingtian's expression, and she said, "You have no idea what you've done today. You have committed blasphemy against a deity and will regret it." After she finished speaking, she quickly covered herself with the cloak and disappeared. The nether shackles might not be able to threaten her for long. "The power sealed within her body is so weird that it even made me feel afraid," Lil Purple said from the sword box. "It doesn't need to last for that long. I won't have that many concerns after reaching the quasi-saint realm." "By the way, do you know the power sealed within her body?" Lin Yun asked. "I don't know, but she's not simple," Lil Purple said. The reason why Lin Yun didn't kill Wang Mayan was because of her. Lil Purple told Lin Yun that if Wang Mayan really disregarded her safety, he might have to pay a huge price or even die here. But Wang Mayan seemed to be hesitating over whether she should bring out that power. This was why Lin Yun let go of Wang Mayan after his consideration. Wuxing could be heard as Xianxia descended from the sky. She asked, "Wang Mayan has left?" "Yeah." Lin Yun nodded. "I was worried that you might have killed her, so I followed you here. Now isn't the opportunity to kill her," Xianxia said, heaving a sigh in relief. Lin Yun instantly understood what Xianxia meant. Wang Mayan was the princess of the Wang clan and the divine maiden of the Blood Moon sect. So it would be troublesome if Lin Yun killed Wang Mayan. There are already people suspicious of her identity, but there isn't any evidence. Not to mention the Wang clan has been protecting her, Xianxia said. If she's the Blood Moon sect's divine maiden, the Wang clan must also be involved. You get what I mean, right? I do. This was the reason why Lin Yun let Wang Mayan go. The Heavenly Tao sect might plunge into chaos if he alarmed his enemies. The next day, the Heavenly Tao sect's party safely returned to the sect. Xianxia had now become an influential figure within Eastern Desolation, and no one dared to speak badly of him within the sect. Furthermore, his results on the Celestial Purging Mountain were revealed not long after Xianxia left, which caused a huge uproar within the sect. But before everyone could digest that information, they heard that Xianxia killed Jin Xuani and a quasi-saint, and seized the divine blood flower. The information this time shook the entire sect, and Xianxia's reputation was just below that of the Daoyang Holy Sun now. But Lin Yun didn't care about that and went to see the Serene Dust Great Saint when he returned. He told the Serene Dust Great Saint everything about what happened within the Myriad Graves Valley, with his focus being on Wang Mayan. "You did the right thing by not killing her. Otherwise, it will become troublesome," the Serene Dust Great Saint said with a grave expression. Lin Yun was briefly stunned upon seeing this and asked, "Even you have your concerns about this?" The Serene Dust Great Saint heaved a sigh of relief. She then said, "The current Heavenly Tao sect might seem to be the strongest holy land within Eastern Desolation with the divine Phoenix Mountain comparable to us, but there's an undercurrent within the Heavenly Tao sect since long ago. The Wang clan has an unclear relationship with the Blood Moon sect, the Yi clan has a connection with the Divine Dragon Empire, and the Zhang clan has connections with the Demon Gate. Only the Bai clan is relatively clean in comparison to the other three clans. But that's only relatively." Lin Yun widened his mouth when he heard that from the Serene Dust Great Saint. "The Tao Sword and Heavenly Sword's lineage aren't going to interfere in this matter?" Lin Yun frowned. The Serene Dust Great Saint said, "They won't interfere. After all, the Heavenly Tao sect was in an even more complicated situation throughout its history, and there are even cases of the sect being laid to ruins. But the sect would rise again when the sect master appears." Lin Yun didn't say anything because he didn't know what to say. There must be a reason why the Heavenly Tao sect could exist for so long, and he couldn't poke his nose into this matter with his current cultivation. "But you don't have to worry because the Wang clan can't do anything with those two lineages around," the Serene Dust Great Saint comforted. "Can't they get rid of the threat beforehand?" Lin Yun asked. "You foolish brat. Are you saying that you're the only one who has noticed a problem with the Wang clan? Many people have long noticed it, but this problem has been within the Heavenly Tao sect for a long time. All the schemes will be resolved when a new sect master is born." The Serene Dust Great Saint smiled. "Who can become the sect master then?" Lin Yun asked. "Anyone as long as they're not afraid of death and are capable of bearing Heavenly Tao on their shoulders." The Serene Dust Great Saint smiled. "You can try it after reaching the Saint Realm if you want." But Lin Yun shook his head when he heard that. He still didn't want to die. Heavenly Tao wasn't something that just anyone could bear, or the sect master would have appeared long ago. "I'll talk to the Dragon Origin Great Saint about it when he returns, so you don't have to get involved in it," the Serene Dust Great Saint said. Lin Yun nodded his head before asking, "Do you know where my master went? He didn't tell you about it?" the Serene Dust Great Saint asked in a surprised tone. No, Lin Yun shook his head. The Serene Dust Great Saint instantly became speechless before she said, "He's really reckless. He went to the Divine Dragon Void Sea to search for a divine blood fruit in order to help you achieve the Azure Dragon Divine Physique." Lin Yun widened his mouth in shock when he heard that. The divine blood fruit was rare, and it was grown in places that were dangerous even to Saint Realm experts. He could tell how terrifying the divine dragon Void Sea was just by hearing the name. Most importantly, he already had a divine blood fruit with him. Lin Yun calmed his mind and said, "Mistress, I only need the divine blood fruit to fuse my two saint physiques." The serene dust great saint shook her head and said, "I don't think it's that simple. The books Long Yun went through were borrowed from me. The Azure Dragon divine physique is powerful, and there has never been anyone who has acquired it, other than being born with it. The divine dragon Void Sea, your master, went to has an ancient island that was once called the Heavenly Astral Island, an important ruin of the Dragon Gate. The serene dust great saint came from the divine dragon empire, so she understood the Dragon Gate better than others. Even if you can barely fuse it, you won't go too far with it without the divine blood fruit. Aside from the divine blood fruit, you will also need some of the Dragon Clan's body refining techniques to perfect the Azure Dragon divine physique," the serene dust great saint said. Lin Yun was touched that the Dragon Origin Great Saint was doing so much for him, taking such a huge risk for his Azure Dragon divine physique. The serene dust great saint interrupted Lin Yun's thoughts and asked, "Yuner, I've heard that you have grasped a powerful sword technique. Can you show it to me?" Lin Yun rejoiced when he heard that because he had just comprehended Sword of the Beginning, but many profundities far exceeded his knowledge. With the serene dust great saint's cultivation, she should be able to notice something he couldn't, and he didn't hesitate to agree. "Mistress, the Sword of the Beginning is a sword technique that I have created, divided into light of the beginning, boundless of the beginning, glory of the beginning, eternity of the beginning, darkness of the beginning, and nirvana of the beginning." Lin Yun made a simple introduction and continued, "Every sword has hundreds of varieties, and the one you heard of is called Light of the Beginning." Lin Yun took a few steps and slowly executed Light of the Beginning. When he swung his sword, primal chaos was split with a world being born. Even if Lin Yun had slowed down on purpose, his sword was still fast and drew an exclamation from the serene dust great saint, who was shocked. "What a powerful sword technique!" A white-clothed figure appeared. It was the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. Lin Yun was inwardly shocked when he saw the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. He had no idea what she was doing here. After all, didn't she have a bad relationship with the Serene Dust Great Saint? The Serene Dust Great Saint unhappily said, "Baizuan, didn't you say that you'll only observe in the dark? When did I allow you to show yourself?" But the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint ignored the Serene Dust Great Saint and looked at Lin Yun. "Your sword has nirvana in it, and it's stronger than when you used it during the ranking battle. You must have received an opportunity within the Myriad Graves Valley." Lin Yun nodded and cupped his hands together. But he couldn't say anything because he didn't know how to address the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. After briefly hesitating, he could only toughen his scalp and said, "I pay my greetings to the mistress." "No need to be so polite," the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. "Do you think you're worthy of being called mistress?" The Serene Dust Great Saint furiously questioned. "Even you're shameless enough to accept it, so why won't I dare?" The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint turned to coldly look at the Serene Dust Great Saint. "You!" The Serene Dust Great Saint instantly became furious and waved her hand. "Leave. I don't welcome you here. You make it sound as if I wanted to be here. I'll bring Yi Qingtian with me," the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. "You're not allowed to leave with him," the Serene Dust Great Saint said. Lin Yun was sandwiched between the two, making him nervous because he didn't dare to make a move. The Serene Dust Great Saint glared at the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, and the atmosphere became terrifying because the two great saints could fight at any moment. Lin Yun didn't know who to listen to, and he could only blame it on his master, the Radiant Sword Saint. "I pay my respect to Master and Martial Ant." Xianxia walked over with a smile, and the tension in the atmosphere eased with her appearance. She comforted, "Master Martial Ant is only guiding junior brother Yi in his sword technique, which is for his own good. You can teach him, but it has to be in the profound Maiden Courtyard. I heard that he suffered a lot in the Nether Orchid Courtyard, and he was even framed for committing blasphemy against the Holy Maiden." The Serene Dust Great Saint said coldly, "I didn't frame him. the heavenly jade sword saint said. How is that not framing? You think such an ordinary girl will catch Yun'er's attention, the serene dust great saint said in disdain. Lin Yun couldn't help wearing a bitter smile when she said that. If the nether orchid holy maiden was ordinary, there would be no beauties in the world. Xianxia smiled. Martial ant. It looks like you'll have to teach him in the profound maiden courtyard. That was my intention to begin with, the heavenly jade sword saint said. She then continued, Come with me. The serene dust great saint wanted to flare up, but Xianxia barely comforted her. The heavenly jade sword saint left with Lin Yun and came to where Lin Yun usually trained. The depths of the profound maiden courtyard was a cliff that was engraved with a giant Buddha, and there was a spacious plaza before the cliff. The heavenly jade sword saint asked, Do you know what a swordsman is? More or less. I heard from my master that only those who have grasped the firmament sword intent could barely be considered a swordsman. Otherwise, they can only be considered cultivators who use the sword, Lin Yun said. The heavenly jade sword saint deeply looked at Lin Yun and said, What you said is right. A swordsman cultivates the heart while everyone else can only be considered cultivators who use the sword. Senior, can I ask about the difference between the sword and heart? Lin Yun asked curiously. The heavenly jade sword saint said, Someone who uses the sword uses it as a tool. So even if you grasped a ghost spirit sword technique or dragon spirit sword technique, they could not be considered swordsmen. A real swordsman trains in his heart, and I know you have achieved the sword heart. Lin Yun was briefly stunned upon hearing that before nodding his head. Do you know how to cultivate the sword heart? The heavenly jade sword saint asked. Lin Yun nodded his head. A little. Yi Guhan had taught him how to cultivate the sword heart, and it was a secret technique of the Radiance lineage, the myriad astral celestial art. It was divided into the myriad astral seal and celestial seal. The former could temper the astral sword intent while the latter could grasp the sword heart. Not bad. The heavenly jade sword saint nodded and said, Aside from that, the divine firefly sword can also temper the sword heart. This sword technique that was left behind by the sword ancestor was divided into 3 parts, the entry section, saint section, and Dao section. After reaching the 3rd section, you'll be able to grasp sword Dao. It could barely be considered a shortcut to a sovereign Dao. Why did you say barely? Lin Yun asked. The heavenly jade sword saint sighed. That's because the divine firefly sword is hard to cultivate, and it has a high threshold. Only a few can step into it because not many people can step into the saint realm, and the 3rd section is even harder. You're a genius swordsman, and you have long grasped the sword heart. But don't bite more than what you can chew. You might be considered a genius within the Eastern Desolation, but not within the Kunlun realm. Lin Yun naturally knew that the heavenly jade sword saint was telling him not to be complacent and don't forget that he was a swordsman. The heavenly jade sword saint was afraid that Lin Yun might forget himself after grasping sword of the beginning. But even if this was a powerful sword technique, it was just a sword technique. Seeing Lin Yun in deep thoughts, the heavenly jade sword saint lightly nodded. She knew that Lin Yun was smart, and he could figure it out himself. After all, Lin Yun was a disciple with high hopes placed on him by the radiant sword saint. How old are you this year? 25 years old. It's impressive that you can become first on the king ranking at the age of 25. But remember that this is only the Eastern Desolation. Lin Yun was rather optimistic about it because he slaughtered his way to come this far. It was just the beginning for him because he wanted to walk on a path as a sword god. The heavenly jade sword saint was even more satisfied with Lin Yun after seeing how humble he was. She glanced at the serene dust great saint's location and said, The serene dust great saint dotes on you too much, and I heard she gave you a lot of resources, including a dragon saint pellet. This doting is no different from poison, and it will only do more harm to you. Lin Yun bitterly smiled when he heard that because he wouldn't mind having more of this poison. I naturally have my reasons for being strict with you. After all, how can a sword be sharp without tempering? The heavenly jade sword saint said. The serene dust great saint was furious when she heard that. She wanted to flare up immediately, but she was stopped by Xianxia. She roared, Don't stop me. I have to teach that bitch a lesson today. Xianxia bitterly smiled because her master was a great saint, and the serene dust great saint could break free from her hold if she wanted to. But Xianxia still said, Master, please calm down. Let's talk about it later. The heavenly jade sword saint said, How many swords did you see from the 36 paintings I used to imprison you that day? Lin Yun couldn't help wearing a bitter expression because he really had to think about it. He initially thought it was the wither sword art back then. Although it was obscure, he still managed to remember the swords he saw. The heavenly jade sword saint wore a satisfied expression, and this was her method of hammering Lin Yun's pride. Otherwise, Lin Yun might get over his head for killing a quasi-saint. When she saw Lin Yun wearing a difficult expression, she smiled. There's no need to hurry. I purposely increased the difficulty back then, and the 36 paintings were in a mess. Before I reached the quasi-saint realm in the past, I only... Mistress, 9 swords. It was too obscure, and I couldn't remember it all. I only managed to remember the 9 swords I saw. Lin Yun patted his forehead and said unhappily, if he knew it was the second part of the divine firefly sword, he wouldn't have left in such a hurry. He knew that the heavenly jade sword saint was testing him. The heavenly jade sword saint was stumped when she heard what Lin Yun said. He remembered 9 swords before she guided him in it. She immediately shut her mouth and swallowed what she wanted to say. Back then, she only remembered 3 swords when facing such a test before reaching the quasi-saint realm. Even so, her master praised her for being a genius swordsman because of it. That was a sword technique that only those at the quasi-saint realm could barely comprehend. A sword technique that could temper the heart. In the end, Lin Yun remembered 9 swords when she wanted to hammer him so that he wouldn't be complacent. If she spoke a little faster earlier, she would have become a joke and slapped herself in her face. The heavenly jade sword saint unhappily said, Are you sure you didn't remember wrongly? It should be 9 swords, Lin Yun said cautiously. I tried them many times back then before comprehending them, and I'm not sure if I made a mistake. The heavenly jade sword saint was speechless and could only praise radiant sword saint's disciple for being a genius. She nodded. Not bad. You're only 1 sword away from catching up to me. Lin Yun rejoiced upon being praised by the heavenly jade sword saint. But the serene dust great saint's voice resounded from afar. Bullshit. I bet you didn't see that many swords. The heavenly jade sword saint simply ignored what the serene dust great saint said and continued. I initially planned on teaching them to you after you came out, but who knew you went to the celestial pool? Lin Yun couldn't help feeling awkward when he heard that. It's not too late to teach you now. I will perform the second section of the divine firefly sword. All you have to do is watch you. The heavenly jade sword saint initially wanted to tell Lin Yun that he didn't have to remember it all, but she thought of something and changed. You just have to observe well and remember them all. Lin Yun nodded. He felt nothing was wrong with it because he had already seen 9 swords. As long as he could see the last 4 swords, he would remember the second section of the divine firefly sword. The heavenly jade sword saint said, The first sword, withered tree coming to life. The heavenly jade sword saint drew her sword and gently tapped her feet on the ground as she began to rotate. It was like a towering divine tree that stood for thousands of years with white flowers blooming on the tree branches. This tree seems familiar. It seems to be the phoenix tree. Lin Yun inwardly pondered. The heavenly jade sword saint's version of withered tree coming to life differed entirely from Bai Shuang. But before he could look at it, he was sent flying by the sword aura, followed by a phoenix cry, and the heavenly jade sword saint's sword left a hole in the air, and Lin Yun wasn't able to look at the sword because the dazzling radiance was stinging to the eyes. He knew the heavenly jade sword saint restrained her strength beneath the quasi-saint realm. So does that mean he could also achieve such power? Rising sun. The heavenly jade sword saint swung her sword with her aura undergoing a drastic change. When she soared to the sky, her sword intent had formed into a dazzling sun. Her astral sword intent formed into a massive sun, and galaxies appeared after the sun. 9 galaxies were coiling around the sun, looking like a starry sky. Lin Yun was shocked because he didn't know astral sword intent could be used this way. Polar opposite. The third sword was involved with space, and the heavenly jade sword saint appeared 1,000 miles away. This was a misconception in space because the trajectory of her sword couldn't be tracked. Flaming floral silver tree, driving lightning, sky incineration flames, intoxicating 9 heavenly wind, sky streak snow, for peaceful seas, moon reflection mirror, flowing time, planting soldiers. Lin Yun was dazzled by the 13 swords and fell into a mysterious state. The heavenly jade sword saint had already sheathed her blade, but various images were lingering before Lin Yun, filled with the heavenly jade sword saint's images. The afterimages overlapped and separated, alternating between reality and illusion. The heavenly jade sword saint didn't disrupt Lin Yun and waited for him to come to his senses. After he came to his senses, she asked, "Have you remembered them?" "Just barely," Lin Yun said. "Let me ask you, do you notice any difference between the first and second sections of the divine firefly sword?" The heavenly jade sword saint asked. Lin Yun fell into brief thoughts and said, "I only find it dazzling and confusing with my head on the verge of exploding. If I have to say anything about it, the first section is an entirety because each sword form can be tracked. But the second section is more comprehensive, containing everything. But it's random, since the sword forms aren't linked together, containing various factors." The heavenly jade sword saint was satisfied upon hearing that, and it was impressive that Lin Yun could have such comprehension after observing it once. It wasn't an understatement to call Lin Yun a heaven-defying genius, but it was a pity he wasted time here with the serene dust great saint. Otherwise, she would have taught it to him a long time ago. The heavenly jade sword saint fell into brief thoughts before she said, "You're right. The first section is an entire circle, while the second is stairs, with each flight as high as 1,000 feet. When you reach the last sword, it will be over 10,000 feet high. It's normal for you to find it in a mess. No more than 10 people have practiced the second section before reaching the quasi-saint realm in the past 3 years." Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts and wasn't too surprised by that. He already knew that this sword technique was chaotic. The heavenly jade sword saint said, "You should know that there are many powerful and ancient sword techniques in the world, passed down through generations. While they have been strengthened through the generations, those sword techniques have reached a terrifying height. But others cannot obtain those inheritances that have their successors, and they aren't something others could obtain." "That's for sure," Lin Yun said. "But the sword ancestor is different. He made his inheritance public and gave every swordsman an opportunity. As long as you're talented enough, you can comprehend the divine firefly sword he left behind without any restrictions," the heavenly jade sword saint said. "All the swordsmen in the world benefit from sword ancestor, and I hope you can rely on the divine firefly sword to light the starry sky and shine in the next sword assembly." "Martial Ant, you want me to attend the next sword assembly?" Lin Yun asked in a surprised tone. He naturally knew about the sword assembly, but the heavenly jade sword saint never expressed her intention to let him go. "You have to go to the hidden sword manor no matter what to retrieve something for your master," the heavenly jade sword saint said. "If not for your master, do you think that I'd pay attention to this sword assembly?" Lin Yun's heart sank because he had heard of it before. In the past, the heavenly jade sword saint showed no interest in the sword assembly. "What is it?" Lin Yun asked. "A sword. What else do you think? If not for that, why do you think I'd come to the profound maiden courtyard?" The heavenly jade sword saint said in a playful tone. "Your cultivation has been low in the past, and I had no hope for you. But you must go now that you're first on the king ranking," the heavenly jade sword saint said. "With you around, there's no need for anyone else to go." Lin Yun nodded and felt like it was a dream. He helped his senior brother, Jian Jingtian, retrieve his sword in the lesser sword assembly. But the main sword assembly would be held soon, and he also had to retrieve a sword. But this time he was helping his master. Recalling his experiences during the lesser sword assembly, Lin Yun's facial expression became grave because that was held in a branch. But the hidden sword manor was different because all the swordsmen around the world would show up. All the swordsmen who were beneath the quasi-saint realm would turn up. "What is this sword called?" Lin Yun asked, taking a deep breath. Cauldron, the heavenly jade sword saint said. The hidden sword manor forged many famous swords, but there are two special swords. One is called firmament, and the other is called cauldron. When the two swords are combined, they can be comparable to a divine artifact. When Lin Yun was in deep thought, the heavenly jade sword saint continued, You have to obtain the sword no matter what because firmament is already in Tian Xuanzi's hands. What? Lin Yun widened his mouth with fury filling his pupils. It was Tian Xuanzi again. That fellow practically resorted to everything he could to destroy the sword sect. One must know that his master showed Tian Xuanzi kindness when Tian Xuanzi was young. I will obtain it no matter who stands before me, Lin Yun said with a firm gaze. The heavenly jade sword saint nodded and said, You can comprehend the divine firefly sword yourself. Since I can't teach you too much, I can only say that the 13 swords are related, even if it's in a mess. When you're done mastering the second section of the divine firefly sword, I'll teach you the remaining sections. The heavenly jade sword saint said and handed Lin Yun the second section of the sword technique. As Lin Yun received it, he asked curiously, What's after the third section? The heavenly jade sword saint said, Aside from leaving behind the 3 sections of the divine firefly sword, the sword ancestor also left behind a sword monument. The monument is now in the hands of Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng. Only those who've mastered the third section can be qualified to observe the monument. Lin Yun remembered what the heavenly jade sword saint said in his heart, and it looked like he had to make a trip to Skysalit City in the future. Oh, how strong is Tian Xuanzi? How is he compared to you in terms of strength? Lin Yun asked. The heavenly jade sword saint sighed. How strong do you think you'll be 500 years from now? Lin Yun was briefly stunned because he didn't know why the heavenly jade sword saint would ask that. Tian Xuanzi's fame was spreading throughout the Eastern Desolation 300 years ago. His fame wasn't at all inferior to the current Yu, and many people feel that he can reach the height of the 9 emperors when he reaches the emperor realm, the heavenly jade sword saint said. Not only that, but he also has a relationship with many forces. Many people owe him a favor, and many people respond with a word from him. There have been rumors that he will become the king of Eastern Desolation after resolving the ancient barren domain. After the heavenly jade sword saint and serene dust great saint left, Lin Yun was alone in the plaza. Lin Yun held onto the sword technique book and sat beneath the Buddha before flipping through the book. But his mind was full of Tian Xuanzi and the 2 swords, and he couldn't focus on practicing the divine firefly sword. Lin Yun was blankly staring at the sword technique. He casually brandished his right hand and was a little irritated. Suddenly, Lin Yun's face changed, and he unleashed a sword ray when he heard footsteps approaching. This was an instinctive response after he was feeling irritated. The sword ray drew a series of exclamations. When Lin Yun came to his senses, he raised his head to see Xianxia walking over. The sword ray was too fast, and she was entirely defenseless. Even if she managed to quickly dodge it, her wrist was injured with blood dripping down. In that split second, Lin Yun panicked and put down the book before rushing over. He couldn't be bothered with too much right now and held onto Xianxia's wrist with regret filling his pupils. That might be a casual attack, but it contained astral sword intent so she couldn't dodge in time. But fortunately, Xianxia's injuries weren't serious. Her injuries were so deep that the bones could be seen. Damn it! Big sister Xianxia, bear with it a little. I'll treat your injuries. Lin Yun held Xianxia's wrist and circulated the blue dragon bone to treat her injuries. Suddenly, he was surprised that her injuries were rapidly recovering, forcing his astral sword intent out. Before Lin Yun could ask, Xianxia smiled. My dear junior brother, what are you thinking about? You nearly killed me earlier. Lin Yun was shocked when he heard how Xianxia addressed him. She had changed her form of address when she was stopping the Serene Dust Great Saint and Heavenly Jade Sword Saint earlier. When Lin Yun had a slip of the tongue and called her Xianxia earlier, his identity was exposed. Just like that, they both looked each other in the eyes. What did you call me earlier? Xianxia broke the silence and looked at Lin Yun with a smile. Lin Yun knew he couldn't pretend any longer and smiled helplessly. Big Sister Xianxian. Humph, you really know how to act. Who taught you to say that you have a friend? Xianxian patted Lin Yun on his head. Big Sister Xianxian, didn't you also say you have a friend? Lin Yun asked, rubbing his head. Humph. Continue talking and see how I'll beat you to death. Xianxian glared at Lin Yun. Lin Yun merely smiled and looked at Xianxian in a daze. On a normal basis, he could barely restrain his feelings for Xianxian, but his concern gushed out like water breaking through the dam when he saw her injured. I've already guessed your identity back at Six Holy City, and I confirmed it when I heard how my master addressed you. Junior brother, you have hidden yourself really deeply. Xianxian sent a resentful look at Lin Yun. I'm sorry, Lin Yun replied. Are you dumb? Why are you apologizing to me? I'm your big sister. Do you think I'll blame you for it? Xianxian gave Lin Yun a wink. Lin Yun hesitated for a long time before he continued. I'm afraid because I'm guilty. There's nothing to feel guilty about. I will only feel heartache for my younger brother when I see you in this state, Xianxian said, looking at Lin Yun. She continued. I watched the draconic banquet back in the profound amber realm. What? Lin Yun was shocked to hear that. I bet you didn't think of that, right? Xianxian smiled. I left after seeing you become the champion, so don't feel guilty because you've done nothing wrong. Not to mention I was the one who left myself. Lin Yun was stumped because he never thought of that. You're the one who left that bottle of demigod wine, right? Xianxian smiled. Yeah, Lin Yun replied. Junior brother, I won't blame you for anything, Xianxian said seriously. So don't dwell on that any longer. Hearing what she said, Lin Yun smiled and looked relaxed. He asked, What's with your wrist? Master said that I possess the great and divine physique, but it hasn't been awakened yet. So it can only be considered the great and saint physique. But my physique has surpassed ordinary saints, Xianxian explained. When my great and divine physique awakens, I'll have to join Buddhism and look for the ancestor to inherit the great and divine physique inheritance. Ancestor? Lin Yun asked. My master's master. That person is very mysterious, and I have only seen her once, Xianxian said. No, I meant to ask if you're joining Buddhism? Lin Yun asked. What's the matter? You can't bear for me to join Buddhism? Xianxian asked. Lin Yun was stumped when he heard that and was inwardly shocked. The profound maiden courtyard might inherit the Buddhism lineage, but not every disciple has to join Buddhism. He asked, Senior sister, do you really have to take that step? Let's not talk about that anymore. What are you thinking about? Why do you look so irritated when you're comprehending the sword technique? You nearly killed me, Xianxian joked half-heartedly. Seeing that Xianxian wasn't willing to discuss it, Lin Yun put it aside and explained everything to her. After hearing what he said, Xianxian briefly hesitated before she said, Junior brother, you don't have to be too worried about it. Your master definitely has trump cards against Tian Xuanzi. Otherwise, Tian Xuanzi would have charged into the sword sect, based on his personality, and he must fear something. Furthermore, there's still my master and the heavenly jade sword saint. I believe they won't let Tian Xuanzi disrupt your master's tribulation. Lin Yu nodded because what Xianxian said wasn't wrong. Since your master sent you here, he must have hope that you can focus on your cultivation instead of worrying about him. Xianxian continued. Within the Heavenly Tao sect are the Dragon Origin Great Saint, Serene Dust Great Saint, and Heavenly Jade Sword Saint taking care of you. I believe your master has arranged everything. Spending too much time worrying about it and neglecting your cultivation will go against your master's intentions. Instead, Lin Yun was stunned, before he was suddenly enlightened and a smile rose on his lips. He smiled. Thank you for enlightening me. There's no need to thank me. You could have thought of it if you spent more time. You're just affected by the irritation within your heart, Xianxian said seriously. Even so, I must thank senior sister for this. Lin Yun smiled. There's no need to thank me. Focus on cultivating. Didn't the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint give you the Book of Divine Firefly Sword? Xianxian smiled. Nah, I want to rest for a while, Lin Yun said. Now that they acknowledged each other, Lin Yun didn't want to conceal his feelings any longer. All right? Xianxian helplessly smiled and let Lin Yun lie down in her embrace while they shared each other's experiences. They would smile whenever they talked about their experiences at the Firmament Sword Pavilion. Lin Yun never felt so relaxed as he rested his head on Xianxian's lap. The two chatted, and Xianxian occasionally caressed his hair as he fell asleep. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, Xianxian was nowhere to be found. Senior sister? Lin Yun's heart sank as he bounced up from the ground and began looking around. When he saw Xianxian washing up with a smile, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid Xianxian would leave like she did in the past, and he would never be able to see her again. After Xianxian washed up, she said, "Junior brother, you can't be lazy today." "Never. I won't be lazy," Lin Yun said as he flipped through the book. The Divine Firefly Sword's second section had a high threshold, and it was impressive if a quasi-saint could master the fourth or fifth sword form. One could be considered a monstrous genius if he could master the third sword form at the Nirvana stage, and any forces would nurture them as a genius. Lin Yun didn't hope for much, but just hoped to master the seventh or eighth sword form before the sword assembly. It shouldn't be difficult for him to reach the manifestation stage, but the minuscule stage was too far. Just like that, Lin Yun practiced the sword during the day and rested on Xianxian's lap at night. 30-odd days passed in the blink of an eye, and the plaza before the Buddha statue was covered with afterimages with blooming phenomena. Withered tree coming to life, rising sun, polar opposite, flaming floral silver tree, driving lightning, sky incineration flames. Lin Yun performed up to the sixth sword form in one go. When he executed the sky incineration flames, all the afterimages overlapped together. Lin Yun's figure became clear with flames enveloping the sky, looking like it wanted to burn through heaven. Lin Yun also manifested a giant with a flaming crown on its forehead, looking like a deity swinging its sword down with Lin Yun in harmony. When the sword landed on the ground, it created a tremor in the plaza, with cracks spreading around. Far away, the heavenly Jade Sword Saint, Serene Dust Great Saint, and Xianxian were shocked when they saw this scene. "He's really energetic, but he must have been tired over the past month." The Serene Dust Great Saint smiled, looking at Lin Yun with a doting gaze. To reach the sixth sword form at such a young age, he might really become the 11th person, the heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. Over the past 3,000 years, only 10 people managed to master the second section of the Divine Firefly Sword, and they all became sword saints, with one becoming a sword emperor. "Why are you guys here?" Lin Yun quickly walked over. His temperament had drastically changed over the past month, and he could control his sword intent well. If one didn't pay attention to it, they wouldn't notice the boundless sword intent hidden within his forehead. "It looks like you've worked hard during this period. To reach the sixth sword form in 1 month, you're not that bad," the Serene Dust Great Saint and Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said, but they soon unhappily turned to look at each other. "Carry on boasting. I don't believe you had such speed back then," the Serene Dust Great Saint unhappily said. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint didn't argue with the Serene Dust Great Saint and said, "Yi Qingtian, you have to go to the Hidden Sword Manor half a month from now." Lin Yun didn't expect it to be so soon. He asked, "Who else is going aside from me?" "Quasi-Saint Indigo Thunder will go with you. Aside from you, there won't be anyone else," the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. "Please believe in me," Lin Yun smiled. "It's pointless for more people to go if you can't obtain the sword. If Shuang wasn't at the Quasi-Saint realm, she could have accompanied you," the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. "Where is senior sister by now?" Lin Yun asked. "She went to look for someone, and even I don't know where she is gone," the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. Lin Yun began to wonder who that person was that charmed the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. According to Bai Shuang, they had only met once, and it was weird for her to be charmed by someone she met for the first time. Bai Shuang's temperament was identical to the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint. They were both icy beauties. "What are you thinking about?" the heavenly jade sword saint asked. Nothing, Lin Yun replied, recollecting his thoughts. All right, you can stop practicing the divine firefly sword for the next half-month. You should go to the celestial purging mountain, the heavenly jade sword saint said. The celestial purging mountain? Lin Yun was stunned when he heard that. The heavenly jade sword saint nodded. That senior wants to meet you, provided you can make it through the last 2 levels. Lin Yun squinted his pupils because he knew who the senior was. That person was the previous heavenly Dao sect master who died in the hands of Yu Qingfeng. His soul then stayed in the celestial purging mountain as the artifact spirit of the 9th level. Speaking of which, he should make a trip over and try to reach greater mastery of the astral sword intent, if possible. Yi Guhan said that the astral sword intent would undergo a drastic transformation after reaching greater mastery. Lin Yun had killed a lot of blood crows within the Myriad Graves Valley, and his accumulation should be enough. He was only 1 step away from greater mastery of the astral sword intent. The night was dark as Lin Yun left the profound maiden courtyard and headed alone to the celestial purging mountain. This was his 3rd time here. Yi Qingtian, you're here again. An azure-clothed quasi-saint appeared before Lin Yun. He was the elder responsible for guarding the celestial purging mountain. Since they have met before, Lin Yun cupped his fists together as a greeting. The azure-clothed quasi-saint smiled. Reaching the 7th level without anyone knowing it. You have no idea of the commotion you've created. Lin Yun smiled because everyone on LY found out he had reached the 7th level of the celestial purging mountain after he left the heavenly Dao sect. And he didn't know what kind of commotion he had created. I can climb the mountain, right? Lin Yun asked. That's for sure, the azure-clothed quasi-saint said. You can climb the mountain anytime you want. But are you confident that you can reach the last 2 levels this time? I wish to give it a try, Lin Yun said. It looks like you're pretty confident. I'll wait for your good news, then, the azure-clothed quasi-saint said. He then opened the barrier protecting the celestial purging mountain for Lin Yun. As moonlight shone down, the summit of the celestial purging mountain was covered in mist, which looked like a celestial realm. It didn't take long for a celestial crane to fly down and soar to the sky with Lin Yun. Lin Yun took out the divine indigo jade bamboo flute and played the Phoenix Heart song. The song was beautiful, and each musical note would put one at ease. Yi Qingtian, you're in a pretty good mood, the celestial crane teased after sending Lin Yun to the 7th level. The celestial crane spread its wings apart and transformed into an exquisite little girl. This girl was the crane fairy that Lin Yun had previously met on the celestial purging mountain. Hello, fairy? Lin Yun smiled, before taking out a golden bead that he got from the Myriad Graves Valley, and gave it to her. MHM? It's a treasure. I heard from my master that this bead could be used to temper the martial intent. The crane fairy rejoiced, receiving the bead from Lin Yun. As long as you're happy, Lin Yun smiled. Speak. What do you want to know? The crane fairy smiled. Do I have to take note of anything on the 8th and 9th levels? Lin Yun asked. The crane fairy said, with your current sword intent, it's easy for you to reach the 8th level. But it's a different story if you want to reach the 9th level. Emperor's sword set up the trial on the 9th level. And even my master can't intervene with the trial, Lin Yun said. Is the Emperor's sword really on the 9th level? The Emperor's sword isn't on the 9th level. But there is a sword ray left behind by Emperor's sword, and the sword ray has turned into flames. It is hard to deal with, and it has a foul temper, the crane fairy explained. Have you seen it before? Lin Yun asked. I have. Anyhow, you have to be careful because I'm still rather fond of you, the crane fairy said in a concerned tone. I'll head out first, Lin Yun smiled. As the crane fairy said, Lin Yun safely passed through the 8th level. In reality, those who reached lesser mastery of the astral sword intent could make it through the 8th level without any difficulties. He plucked several 8-colored heavenly cloud fruit from the 8th level and arrived at the 9th level. When he came to the 9th level, he was surprised to see that someone else was there. This person was standing with his hands behind him, looking extraordinary despite looking slightly sloppy. God knew how long he hadn't washed his gray clothes. Not only was it dirty, It even gave off a foul stench, and his hair was disheveled like grass. Lin Yun suppressed the shock within his heart and examined this man. This man's backbone was straight, and his hands were clean despite the dirt on his clothes. His hands looked like pearly white jade. When he stepped within 10 feet of that man, he instantly felt a blazing aura coming from him. This man was giving a powerful heat wave like a sun, and he couldn't get close to this person. Senior. Lin Yun tried to probe this person. How did I become a senior? That person turned around. But his beard grew wildly on his face like wild grass. The beard on his chin reached as long as half a meter, and it looked like a black ball was covering his face. While Lin Yun was examining this person was examining him. His pupils were bright and sharp, containing an unimaginable power. While this person looked at Lin Yun could hear a sword being unsheathed with a murderous aura spreading out. This made Lin Yun feel a little fearful. If this person wasn't a senior, he must be a saint disciple. But Lin Yun never expected that there would be such an expert within the Heavenly Tao sect. Senior brother, what are you doing here? Lin Yun asked. I'm naturally here waiting for you. Otherwise, do you think I'm here to enjoy the scenery? The bearded youth smiled. When I returned, I heard that there's a genius swordsman within the sect. Not only did he obtain 3 strands of the Azure Dragon Sacred Flames, but he has even reached the 7th level of the Celestial Purging Mountain. Some people also say that you've grasped the Astral Sword intent and became first on the king ranking. So I naturally came here to meet you, the bearded youth said. Lin Yun frowned. He knew that there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons within the sect, and that there were many golden generation geniuses. As for saint disciples at the quasi-saint realm, most of them weren't in the sect. So could this person be a genius who was secretly nurtured within the sect? Someone like the Heavenly Sword or Tao Sword's successor? Lin Yun waited for the bearded youth's reply. But the bearded youth didn't answer and merely examined him, as if he wanted to see how Lin Yun would climb the 9th level of the mountain. This made Lin Yun mutter to himself as he stepped forth to climb the 9th level. There was a painting hovering before him for the first trial of the 9th level. The painting shone brightly with a terrifying power contained within it. When Lin Yun took a step, the painting unfolded, and a white-clothed swordsman appeared. The white-clothed swordsman merely raised his head, and the gaze alone was enough to put great pressure on Lin Yun. The white-clothed man said, "Come at me if you want to make it through this trial." The white-clothed man reached out and unsheathed a saint's sword. Seeing this, Lin Yun no longer hesitated and unsheathed the flower burial sword, pouring the nirvana aura within his body into the sword. When Lin Yun drew his sword, his aura became powerful, with sword rays enveloping him. The sword rays felt like real weapons as they clashed, producing a series of crisp collisions. The fight between Lin Yun and the white-clothed swordsman was fast. They both executed the first section of the divine firefly sword, and their attacks were ruthless. Their sword techniques were evenly matched, but the white-clothed swordsman's sword intent was purer than Lin Yun's. Not to mention that the white-clothed swordsman was further empowered by the sword ray left behind by the Emperor's sword. As a result, the white-clothed swordsman's attack could achieve the effects of Saint Aura, containing strong lethality. The white-clothed swordsman was equivalent to a quasi-saint at the Azure Origin phase. Not to mention this person has even grasped Astral Sword intent and the Divine Firefly Sword simultaneously. Lin Yun carefully fended off the incoming attacks, knowing how terrifying they were when a quasi-saint grasped Astral Sword intent. The bearded youth sat on a boulder and smiled with his eyes squinted. To challenge the 9th level while at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage, let me see how capable you are. 10 odd moves later, Lin Yun fell into a disadvantageous position, and his arms nearly became numb. But Lin Yun didn't give up. He took a deep breath and released his constellation. When the Kuanping painting appeared, it manifested into a 100-foot figure behind him. Under the empowerment of his constellation, the aura Lin Yun gave off began to rise and soon reached the same level as the white-clothed swordsman. Oh! The bearded youth's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. He initially thought that Yi Qingtian would lose, so this scene piqued his interest. Kuanping, a primordial ominous beast. This is interesting, but it doesn't seem to be complete. The bearded youth might look crude and tattered, but he had a meticulous heart, and he naturally noticed something as he observed Yi Qingtian's constellation. The Kuanping constellation might seem powerful, but it gave him a feeling that Yi Qingtian was holding back and hadn't fully unleashed the power of his constellation. Dual constellations? The bearded youth's interest was further piqued because this was rare. Lin Yun and the white-clothed swordsman fought even more ferociously, exchanging close to 100 moves in the blink of an eye, swinging their swords. The two swords reached each other's chests, but the white-clothed swordsman was stronger because of his saint aura. So Lin Yun was sent flying instead, throwing out a mouthful of blood with his face becoming pale. You lost. You have 2 opportunities left, the white-clothed swordsman said indifferently before he turned around and entered the painting. Lin Yun lowered his head to look at the injury on his chest before letting out a bitter smile. He knew that the white-clothed swordsman had gone easy on him. If the white-clothed swordsman exerted his full power with astral sword intent, empowered by his saint aura, the white-clothed swordsman's sword could have easily pierced through his chest. Lin Yun knew it was because he was much weaker than the white-clothed swordsman. He was taking a bet that his sword was faster, but it turned out the white-clothed swordsman's speed wasn't inferior to his. But Lin Yun wasn't upset because this was within his expectations. He still had a lot of trump cards he didn't use. He sat down to treat his injuries, then opened his eyes 15 minutes later, with most of his injuries recovered. The saint aura is really troublesome to deal with, Lin Yun said. Although he had recovered from his injuries, the white-clothed swordsman's saint aura remained within his body. But that wasn't the most troublesome factor. The saint aura contained a strand of astral sword intent. So Lin Yun had to find a way to expel it from his body. He had 2 ways: getting the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron to devour it, or using the nether energy of his Divine Firmament Sword Sutra to slowly corrode the saint aura. That's for sure. The quasi-saint realm is equivalent to stepping onto the saint path, even if one hasn't grasped Saint Tao. This is why saint aura can easily crush nirvana aura. After all, how could a saint and mortal be placed on the same level? The bearded youth smiled. But Lin Yun ignored the bearded youth since everyone knew that. It was equivalent to him spouting nonsense. But you're not bad yourself. After watching your fight, I now believe you can slay a quasi-saint. In 6 Holy City, you must have used your attainment in the sword to avoid the quasi-saint's saint aura before using your nirvana aura to suppress your enemy, and used your astral sword intent as a trump card, catching your opponent by surprise and breaking his saint aura. The bearded youth smiled. So, am I right? Lin Yun nodded, not denying what the bearded youth said. But this trial is different because your opponent also possesses the astral sword intent, and your opponent's attainment in the sword isn't inferior to you. The Emperor's sword further empowers it and could release saint aura. Hence, you can't suppress your opponent with your sword aura, and your disadvantage is shown, the bearded youth said, pointing out Lin Yun's flaws. Suddenly, the bearded youth flicked his finger and released a light ray from it. There was no change on Lin Yun's face when he saw that. The power contained in that light ray was powerful, but Lin Yun couldn't sense any murderous intent. So this instantly made Lin Yun wonder what the bearded youth was trying to do. While Lin Yun was in deep thought, the light ray struck Lin Yun's back and forced the saint aura within his body out. This immediately made Lin Yun feel relieved. He turned around and said, "Thank you for your help, senior brother." "No need to thank me," the bearded youth smiled. "I still want to see you suffer some losses. It's more interesting this way. After all, I made a great effort through this trial, so it would be boring if you lost too easily." Lin Yun stood up and sent a deep look at the bearded youth. "You're angry," the bearded youth smiled. "It's futile, even if you're angry. You need strength to back it up. I might have suffered at this trial in the past, but I ultimately made it through using 3 swords. 3 swords, no more and no less." The bearded youth was conceited, despite his tattered appearance. His pupils were shining brightly, with his pride reflected in them. But his smile soon disappeared when he saw Yi Qingtian stepping forth to challenge again. This time, Lin Yun brought out his azure dragon sword heart to suppress the white-clothed swordsman before using one sword to cut the white-clothed swordsman into two. After Lin Yun sheathed his sword, he merely turned around to chuckle at the bearded youth before continuing. This naturally left the bearded youth dumbfounded because Yi Qingtian only used a sword. He was certain his eyes didn't mess with him. Yi Qingtian made it through this trial using only one sword. This was because Lin Yun held back since there was an outsider here. But Lin Yun gave up on concealing his strength after seeing the bearded youth being so cocky. The bearded youth was shocked. He felt that Yi Qingtian could defeat the white-clothed swordsman this time, but he didn't think it would be easy for Yi Qingtian to pass this trial with one sword. He instantly realized he was careless, and that Yi Qingtian had concealed his strength. The bearded youth took in a deep breath and quickly chased after Yi Qingtian with a smile. Yi Qingtian, you're truly worthy of being known as the genius swordsman of the heavenly Dao sect. You have given me a huge surprise. But since you have such strength, why did you lose so terribly during the first fight? Lin Yun glanced at the bearded youth and said, if I didn't lose so badly in the first round, how would I win the second round so easily? I might have lost terribly, but I also found his weakness. Lin Yun wasn't lying when he said that. If they fought for the first time, Lin Yun wasn't confident of defeating his opponent with one sword, even if he used the Azure Dragon Sword Heart. As Lin Yun continued to climb the mountain, he could see the sword ray left behind by the Emperor Sword and the nine-colored heavenly cloud fruit. Regardless of the Emperor Sword or the nine-colored heavenly cloud fruit, those were things that Lin Yun looked forward to. It looks like I've really underestimated him. Without the first defeat, how could he win the next? That's the same as me in the past. The bearded youth looked at Yi Qingtian's back figure with a smile and closely followed behind him. He was curious about how far Yi Qingtian could go. When Lin Yun smoothly passed the second trial without any trouble, the bearded youth wasn't surprised. But when Lin Yun passed through the second trial, the sword ray left behind by the Emperor Sword became even more terrifying. Since Lin Yun's astral sword intent hadn't reached greater mastery, he could barely resist the pressure coming from the sword ray, and it was tough for him to even take another step forth. The heavens and earth were filled with sword vibrations, and Lin Yun felt that his soul was about to dissipate. The sword aura crushing down on him would multiply whenever he stepped forth. Lin Yun didn't take long to feel that his backbone was about to break from the pressure. The blue jade and indigo golden dragon runes were helping him withstand the sword aura. When Lin Yun raised his head, the third trial was nowhere to be seen. He had at least 1,000 steps to go. This was only the third trial, and the fourth trial was waiting for him after that. This made Lin Yun take a deep breath and no longer forced himself to continue on. He sat with his legs crossed and circulated the Dragon Phoenix world, annihilating Cauldron. He was planning to allow his physique to get used to the sword aura and find a way to resolve it. He chose to resolve it instead of shattering it because shattering the sword aura from the Emperor sword ray was practically impossible. Furthermore, he had to find a way to negate the pressure on him. But when Lin Yun raised his head, he saw that the bearded youth was standing 100 meters away from him, and he looked at ease. This instantly made Lin Yun wonder if this bearded youth was the same as Bai Shuang, and if he was also at the quasi-saint realm. But the bearded youth didn't seem to be at the quasi-saint realm because he had no saint aura. Normally, saint aura could be hidden, but the bearded youth would have to use his saint aura if he wanted to resist the sword aura. That was under the condition that he was at the quasi-saint realm. Lin Yun wondered if the bearded youth was the successor of the heavenly sword or Dao sword. After all, those two lineages were known for their strength, and it wasn't a surprise if they could be so powerful before reaching the quasi-saint realm. While Lin Yun was shocked, the bearded youth was even more shocked than him. It was unbelievable that Yi Qingtian could reach this far with his cultivation at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage. This only meant that Yi Qingtian had a powerful physique. The bearded youth suspected that Yi Qingtian must have practiced a dragon clan's body refining technique because he could sense the dragon aura coming from Yi Qingtian. This instantly made the bearded youth wonder if the serene dust great saint taught it to him. Aside from that, the bearded youth was also shocked by Yi Qingtian's willpower and determination. This was because Yi Qingtian could maintain his calmness despite being under such pressure. Not only did he not complain, but he was trying his best to adapt to the pressure. Doesn't this mean that Yi Qingtian would be on the same level as me if they were at the same cultivation? This thought shocked the bearded youth. This was because the bearded youth had always been first within the heavenly Tao sect and was the most outstanding amongst those of the same generation. Even within the Eastern Desolation, the bearded youth could be considered a genius standing at the top of the pyramid, and no one dared to belittle him. But the bearded youth didn't feel any jealousy or anger. Instead, the bearded youth felt gratified because the heavenly Tao sect finally had someone who could be comparable to him. But aside from feeling gratified, Yi Qingtian had successfully sparked the bearded youth's fighting spirit. This was because the bearded youth had a strong desire to excel. Let me look at you, then. I'll wait till you can't hold it any longer before helping you, the bearded youth said with a playful smile, waiting for Yi Qingtian to stand up. Lin Yun would rest every 10 steps to try and adapt to the pressure of the sword aura left behind by the Emperor's sword. He walked for a long time, and his footsteps were slow and painful. Even if he was slowly progressing, he was still slowly pressing on. As days passed, when the sun rose to the sky for the third time, Lin Yun finally reached the third trial and swallowed a pellet. This time, he lost the first and second times against the white-clothed swordsman from the painting before winning the third battle with great difficulty. But Lin Yun briefly rested before he continued pressing on. As for giving up didn't exist in Lin Yun's dictionary. Lin Yun continued to climb the mountain. His footsteps might be slow, but he was continuing forth. He was now less than 100 steps from reaching the mountain summit. This made the bearded youth's facial expression gradually become grave, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva before raising his head. The bearded youth was prideful and would never believe that he was weaker than anyone, nor did he believe that his cultivation would be inferior to anyone. Isn't he a little too unyielding? The bearded youth smacked his lips. Yi Qingtian's performance was much stronger than his, since he had failed several times before. When Lin Yun was 10 steps from the summit, he suddenly fell onto one knee. Seeing this, the bearded youth immediately dashed forth. But just when the bearded youth wanted to say something, Lin Yun supported himself back on the ground with the flower burial sword and continued pressing on. When the sun rose from the valley, Lin Yun finally reached the summit. The summit was brightly lit without a hint of darkness. But Lin Yun was bleeding from his 7 orifices with cracks covering the surface of his skin, and his current condition looked terrible. Lin Yun took a deep breath and felt energetic, with a smile on his face. When the sun rose, Lin Yun couldn't help closing his eyes and slowly spreading his arms apart. When sunlight shone onto him, Lin Yun's injuries rapidly began to recover. It has been a long time since I felt this way. Lin Yun opened his eyes to look at the sun, and his expression was at ease. All the pain disappeared, replaced with a comfortable sensation spreading throughout his body. Impressive? The bearded youth stepped forth, looking at Lin Yun from 100 meters away, but he didn't know what to say. Where's the sword ray? Lin Yun looked around and couldn't see the Tao flame or the 9-colored heavenly cloud fruit anywhere. The Tao flame was manifested by the sword ray left behind by the Emperor's sword. That's the Tao flame. The bearded youth stepped forth and pointed at the sun that was before them. The sun. Lin Yun turned to look at the sun that the bearded youth pointed out. That's right. Are you shocked? I was as shocked as you when I first saw it. The bearded youth smiled. I'm not shocked at all, Lin Yun replied. As long as you achieve the astral sword intent, you can condense the flame of stars as your sword intent. The so-called Tao flame is just the astral sword intent reaching the peak. Lin Yun raised his head and gradually noticed some things. There were galaxies around the sun, and each galaxy reached over a few thousand feet or even 10,000 feet. The galaxies shone with starlight, but the sun was too dazzling, making those stars seem dim. You? The bearded youth was left speechless by Yi Qingtian. You're not a swordsman, right? Who the hell are you? Lin Yun asked. You don't know who I am? The bearded youth smiled. I previously guessed that you might be the successor of the heavenly sword or Tao sword. But I'm sure that you're not a swordsman now. So I can't guess who you are, Lin Yun said. I'm not familiar with those two. But how did you confirm that I'm not a swordsman? The bearded youth asked. If you're a swordsman, you wouldn't have said what you said earlier. Even if you're a swordsman, you didn't grasp the astral sword intent. But that doesn't make a difference to me, Lin Yun said. The bearded youth was teased by what Lin Yun said and smiled. Yi Qingtian. It looks like you're really cocky as rumored. He could tell that Yi Qingtian was mocking him for being unable to discover the Dao Flame's profundity. Furthermore, Yi Qingtian had a deeper meaning in his words. He was also saying that a swordsman who didn't grasp the astral sword intent couldn't be considered a genuine swordsman in his eyes. Lin Yun ignored what the bearded youth said and continued speculating about his identity, but he stopped halfway. Since Lin Yun had rested for long enough, he prepared to challenge the last trial. He said, "Forget about it. It doesn't matter to me who you are. You can step aside now. I'm going to challenge the trial now." "Hey, do you even know where the last trial is?" The bearded youth said unhappily. He wanted to tell Yi Qingtian his identity and shock the latter, but he never expected that Yi Qingtian would suddenly stop guessing and was no longer interested in his identity. "Of course, I know where the last trial is at. Otherwise, why would I tell you to move out of the way?" Lin Yun pushed his palm forth, seeing that the bearded youth wouldn't move out of the way. When he pushed his palm forth, a dense mist began to gush out of his palm. It felt like Lin Yun had touched a cauldron, causing a sizzling sound from his palm. Lin Yun quickly retracted his palm from the scorching pain. Lin Yun's hands swiftly became red, but his injuries swiftly recovered under the nourishment of the blue dragon divine bone. "You're really bold. You would have been reduced to ashes if it was someone else who dared to touch me this way. Forget about it, I won't hold it against you anymore. You can go ahead and challenge the trial." The bearded youth smiled and jumped back, retreating to a few hundred meters away. The bearded youth blinked and looked at Yi Qingtian. He was curious if Yi Qingtian really found the entrance to the last trial. After all, he spent so much effort to come this far in the past before knowing what the final trial was. Lin Yun sat down and circulated the Dragon Phoenix world, annihilating Cauldron with his body filled in the Dragon Phoenix sword aura. At the same time, his astral sword intent began to blaze on his forehead. When Lin Yun released the astral sword intent, Lin Yun began to release sword rays around him, unleashing a radiance that was not inferior to the Dao Flame. As the two sword intents clashed, the sky suddenly became dark, with only two light sources shining brightly. One was in the sky, while the other was at the mountain's summit. Only dim lights were released from the stars in the sky, while everywhere else was pitch black. This was the actual scenery because the sky was supposed to be dark, but the Dao Flame lit up the sky. Lin Yun briefly observed the Dao Flame and guessed the final trial. This disrupted the Dao Flame's radiance from enveloping the entire sky. When the two sword intents reached the peak, Lin Yun flicked his finger, and the flower burial sword flew out. A figure walked out from the Dao Flame, looking like a deity walking out of the sun, wielding a saint's sword. Lin Yun manipulated the sword from afar, using his flower burial sword to face his opponent. When their sword rays clashed, the surroundings suddenly alternated between light and dark. Seeing this, the bearded youth sighed and nodded. It looks like a genius swordsman has appeared in the sect. After they clashed for 1,000 moves, Lin Yun soared to the sky and grabbed the flower burial sword, executing Light of the Beginning. Primal chaos exploded and was split as the sword ray flashed and cut that figure into two. The Dao Flame was like a sun descending from the sky, with the sky suddenly becoming dark. When the sun lost its radiance, a 9-colored radiance appeared at the far end. The moment it appeared, a man stood on the sword that flew over. The bearded youth blinked as Lin Yun returned to the summit with the 9-colored heavenly cloud fruit. When Lin Yun landed on the summit, he examined the heavenly cloud fruit in his hand and gradually sheathed the flower burial sword. "With this fruit, my astral sword intent should be able to smoothly reach greater mastery. You're really fast. I was just distracted for a moment back then, and the fruit disappeared," the bearded youth said, looking at the 9-colored heavenly cloud fruit in Lin Yun's hands. Right then, an indigo streak of light soared through the sky and landed on the summit. This indigo streak of light was the Crane Fairy. Yi Qingtian, you're really impressive to make it through the 9th level so quickly. Did you see the Emperor's sword? The Crane Fairy asked, blinking her eyes. I'm not too sure about it. Lin Yun saw a sword flashing past when he grabbed the 9-colored heavenly cloud fruit, but the sword disappeared too quickly. Hee, you must have seen it. It looks like my master didn't make any mistakes. Let's go. Come with me to see my master. The Crane Fairy said happily. I wish to refine the heavenly cloud fruit first, Lin Yun said. That works as well. The Crane Fairy agreed after a brief pondering. She then turned to look at the bearded youth and said in disdain, Li Daoyang, what are you doing here? Look at how dirty you are. How many days has it been since you've showered? Li Daoyang? Isn't this the name of the Daoyang Palace's holy son? Lin Yun couldn't help examining the bearded youth, trying to verify if his speculation was wrong. The Daoyang holy son rubbed his hair before shaking his head with a smile. Bullshit. It hasn't been days, but it has been 3 years since I last showered. Lin Yun had no change on his face, but he couldn't conceal the shock in his heart when he heard the bearded youth was the Daoyang holy son. It was hard for him to imagine that this person, who looked like a beggar, was the Daoyang holy son. There were legends that this person was powerful, and he was known as one of the twin stars of Eastern Desolation along with the divine Phoenix Mountain's little princess. He had heard of the Daoyang holy son's name when he arrived at the heavenly Dao sect, but looking at the Daoyang holy son shattered all of his anticipations. I pay my respect to senior brother, Lin Yun greeted politely despite his shock. Yi Qingtian, you're not bad. Li Daoyang smiled. The reason why he came here was to meet Yi Qingtian. He was satisfied with Yi Qingtian's performance, but the only problem might be Yi Qingtian's identity. Do you want to go to the Heavenly Wheel Pagoda? Li Daoyang asked. Not the lowest level that other saint disciples could enter, but the core secret realm of the Heavenly Wheel Pagoda. I naturally do, but I plan to enter after reaching the quasi-saint realm, Lin Yun said. The opportunity to enter the Heavenly Wheel Pagoda was rare, and he didn't want to waste his opportunity, so he planned to go in after reaching the quasi-saint realm. The higher his cultivation, the greater the benefits he would receive once he entered. Smart. You can focus on your breakthrough then. Li Daoyang gave Yi Qingtian a deep gaze before preparing to leave. Li Daoyang, you've been away for a long time. Did you bring me any presents? The Crane Fairy planted her arms at her waist. Li Daoyang smiled. Of course I brought one. Stretch your hand out. Hee hee. The Crane Fairy chuckled. Her pupils filled with anticipation. But when Li Daoyang slapped her palm, the pain made the Crane Fairy furious as she roared. What are you doing? I have given you all my love. Li Daoyang smiled before leaving. You stinky fellow. I'll curse you for not showering for the rest of your life. The Crane Fairy furiously said, with resentment in her tone. Lin Yun smiled because Li Daoyang was an interesting person. Yi Qingtian, you can't learn from him. He's a heartless person, the Crane Fairy said with her lips pouted. Lin Yun nodded and swallowed the 9-colored heavenly cloud fruit. The moment he swallowed it, Lin Yun's injuries began to recover. The cracks on his skin swiftly recovered, and his skin became as smooth as a baby's. But Lin Yun wasn't hurrying to refine it, but began practicing the second section of the divine firefly sword on the summit. Withered tree coming to life. Rising sun. Polar opposite. Flaming floral silver tree. Driving lightning. Sky incineration flames. Lin Yun had already grasped 6 sword forms while practicing them on the summit. As time passed, the phenomena within his sword technique began to merge with the surroundings. His speed gradually slowed with his sword ray flashing, looking as though the heavens and earth were breathing, which was a mysterious feeling. The heavenly jade sword saint once said that the second section might look like a mess, but it follows a certain rhythm, and there's a connection with each sword. Lin Yun held onto the flower burial sword as he practiced his sword technique, pondering what the heavenly jade sword saint said. As he gradually gained an insight, Lin Yun's sword rays looked like multicolored spheres, and each sphere had different sceneries engraved on them with a thread connecting them. As long as I can find this thread, it will be much easier to practice this sword technique. Lin Yun was smart and didn't dwell on the sword techniques, but he jumped out of it and looked at this sword technique from a different angle. He actually formed this habit from the Radiant Sword Saint. Back then, the Radiant Sword Saint didn't teach him sword techniques on purpose when transmitting it to him. The Radiant Sword Saint only taught him calligraphy to derive the Carefree 9 sword and practiced it with him. This was because no matter how complicated a sword technique was, they all looked different after writing them down on a piece of paper as calligraphy. If one dwells on the sword technique too much, they would be further confused and might not have any harvest. While Lin Yun was focused on cultivating, he forgot everything else. Li Daoyang wasn't far from Yi Qingtian, standing beside a black-clothed old man, who was also looking at Yi Qingtian. The black-clothed old man had a noble status. He was the Daoyang Palace's palace master Yi Chenyu. This person was also Li Daoyang's master. Daoyang, what do you think of him? Yi Chenyu asked. Li Daoyang fell into brief thoughts because replying, he's strong, and he's worthy of being a monstrous genius. Or rather, only the term monstrous genius could be worthy of him. Your evaluation of him is surprisingly high, Yi Chenyu said. I won't make a mistake. Li Daoyang's pupils radiated with respect. Let's not mention his talent in sword Dao, but I'm impressed by his willpower. I have never seen someone so ruthless to himself before. Not only that, but he's also smart. You can find plenty of people with high talent, but someone like him is genuinely smart. Li Daoyang couldn't help recalling the scenes of Yi Qingtian passing through the trials. When Yi Qingtian stopped to rest, he was actually tempering himself to get used to the pressure. He had to admit that Yi Qingtian was too smart, not to mention Yi Qingtian even knew how to conceal his strength, and someone like him was too rare. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint wanted him to participate in the sword assembly. What do you think about this? Yi Chenyu stroked his beard with a smile and seemed to be testing his beloved disciple. Master, what do you think? Li Daoyang asked. She's a little too anxious. Yi Qingtian might obtain some results, but the Eastern Desolation's sword Dao has a huge broken lineage. If Jian Jingtian was still around, many swordsmen might rise amongst the younger generations under his influence. But the sword sect was suppressed too badly. Even if the 6 holy lands have our inheritance, we lack communication and keep them to ourselves. Yi Chenyu smiled. But the Sword Alliance is different because their geniuses often interact with each other. So there's a huge difference between us and them. Li Daoyang didn't deny those words and smiled. I also know about that. But Yi Qingtian is really different. Master, willpower is more important than talent, and he has strong willpower. When Li Daoyang looked at Yi Qingtian from afar, his eyes shone brightly. Oh? Are you optimistic about him? Why don't we make a bet? Then, Yi Chenyu smiled. Sure. Li Daoyang agreed straightforwardly. I bet that he'll suffer. What about you? You're going to bet that he'll become first. Yi Chenyu smiled. Li Daoyang caressed his messy hair and smiled in disdain. First? Isn't that too boring? Master, who was first on the sword assembly 20 or 100 years ago. Master, your eyesight is too low in my opinion. I bet Master didn't obtain first or even the top 3 when you were young, right? After all, the Radiant Sword Saint was first at that time. Yi Chenyu's cheeks twitched, but he suppressed his anger, waiting for Li Daoyang to finish his sentence. I have been first since I was young, and I'm already bored with it. So there's no interest in becoming first. Master, what do you think? Li Daoyang smiled. Yi Chenyu knocked Li Daoyang's head and furiously said, Being cocky in front of me? Speak properly. Let me finish before you try to beat me. Becoming first is really nothing interesting. Li Daoyang chuckled. Are you trying to anger me on purpose? Yi Chenyu questioned. Li Daoyang dodged his master's attack and smiled. I'm not trying to anger you on purpose. I only want to say that becoming first is nothing. After all, there have been countless firsts over the past 3 millennia, but everyone only remembers the 9 emperors. If the Radiant Sword Saint can't endure this tribulation, even someone like him will be forgotten over time. Yi Qianyu sighed upon hearing that because he knew it was true. Li Daoyang continued. So it's boring to bet if he'll become first. I bet he'll make the Eastern Desolation's sword Dao rise, and he will be remembered even after 1,000 years. Yi Qianyu sighed and looked at Yi Qingtian. He then said, Your evaluation of him is too high. We'll just have to wait and see if my evaluation of him is too high. Maybe my evaluation of him was still too low, Li Daoyang said. Yi Qianyu no longer dwelled on that. He had another reason why he asked Li Daoyang to observe Yi Qingtian. He asked, Are you sure about him? Li Daoyang dropped his smile and said with a grave expression, Yeah. If I die, let him take over as the sect master if he's willing to bear the heavenly Dao on his shoulders. Either way, we can't allow those traitors to take over, and it's about time to deal with them. But I can't confirm Yi Qingtian's identity, and I'm not sure if he's the same Yi Qingtian as before. Li Daoyang and Yi Qianyu were discussing the position of Heavenly Dao Sect's sect master. Only those who have managed to bear the Heavenly Dao on their shoulders could last long. Historically, the Heavenly Dao Sect's sect master only had two outcomes. Their names were either spread throughout the Kunlun realm or died without even knowing how they died. Li Daoyang wanted to become the sect master and recollect the separated Heavenly Dao sect. But he didn't dare say he could bear the Heavenly Dao, so he found a replacement. Li Daoyang thought that Yi Qingtian could become a replacement if he failed, but the only problem was Yi Qingtian's identity. I'm not concerned about that, Yi Qianyu said confidently. He continued, He has a deep relationship with three great saints, Heavenly Jade, Serene Dust, and Dragon Origin. According to how they treated him, they must know him well. Most importantly, Yi Qinghong, Xiao Jingyan, and Zhang Kuei mysteriously disappeared within the Myriad Graves Valley not long ago. Everyone suspects that they were killed by Yi Qingtian. It's just that no one has any evidence to prove it. Hearing that, Li Daoyang smiled. That's fine, then. MHM? Why is his sword intent becoming stronger? Don't tell me he will make a breakthrough to greater mastery. Yi Qianyu also sensed it and exclaimed in surprise, Astral sword intent at greater mastery. Making a breakthrough is difficult, so how did he do it? Was a 9-colored heavenly cloud fruit enough? How is that possible? It doesn't matter because he accomplished the impossible now. Li Daoyang and Yi Qianyu exchanged a gaze with joy on their faces. If Yi Qingtian's astral sword intent could reach greater mastery while he's at the nirvana stage, their heavenly Dao sect would have obtained a treasure. Lin Yun sat down on the summit and circulated the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon to refine the heavenly cloud fruit, and the sword intent within his brows began to rise. His sword intent would strengthen every single moment. Felt like new worlds were being created. Not long later, Lin Yun was enveloped by 9 colors as black and white figures appeared around him. The scenes within his mind appeared in reality, allowing Lin Yun to comprehend the divine firefly sword. He was like an active volcano. His sword intent was like the accumulated magma waiting to erupt, but it couldn't erupt because it was stuck by something. Seeing this, Yi Qianyu's facial expression became grave, and he stroked his beard. His bottleneck is too sturdy, and it won't be easy for him to make a breakthrough. Let me give it a try. Li Daoyang took a deep breath and ancient runes appeared on his hands. In the next second, Li Daoyang's body blazed like wild flames with a golden radiance shining from his pupils. A quasi-saint's aura burst out from Li Daoyang as he opened his mouth and spat out a sword. The entire sword was shining golden with ancient saint runes engraved on it. The moment the sword appeared, the surrounding atmosphere began to ignite, even causing the air to distort. Go! Li Daoyang flicked his finger, and the golden saint's sword streaked across the horizon, reaching Lin Yun in the next second. Bearing this pressure, Lin Yun's sword intent began to erupt like a volcano. As Lin Yun let out a roar, sword rays shone from his pupils as his sword aura rippled about. As rumbling sounds echoed, Lin Yun's sword intent gushing out, fluttering Lin Yun's hair in the wind as he stood at the summit, looking at the horizon. The 36 layers of heaven broke apart as Lin Yun's astral sword intent went beyond the 36 layers of heaven. Countless stars shone in the surroundings, and Lin Yun's sword intent manifested into a giant that was looking around. Holy shit! He really caused a huge commotion. Li Daoyang opened his mouth and swallowed the golden saint's sword, watching this scene in shock. This was a genuine swordsman in his eyes, which made Li Daoyang envious. He realized what Yi Qingtian said was right. He couldn't be considered a swordsman when to Yi Qingtian. He practiced the martial techniques from the Daoyang Palace that focused on his physique, the devouring Dao. Yi Qinyu asked, "What if I lost the bet?" Li Daoyang took a pellet shrouded in a saint radiance and smiled. "You just have to eat this. I've accumulated this for 3 years." "What is this?" Yi Qinyu asked with his brows locked together. "I rubbed it from my armpit, and I guarantee it's fresh," Li Daoyang said smugly. "How dare you?" Yi Qinyu gritted his teeth and pushed his palm forth. "Get lost!" His palm sent Li Daoyang flying a few thousand meters away, causing Li Daoyang to throw out blood as he clashed against a mountain. When Li Daoyang crawled out from the mountain, he wore a wry smile. "This is the essence of the great sun's sacred flame, and I can't even bear to give it to the crane fairy." "Forget it, I'll just give it to the crane fairy." Then, Lin Yun came to a galaxy as his soul passed through the 36 layers of heaven. There was an unimaginable distance between the stars, so the light given off by the stars wasn't that obvious. As Lin Yun wandered into the galaxy, it didn't take long for him to feel dizzy, and his sword intent showed signs of collapsing. The galaxy was terrifying. Lin Yun's soul was about to dissipate after wandering here for so long. This shocked Lin Yun as he recalled what Yi Guhan said and quickly circulated the myriad astral celestial art. His sword intent began to condense as he sat in the galaxy, luring the flames of the stars into him. Fortunately, his senior brother taught him the myriad astral celestial art. Otherwise, his sword intent would have dissipated by now. With his astral sword intent reaching greater mastery, he could transform his star into a galaxy. This was the genuine astral sword intent, and his previous astral sword intent could be considered baseless because his previous astral sword intent couldn't bear the impact of a galaxy. The so-called star was the sword star, and the galaxy would manifest into various phenomena along with the sword star. The more powerful the galaxy, the more powerful the sword star would become. It was just like the Dao flame left behind by the Emperor's sword. If Lin Yun wanted to manifest the sword star, he would have to merge the star with his sword soul before choosing a star to observe and manifest. Relying on the 9-colored heavenly cloud fruit's medicinal effects in addition to Lin Yun's accumulation, the starlight around Lin Yun increased as time passed. Lin Yun didn't take long to be enveloped in starlight as he circulated the myriad astral celestial art. Beyond the 36 layers of heaven, starlight began to converge as the starlight began to condense. Lin Yun wanted to manifest his star into a sun like his senior brother, Jian Jingtian. Most swordsmen would choose between the sun or the moon because those two were the strongest. Although there were other stars comparable to the sun and moon, it was hard to find them within the boundless galaxy, while the sun and moon were the brightest. As time passed, the golden human within Lin Yun's sword sea began to fuse, and the sun gradually formed. When Lin Yun heaved a breath of relief and wanted to open his eyes, the azure dragon within his sword sea also flew out. This shocked Lin Yun, and he wondered if his other sword soul could also manifest into a sword star. His senior brother didn't tell him about this situation before, so this caught Lin Yun by surprise. Most people would only have one sword soul and could only manifest a single sword star. Even the myriad astral celestial art didn't mention 2 sword stars. Since Yi Guhan didn't know Lin Yun's condition, he naturally didn't tell Lin Yun how to deal with it. Lin Yun watched as his azure dragon sword soul flew to the 36 layers of heaven, and Lin Yun had to make a decision now. He decided to manifest another star without hesitation. 2 sword stars meant the power of his astral sword intent would also increase, but the process would naturally be dangerous since the resources required would also increase. This vexed Lin Yun because he had no intentions of manifesting 2 sword stars. This would ruin his plan. But before he had no choice and could only manifest another sword star. Lin Yun circulated the myriad astral celestial art to manifest another sword star. By the time he opened his eyes, it was already dusk. You succeeded? Crane Fairy came over and nervously asked. Li Daoyang also came over with anticipation. He had heard that the process was dangerous, and that the effort would go in vain if Yi Qingtian wasn't careful. There were no changes to Lin Yun's face, and he said nothing. You failed. Crane Fairy became nervous and comforted. No worries. It's normal to fail. You have a strong foundation, and you can attempt it again. Li Daoyang also nodded. You have yet to reach the quasi-saint realm, so it's understandable for you to fail without the support of Saint Aura. I believe you can succeed when you reach the quasi-saint realm in the future. I didn't fail. Lin Yun sent a weird look at Li Daoyang and Crane Fairy. Since when did he say he failed? What's with your bitter expression, then? The Crane Fairy and Li Daoyang asked curiously. Lin Yun stood up and helplessly replied, I have no idea why, but I've managed to manifest 2 sword stars. I was thinking about what I should do in the future. 1 sword star would require an astronomical sum of resources, not to mention 2 sword stars. The Crane Fairy and Li Daoyang opened their mouths and didn't know how to reply. They were speechless when they heard Yi Qingtian say that he had manifested 2 sword stars. Li Daoyang wanted to curse out, but he swallowed his words and squeezed out a smile. But the Crane Fairy couldn't bear it and exclaimed, Holy shit! Li Daoyang knocked on her head and smiled. A little girl like you shouldn't say such crude words. Isn't that what you wanted to say? The Crane Fairy asked. But I bore it in, Li Daoyang said. The Crane Fairy rolled her eyes and ignored Li Daoyang. Li Daoyang looked at Lin Yun. Then he continued with a smile. Yi Qingtian, do you have 2 sword souls? Lin Yun nodded upon hearing that. No wonder, Li Daoyang smiled. Dual sword souls are rare. Now that you have 2 sword stars, your sword intent will multiply by 2 when you release it. If you can manifest some changes with it, I can't imagine how powerful you will become. Crane Fairy chipped in. I heard that the Iris Sword Saint also had dual sword stars back then, and this was why he could slay a deity while being at the Saint Realm. Children shouldn't interfere in a conversation between adults. Brother Yi, I have something to discuss with you. Li Daoyang pushed Crane Fairy away and dragged Lin Yun over with a warm-hearted expression. Brother Yi, do you intend to become a holy son? Lin Yun was surprised when he heard that and looked at Li Daoyang, baffled. Don't you have 2 sword stars? If you become a holy son, you'll have all the necessary resources, Li Daoyang said. Lin Yun gave Li Daoyang a weird look and said, Doesn't the Heavenly Dao sect already have a holy son? I heard that the Holy Spirit Son of the Holy Spirit Courtyard has a position equivalent to a holy son. A holy son's position couldn't be decided randomly. When a holy son appears in a holy land, they would be nurtured as a future Saint Lord with the entire sect's resources going to them. Although the Heavenly Dao sect's situation was special, that was also almost the case. Otherwise, Li Daoyang wouldn't be called one of Eastern Desolation's twin stars. He's still lacking, Li Daoyang smiled. Why can't you become a holy son after forming 2 sword stars? We have 2 holy maidens, and there's no harm in having another holy child. We should have a Heavenly Dao holy son, a title even more domineering than mine. Lin Yun was confused as to why Li Daoyang was so passionate about this. It was right that the Heavenly Dao sect had 2 holy maidens, but their position couldn't be compared to Li Daoyang. There's no need. Lin Yun shook his head and said, If I become a holy son, the 4 clans will probably go crazy. Aren't they already crazy? Although they don't have evidence of Yi Qinghong, Xiao Jingyan, and Zhang Kuei's disappearance within the Myriad Graves Valley, they already counted that incident on your head, and they will come after you sooner or later, Li Daoyang smiled. Lin Yun was stunned and couldn't help looking at Li Daoyang again. He discovered that Li Daoyang might seem like he didn't care about anything, but he had a meticulous heart. He instantly knew Li Daoyang's arrival to the Celestial Purging Mountain wasn't as simple as seeing him. Don't accuse me if you don't have any evidence, Lin Yun smiled. Yi Qingtian, don't listen to him. You'll die if you become the Heavenly Dao Holy Son because Heavenly Dao isn't something that just anyone can use as their title, Crane Fairy said as she jumped out. It doesn't matter. You're from the Indigo Thunder Peak, right? You can also be called the Indigo Thunder Holy Sun. Li Daoyang smiled. If you don't like that, you can also be called the Nether Orchid Holy Sun. Don't you have a story with the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden? If it doesn't work, you can also go for the Heavenly Een Holy Sun. Don't listen to him. Someone who doesn't shower like him must be planning something. Yi Qingtian, come with me to see my master, the Crane Fairy said. Lin Yun nodded and cupped his fists together, wanting to leave. He had a favorable impression of Li Daoyang, but Li Daoyang's suggestion didn't sound that reliable. Yi Qingtian, why don't you leave after listening to me? Li Daoyang appeared 100 meters away and stood in their way. When he released his aura, it was like an invisible wall that stopped Lin Yun and the Crane Fairy from taking another step forth. Lin Yun's face became grave, and he said, Holy Sun, what do you want? You can leave, but leave after hearing me out. Or you can also use your sword to attack me. If you can make me take a step back, I'll immediately leave. Li Daoyang smiled. Yi Qingtian, don't listen to him. He must be planning something bad. Go and teach him a lesson. Crane Fairy hid behind Lin Yun. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because he didn't mind leaving after hearing what Li Daoyang had to say. But he also wanted to test out the current power of his astral sword intent, and he naturally wouldn't refuse it since Li Daoyang was willing to test his sword. I apologize in advance. Then, Lin Yun's hand fell onto the flower burial sword and released his astral sword intent with his aura changing, giving off a powerful aura. Seeing Lin Yun was serious about this, Li Daoyang couldn't help bitterly smiling. But he didn't step back and allowed Lin Yun to draw his sword. When Lin Yun drew his sword, he divided it into 13 figures that stabbed into 13 different spots of Li Daoyang, executing myriad sword unite. The last sword formed a circle, and Lin Yun's sword ray looked alive. But the flower burial sword failed to stab through Li Daoyang's body. It didn't even leave any injuries and only caused sparks to fly around. At the same time, a powerful yang aura exploded from Li Daoyang, sending Lin Yun flying away. Lin Yun lost his grip on the flower burial sword with blood dripping from his palm. Most importantly, there were cracks on Lin Yun's right-hand bone, which naturally shocked him. Li Daoyang stood in the same position and said, Not bad. To force me to release the Dao Yang aura, you can be considered the first beneath the quasi-saint realm. Lin Yun flung his lips to the side and could only hear Li Daoyang praising himself. Bearing the pain of his right hand, Lin Yun took a deep breath and asked, What's your cultivation? If I say I'm still not a quasi-saint, would you believe me? Li Daoyang said. Lin Yun widened his mouth. How was that possible? Lin Yun didn't hold back in his attack, and he was confident that even someone at the Azure origin phase of the quasi-saint realm would be injured. Li Daoyang smiled. You don't have to feel shocked about it. My condition is special because I possess the great sun saint physique. 3 years ago, I had an encounter, obtaining a heavenly devour sacred canon and devoured too many saint artifacts. This is why my saint physique transformed. But the saint artifacts haven't completely fused into my saint physique, causing me to lose control of my saint physique as a result. It might be powerful, but I can't control it or reach the quasi-saint realm. How many saint artifacts did you devour? Lin Yun asked. 18 glory saint artifacts, Li Daoyang replied. It's no wonder, Lin Yun replied after a brief shock. Li Daoyang couldn't be determined with proper logic. But Lin Yun began to imagine how powerful Li Daoyang would become if the heavenly devour sacred canon fused with his saint physique. He asked, This is why you can't shower? Li Daoyang nodded and smiled. My body is even hotter than a cauldron, and water will evaporate when it comes in contact with me. But I've gotten used to it, and you'll realize it's pretty satisfying after you get used to it. Haha, you can also give it a try. You're smelly, the Crane Fairy said with disdain. When Li Daoyang glared at Crane Fairy, this scared Crane Fairy, and she hid behind Lin Yun. Treat your injuries first, Li Daoyang said. Lin Yun no longer talked about it and swallowed a pellet, activating the blue dragon bone to treat his injuries. A few minutes later, Lin Yun had already recovered from his injuries. You're fine now? I'll carry on then. Li Daoyang went straight into the topic. I want to become a Saint Lord, and I'm determined to bear the heavenly Tao on my shoulders. But no one is confident when hearing this. I want you to become a holy son to become a replacement in case I die. Then again, I can also be your replacement if you want. It's good if you can bear the heavenly Tao, but I can bear it if you die. Lin Yun was stunned because he never expected Li Daoyang to be so ambitious, completely disregarding his life and death. This instantly made Lin Yun look at Li Daoyang in a higher light. But replacement sounded weird for some reason. Why do you want to become a Saint Lord? Lin Yun asked. Becoming the heavenly Tao sect's Saint Lord is difficult. Li Daoyang sighed. The golden era is arriving, and a huge tribulation will follow. The Kunlun realm will reshuffle along with it. The heavenly Tao sect might seem united, but it's divided. The various clans have thoughts of their own, and the heavenly Tao sect will disperse if there's an impact. If you're a little outstanding, many forces within the heavenly Tao sect will come after your life. This was unimaginable in the past. Lin Yun had a first-hand experience of that and believed that it wouldn't have happened in the past. Not only you, but many people have died in the past, Li Daoyang said. This isn't their first time doing it. They're too cocky. As for why I want to become a Saint Lord, it's because someone has to stand out and tell them how heavenly Tao is written. Lin Yun's heart throbbed, and his facial expression became grave while looking at Li Daoyang. Even the serene dust great saint told him to bear it when regarding Wang Mayan, and they couldn't be touched without evidence. Even a great saint had to be cautious, but Li Daoyang dared to stand out. Lin Yun couldn't help admitting that Li Daoyang was befitting of his temper. He asked, "Why me?" Li Daoyang smiled and asked, "You need evidence to deal with those people? Did they require evidence to assassinate you in the Myriad Graves Valley?" Lin Yun was briefly stunned, and Li Daoyang was ruthless to himself and his enemies. Li Daoyang smiled. "You already have an answer in your heart, don't you? This is the reason why I chose you, because we're the same kind of person, to a certain extent." "I don't have a habit of not showering," Lin Yun muttered. Li Daoyang was speechless upon hearing that and bitterly smiled. "All right, I need your answer now. I have no intention of being a holy son now, but I can consider it. I'll give you a proper answer when I'm back from the sword assembly," Lin Yun replied after a brief consideration. He was willing to help Li Daoyang, and the heavenly Tao sect needed cleansing. Lin Yun also had no intentions of letting the clans do whatever they wanted, but he had to reconsider the position of a Saint Lord. You don't have to go and cultivate within the heavenly Tao sect. The Sword Assembly is only an event for the Sword Alliance, Li Daoyang said. The main event is the Blue Dragon Record, where all the geniuses within the Kunlun realm will flock over, in addition to the champions of the 9 heavenly paths. If they manage to leave their names on the Blue Dragon Record, their name would be left behind for eternity, and they would have a position in the Golden Era. Hearing that, Lin Yun couldn't help looking forward to it. He asked, "I have a reason to go to the Sword Assembly." Li Daoyang sighed upon hearing that and smiled. "Then I'll wait for your good news. Crane Fairy, you can bring him to see your master. Am I so terrifying? Why are you hiding from me?" Li Daoyang smiled and dragged Crane Fairy out. After they left, Li Daoyang touched his chest, and he had bloodstains on his palm. He smiled. "I can't remember the last time I have bled." While Lin Yun left with the Crane Fairy, he began pondering his attack. He couldn't believe that Li Daoyang wasn't a quasi-saint. He might not seem concerned about it, but he was actually concerned. He couldn't believe that Li Daoyang managed to block an attack imbued with his astral sword intent when he wasn't a quasi-saint. If Li Daoyang stepped onto the saint path, how powerful would he be? He now knew that Li Daoyang was worthy of his reputation as the Eastern Desolation's twin stars. "What are you playing with?" Lin Yun turned to see the Crane Fairy playing with a brown bead. The bead was dark, but Lin Yun could sense it containing a powerful energy. "This is a treasure of the Dao Yang Holy Sun called the Great Sun Saint Crystal." The Crane Fairy smiled. "He gave it to me when we guarded you earlier. He might seem fierce, but he's a good person. But Master has a lot of resources, so I don't need it." "Why don't you give it to me if you don't need it?" Lin Yun asked. He needed resources and could tell that this brown bead wasn't ordinary. Perhaps it would benefit his astral sword intent. All right. The crane fairy gave it to Lin Yun and smiled. I'm happy he thinks about me. You can have it instead since you possess dual sword stars. After Lin Yun stowed it, he smiled at Crane Fairy because this lass was really easy to fool. Crane Fairy led the way, with Lin Yun following behind, passing through a gate, and coming to the Sea of Clouds. In the Sea of Clouds, a pavilion was erected in the middle, and a white-clothed man was playing the zither before the pavilion. He was playing an ancient war song, and Lin Yun felt like a sea of sword rays was in front of him. Lin Yun didn't take it seriously because the senior's music was the same. There wasn't much improvement. Master, I brought him over. He's really strong enough to condense 2 sword stars. The crane fairy said respectfully. The white-clothed man smiled. I know. Yi Qing Tian. What do you think after achieving greater mastery in your astral sword intent? The white-clothed man smiled. Lin Yun looked respectful and was a little nervous because he knew the identity of this white-clothed man. Dragon Origin Great Saint told him that this man was the Sword Emperor before Yu Qingfeng. He was also the Heavenly Dao Sect's sect master, one of the strongest experts within the Kunlun realm. But he disappeared after he was defeated by Yu Qingfeng, leaving behind a sentence that he wouldn't have failed if he had the Emperor's sword in his hand. Lin Yun briefly pondered, then said, after greater mastery, I've realized that the astral sword intent is just the beginning, and I still have a long way to go. I'm not talking about that, the white-clothed man said, shaking his head. Lin Yun thought for a while and couldn't figure out what the white-clothed man wanted to hear. He said, Senior, please tell me your thoughts. Don't you feel that the resources aren't enough? The white-clothed man couldn't help smiling. Well, that is indeed a problem. Lin Yun didn't expect the white-clothed man to say that. He thought that the white-clothed man would talk to him about comprehension in Sword Dao, so he wasn't expecting the other party to be talking about resources. Don't feel that it's crude to talk about resources, the white-clothed man said. Even if you step into the Saint Realm or the Emperor Realm, you'll still talk about it, and you might even compete more ferociously. Do you know what people are competing for in the world? Their interest, and that is the same for swordsmen. Lin Yun nodded and smiled. Senior is right. I do have a headache about the resources for my growth. What Li Daoyang said might be a path for you. The Heavenly Dao sect still has a strong foundation, and I have been the sect master before. The white-clothed man smiled. Becoming a holy son? Lin Yun asked. You're a genius born for the sword, and it'll be a pity for a talent of your caliber to be buried because of resources, the white-clothed man said. Crane Fairy was inwardly shocked by her master's evaluation of Yi Qing Tian. The white-clothed man's pupils were as deep as the stars, and he said, Yi Qing Tian, if you're willing to become the holy son, I can open the back door for you. If Lin Yun could become a holy son, he could obtain anything he wanted within the Heavenly Dao sect. Take Li Daoyang, for example. He devoured 16 Glory Saint artifacts, and one could imagine how rich the Heavenly Dao sect was from that. But Lin Yun was concerned because he would be bound to the Heavenly Dao sect if he became the Holy Son. This meant it would be difficult for him to leave Heavenly Dao sect in the future. What should he do about the Sword sect if he can't leave the Heavenly Dao sect? What would the Heavenly Dao sect do if he started a conflict with others because of the Sword sect? The white-clothed man wasn't ordinary, and he had many treasures. Fairy Crane mentioned this multiple times. Lin Yun briefly pondered, but then refused. Thank you for your kindness. If the Heavenly Dao sect faces any trouble in the future, I will help it no matter what, but I don't think I want to become a holy son. Do you have other identities? The white-clothed man said, It doesn't matter. Even if you become the holy son, you can do whatever you want. But Lin Yun still shook his head, refusing the offer. Seeing this, the white-clothed man said, All right, then, that's your own preference and I won't force you. But the white-clothed man sighed with pity on his face. This is the Flying Sky Pavilion. The white-clothed man stood up and pointed at the pavilion behind him. He said, There are some items that I have collected while still alive. The pavilion itself is a sovereign saint artifact, and it is also a spatial treasure. Lin Yun's eyes lit up upon hearing that and recollected his gaze. Here, bring him to the first floor, the white-clothed man said. Thank you, Senior. Lin Yun cupped his fists together. It's only the first level, and some understandings of the divine firefly sword exist that you can read. That's enough, Lin Yun smiled. He wasn't unsatisfied because he wasn't the white-clothed man's successor nor Heavenly Tao Sect's holy son. Strictly speaking, he was an outsider. The white-clothed man was the previous sect master of the Heavenly Tao Sect, and Lin Yun was grateful for receiving his help. Thanks to the white-clothed man's pointers, he could grasp the astral sword intent. Yi Qingtian, come with me. The crane fairy was pretty fond of Yi Qingtian. She dragged him into the flying sky pavilion. When she brought Lin Yun in, she turned her head multiple times as if she wanted to say something. Little girl, what do you want to say? Lin Yun asked. Yi Qingtian, master has seen countless geniuses over the years, and even someone like Li Daoyang didn't make him so happy. I can tell that he's really fond of you, the crane fairy said. So don't blame him. Master is ultimately someone of the Heavenly Tao Sect, and he can't give you everything even if the flying sky pavilion belongs to him. Lin Yun smiled when he heard that. What are you thinking about? I'm already grateful to him. You can look for Li Daoyang if you want. He can enter the pavilion anytime he wants. As long as you can borrow the flying sky order, Master won't stop you, the crane fairy said, giving Lin Yun an idea. That's a reliable idea, Lin Yun smiled. It's reliable. You should do it. The crane fairy smiled. She brought Lin Yun over to a bookshelf that had many interpretations of the divine firefly sword, and each book was thick. Lin Yun found the second section and flipped through it. Most importantly, each book was left behind by a great saint. Those books were precious, and he soon sank into them. But he wasn't too engrossed by those books. The heavenly jade sword saint said that he had to rely on himself, and the understanding of others could only be used as a reference. Each book had various understandings written in them, and some even conflicted with each other. For example, a sword saint named Ding Yu felt that the profundity of the second section was life. The 13 swords might not have anything to do with each other, but the interpretation was life Tao. On the other hand, another sword saint's comprehension was death. The comprehension conflicted, making Lin Yun feel that reading the books was even tougher than practicing the sword technique. Yu Qingfeng. Lin Yun suddenly saw a jade slip with the sword emperor, Yu Qingfeng's name written on it. Lin Yun didn't expect the white-clothed man to even write an understanding about his opponent. But unlike other books, Yu Qingfeng's jade slip only had not competing to be first written. This made Lin Yun squint at his pupils, and he had no idea what Yu Qingfeng was competing for if it wasn't for first. The more he pondered, the more confused he became. Yi Qingtian, you can choose to take some with you, the crane fairy said. Okay. Lin Yun nodded and chose 3 books to take with him. He then recalled the words written on a jade slip. Forget it. Lin Yun ultimately placed the books back and only took the jade slip with Yu Qingfeng's name on it. You didn't even bring a book with you? The white-clothed man looked at Lin Yun, who came out empty-handed. This is enough, Lin Yun smiled. It was enough for him to have those understandings, and he could combine them with his cultivation. Most importantly, he remembered the words written on the jade slip. The white-clothed man didn't think much and said, "Come with me." Okay. Lin Yun nodded. The white-clothed man grabbed Lin Yun's shoulder and soared to the sky, before arriving at a river after descending. This place was magical because the river looked like a cloth, twisting and turning. At the river's core was a star shining brightly like the sun. Tao Flame. Lin Yun squinted his pupils and immediately knew what this place was. This was the Tao Flame left behind by the Emperor's sword, and the river should be the Tao Flame's galaxy. Have you seen the Emperor's sword? The white-clothed man asked. I only caught a glimpse of it, but I'm not sure if that's the Emperor's sword, Lin Yun replied. The white-clothed man smiled. That's the shadow left behind by the Emperor's sword before it left. You should have seen the scene from 3,000 years ago. Oh, okay. Lin Yun looked a little disappointed. The white-clothed man patted Lin Yun's shoulder and said, "You might not have seen it personally, but I can guarantee it has seen you. It might have left behind a Tao flame, but it can see you through the Tao flame." Lin Yun briefly looked at the Tao flame and couldn't help feeling a piercing pain in his eyes. He asked, "Why did the Emperor's sword leave?" "I don't know," the white-clothed man replied. "It left when I became the sect master. If it didn't leave and I had the Emperor's sword in my hand, the battle back then." The white-clothed man suddenly smiled and changed the topic. "Do you still remember the 3 strands of flames you obtained when you became a saint disciple?" "I do. You can use this Tao flame to refine the 3 strands of flames. If you can refine them, you might have an opportunity to see the Emperor's sword." The white-clothed man briefly paused, then continued, "If you manage to see it, remember to tell me where it is." Lin Yun nodded. He could feel that the white-clothed man already knew that there wouldn't be any changes in the outcome of that battle even if he had the Emperor's sword. But he couldn't escape his obsession, even after becoming an artifact spirit. "Yi Qingtian, you saw Yu Qingfeng's understanding within the Flying Sky Pavilion, right?" the white-clothed man asked. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he replied, "That's right. You can share your answer with me when you have an answer." The white-clothed man smiled. "Okay," Lin Yun agreed. No matter what, he respected the white-clothed man as a senior, even if he lost the battle with Yu Qingfeng. "Not competing to be first?" the white-clothed man muttered before leaving the place. After the white-clothed man left, Lin Yun's gaze fell onto the Tao flame left behind by the Emperor's sword. It was so dazzling that Lin Yun didn't dare to look at it directly. Lin Yun wondered who the Emperor in the Kunlun realm was since there was the Emperor's sword. He carefully approached the Tao flame, which looked like a bright sun. The Tao flame shone brightly, painting Lin Yun in a layer of golden radiance. As he stood before the Tao flame, he was breathtaken by the powerful sword aura it gave off, and he couldn't see the top when he raised his head. It felt as though there was a 1,000-foot-tall volcano in front of him. He felt insignificant before it, and it was like what the senior said, this was astral sword intent at the extreme. This should be the strongest the astral sword intent could reach, and it wasn't needed to reach such a height before making a breakthrough. In reality, one only needed to reach 1/3 of it to try and make a breakthrough in sword intent. The extreme wasn't something that just anyone could achieve. Has senior brother's sword intent reached the extreme? Lin Yun thought about Jian Jingtian. He caught a glimpse back then, and Jian Jingtian's sword intent was like a bright sun. It was similar to what he saw now because his senior brother had accumulated it for 18 years, and he wondered if his senior brother had made a breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun concentrated his sword intent on his right hand and reached towards the Tao flame. But Lin Yun only lasted for a brief moment before he was sent flying. "I'm too insignificant before it. Even senior brother isn't this strong." Lin Yun inwardly pondered. It should be because of the Emperor's sword. So Lin Yun had to be more cautious. Lin Yun spread his arms apart and retreated to the galaxy before calming himself down to observe and comprehend, trying to refine the 3 strands of flames within his body. His cultivation wasn't high, and he couldn't be compared to a quasi-saint. But in terms of comprehension in Sword Tao, he wasn't afraid. He moved along the water as he refined the 3 strands of flames. The flames soon ignited, forming an invisible aura with Tao flame. They looked like 2 gears turning or 2 fishes chasing after each other's tails, looking profound. As time passed, Lin Yun soon sank into it, and reality became disorienting. What's going on? Lin Yun opened his eyes to discover that he went along with the galaxy flow and came to the back of the Tao flame. But that wasn't the most terrifying thing. Time was completely in a mess in just a moment. The 3 strands of flames within his violet palace were still shining brightly, but there were no signs of them being refined. Can it be that the 3 strands of flames can't be refined? Lin Yun wasn't willing to give up. He had no resources now, and his astral sword intent could only rely on the 3 strands of flames if he wanted to take a step forth. Lin Yun took a deep breath to calm himself down. He no longer thought about resources nor the sword assembly. His focus was entirely on the 3 strands of flames, tossing everything else to the back of his mind. Lin Yun's heart gradually became clear, like a piece of jade without any impurities. He didn't know how long he lasted in this state, but found himself in a dark sky when he reopened his eyes. He stepped on this tattered land while looking at the starry sky and the universe in the surroundings. This is? Lin Yun looked around and found himself on an ancient sword mound. This place was filled with murderous intent that could make anyone tremble in fear. The ground was covered with skeletons with rusted swords piercing those skeletons. As a cold breeze blew, ghostly howls echoed, the sky becoming dark. A huge ghost dashed over, wanting to devour him. This instantly made Lin Yun panic as he circulated his movement technique, wanting to leave this place. But this place was weird. He was clearly traveling at a fast speed, but he was barely moving. Just when the skull condensed with a demonic aura that wanted to devour him, a buzzing sound came from the sword mound and a rusted sword shone brightly, devouring the skull. Lin Yun took this opportunity to draw the flower burial sword and clashed with the ghostly wind. Simultaneously, 3 flames flew out of Lin Yun's body and shone with the Tao flame. A figure appeared from the 3 strands of flames, practicing the second section of the divine firefly sword. Whenever that figure swung their sword, golden radiance entered his body and was devoured by the sun and moon sword stars. When that figure swung his sword even faster, it manifested tens of millions of lights that were devoured even faster. The white-clothed man sensed the changes in the Tao flame and appeared outside the galaxy. His gaze was fixed on Lin Yun, and he said, "He succeeded. No one has ever succeeded in refining it in the past because the ancestors didn't leave behind the flames." A few minutes later, the 3 flames intertwined and formed a vortex, entering Lin Yun's forehead. The aura Lin Yun gave off began to rise, and he breathed a sigh of relief when the vortex entered his forehead. When Lin Yun looked around, the scenery before him looked familiar, yet strange simultaneously. Lin Yun was bewildered as he asked, "Where am I?" Lin Yun could hear the galaxy flowing in his ears. When Lin Yun came to his senses, he realized that this was the celestial purging mountain within the heavenly Tao sect. "It feels like I've practiced my sword for 10 years on the sword mound." Lin Yun fought on the sword mound, accompanied by the sword that saved him as he practiced his sword technique. Practicing day and night allowed him to form a strong relationship with that sword, even stronger than his relationship with the flower burial sword. When he grabbed that sword and wanted to pull it out, he returned to reality. This was the reason why he was bewildered. He could feel that the sword was afraid of something, driving him out. Lin Yun was surprised to discover that the 3 flames have disappeared and entered his forehead. With his sword the sun and moon were hanging high in the sky with 18 galaxies, each reaching 1,000 feet beneath the sun and moon. "I've succeeded?" Lin Yun was pleasantly surprised. Not only did he manage to refine the flames, but he also manifested 18 galaxies. Wanting to give it another try, the sun and moon fused with a single thought. With a loud explosion, 36 galaxies appeared around Lin Yun. As the galaxies flowed, Lin Yun suddenly thought of something as he looked at them. Lin Yun raised his head at the galaxies around the Tao flame and saw that they were slowly revolving. But as the stars changed, time and space became disordered, with various phenomena appearing. "Interesting. I get it now." Lin Yun suddenly understood the words left behind by Yu Qingfeng. Not competing for first but supremacy throughout time. This is probably the true meaning of the divine firefly sword's second section. Lin Yun felt enlightened as the scenes before him became clear, and the divine firefly sword began to appear before him. This brought joy to Lin Yun's face as he flicked his finger with sword rays flying out. Withered tree coming to life. Rising sun. Polar opposite. Flaming floral silver tree. Driving lightning. Sky incineration flames. Intoxicating 9 heavenly wind. Sky streak snow. For peaceful seas. Moon reflection mirror. Flowing time. Planting soldiers. Lin Yun unleashed the 13 swords of divine firefly sword's second section as though he could execute them in the first place. Lin Yun was stunned in amazement as he said, I have reached greater mastery in this sword technique. This is unbelievable. Lin Yun looked at the Dao flame and felt a sense of familiarity coming from it. He sat with his legs crossed and reached out, which the Dao flame retreated upon sensing him. What's going on? Lin Yun was disappointed that he was chased out of the Emperor Sword's Dao flame. Yi Qingtian, have you seen that sword? The white-clothed man came over in a hurry. I saw it, Lin Yun replied. Where is it? Tell me about it. The white-clothed man looked agitated. It's in an astral sword mound. That place is filled with corpses and ghost winds. I nearly died there. The sword appeared at last, and it stayed within a radius of 100 meters. What happened then? The white-clothed man asked. I was trapped there, cutting the ghost wind and ghosts. You didn't draw it out? The white-clothed man's eyes nearly bulged out. I did, but I was chased out after that, Lin Yun said. How did that happen? It should have recognized you with the 3 strands of flames. The white-clothed man muttered. Lin Yun pondered and said, I can feel that it's afraid of me. It was afraid when I held onto it and wanted to break free from me. As a result, I was chased out. The white-clothed man was stunned and said, How is that possible? How can the Emperor's sword possibly fear you? Lin Yun wasn't entirely certain about it, then said, Perhaps it's my misperception. Lin Yun turned to look at the Dao flame, but felt that it wasn't a misperception. This is really unbelievable. The white-clothed man's face changed and he sighed. It was such a good opportunity, and I have no idea when the next time someone will come who can bring the Emperor's sword back. The white-clothed man was too obsessed with the Emperor's sword. Senior. Lin Yun didn't know what to say. The white-clothed man smiled. It's fine. You don't have to blame yourself for it. At the very least, we now know where it's located. What's the connection between the flames I've received and the Emperor's sword? Lin Yun asked. You should ask what's the connection between the flame's owner with the Emperor's sword. The white-clothed man smiled. The forging of the Emperor's sword is related to the owner of the flames that you've obtained, the white-clothed man said. He continued, I'm certain that you were able to see the Emperor's sword because it had recognized the flames. But you said it's afraid of you, and I'm baffled about this. Perhaps it's a misperception. It's probably not willing to leave with me. Speaking of which, what kind of place is that sword mound? Lin Yun asked. Actually, Lin Yun had a feeling that the Emperor's sword was afraid of his broken sword physique. I've only read bits and pieces about it from the ancient records. It is a mysterious sword mound with many divine swords that have been buried there. But I don't know where it is located. Exactly, the white-clothed man said. I'll bring the sword back, if there's an opportunity, Lin Yun replied. You better sort out your matters first. The hidden sword manor isn't as easy as you think. The white-clothed man smiled. Senior, you're not optimistic about me? Lin Yun asked. It won't be easy. The Sword Alliance gathers all of the Sword Dao Holy Lands in the world. Their disciples and elders would hold a competition from time to time. Through the competition, they've managed to filter out monstrous geniuses. Competition promotes improvement. Look at the Eastern Desolation. How many people can compete with you in regards to the sword? The white-clothed swordsman asked, leaving Lin Yun speechless. Perhaps there's also no one else who can compete with me there? Lin Yun smiled. No one in the Eastern Desolation has grasped astral sword intent, but that doesn't mean no one in the Kunlun realm hasn't. Don't underestimate the geniuses of a Sword Dao Holy Lands. The white-clothed man shakes his head. Back when the Sword Sect was still a holy land, they had plenty of geniuses, and their figures could be seen anywhere within the Eastern Desolation. Even the Heavenly Dao Sect felt pressured by the Sword Sect. But we're fortunate because I barely became a Sword Emperor. Otherwise, the Sword Sect wouldn't just be the strongest Sword Dao Holy Land, but the strongest Holy Land. Lin Yun smiled because this white-clothed man was pretty interesting. He praised the Sword Sect, which was indirectly praising him. You can imagine how powerful the Sword Sect was 3,000 years ago and how powerful the other Sword Dao Holy Lands are now, the white-clothed man said. Lin Yun pondered and found sense in the white-clothed man's words. Sword Dao Holy Lands who have established their forces with the sword naturally had a strong foundation in the sword. As long as their inheritance wasn't broken, they could nurture some geniuses with their foundation, even if no geniuses appeared amongst them. Each Sword Dao Holy Land has its own sword canon inheritance, such as Sword Sect's Great Profound Sword Canon. They're called sword cannons because they're top-tiered dragon spirit martial techniques, and they can be considered heavenly spirit martial techniques, the white-clothed man said. This is why they're so terrifying. As for talent in Sword Dao, I don't think you're any weaker than them. Thank you for your reminder, Lin Yun replied. It appeared that the sword assembly was more interesting than he had thought. The sword cannon was terrifying, but it was a pity that the sword sect's Great Profound Sword Canon wasn't complete. Otherwise, it would be powerful. Bidding farewell with the white-clothed man, Lin Yun returned to the Indigo Thunder Peak to rest since he had to leave tomorrow. Lin Yun sorted out all his trump cards, the Astral Sword Intent at Greater Mastery, and the 2 Sword Stars. If the Sun and Moon managed to fuse, the number of galaxies would definitely increase, reaching 36. An ordinary swordsman's Astral Sword Intent reaching Greater Mastery might not have as many galaxies as him because the derivation of galaxies wasn't easy. Next would be Sword of the Beginning. Lin Yun didn't stop practicing it, and he could now fully control it. He could use it as his trump card or split it into individual sword techniques. If he could find the Nirvana imprint, the power of his sword technique might increase, but he couldn't be anxious about that. His third trump card would be the Azure Dragon Sword Heart. If he executed it with the Myriad Astral Celestial Art, it might even boost his strength. Last would be the Divine Firefly Sword. He had reached the manifestation stage in the first section, and it could also be considered a trump card. With that, he concluded that he had 4 trump cards: the Astral Sword Intent, Sword of the Beginning, Azure Dragon Sword Heart, and Divine Firefly Sword. I'm still 1 stage away from complete mastery of the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra, Lin Yun muttered. If I can have complete mastery before the sword assembly, it can also be considered a trump card. As for a sword canon, he might not have practiced the Great Profound Sword Canon, but he practiced the Iris Sword Saint's Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Canon, which was enough to confront those geniuses. Even the white-clothed man didn't know all of Lin Yun's trump cards. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he saw that an uninvited guest had appeared, Wang Mayan. He said, "You're late." Lin Yun wasn't surprised that Wang Mayan would come, but he was surprised she would find him now. Wang Mayan frowned and furiously said, "What seal did you place on me?" The seal tortured Wang Mayan during this period. Lin Yun had expected that Wang Mayan would look for him because of the nether shackles. Nether shackles, using nether energy to seal the soul and physique. My nether shackles might not be able to reach the height of ancient emperors, but it's more than enough to deal with you, Lin Yun said. I knew it, Wang Mayan muttered. Yi Qingtian, I'm actually surprised. We're not enemies, and we can even be considered friends. You're not someone of the Heavenly Tao sect, so perhaps we might have some common interests. I won't cooperate with you, so you can give up on that thought, Lin Yun said. If Lin Yun wasn't afraid of the power sealed within Wang Mayan, he would have killed her back at Six Holy City. He might have spared her and made her swear the oath, but he naturally needed another means to keep her under control. Wang Mayan smiled. Yi Qingtian, there will be no changes within the Heavenly Tao sect, even if you kill me. This is a huge cake, and you have no idea how many people are tempted by it. You seem to know a lot, Lin Yun said. I naturally know a lot, Wang Mayan smiled, but there's no need to tell you about it. Don't be too conceited because no one is certain about the future, and there will be a day when you will beg me. We'll see then. We'll talk about it when that happens, Lin Yun replied. Ha, it'd be great if you could come back alive. I'm here because I'm afraid you'll die at the Hidden Sword Manor, and no one else can undo the nether shackles. Wang Mayan smiled. Wow, your words sound really nice, Lin Yun replied. Wang Mayan rolled her eyes and smiled. Big brother Yi, why don't we change the method? How about this? If you help me undo the nether shackles, I'll provide the resources you need to cultivate your sword intent. Wang Mayan came over to Lin Yun with an elegant fragrance coming from her. She softly said, "It's hard to cultivate the astral sword intent, and those beads aren't enough to bring it to greater mastery. Those beads have huge side effects. Other treasures can temper your sword intent." Lin Yun raised his head to look at Wang Mayan. He had to admit that Wang Mayan was skillful in guessing the thoughts of others. Those Sword Dao Holy Lands have a place and pellets to temper their sword intents. They can't be found in the outside world, and there's no way you can obtain them. "But I can help you obtain them," Wang Mayan said, sincerely looking at Lin Yun. Paired with her charming face, anyone besides Lin Yun would have agreed to her immediately. If your astral sword intent reaches greater mastery, the resources you need will increase. With your talent in the Sword Dao, do you want to slow down your cultivation? Wang Mayan said as she took out an exquisite golden box. When she opened it, it was a silver pellet with exquisite cloud runes engraved on the surface, and the pellet also released an enchanting fragrance. The sun and moon sword stars within Lin Yun's forehead sensed the pure sword intent within the pellet, and they became irritated along with a desire rising within Lin Yun's heart. He forcibly calmed himself down and asked, "What's that?" Sword intent and other marital intents were also hard to cultivate. Any treasure that could temper the martial intent was extremely rare, and only holy lands had them, such as the heavenly cloud fruits on the celestial purging mountain. This pellet was comparable to the seven-colored heavenly cloud fruit, but the effects were purer, with a fatal attraction to sword intent. Lin Yun could sense that the effect of this pellet should be on the same level as nine-colored heavenly cloud fruits, but there was a strong desire coming from his sword intent. Wang Mayan closed the box and smiled. The great solar saint pellet, forged by condensing the sun's flames into saint crystals, refined with 18 saint fruits and 9 bizarre flowers. It's precious, and not many people know about the formula. Only top-tiered heavenly spiritualists can refine them. Aside from that, there's also the great lunar saint pellet and other star pellets. All of them can temper your astral sword intent. Seeing Lin Yun catching the bait, Wang Mayan smiled. Even if you're not a swordsman, there are endless benefits in refining those saint pellets. So why don't you consider it? Lin Yun's heart throbbed as he looked at Wang Mayan. He realized that he had underestimated her. He would have probably agreed to her request if he didn't refine the 3 strands of flames. It appears that she came prepared. Everyone has their desire, and there can be a transaction as long as there's a desire. Wang Mayan played around with the golden box and smiled at Lin Yun. "Even after I humiliated you in 6 Holy City?" Lin Yun asked casually. "Even if you make a move against me now, I can carry on my transaction with you as long as I'm still alive, as long as there are interests," Wang Mayan revealed with a charming smile. "So humiliation is nothing as long as you can bring me interest." Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts and realized he had misunderstood Wang Mayan. In her opinion, it was no big deal, even if she was the mastermind behind the attacks in the Myriad Graves Valley. As long as Lin Yun was alive, everything could be discussed. "You can leave. I won't undo the nether shackles for you," Lin Yun said. "Haha. Big brother Yi, are you sure about that? You know that the nether shackles can't trap me for eternity, and you'll have no chips to bargain with me then?" Wang Mayan smiled. "Since I can put the nether shackles on you once, I can do it again," Lin Yun replied as if he was saying something insignificant. "Yi Qing Tian." Wang Mayan was finally furious. She had already taken a step back, but Yi Qing Tian did not intend to take a step back as well. She had never seen such a stubborn person capable of withstanding her temptation. Wang Mayan furiously said, "Don't regret it, then. I'll see how you die at the Hidden Sword Manor." Wang Mayan left after venting her anger. Lin Yun said, "You can leave, but leave the pellet behind." "You!" Wang Mayan was on the verge of going insane as she said, "Yi Qingtian, don't push it. Do you want to snatch the great solar saint pellet? Dream on." Wang Mayan was genuinely furious now. Not only did Yi Qingtian not agree with her terms, he even wanted to snatch the great solar saint pellet from her. "I only want to research it, not snatch it away. I'll return it to you once I'm done studying it." Lin Yun took a step forth and seized the box from Wang Mayan without her agreeing to it. When Lin Yun sat back down, It was as though nothing had happened. This shocked Wang Mayan because she could only see a blur, and the great solar Saint pellet had disappeared from her hand. Yi Qing Tian. Wang Mayan was on the verge of going insane, nearly losing her rationale. But Wang Mayan calmed down when Lin Yun glanced at her. She felt that there were countless swords in front of her, and she would die if she stepped forward. This shocked Wang Mayan because Yi Qingtian's improvement was too fast. "You're still not leaving?" Lin Yun asked. Wang Mayan was trembling from anger as she looked at the golden box with grievances filling her pupils. At this moment, Yi Qingtian was no different from a devil in her eyes. Not only did Yi Qingtian seize the great solar Saint pellet, she also couldn't stand the contempt within Yi Qingtian's pupils when he looked at her. "Yi Qingtian, just wait. This isn't over yet." Wang Mayan furiously left. "Haha. I bet that woman never expected you to be a scumbag. Not only did she fail to charm you, but she even lost her treasure." Lil Purple gloated after watching this from the sword box. Lin Yun toyed with the great solar Saint pellet and said, "I didn't expect there to be a treasure that can temper the astral sword intent. There are, and what she said was right. Those treasures can only be found in Sword Dao Holy Lands," Lil Purple said. "Furthermore, not everyone can acquire it. Only holy sons can have it because such a pellet is naturally precious." Lin Yun nodded in agreement. Like the Heavenly Dao sect, they had True Dragon Saint liquid refined from the blood of true dragons. But a treasure of that level wasn't something that just anyone could obtain, even if they were holy sons. So the Sword Dao Holy Land naturally had a treasure of that caliber. Lin Yun toyed around with the great solar Saint pellet before stowing up, ignoring Wang Mayan's threat before she left. They weren't finished yet? Of course, they weren't finished because Lin Yun had no intentions of letting her go, and they would have a battle sooner or later. When dawn arrived, Lin Yun bade farewell to the two mistresses before leaving with the Indigo Thunder Quasi-Saint to Heavenly Dao Sect's transportation array. The hidden sword manor was located on the southern border and was far from the eastern desolation. Even a saint would take 30-odd days to travel across this distance. There were dangers along the way, and they would be in trouble if they weren't careful. They would have to rely on the transportation array if they wanted to quickly reach the southern border. Such a teleportation array was left behind from ancient times, and the runes were so complicated that even modern heavenly spiritualists couldn't completely comprehend them. When the teleportation array was activated, countless runes intertwined and formed into a spiritual array. The spiritual array enveloped them, and the surrounding space began to distort. When a powerful spatial fluctuation appeared from the surroundings, Lin Yun became nervous because he and the Indigo Thunder Quasi-Saint would be killed by space if there was a slight mistake. "Calm down. This transportation array was left behind from ancient times, set up by a saint spiritualist who grasped spatial Dao. So the spatial channel is stable even now." The Indigo Thunder Quasi-Saint smiled. "How long will it take for us to arrive?" Lin Yun asked, looking at the light in the surroundings. "A few minutes," the Indigo Thunder Quasi-Saint said. "Peak Master, are there any forces I have to take note of at the Sword Alliance?" Lin Yun asked. The Sword Alliance was formed between the Sword Dao Holy Lands from the southern border, western desert, and northern ridge. Aside from the hidden Sword Manor, 3 Sword Dao Holy Lands can be considered immortal Holy Lands. An immortal Holy Land was similar to the Heavenly Dao Sect and Divine Phoenix Mountain, who had inheritances that have been passed down since before ancient times. The strength between Sword Dao Holy Lands varies, and many Holy Lands had an inheritance since ancient times. But they didn't exist before ancient times. Some Holy Lands have appeared after ancient times but had the weakest foundation amongst all of the Holy Lands. The 3 Holy Lands are the Frost Snow Sacred Palace, Myriad Sword Pavilion, and Black Plume Palace. The Frost Snow Sacred Palace and Myriad Sword Pavilion are still alright. Still, the Black Plume Palace is a demonic Holy Land with a close connection with Demon Gate, and they're domineering, the Indigo Thunder Quasi-Saint said. "What about Skysalut City?" Lin Yun asked. Skysalut City is special because the Sword Emperor established it. It only has 3,000 years of inheritance, and any Holy Land in the Sword Alliance would have a stronger foundation than Skysalut City. But because the Sword Emperor established it, Skysolid City caught up and even surpassed the Sword Alliance. The relationship between Skysolid City and Sword Alliance is a little special. The Indigo Thunder Quasi-Saint said. That should roughly be the relationship between the new and old Holy Lands. They probably didn't have a good relationship together. While they were chatting, the Indigo Thunder Quasi-Saint took this opportunity to explain the Sword Alliance to Lin Yun and the origin of the other Holy Lands. According to the Indigo Thunder Quasi-Saint, the Sword Alliance didn't have a long history. It was established long ago to confront the 9 emperors, supporting each other. There were still such alliances within the Kunlun realm, but they maintained a low profile and had formed a pretty good relationship with the Divine Dragon Empire. The 9 emperors were too strong back then, forcing the Holy Lands to ally. But even so, it was hard for them to confront the 9 emperors. If the Southern Emperor didn't die and conflict appeared amongst the 9 emperors, they would have destroyed the Holy Lands. Lin Yun didn't expect there to be such a history. But the situation is different now. The Golden Era is arriving, and the Divine Dragon Empire wants to recruit all the Holy Lands. So the Kunlun realm might be united, the Indigo Thunder Quasi-Saint said. At that time, the Empress glory will shine in each corner of the Divine Dragon Era, and the glory in ancient times might reappear. Lin Yun looked at the Indigo Thunder Quasi-Saint and said nothing. He knew some secrets, and the Empress probably wouldn't be satisfied with just uniting the Kunlun realm in name. Lin Yun and the Indigo Thunder Quasi-Saint appeared in a transportation array a few minutes later. This was the outer gates of the Hidden Sword Manor, just like how the Sword Sect had a massive city outside. This city was filled with people from different forces, and this city was named Nether Ethereal City. This region was differentiated into 10 regions, each equivalent to an isolated city. The Heavenly Tao sect had a branch in Nether Ethereal City, and they were received the moment they came out of the transportation array. The Indigo Thunder Quasi-Saint asked around and found out that the sword assembly would be held 10 days from now, so they had arrived pretty late. The current Nether Ethereal City was crowded with Sword Dao Holy Lands from every corner of the Kunlun realm. Genius swordsmen who were rarely seen could be seen everywhere here. Lin Yun rested in the branch for 2 days before he planned to look around and find more information about the genius swordsman. Friend, do you want to buy a sword? Are you interested in swords forged by a heavenly spiritualist from the Hidden Sword Manor? A youth asked, looking at Lin Yun with a smile. When Lin Yun came over, he asked, "You're a disciple of the Hidden Sword Manor?" Disciples of the Hidden Sword Manor were marked by their clothes, so no one would dare to pretend to be a Hidden Sword Manor's disciple. You can take it that way. The youth's cultivation was at the Nirvana stage, and he looked awkward after hearing what Lin Yun said. The Hidden Sword Manor's disciple is here to sell swords? Lin Yun said as he looked at the swords in front of the store. They were mostly ordinary saint artifacts, so Lin Yun didn't dare to draw them out and only sensed them through the scabbard. Even so, Lin Yun could sense that these swords weren't simple and were a tad stronger than ordinary saint artifacts. The Hidden Sword Manor is famous for forging swords, and the sword assembly is a grand event held every 2 decades. All the genius swordsmen within the Kunlun realm will naturally take this opportunity to buy swords, and we can also take this opportunity to earn Nirvana pellets. The youth smiled. This sword isn't bad, and it's stronger than normal saint swords, Lin Yun said. The youth's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Pretty good eyesight you have there. Even ordinary saint swords were forged with sacred flames from underground veins. Some myriad rune saint artifacts were forged with dragon flames or phoenix flames. If you like it, you can try drawing it out. Lin Yun merely smiled when he heard that and asked, "What about Cauldron Sword?" "That's a sovereign saint's sword, and it has to be tempered through heavenly flames." The youth smiled. Lin Yun was curious and sat beside the store to chat with the youth. Suddenly, Lin Yun noticed a familiar figure. It was Yi Xiling who was walking over, emitting a chill around her. Lin Yun was stunned when he saw Yi Xiling because they had last met at the martial arts tea party. It had been a year since they last met. Yi Xiling had become nobler, and her divine dragon sword physique was stronger. "I like flower burial. But what has it to do with you, Lin Yun?" Lin Yun smiled bitterly as he recalled their relationship. Yi Xiling was considered the most bizarre woman Lin Yun had come across. Is she pretty? The youth smiled. When Lin Yun nodded, the youth continued. I advise you not to provoke her. Her name is Yi Xiling, also known as Divine Frost Dragon. She has grasped the frost intent and has obtained an ancient saint origin. She caused a commotion when she just came to Nether Ethereal City, but she doesn't have a good temper, and those who wanted to get close to her were taught a lesson. The youth waved his hand and said, See that white dragon, Saint Sword? It is an ancient saint sword made from a forging technique that has been long lost. Lin Yun merely smiled because he naturally knew about that. After all, he was the one who gave the white dragon saint sword to Yi Xiling. But he didn't expose himself. The youth continued flaunting his information. She also has an extraordinary origin. Not only is she a direct descendant of an ancient saint clan, but she's also Jian Jingtian's daughter. You know about Jian Jingtian, right? I've heard of him. Lin Yun nodded. Seeing Lin Yun's calm expression, the youth unhappily said, Jian Jingtian is a legend. He was first at the sword assembly 2 decades ago. You can imagine how shocking it was for a sect that isn't a holy land to nurture a genius like him. Lin Yun didn't expect his senior brother to be so famous even within Hidden Sword Manor. Right then, a tremor came from the road as a terrifying chill swept over from the far end of the street. Under the chill, a snow-white ice bird pulled a luxurious carriage and stopped before Yi Xiling. The ice bird had a wisp of an ice phoenix's bloodline, releasing an aura that was at the quasi-saint realm. The terrifying aura frightened many people in the streets, making them back off. Who's that person? Lin Yun frowned. You don't know about him? The one seated in the carriage is Gu Zijing, the disciple of the Ice Emperor, the youth said nervously. The Ice Emperor might not be one of the 9 emperors, but he also stood at the top of the pyramid within the Kunlun realm. The Frost Snow Sacred Palace was one of the 3 holy lands at the Sword Alliance, and the Ice Emperor was a genius swordsman in the past. His achievement in his Frost Sword Dao was even stronger than Yu Qingfeng. Since this person could become the Ice Emperor's disciple, he must be a genius swordsman and here for the Sword Assembly's champion position. But what was this fellow trying to do by stopping before Yi Xiling? Gu Zijing's voice came out from the carriage. Lady Xiling, I have already sent you 3 invitations, and you didn't give me a reply, so I can only come and invite you personally. I wonder if you'll give me face. But Yi Xiling's face was cold and had no intentions of replying to Gu Zijing. She simply turned around and left. How dare you be so rude? A servant on the carriage flew into the sky and appeared before Yi Xiling. When the radiant snow flower appeared from the depths of Yi Xiling's pupils, she coldly said, Get lost. Young master is the direct disciple of the Ice Emperor. Aren't you a little too much to be so ruthless? The servant said. So what? Yi Xiling had no change on her face as her hand fell onto the white dragon's saint sword. A powerful murderous intent then swept out with a dragon coiling around her. Back down. Don't make things difficult for Lady Yi. Gu Zijing's voice came from the carriage. Then he said, Lady Yi, I just wish to meet you after hearing your name, and I have no intentions of making things difficult for you. But what responded to him was a sword ray. Yi Xiling drew her sword and sent the servant flying away. But I have no interest in you, Yi Xiling said and left. Gu Zijing raised his cup in the carriage and smiled. Her temper is as foul as rumored. The interior of the carriage was like a palace. Gu Zijing was seated in it with 6 beautiful maids around him. Let's go, Gu Zijing sighed. One of his maid quickly helped the injured driver up and left this place. Haha, I didn't expect the famous Gu Zijing to suffer a loss. The youth smiled. But shortly after, his face was plastered with surprise because Lin Yun had disappeared. What speed! The youth swept a gaze over his store and heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that he didn't lose any sword. As for Lin Yun, he was already quietly chasing after Yi Xiling. Since Yi Xiling was here, this meant others from the sword sect must be here as well. Lin Yun followed Yi Xiling, passing through several streets, before following her to a courtyard. This courtyard was equivalent to a manor and was strictly guarded. When Yi Xiling walked into the courtyard, The guards responsible for the courtyard's security cupped their fists together. Lin Yun watched this from afar and guessed that this must be sword sect's residents. I wonder who's the one leading the sword sect's party. Lin Yun inwardly muttered, curious about why the sword sect wanted to participate in this sword assembly. After the sword sect fell from a Holy Land's position, the gap between them and other Sword Dao Holy Lands had increased. So it was hard for the sword sect to achieve any results during the sword assembly. This place wasn't easy to get into, so Lin Yun briefly pondered before stepping forth and taking out the Saint Disciple's medal. Heavenly Dao Sect's Yi Qingtian is here to pay the sword sect's representatives a visit. Lin Yun immediately revealed his identity. Yi Qingtian? When the guards heard what Lin Yun said, they examined the medal and were shocked. This was because Yi Qingtian had become an influential figure and was publicly known as a genius swordsman within the Heavenly Dao sect. That's me, Lin Yun smiled. He asked, who's leading the sword sect's party this time? The Divine Firmament Peak's Peak Master, Mu Chuan, the guard replied. Lin Yun briefly pondered before saying, I wish to visit him. Can you guys inform him about my arrival? Okay, the guard said, asking Lin Yun to briefly wait. It didn't take long for someone to lead Lin Yun into the courtyard. There weren't many people in the courtyard, and he couldn't find any acquaintances amongst the sword sect's party. He was led through a corridor and entered a pavilion that was at the manor's center. When Lin Yun walked in, the first thing he saw was Mu Chuan reading a book. Lin Yun was emotional in his heart, but he stepped forth and cupped his fists together. But before he could speak, Mu Chuan's wrist shook and nether energy formed into a petal that dashed over. This alarmed Lin Yun, before gathering nether energy into his palm and held onto the petal with his fingers. It's really you, junior brother? Mu Chuan smiled. Third senior brother, Lin Yun smiled. Mu Chuan was surprised that Yi Qingtian would suddenly come to visit him. But when he recalled Yi Guhan's arrangements, he immediately came to his senses and wanted to probe Yi Qingtian's identity. Mu Chuan had reached the quasi-saint realm and was stronger than many of the quasi-saints that Lin Yun had seen. He should be on the same level as the Indigo Thunder quasi-saint and was only one step away from the saint realm. But this path wasn't easy to cross. Your nether energy is already catching up to me, and you've improved greatly throughout the years. I've heard that you've even grasped the astral sword intent. Mu Chuan smiled. He was happy to see Lin Yun, and Lin Yun's strength had given him a great surprise. Lin Yun smiled and said, Senior brother, how's the recent situation? Since the two of them had a good relationship, they naturally had much to discuss. Lin Yun wanted to know about his master and the sword sect situation, and no one was more suitable to ask than Mu Chuan. Master seldom comes out now, and I've only seen Master once when I reached the quasi-saint realm. Master seems to be in a better situation than others have imagined, Mu Chuan said with a smile. But Master's cultivation has reached a critical point, and he must make it through the tribulation within 1 year and reach the Emperor realm that many people can only dream of. This is an opportunity for our Master. Who knows how long he has been waiting for this day. Regardless of the outcome, I believe he'll have no regrets. Lin Yun frowned and asked, I'm not worried if Master just has to face the tribulation, because I know our Master won't have any regrets, even if he fails. But Tian Xuanzi won't let our Master make it through the tribulation so easily. He's endured for so long and doesn't want to see our Master making it through the tribulation. Mu Chuan's smile disappeared, and he couldn't help feeling helpless when Tian Xuanzi was mentioned. Tian Xuanzi was like Damocles' sword hanging on the sword sect's head. After briefly pondering, Mu Chuan said, Junior brother, you don't have to think too much about it. You're the one who can inherit our Master's mantle. If our Master fails, you must hold yourself back and not be reckless. Why me? Lin Yun asked. Can't senior brother Jian Jingtian take over the mantle? Instead, Mu Chuan shook his head and said, he was imprisoned for nearly 2 decades. Even if he's a king now and invincible beneath the saint realm, taking that step out is too hard. What about our eldest senior brother? Senior brother is a saint sovereign, and he might become a great saint within 10 years, Lin Yun said. He's troubled by love. If it's not resolved, he can easily become a great saint, But it won't be easy for him to reach the Emperor realm, Mu Chuan said, shaking his head. As for everyone else, your senior brother Feng Ju is a late bloomer, and who knows how long it will take him. Don't we still have a second senior sister? Second senior sister is also a genius, Lin Yun asked. Do you know who your second senior sister is? Mu Chuan asked with a playful smile. I don't, Lin Yun replied. But she must be a genius. Well, Mu Chuan smiled bitterly and continued. Your second senior sister's situation is complicated, and she can't take over our master's mantle. Only you can inherit our master's mantle. Master once told me that he doesn't wish us to become the second Radiant Sword Saint. He wants his disciples to surpass the Radiant Sword Saint, and only you can surpass him. The Radiant Sword Saint did tell Lin Yun about that before. You have to perform well at this sword assembly and not embarrass our master, Mu Chuan continued. Lin Yun had already decided, but Mu Chuan's words further fortified his determination. Not only did he want to become first at this sword assembly, but he also wanted to obtain the Cauldron Sword. Have you seen Yi Xiling? Mu Chuan asked. I've seen her, but she didn't see me. Lin Yun nodded. Did you know that she nearly went insane when she heard what happened to you? Mu Chuan frowned. After you left, she has been training crazily and has become the strongest amongst the younger generation. But, when hearing that, Lin Yun's heart clenched, and he asked, But what? That lass is a little too obsessed. She only has the sword in her heart. Mu Chuan sighed. I didn't know when you left behind a love debt, but she's working hard because of you. Lin Yun felt complicated. Yi Xiling wasn't as carefree as she looked on the surface. She had buried her feelings deeply and didn't want others to know about them. To a certain degree, Yi Xiling's personality was similar to his. They both had their pride and wouldn't bow their heads so easily. Do you want to tell her about your identity? Mu Chuan asked. I believe she'll be happy if she knows your identity. At the very least, she won't be as self-enclosed as she is now. Lin Yun didn't say a word because it wouldn't benefit him to tell her about his identity now. I'll let her look at you, Mu Chuan said. It didn't take long for Yi Xiling to arrive. When she arrived, she cupped her fists together. Peak Master, is there a reason why you wanted to see me? Mu Chuan smiled. Xiling, this is Heavenly Dao Sex Yi Qingtian. I'm acquainted with the Indigo Thunder Peak Master, and he also came to see you when he came here to visit me. But Yi Xiling was indifferent as she said, Peak Master. There's no need to introduce him. I know he's a genius swordsman of the Heavenly Dao sect, and that he has recently killed Jin Xuani, becoming first on the king ranking. But there's nothing for me to see because he's just a lecher. Lin Yun couldn't help feeling awkward upon hearing that, but he could do nothing about it. Yi Qingtian's reputation had already spread throughout the Eastern Desolation before he defeated Jin Xuani. But his good deeds weren't remembered by many. On the contrary, his bad reputation spread like wildfire, leaving a deep impression on everyone. Xiling, since you're here in Nether Ethereal City, you must interact with the younger generation. The disciple of the Ice Emperor has a pretty good temper, Mu Chuan said. Yi Qingtian might have an unbearable past, but he has changed. Youngsters should interact more often to benefit your cultivation. But Yi Xiling had no change on her face and said, Peak Master, I have no intentions of going out. I'll stay in the courtyard before the beginning of the sword assembly. Mu Chuan bitterly smiled when he heard that. Yi Xiling, I know why you don't dare to go out. You're afraid of being entangled by people, so you want to hide in the courtyard, Lin Yun said. The moment a swordsman has fear planted in their hearts, they will lose their edge, and your sword will become blunt this way. Yi Xiling raised her brow and coldly said, Why don't we have a spar, then? I've heard that you've grasped the astral sword intent, which is a great opportunity for me to experience it. Lin Yun understood Yi Xiling's personality well, and knew she had fallen for his trap. He mocked, You're not my opponent, so don't embarrass yourself. As a cold light shone from Yi Xiling's pupils, Lin Yun said, You don't have to look at me in this manner. I'm merely speaking the truth. If I had faced Gu Zijing, I wouldn't have backed off. So what if he has an ice bird pulling the carriage? Not even that can take a sword of mine. You followed me. Yi Ziling's face sank. I didn't follow you. I just coincidentally happened to be there. You don't have to argue. Your sword is still sharp, but your heart has become rusty, Lin Yun said. He smiled and left. Someone like you won't have any performance at the sword assembly, and there's nothing impressive about the Frost Divine Dragon. Stop right there. Yi Ziling ran out when Lin Yun came out of the pavilion. While coldly looking at Lin Yun, she said, Yi Qingtian, do you know how foul your reputation is within the Eastern Desolation? I naturally do, but it doesn't matter, Lin Yun replied, biting the bullet. Good. Follow me if you don't care. Yi Ziling glanced at Lin Yun and left the courtyard. Lin Yun's face changed because he initially wanted to trick her into strolling with him, but it appears that he was the one tricked by her instead. He took a deep breath and asked, Where are we going? You'll know when we get there, Yi Ziling said. Lin Yun felt helpless but could only follow behind Yi Ziling. When Lin Yun left the pavilion, a woman appeared beside Mu Chuan. This woman had a stunning and graceful appearance. The woman smiled. So he's Master's favorite disciple? He's pretty pleasing to the eyes. Second senior sister. How's the situation? Mu Chuan smiled. This woman was the Radiant Sword Saint's second disciple. She said, It's difficult. The Firmament Sword is already borrowed, and those old goats naturally don't want to see the Cauldron Sword also being borrowed. They all disagreed upon hearing that our master would be borrowing it. I ran back from the Eastern Sea, and yet they didn't give me any face. She was the eldest daughter of the Hidden Sword Manor, who became the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple by coincidence, and she had also left for the Eastern Sea. The Hidden Sword Manor already had an opinion about her, so they didn't give her any good facial expressions when they heard that she was here to borrow the sword. But fortunately, she was in a pretty good mood after hearing the conversation between Lin Yun and Mu Chuan. This is troublesome. Mu Chuan was feeling a little headache. We'll just snatch it away by force if there's no other way. There's no need to hurry. Let's wait for a little longer, Mu Chuan said, startled by what she said. Lin Yun followed Yi Ziling for half an hour before he finally knew where they were going. She was bringing him to Hidden Cloud Island. Hidden Cloud Island was located north of the Nether Ethereal City, at the center of 3 rivers. There were many shops that sold pellets, martial techniques, and demonic pets on the island. The center was a plaza supported by hundreds of stone pillars that could accommodate thousands of people. The inside was spacious, and all the geniuses from the Eastern Desolation were gathered here. There were geniuses from Holy Lands and descendants of ancient saint clans. When Lin Yun followed Yi Ziling, he instantly saw many familiar faces, such as Zhao Yan, Gong Sun Yen, Mu Qingqing, and Yi Ziyun. There were also experts on the king ranking that Lin Yun met at 6 Holy City. Aside from that, there were also other Holy Land swordsmen, but Lin Yun had never seen them before. They were gathered in small groups, chatting amongst themselves. Lin Yun roughly looked at them, and knew that they were practically at the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage and radiated powerful sword intents. Some of them even possessed a saint physique. It appeared that all of the swordsmen within the Eastern Desolation were gathered here. One group came forth when Yi Ziling walked over towards the sword sect's direction. When Gong Sun Yen saw Lin Yun beside Yi Ziling, he frowned. Senior Sister Yi, who's this brat? He dares pester you with his cultivation at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage. Is he courting death? The sword sect's disciples were unhappy that Yi Ziling was recently being pestered by many people. When Gong Sun Yen saw that Lin Yun's cultivation was only at the 7th transformation of the Nirvana stage, he took Lin Yun as a descendant of a prestigious clan and wanted to teach him a lesson. But when he stepped forth and grabbed Lin Yun's collar, Yi Ziling's voice resounded. He's Yi Qingtian of the Heavenly Tao sect. He's Yi Qingtian? The one who slew Jin Xuani in 6 Holy City. Gong Sun Yen was shocked and immediately cowered. That's me, Lin Yun replied. Gong Sun Yen was immediately placed in an awkward position. He quickly released his grip on Lin Yun's collar and awkwardly smiled. Young Master Yi is truly extraordinary. Like the rumors. Your clothes are a little crumpled, so let me tidy it up for you. Gong Sun Yen maintained his composure while tidying up Lin Yun's clothes before quickly hiding behind Zhao Yan's back. Upon hearing Yi Qingtian's name, many gazes were directed over. A swordsman from an ancient saint clan provocatively asked, "I heard you're a genius swordsman and even grasped the astral sword intent?" This person's name was Ziyun, a direct descendant of an ancient saint clan. He was a talented swordsman of the En Saint clan. He wore luxurious clothes and looked to be in his mid-20s, looking extraordinary. "I can't be considered a genius. I'm just lucky," Lin Yun said. Everyone here was a talented swordsman within the Eastern Desolation, and each had their own pride. Most people have never seen Yi Qingtian's strength, so they were skeptical about it and doubted that Yi Qingtian had grasped the astral sword intent. So someone immediately wanted to challenge Yi Qingtian upon hearing his name. "You look different from the rumors. Rumors say you're cocky and didn't even place quasi-saints in your eyes. It looks like the rumors aren't true," and Ziyun smiled. "They're just rumors, and it's not worth mentioning." Lin Yun smiled. "Is he really Yi Qingtian? Why is he so cowardly? He doesn't look like Yi Qingtian. Yi Qingtian is rumored to be arrogant, killing anyone who dares to glare at him. Not only did he commit blasphemy against a holy maiden, but he even dared to kill a saint sovereign's disciple. Yeah, even young Master Wushuang was humiliated by him, and he should have a foul temper. It's probably a brag." Many people showed contempt within their pupils, feeling that Yi Qingtian didn't have the demeanor of a swordsman and was different from the rumors. But Lin Yun simply ignored them. He came here because he was concerned about Yi Xiling and wanted to look at the sword sect. He wasn't interested in starting a conflict with anyone. Yi Xiling also found Yi Qingtian a little too cowardly and didn't seem like the rumors. She had no intention of defending Yi Qingtian and came over to Yi Ziyun's side. The relationship between them eased a lot and was no longer like before. Seeing this, Lin Yun followed Yi Xiling over. "Yi Qingtian, what are you doing? Who allowed you to come over?" Gong Sun Yen glared at Lin Yun, seeing that he wasn't as cocky as the rumors indicated. This made Lin Yun inwardly smile because Gong Sun Yen was still the same. But he couldn't be bothered with Gong Sun Yen and took a few steps back. Yi Xiling had been observing Yi Qingtian and couldn't help feeling disappointed after seeing that Yi Qingtian didn't even dare to face Gong Sun Yen. Yet, Peak Master Muchuan said Yi Qingtian was a genius swordsman. Was this the demeanor a genius swordsman should have? She wondered if Yi Qingtian's reputation was fake or if this person wasn't Yi Qingtian and was someone in disguise. Lin Yun smiled and was happy to reunite with his friends from the sword sect. "Yi Qingtian, give up on our Xiling. Don't think I don't know what you've done," Yi Ziyun warned. "What have I done?" Lin Yun asked. "Still trying to feign innocence? You once peeked at the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden showering, hiding in the celestial pool for a month. Is that true?" Yi Ziyun said in disdain. "It's true," Lin Yun replied. Yi Ziyun nodded. "At least you dare to admit that. Don't think you can pester our Xiling just because of your reputation as the heavenly Dao sect's genius swordsman. You're just a lecher." Yi Ziyun didn't give Yi Qingtian any face and berated him, causing laughter within the surroundings. "Brother Yi, I'm afraid his reputation is nothing but bragging. There must be a story behind the death of the quasi-saint." And Ziyun said in disdain as he came over to someone. The ancient saint clan's descendants surrounded a person and looked at Yi Qingtian with disdain. The person they surrounded was Zhong Yi, the direct disciple of the Netherlift sword saint, one of the 3 sword saints of the Eastern Desolation. Aside from some geniuses from the Holy Lands, no one could compare to Zhong Yi, including Yi Xiling. Zhong Yi glanced at Yi Qingtian. He felt that the latter wasn't simple, but he despised a coward like Yi Qingtian. This humiliated swordsman because he wouldn't draw his sword if anyone dared to look at him in this manner. A swordsman should have backbone and be fearless as long as they have their swords in their hands. But Zhong Yi shook his head and chose to ignore this scene. With that, no one paid any attention to Yi Qingtian and began discussing what they were talking about earlier. There are 3 rounds in the sword assembly, and you can participate in the real sword assembly if you can make it through the 3 rounds. I've heard of it before, and it requires high attainment in Sword Dao to make it through the 3 rounds. It looks like the Heavenly Sword Manor is well prepared, wanting to use this opportunity to revive the prestige of the Sword Alliance. We might be genius swordsmen of the Eastern Desolation, but we're still slightly weaker. Not many of us can make it through the 3 rounds. Everyone was discussing about the sword assembly, but Lin Yun had no change on his face when he heard what they were talking about. This was because Lin Yun didn't place the 3 rounds in his heart, and he wouldn't be bothered even if there were 100 rounds. Sword Sex Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan stepped forth and cupped his fists together. Lin Yun began to suspect if Zhao Yan recognized him and cupped his fists together as a form of reply. "I can sense your terrifying sword intent," Zhao Yan said, looking at Lin Yun. "Oh," Lin Yun smiled. "How do you know about that?" Lin Yun had hidden his sword intent deeply, and even a saint wouldn't be able to detect it if he didn't release it. "My instincts," Zhao Yan said. "Haha. If you had to rely on your instincts, you would have died 100 times. Yi Qingtian, what do you think?" Gong Sun Yen came over with provocation in his tone. Lin Yun merely smiled and chose not to reply. "I heard you've grasped the astral sword intent and slew a quasi-saint. Why do you look like a coward? Don't tell me your reputation is fake," Gong Sun Yen asked. "I've already said that they're rumors and can't be treated seriously," Lin Yun smiled. "Blockhead, hear that? They're just rumors. Don't get fooled by it like an idiot," Gong Sun Yen said. Right then, a commotion resounded that disrupted everyone's conversations. When they came to their senses, the gate shattered as a powerful sword aura swept out. The rocks that flew around were enveloped in the sword aura, and the rock fragments could be used as lethal weapons. As the scenery became chaotic, everyone moved to destroy the rubble. Right then, a saint disciple from the Heavenly Flame sect stepped forth and roared, "Who is it?" The faces of the other geniuses sank because they knew they weren't pushovers. They were all talented swordsmen. Everyone wanted to try his strength the moment he came in. But this entrance was 100 times more arrogant than Yi Qingtian. When the wind dissipated, 5 figures appeared before everyone. They were all donning black clothes with 2 purple cloths on their shoulders that were hanging down their backs like wings. Black Plume Palace, Zhao Wuji. Someone instantly recognized the newcomer's identity. The party leader was the young palace master of the Black Plume Palace, Zhao Wuji. The other 4 wore masks that covered half of their faces. They were his sword servants. Zhao Wuji might seem ordinary, but the sword aura he gave off was suffocating. Zhao Wuji's appearance with his powerful sword aura radiating from him instantly made him the center of attention. But there was a hint of a devilish aura on him, which made everyone uncomfortable. Why is he here? Everyone was baffled. Everyone from the Eastern Desolation came to Nether Ethereal City for a month, and they naturally heard Zhao Wuji's name. It was hard for them to hold their front against someone like him. The Black Plume Palace was a holy land in the Colossi in the Northern Ridge, and their position in the Northern Ridge could be comparable to the Heavenly Dao sect's position within the Eastern Desolation. Zhao Wuji was a golden generation genius within the Black Plume Palace, known to be invincible beneath the quasi-saint realm, and had practiced the mysterious Black Plume sword cannon. Facing the powerful aura he gave off, everyone from the Eastern Desolation took several steps back. This instantly made Zhao Wuji and his 4 sword servants wear mocking expressions. The sword servants wore a different mask each. A demonic hound mask, a black tiger mask, a golden leopard mask, and a white wolf mask that looked terrifying. The 4 masks were like a seal that fused with the 4 of them, making the 4 look weird. The sword servant wearing the demonic hound mask smiled. "Our young master heard that the talented swordsmen of the Eastern Desolation were here, and he wishes to see if you guys are qualified to participate in this sword assembly." His words immediately grew dissatisfied with the surroundings. They were invited and naturally possessed the qualifications to participate in the sword assembly. But Zhao Wuji didn't place them in his eyes. "We're all invited here, so how are we not qualified? The 3 rounds of tests haven't even started yet, and you want to represent the hidden sword manor? Since when does the Black Plume Palace have the qualifications to be so cocky?" In reality, Talented swordsmen would probe each other during every sword assembly to find their potential opponents. But Zhao Wuji simply used an even cockier method. Zhao Wuji casually found a table and sat down, ignoring everyone as he drank his wine. Zhao Wuji, what do you mean by this? And Ziyun, who provoked Lin Yun earlier, stepped out, walking over to Zhao Wuji with a cold expression. There were rumors that Yi Qingtian was cocky, but he didn't notice how Yi Qingtian was cocky. On the contrary, Zhao Wuji was really cocky to disregard them. Who are you? Zhao Wuji said, looking at the wine in his cup and not glancing at Ziyun. And Saint Clans and Ziyun. And Ziyun said coldly, the Insane clan can be considered a giant within the Eastern Desolation with great saints since ancient times. But it's a pity that they don't have any talented swordsmen. If the heir of your clan comes here, he might be able to take a few moves of mine. As for you, you're not even qualified to fight me, Zhao Wuji replied. And Ziyun had never suffered such humiliation before, and his face sank. Zhao Wuji even disregarded his entire clan, naturally making Ziyun furious. He drew his sword, releasing a sword ray that enveloped half the field. He roared, "You're courting death!" And Ziyun's sword vibrated with the might of glory spirits released. It turned out that his sword was a glory saint artifact, and this made everyone's faces change, releasing their nirvana auras to defend themselves. The power of a glory saint artifact was powerful, especially in the hands of a swordsman. The sword aura would injure them if they weren't careful, and not even saint armor could withstand the power. And Ziyun isn't simple, capable of unleashing 1/10 of the glory saint artifact's power. It's no wonder why he dares to provoke Yi Qingtian. It appears that he came prepared. And Ziyun flicked his wrist, and a powerful phenomenon appeared behind him. A sea of fire appeared as he unleashed the sword ray, manifesting into a fire dragon. This merely made Zhao Wuji smile, but he didn't move as he continued drinking his wine. Just when the sword was about to reach Zhao Wuji, the sword servant wearing the demonic hound's mask appeared and grabbed onto the sword. The sword servant's hand was like a myriad-year ice that grabbed the sword, and the fire dragon dissipated, leaving everyone dumbfounded. No one could figure out how the sword servant accomplished this feat. This immediately made everyone's faces change as they looked at the demonic hound-masked sword servant, Zhao Quan, with fear in their pupils. 3 demonic hound phenomenons appeared behind Zhao Quan, and each hound reached 100 feet, releasing a powerful aura. At the same time, an ominous aura swept out from Zhao Quan that made everyone come to their senses. They immediately realized that Zhao Quan possessed the Cerberus bloodline. There hasn't been any genius swordsman within the Eastern Desolation after Jian Jingtian, and I have witnessed today that even someone like you isn't qualified to stand before me. You're too weak, Zhao Quan mocked. The youth wearing the white wolf mask snickered. Jian Jingtian is nothing. He has self-imprisoned himself and won't be able to reach the saint realm in his lifetime. As for the sword sect, it has long declined. And Ziyun's sword was firmly held onto, and his forehead was covered in sweat, trying to break free from Zhao Quan's hand by circulating his nirvana aura. Zhao Quan snorted, and a roar came from within his body. After he let go of the sword, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, his palm fell onto Ziyun's chest, shattering Ziyun's nirvana aura and leaving a huge hole in his chest. When Ziyun flew back, he crashed against a stone pillar and fainted. Zhao Quan returned to where he stood and coldly said, "A piece of trash like you dares to be disrespectful to the young master? It looks like you don't know how death is written." There were many swordsmen within the Eastern Desolation, and they were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. They were dumbfounded and frightened silly. And Ziyun might not be a swordsman standing at the top of the pyramid, but he could be considered a talented swordsman. He even had records of facing a quasi-saint and leaving safely. This immediately made everyone imagine how powerful Zhao Quan was. Gong Sun Yen took a cold breath, his face changing, and hid behind Zhao Yan, trembling in fear. Zhao Yan's face was also ugly because Zhao Quan was a little too powerful, and he could sense a huge threat coming from the latter. Most importantly, Zhao Quan was only Zhao Wuji's sword servant and was the weakest. Lin Yun squinted his eyes. Zhao Quan shouldn't be so strong. The reason why he could curb Ziyun was because of his attributes. The phenomenon was an illusion, and he could withstand Ziyun's attack because he fused a Glory Saint artifact into his palm. But because he used an extremely fast movement technique, not many people could detect it. In reality, Lin Yun didn't pay attention to Zhao Quan but was looking at the man wearing the white wolf mask. Zhao Quan looked around, and his gaze was fixed on the Sword Sect's party. He smiled. The Sword Sect's disciples are also here. Don't tell me you guys think you can repeat the legend from 18 years ago, right? Sword Dao has declined within the Eastern Desolation, and the Sword Sect is nothing. The Black Plume Palace is formidable, but if my Sword Sect's flower burial was still around, all of you would be nothing in comparison. A cold voice resounded. When Lin Yun turned his head over, he saw that it came from Yi Xiling. Zhao Quan looked at Yi Xiling and was stunned because of her unique temperament, and the cold temperament she gave off made others feel inferior. Flower burial? Zhao Quan said coldly. If he didn't offend Tian Xuanzi, he might have been considered a genius. But he's nothing but a coward. Flower burial is nothing. Let's not mention that there are rumors that he's dead. Even if he's still alive, I can easily slap him to death with a palm, the white wolf mask said coldly. Yi Xiling raised her brow with flames blazing within her pupils. She wouldn't let anyone insult flower burial. The surrounding atmosphere became cold as radiant snow flowers appeared within her pupils. You want to make a move? Zhao Quan and the White Wolf said in disdain, not putting Yi Xiling in their eyes. But Yi Ziyun and Mu Qingqing quickly stopped her because there weren't any chances of her winning by facing two opponents by herself. Even if they could win, it wouldn't be easy, and there wasn't much meaning in it. Zhao Quan sneered. Weaklings like you should clearly understand your position. There are many things you can't interfere with in this world. The Sword Sect was furious, and even Gong Sun Yen was furious. They all had a deep relationship with Lin Yun and naturally couldn't bear someone talking bad about him. Gong Sun Yen roared. You bastard! If Big Brother Yun was still around, you guys would be in no position to be cocky. Lin Yun looked at Zhao Quan and the masked White Wolf, wanting to teach them a lesson. Is there no one else in Eastern Desolation? How long has it been, and yet you guys are still talking about flower burial? Is he your father? Zhao Quan mocked everyone. The insult in his tone was strong, instantly causing everyone from the Eastern Desolation to lose their temper. Many people wanted to charge forth, but those beside them stopped them. A dog dares to be so cocky? Do you really think there's no one in the Eastern Desolation? An overbearing voice echoed. This voice wasn't loud but reverberated within everyone's ears. It was Zhong Yi who stood out from the crowd. He was the disciple of one of the Eastern Desolation's 3 sword saints, the Netherlift Sword Saint, and his cultivation had reached the pinnacle 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage. When everyone saw Zhong Yi standing out, they were excited because they believed in his strength. After all, he was the Netherlift Sword Saint's direct disciple and could be considered a banner of the Eastern Desolation's Sword Dao geniuses. As expected of the Sword Saint's direct disciple. That's because Zhong Yi has kept a low profile. He possesses a saint physique, and his aptitude is even higher than flower burial. They're not on the same level. Zhong Yi can definitely represent Eastern Desolation. Zhao Quan briefly glanced at him and said, Finally, someone interesting. The Netherlift Sword Saint is famous, and I bet his direct disciple must have a skill or two. They were actually here for Zhong Yi to probe his strength on behalf of Zhao Wuji. Let me face him, the masked White Wolf said. Zhao Quan looked at the masked White Wolf and didn't say a word, but heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was actually fearful because Zhong Yi was on a different level than Ziyun, and he might not be able to curb Zhong Yi in terms of attributes. Big Brother Quan, you can rest first. Let me deal with him, the masked White Wolf said. Ha ha ha. Good. I'll leave it to you then. Zhao Quan laughed. When the Eastern Desolation swordsmen saw this scene, their faces were filled with dissatisfaction. Zhong Yi's opponent should be Zhao Wuji or their big brother, Zhao Hu, who wore the black tiger mask. But who the hell was this person wearing a white wolf mask? Zhongyi frowned. Zhao Wuji, you're not afraid that I can't hold back and accidentally kill your sword servant? But Zhao Wuji merely smiled and ignored Zhongyi. The masked white wolf smiled. You can kill me if you have that ability. I'll accept my death willingly. But I'm afraid you might not be as strong as your reputation. So what if you're a sword saint's disciple? There's nothing impressive about the radiant and netherlift sword saint. You dare insult my master? Zhongyi's gaze became cold. Ha ha ha. So what if I insulted your master? I'll show you how I beat up a sword saint's disciple today. Even Flower Burial will have to kneel before me if he shows up here. The masked white wolf laughed and dashed over. When he pushed his palm forth, a huge palm appeared above Zhongyi with saint runes covering the palm, releasing a dazzling radiance that contained a destructive aura. Before his palm even descended, a series of explosions echoed with his palm shining like a bright sun. That's the great sun subduing palm. Is that the great sun Saint Rune? Is he really a sword servant? The faces of everyone from the Eastern Desolation changed. The great sun subduing palm was a horrifying ghost spirit martial technique, and the Saint Rune in the palm had reached a terrifying height, releasing a dazzling radiance. This time, the morale of everyone from the Eastern Desolation dropped. Zhongyi kneel. The masked white wolf roared with the great sun solar rune in his palm, shining brightly like an actual sun. This scene changed Zhongyi's face because he felt pressure from the masked white wolf, even with his cultivation. This made him wear a grave expression, and he should have known not to underestimate this person. Heavenly Nether Saint Radiance. Zhongyi roared, activating his saint physique, and released his quasi-astral sword intent. When the powerful aura of a saint physique swept out from his body, it shone with a dazzling radiance that stopped the palm from descending. At the same time, a sword appeared in his right hand. When he drew the sword, his quasi-astral sword intent shone, creating fine cracks on the huge palm. Natal Saint Physique! The masked white wolf didn't panic at this scene. Just when Zhongyi's sword aura was about to reach the peak, the masked white wolf's heart throbbed violently with his blood boiling like a cauldron. Natal sword heart. Everyone looked at the masked white wolf with fear on their faces. Kneel! The masked white wolf smiled, and the power of his palm increased. Zhongyi only managed to draw his sword halfway before he fell onto one knee and showed a taxing expression. When the palm descended, a powerful shockwave swept out that reached every corner of the plaza. Everyone was either making a move or drawing their swords to resist the incoming pressure. But even so, many people threw out a mouthful of blood and fainted. When Zhongyi stood under the flames, he threw out a mouthful of blood and looked at the masked white wolf with shock in his pupils. He asked, "Who the hell are you? With your talent, you can't be a nobody." The masked white wolf said, "Perhaps I had some reputation in the past, but I'm now young master's sword servant, White Wolf." White Wolf stepped forth and drew his sword, charging at Zhongyi. 10 moves later, a powerful sword aura swept out from White Wolf and charged at Zhongyi. Damn it! Zhongyi was filled with reluctance when he slammed against a stone pillar. He was a sword saint's direct disciple but couldn't defeat a sword servant. He refused to believe that this was his defeat and stood up, activating the heavenly nether saint physique to treat his injuries. He wanted to use his saint physique to suppress his opponent. Good! White Wolf laughed as a sword vibration echoed from his body. As he began to release a jade radiance, the dazzling radiance made everyone close their eyes. A powerful sword aura also swept out and was suppressed by White Wolf's saint physique instead. White Wolf was like a peerless sword as he became enveloped in the jade radiance. The sword vibration from his body echoed even louder before forming into a pillar of light, soaring to the sky. This immediately extinguished the radiance coming from Zhongyi's body. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed as they stood up with shock on their faces. White Wolf laughed as his hands formed together, and the black cloths were like wings unfolding behind him, making his sword aura even more terrifying. His sword intent hadn't reached astral sword intent, but it wasn't inferior and reached a terrifying height. That's the natal sword physique. Everyone took in a breath after they recognized White Wolf's saint physique. The natal sword physique paired with the black plume sword cannon. White Wolf was practically invincible, and it didn't take long for Zhong Yi to fall on his knees. Ha ha ha! So what if you're a sword saint's direct disciple? You still have to kneel before me? White Wolf cockily laughed. Meanwhile, Lin Yun managed to recognize White Wolf and finally knew why this person had such a huge grudge with the sword sect. He had to admit the world was really small to run into this person again.